sword. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that. Yeah,
Exactly.
that's a good way of putting it, Carlos. So you're
Yeah.
speaking better English than I can at the moment, which is terrifying. It's slightly terrifying, but
No,
there we go.
no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not talking better English than you.
Well, I'll tell you something. Kilometro Zero are actually starting to close in on the high-speed demons now. The gap's just under 5 seconds as we're riding on board with Kilometro Zero now as they make their way now down in towards turn 10. They've also got, you can see the unmistakable Yas Heat livery there, that black and mint livery there, just making their way through in towards turn 10. But Kilometro Zero have also something other on their mind. They've got the Masked Devils right behind as well. There they are. The car directly behind them is for position as they pick up a little bit of gravel going all the way now in towards turn 13 as they make their way through 14 and 15. And there is the Odox Motorsport Samsung car who's 5 seconds ahead of the Yas Heat car. So there's a couple of positions being changed and you're meeting and having cars on the circuit that are on the same bit of track, but definitely not on the same lap. And this is the problem now. You're going to want to know from your team, well, who are you battling and who aren't you? Because all you'll see in your mirrors, Carlos, is a pair of headlights. You won't know who that is.
Yeah, exactly. And you're not going to ask yourself what he's going to do too much. You're only going to try to push as hard as you can and prepare from him. What I'm seeing is that we have different groups at the moment. We have the first position of MSI like being in another planet, and then the rest of the guys where we have the minute range, where we have almost 5 cars that they are going to fight each other some way or the other, because there's 12 hours in front of us yet. So I think they're going to have a chance to do a little bit more and to give us for sure a little bit of a showing of skills, and it's going to be interesting.
Absolutely. And I will have to say, if you've caught on yet, we are now on to the second part of the stream and the second part of this 12 hours. So welcome along if you're watching us back. Hopefully you're having a great time and you've joined us at a time where it's midnight with McGinley, and we jump straight into a battle for 24th place between Simtech Pro and Orma Sim Racing as the Orma Sim Racing car goes very wide on the exit of turn 9, on the run now down in towards turn 10, and that is the Simtech Pro car still having to hang on to 25th place. Orma Sim Racing team somehow managing to hang on to 24th, but I wonder for how much longer, because that Porsche is being driven to its absolute limit right now. That Simtech Pro Racing car is really putting the pressure on. It's turning the wick up at the moment as they now make their way in through turns 13 and then down into 14 and 15. Let's have a replay at some of the action here. So they were running side by side. This is coming down in towards turn 10, I believe, and you see the Orma Sim Racing car has the inside line and ran very deep into the corner, did it? Well, not too deep actually, it just ran a little bit wide on the exit, but the Simtech Pro team could not take advantage there. And Carlos, that's a battle for 24th place, and these guys are battling away like it's the lead of the race. That's how much that position means to everybody. It's not a case of getting to the checker flag. You want to get to the checker flag in the highest position possible. It means everything.
Yeah, it gets up to a point where it's simply going for the guy in front of you, and we are seeing all the drivers getting to that stage right now. It doesn't matter what position is, they're going to try to do the best they can to steal that position and to overtake in a clean fashion. We've been watching a lot of this, and there we go again.
Here we go again then as they make their way through out of turn 5, once again running side by side through and towards turn 6. The Orma Sim Racing team picking up a little bit of grass, then in towards turn 6 we go. Simtech Pro has the inside line but has to leave the room and the space on the right hand side of turn 8, then going in towards turn 9. Once again the treble line has the inside line going through, but the Simtech Pro car going right around the outside there. Still I think they're running side by side. No, this time around the Simtech Pro Racing car does take the racing line, heading down in towards turn 10. What a move under the floodlights. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it's really becoming interesting as well to see the Porsche battle the BMW and see what the differences really are. We can see that the brakes of the Porsche live in a constant permaglow, you can say, and it's hard to shut down the temperature on those brakes. I think in a way that can become a problem as well. Maybe now at night it's better because it lets you accumulate a little bit more temperature, and because of that you can hold more pressure into the tires as the temperature goes lower. But at the same time it can become a problem when the lights start to come up again.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to be the one thing, isn't it? Some of these drivers are, well, they relish driving under the darkness. They relish driving with only the headlights to be able to see what's in front of them. It's something, Carlos, I could never do. I really prefer racing under, daylight, anything like that. But as you can see, the Kilometro Zero car is right onto the back of the high-speed Demons now as they make their way on towards that short run towards turn 10. And where will that Lamborghini go? It'll move to the left-hand side, maybe
There
trying
you
to move
go.
up the inside. Yep, definitely trying to move up the inside. And that's the Kilometro Zero car now up into 16th place. And that's at the hands of Pablo Frias, who gets the move done on the high-speed Demons. We believe it's Miguel Angel Gallardo at the wheel of that one, but a nice move from Frias, and he's moved himself and his team up a position.
Great work. Taking another position, as you said, and really working it, not letting himself get entangled in all that traffic behind. And it seems that there's serious traffic right there.
Serious traffic here in Barcelona as the number 23 car tries to find their way through the order. That's the 23, that's the Arnage competition car, and they're going to be looking at the pointy end of the field. In fact, they're still in second place. 70 seconds is the gap between the top two cars. MSI Esports leading the way from Arnage, and it seems so bizarre to say, Carlos, 70 seconds, that's all the difference in the leaders, and we're over the halfway mark. That's bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's so close.
in a way, it's a very close distance, and as I said, they already know that they have the same time to recover that distance. All the drivers might be thinking that the MSI has everything sorted out for them, but this is not finished. They have to finalize. They have to get to the end, and they really need to get that car safe to the finish line. So that's not an easy task either, and they really have to consider all of that.
They will indeed, as we see lots of cars with their headlights shining bright, and the high-speed Demons now have the Mars Devils right behind them. They've been passed by Kilometro Zero. Now they've got Marcos Alacon in their rear view mirrors as there's a bit of gravel being kicked up into the air. I think that was from the Kilometro Zero car just up ahead of them in that lovely black and gold liveried car. It's got a massive 0 on the side, and then they race under the number 17. There's nothing confusing about that whatsoever. We're riding on board that front bumper then with Marcos Alacon then into the slipstream of the high-speed Demons, but that high-speed Demon BMW looks like it's got the advantage in the straight line, even with a little bit of slipstream. The Mars Devils Esports car can't quite seem to keep up.
It's interesting, as we saw in the afternoon, that some of the cars have different setups, and I think that we've got to see some of the Lambos really print a very fast pace in the straight, and really being able to overtake in some occasions, and sometimes we've seen they have more difficulty, and it's because they have different setups, I'm sure.
As we now see Salva Talens in that MSI Esports Lamborghini. It has been a really good show so far from them. 70 seconds is the lead at the moment, and Salva Talens is the driver of the moment, Carlos. He's been absolutely fantastic. We have seen another driver in that MSI Esports car, but it was Salva Talens. I'd only just handed over the car before I had to leave and go off and have something to eat. I come back and he's back in the car again. It's absolutely inhuman what he's able to do.
Yeah, he's really putting the hours, and he's really working it. Yeah, you can say, and in a deep way. The pace right now is not as fast as it was maybe an hour ago or something like that, but the temperature was letting him really get the fast laps going, and it seems that this is the fastest moment for that Lamborghini, and they're taking a little bit of advantage of it. Maybe not even stressing themselves too much, because we can see the last laps haven't been the fastest. But I think from this moment they're really measuring the space they have. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
That's aggressive defending there from the high-speed Demons as the Masked Devils esports team tried to find a way through at the hands of Marcos Alacon, but I think the number 18 there made it perfectly clear that they do not want them overtaking Miguel Angel Gallardo at the wheel of the high-speed Demons number 18. And, well, there was nothing unfair about the move. It was just a late defensive move back to the racing line. You are allowed one move away from the racing line to defend and then back to the racing line, but the high-speed Demons driver waiting till the last moment to pull back to the racing line. So I think that's just about in line there. But, well, you can't afford to do too many of those because it will attract the attention of the stewards.
Yeah, for sure. Sometimes what we know is that the one move rule sometimes is not well understood. I have to say, by the majority of the drivers, and a lot of them do understand what it means. But the thing is that you really have to look at the exit of the turn as your initial position, and from there you can go anywhere else, but you cannot end in the same point. You cannot come back. So that's kind of what the one move rule is. And then you have different regulations. In this case specifically, I'm not sure what the exact rule you guys are using.
Yeah, well, I'm sure if it's going to be looked at, it will be looked at by the stewards. But we're riding on board now with the high-speed Demons as they make their way now down the start-finish straight. Soon, maybe in the windscreen here, we might see the flashing lights of the Masked Devils, which I think we do see them. Yep. But there goes the Masked Devil esports car up the inside, going in towards turn 1, and takes away the position. So up to P17 they go, and at the hands of Marcos Alacon, move up a place. And we saw that on board, and we saw the high-speed Demons stick to the racing line this time around. I think maybe their team might have been on the radio to just say, look, we don't want to waste time battling, just let him go, we'll deal with him later.
Yeah, maybe it's a good occasion, because it seems that they have the pace to keep going behind them and to trail a little bit. It's not bad, especially when it's night. It's you don't have to worry about the temperature of the car in real terms. So it's a perfect occasion to be trailing someone.
Now, I think the 215 of the Zenith esports team ran into a little bit of trouble about a minute ago. They said to us they were off the track, and then came up a couple of seconds later that they'd stopped. So that's an indication to me that they have found themselves off the track, and then maybe had a little bit of a spin into maybe a gravel trap, or maybe off track entirely. But have they got going again in the 215? It looks like they have. So the 215, the Zenith esports car, currently 6th place at the moment at the hands of Jorge Garcia. And, well, we'll keep you up to date if we get any more news when we find it. Still 32 runners and 32 teams left in this race out of the 36 we started with. Throughout the whilst I was away, we lost a couple of teams there. Visceral Esports and the number 11 have willfully retired. The number 501, the ARS Cockpit Sim Racing team, also out of this one. Then it's also the number 29 of TF10 team at 24 hours, also retired from the race. And the number 16, it's the number 16 car of Team Shazoo, one of the first teams to unfortunately retire from the race. So 4 retirements, 32 teams still in the running.
I'm sorry to hear about the teams that had to retire. Really, it's really hard to take, and yeah, I hope that they don't suffer too much out of this type of situation, because it is what it is. Sometimes you are all the way lucky and ready for the race, and sometimes you are just unlucky sometimes, and they have to recuperate, and after that I think they'll be even better.
Yeah, and it's one of those that sort of galvanizes you all the way through. And I
Exactly.
think we saw that at the beginning of this race from Zenith Esports. They were really throwing everything at this. They're currently in 6th place, and they were leading around about this point last time out. They are down in 6th place, so it just shows you anything can really happen. And sometimes the gods of endurance racing decide it's just not your day. And for 4 teams, that's exactly the case. But I think, Carlos, whilst they're out of the race and whilst they will be feeling a bit down about that, at least they'll be able to sleep tonight. I think that's going to be one of the main things they can take away.
Yeah, I think they have already made enough effort to be able to sleep easily. But the thing is, they don't wake up feeling bad about it. It is what it is, and you give it a try. You do what you can. What they really have to do is have in mind that this is a perfect occasion to share a marvelous experience with your teammates, and you gotta enjoy it. You don't have to get frustrated about it, and if you're gonna have another chance, why feeling bad about it? You're gonna be able to try it again. That's the amazing thing in sim racing and in life, that you're able to try again. But in real life, sometimes if you have a big bad crash, maybe you don't have the chance. So we have to give thanks that in sim racing we can keep trying again and again.
Yeah, absolutely, Carlos. Very well said. And you're absolutely right. Sometimes it just doesn't work, but these drivers will be able to try again in the near future, and hopefully we'll see them back next year as well to give it another go. The Dream Factory team, the number 50, have since been into the pit lane. Samuel Grania is now at the wheel of that car. I think he was in the wheel of the car when the car came in. Yes, 55-second stop, which probably means a little bit of fuel on board, possibly tyres, but it's a very tight turnaround for it to be tyres as well as fuel. So probably just fuel. They're probably double dinting on the tyres this time around, and they're straight back out there. And currently the 50 car, that was a bit close there. I heard the seethe from Carlos there. Marcus Alarcon almost into the back of the Kilometro Zero car.
Yeah, very close call over there. We're getting a replay of that.
Yeah, Carlos, talk us through it, because I was looking at the other screen, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was simply a close call between the three of them. Right now we're going to get to see how close the breaking point gets them together. A little bit of a slide from the car in front, but everyone gets out of there, as the car in the Kilometro Zero says, in Kilometro Zero, almost new.
I mean, fair play to them all for keeping it out of each other's rear ends there. Don't take that out of context, please don't. But there's still alert driving, even in these in this nighttime driving. You've got to have your wits about you more so than when you're driving in the daytime. So in essence, it's still pretty good driving from the three of them.
Yeah, actually, very good driving from the three of them. We know that Jimmy Antunes right now in the Arnache car, if I'm not wrong, in front is taking control of the situation, you can say. But the pace of this Kilometro Zero car is around in the same area.
Yes, it's very fair to say, and that Arnage esports car is just trying and get away as much as possible. But it's not always easy when you've got two drivers that are also trying to battle away for what is their track position, when you're maybe trying to take it easy on fuel saving, maybe a little bit of tyre saving as well. You've got two drivers right behind you who are battling for position, and so sometimes you might have to be, the team might have to be telling you, it might be time to let them through. And saying that, Arnage are now into the pit lane, so as soon as I've said that, they're straight in.
Exactly, and they're taking the chance. I think they were feeling like these two cars we're watching right now battling had a little bit of a opportunity to attack them. So
it's side by side,
back and forth. Yeah,
through turns 2 and then through turn 3, the Kilometro Zero car just about staying ahead there, and just about staying ahead of the Mars Devils esports car. But these two are going to be battling hammer and tong, and it's great to see them as they make their way through now in towards turn 4, riding on board then with that BMW Master Devils esports IRC controller car, on board with Marcus Alarcon down in towards turn 5. And Getting back onto the power now, and it's always interesting to see the two different lines being taken there. The Kilometro Zero car using a lot of curb on the right hand side, and the Mars Devils Esports car doing the exact opposite, using the least amount of curb out of 5 there, going up the hill in towards turn 9, both of them taking a lot of curb on the left hand side, and it's very risky there because you've got the grass right there, right to try and tempt you to get onto the curb, but it will strike if you take just a little bit, just a little inch off the grass there, even a centimetre, and it will spin you all the way around. And what a great shot that is there from the Mars Devil Esports car, right onto the back of the Kilometro Zero Lamborghini.
Yeah, great shot, actually. We can see how the suspension and even the tires working with the track following that Lamborghini. Having to do real forced work, we can say, following that Lamborghini, because it looks like it's really complicated. And you mentioned the lines, and I think that comes a little bit with the draft that at this moment we are seeing that it's not really given too much to this BMW following that Lamborghini from Kilometro Zero.
Yes, and they're just making sure that they keep it. Well, they're absolutely battling away, hammer and tongue, which is absolutely fantastic to see. But we've also got to remember that they have to keep it clean as much as possible. There are other drivers who will want to go in their respective cars in their team, so they'll preferably want that car in the pit lane in one piece when they take over. There's the Fordzilla car that's into the pit lane. Alex Palau was at the wheel of it coming into the pit lane. We'll have to wait and see if he's the driver that will leave the pit lane. But third place or Team Fordzilla when they came into the pit lane, up 2 positions from where, up 3 positions they were from where they started this race. And I mean, that's a great example. Alex Palau in the car, racing away, obviously doing so well in America in IndyCar, and back onto the jacks the car will go, so tyre change underway. So fresh tyres on a track temperature that's around about 24 degrees Celsius, so maybe a chance to get some quick lap times in. Arnage are right behind, and obviously they'll be starting to close in. They have pitted already, so maybe trying a little bit of an undercut on the Team Fordzilla car. Here they come then around the final corner and onto the start-finish straight, and they are going to take away that position from Team Fordzilla. But, well, 11.5 hours to go in this race. There is a long way to go. The Zenith Esports car will also follow through. 1.5 seconds separating our battle for 4th place right about now, and it's going to be side by side for 6th place then between Team Fordzilla and Dream Factory, then going all the way through there. Oh, sorry, that's not Team Factory. Yeah, it was a very close call indeed, but Team Fordzilla managing to just about stay ahead of that BMW behind. I'm trying to figure out which one that is. It's obviously shrouded in a little bit of headlights there. It might not even be for position at all, but it was a very close call.
It's Olox, if I'm not wrong. The car following right now is a Olox team. I don't know who's the driver at the moment for Olox. Maybe Victor de la Fuente. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, they're on the chase, and I'm starting to doubt a little bit because of the signs, but I'm sure that the design of the car behind is Olox, not Dream Factory.
It's always a difficult one when we're racing under the night sky here. It's always tricky to see which number you're actually following. And at the Kilometro Zero car, we rejoin this battle for 16th place in this race between Kilometro Zero and Mars Devils Esports. With 11.5 hours left of this race to go, heading out down in towards turn 10, and they're pretty evenly matched at the moment. Lamborghini versus BMW, as they make their way through in towards 11 through this long right-hander at turn 12. And again, the BMW closing right up to the back of that Lamborghini. There's a bit of gravel being kicked up. There's a lot of that, especially on the entrance in towards turn 13. There's already been tyre marks in the gravel on the left-hand side through 14 and 15 before we then get back onto the power and through the gears, then all the way through this long right-hander at the final corner. And now the BMW can once again have a little bit of slipstream here, but the Lamborghini seems to be strong, especially through the final 3 corners, and any momentum that's lost on the straight to the BMW, it seems to gain in those 3 corners before. It's able to hold ground for now.
Yeah, in a way, it seems that the power output of the Lamborghini is a bit stronger than the BMW, but at the same time, I think and as the day goes by and now the night, I'm starting to understand a little bit more the balance between the cars, and it looks like, yeah, you have a little bit more of power output from the Lamborghini, but you can feel a bit more stable on the braking areas with the BMW. At the same time, I would like to add that Alex Palou entered second when they entered the pit lane, and right now it's going to be very interesting to see how that translates with the car driven by Andrew Cole.
Yeah, it will be indeed, and let's see how that all plans out. As you say, rejoining it in sixth place in that team for Zilla car, as we still watch on for this great battle for 16th place under the night sky, which has now become 15th place, I believe. That's just a bit of connection issue up ahead. Well, there's an issue there for the Kilometro Theto car, who goes a little bit off the track there, and that looked like the car just did not want to stay in the right direction, and action had to be taken there. We'll get a replay of what happened to that Kilometro Zero Lamborghini, at the moment driven by Pablo Frias. Let's have a look then. So coming through turn 9, everything looks okay for now, and has been handling that pressure well from the Mars Devils Esports BMW. So into the braking zone we go. The car will turn in.
Whoa.
And yeah, there's a bit of a snap there, isn't there?
Exactly a snap. It's what he got from the braking of that Lamborghini. And as I was saying, it's quite complicated to have the control of this car in comparison to the BMW and those braking areas. We just saw an example of what a mid-engine car brings to you in those snappy situations. So the BMW bringing a little bit more of safety to the drivers, I think it's a bit less of a risky bet. And it's showing little by little, except for that first car of the MSI team, that it's really being able to stay up in there with that Lamborghini.
Yeah, and that's a free position then, isn't it, really? You could really see that, as we now ride on board with the Team Fordzilla team. That number 3, we believe that's still Alex Palau at the wheel of that machine, and trying to close into that Zenith Esports car. The Zenith Esports car driven by Jorge Garcia. We've got the number 43 car that's into the pit lane. That's the Logitech G Altus Sim Racing team from 3rd place. Andrew Carl, who was the last minute replacement, and the reason they had to start from the back was because of a medical issue with one of their drivers. Andrew Carl was the driver in to replace. They then had to start from the back, and I have to say they've not done too bad of a job to now find themselves onto the podium, at least before that pit stop.
Exactly. Right now, the cars going by them are cars, except Alex Palou right now, that are going to have to stop soon enough. The way that all of these stops are being handled, and the moment that they are being handled, is going to be very interesting, because I hope that not any of these drivers get to the end of the race knowing that they have less fuel than what they need.
Yeah, that's going to be an important thing as well. And normally with the lower temperatures all around, you maybe can get away with a lighter car, but only just. It's very, very close. And I don't claim to be an expert on how a car reacts in the nighttime, but I'm pretty sure that the lower the temperature, the weight can be a huge difference in the car, and how much fuel it will be able to use. So that might be something the drivers have to take into account. It's something that I'm sure the team managers will have made sure they keep on top of. And being a team manager in a 24-hour endurance race, Carlos, it's a heavy workload all the way through, because at some point you'll have to go to sleep, and at that point is where big decisions could have to be made. I mean, some of these drivers in endurance, they might go to sleep after their stint and wake up and they're not even in the race anymore.
Yeah, that's where the different concepts in each team and group come into play. And I think it's very complicated to be only one team manager and trying to handle the whole situation throughout the whole race. You can, as you said, you have to go to sleep at some occasion. If you're able to stay awake for 24 hours, we have to give you a medal, but it's also unhealthy. But the thing is that you wouldn't be able to handle all the 24 hours in a good performance. Oh, very exciting situation there.
That's an aggressive move there from Alex Palau, but he's made it clear that that fourth place is here to the Zenith Esports car, flashing the lights on the way past, and so Team Fordzilla now back up to fourth place. Alex Palau with a fresh set of boots on the car as well, and using them to the full advantage. Less than 5 seconds up the road now is the next car in the number 23, the Arnage competition car. Meanwhile, seconds out, round 2 between Mars Devils Esports and Kilometro Zero. This time around, the Lamborghini is the one that has to be on the attack.
Yeah, and it is. Right now we are watching him as he's taking over this BMW, almost going for the overtake already, but it seems that he's waiting a little bit. But it's that number 17 looks in a little bit of a rush.
Just at the moment, doesn't it? It looks in a hurry to get this done, and that's the Williams Esports car as well, trying to find its way through. That's currently 7th place, the number 38 there. According to our timing screens, that's Jarno Dor, but we're not sure about the Williams Esports because, like Visceral Esports earlier on, the timing screen was telling us one thing, but it was actually a completely different driver in the car. So I wonder if we can get a confirmation of who that is in the car in that Williams Esports. For now, I'm going to assume it's Jarno Dor, as I will be hopefully corrected, and hopefully that'll be sooner rather than later. But who knows? Who knows? 11 hours and 20 minutes to go in this race, and still Mars Devils Esports are locked in a battle here with Kilometro Zero. Of course, if you're watching along on YouTube in the midnight stint, welcome along. Wherever you're watching in the world, it's a pleasure to have you along, and hopefully you'll enjoy some late night action or early morning action, wherever you are in the world. Of course, it could be an entirely different time. It might be sunny afternoon. You never know. The Williams Esports car moving to the right-hand side of the track and taking that lap on the Mars Devils Esports car. That's not for position, that's the Williams car just making its way through and up another position. Let us know in the YouTube chat there who are you supporting tonight. Maybe you want a bit of a shout out as well. We can see what we could do if there's just a break, just a slight break in the action, Carlos.
Yeah, I'm really as we're watching, I think it's Pablo Frias, maybe the driver in the Kilometro Zero car. Not 100% sure, but the chase he has there right now is getting complicated for him, and I think that we saw the type of trouble that he's having on those braking areas. He has a possibility to overtake the car in front, of course, but I think it's interesting in the state that that Lamborghini is right now. To see those breaking points and how it works for him, because since we saw him have a little bit of trouble, I'm waiting to see a little bit of more.
Absolutely, as we're riding on board the front bumper of the Kilometro Zero Lamborghini, getting right up and close and personal with that masked Devil's rear wing and that rear diffuser as well. You can really tell which car that is in front. I love the detailing on the underside of the rear wing. I mean, there's so much effort that goes into these liveries, let alone the drivers putting the laps in. I know some teams have actually sort of let and asked external sources to design their cars for them. It's a big thing designing a car for a 24-hour endurance.
Yeah, and it's becoming little by little. It's becoming an industry. You can say there's a lot of designers. Each time the young people are getting an understanding of how to do that even better, and as the races get even better in level, and we see this level of excitement amongst the racers and the way they battle, everyone gets more motivated to do even dopest design if they can. So it's really, I think it's artwork at the end, and you can get to see a lot of the different styles and taste, and it's awesome that we get to fuse this side of the sport with art.
Yeah, and one name comes to mind when we talk about liveries is Sean Bull. The sort of things he can design is amazing, and the fact that he now works alongside Alpine in designing liveries and whatnot is absolutely brilliant to see. As once again the Kilometro Zero Lamborghini looking for a move down the inside in towards turn 10, gets onto the anchors, Up the inside we go. Does he get the move done? Yes, he does. And this time the Lamborghini does not snap. It's very well behaved this time around. And the Kilometro Zero car back into 16th place.
Yeah, it seems that it looked for a second that it could have done the same again with that in that braking area, but it seems to be very well composed. Now making a little bit of fast distance between himself and the car following, driven by Marcos Alarcon in that Mask Devils Esport car.
Yeah, and the Lamborghini getting a little bit onto the gravel on the exit of 16 there, and that could be a little bit of a concern, but, well, what do I know? That's no concern at all, because half a second is the gap between the two cars for 16th place, and just the 4 retirements as we approach our number 14, I believe, will be approaching very, very shortly, but I hope you're having a good time. If you've just tuned in, welcome into the night shift with myself, Kieran McGinley, and the partner here in Carlos Portel. Hopefully I'm not butchering your name, Carlos. I really hope I'm not.
You did it well. You did it well.
Oh, you're just being too nice now, Carlos.
No, don't worry. You're doing it very fine. And I have to say that you have very good voice as well. I must confess.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's nice to be alongside someone. It's very weird as well, because obviously back 10 years ago, would I be commentating someone who's living in Spain from my bedroom? No, probably not. I would never have imagined that. But here we are, and here we are all today, listening to the dulcet tones of Carlos Andres Portel. And it's coming very close now to our number 14. We've got 15 minutes to go before we enter hour 14, and of course we'll go through a run through at the top of each hour just to try and give you an idea of who is where. But there's your leader, MSI Esports, and they're leading, well, right now by 2 minutes now. So they have now a lap on the number 20 car, which is Obsidian Racing, which I think is the first time in this entire race so far that we've had a lead by a lap.
Yeah.
And it's come towards the 14th hour of this race, and I say that now, and MSI Esports now coming into the pits to get so they'll be into the pits, so that lap lead will start to wind down now as Obsidian Racing, who have already stopped, will be able to get some time back at the hands of Pedro Sanchez. But here comes then the MSI Esports car into the pit lane, and don't worry if you wince there, the cars are completely invulnerable and ghosted in the pit lane, so do not worry about that. The drivers know that. Looks like then a driver change for MSI Esports as Salvatallins leaves the car.
I almost had a half stroke there, thinking that they disconnected or something, but it seems that they're okay. Just driver change, and I have my heart working perfectly, so everything's fine. And
Perez looks like he's the driver that's going to jump into the MSI Esports car now. So, and he's quick as well. I mean, Salvatallins has been quick. Marc Perez also is really quick as well, and I believe he's the one that still holds the fastest lap of this entire endurance with a 44.3. So, yeah, really, really solid to see. The car's not gone up onto the jacks at any point, so it looks like to me MSI Esports not changing tyres, at least not yet, in their stop. So we'll have to wait and see if that car does go onto the jacks. If not, it looks like it's a driver change and a bit of fuel on board.
Yeah, they must be trying to change the tire.
It wasn't the jacks. It was. I couldn't see the fact that it was slightly levitating. They did change the tyres.
Yeah. Don't worry.
So there we go then. No, it's okay. Well, we know now that the MSI Esports is now on a fresh set of boots, and now the gap between the leaders and Obsidian comes down to the lead lap, the same lap. It's now 40 seconds.
Yeah, and they're really pushing it as hard as they can. We still have to see the times update a little bit in the timetable since the leader stop. It has been resetted, and now we know what drivers are in what cars. But we know that they have, when they went in the pit lane, they had more than 2 minutes of advantage with them. So they have a cushion. They have a interesting one, and they really have the advantage now.
They do indeed, and it's 41 seconds is the advantage at this moment in time, and we'll have to wait and see what Mark Perez can do now in the car, and he does hold the fastest lap of the entire endurance with that 44.3. So really good to see him back into the car. He's got the race for cat number 19 BMW right ahead of him, not for position of course, because the MSI Esports car is in the lead of the race. Obsidian Racing in second place, and they're about 40 seconds behind. Then it's the number 23 car, the Arnage competition car, currently in third at the hands of Carlos Diguez. The number 3 car currently fourth place at this moment in time in the Team Fordzilla, and early on in the race they were running as far down as the sort of midfield, but they've got themselves right up for the battle for the podium places as the MSI Esports car goes side by side. Take a photo on the way past as he passes and puts another lap on the Race for Cat number 19 BMW, but the Race for Cat, I'm pretty sure the car there is not too bothered about that one. Just let that Lamborghini go, see if you can follow him for a couple of laps, maybe a couple of corners, to see what sort of lines they're taking. That's what I would do, but then again, I'm in the commentary box for a reason, Carlos.
But then again, you have to give it a shot, and if you see that fast car in front, you gotta try to stay close to him, and it's what you've been pointing. It's gonna give you advantage. It's gonna give you the line. So, and then a little bit of draft. So, what else you gonna ask for?
Absolutely. As, the number 15 car has come now into the pit lane, and that number 15 is the GMO7 team. Gilles Brado into the pit lane. So too is the number 35, which is the speed up team at the hands of Cesar Alvarez, currently now into the pit lane. We have still 32 runners in this race, only one car in the pit lane right now, and that car is the number 35 of Cesar Alvarez. I believe they're having a bit of a driver change because I saw them flash on the timing sheet, so I think that's going to be a driver change, but we'll of course confirm if we see them leave the pit lane, and hopefully this will change on the timing sheets. It might take a couple of corners, or it might at least take to the first timing line to update. It can be as late as that sometimes, but of course we'll keep you right up to date when we get the information.
Yeah, right now the distance and the head of the race closing a little bit after that pit stop from the MSI team. So again, very interesting to see the way this group of drivers is going to evolve. For sure, we know that MSI right now has a big advantage, and they're not going to have to worry too much about the people following them. But the time is close in between them, so they have changed drivers. They've done the swap just now, and I don't know if they are just getting the back again to the pace they want, but it seems that they have lost a little bit of time in this last stop. And there we go with the stop of Pedro Sanchez Albert with right now we are watching that car from the GM07 team, but Pedro Sanchez Albert, the driver in second position at the moment as well, stopping in the pit lane.
Yeah, and that's the Obsidian car into the pit lane, and it looks like Edu Fernandez is about to take over that car, as we see from the graphic there to your bottom left. So now the car is going to go through the changes here. Bit of fuel on board. We'll see if the car now goes up onto the jacks. Hopefully I'll be able to see this time around if it does go up onto the jacks. It might already be on the jacks. Who knows? I'm sure people better than me, people with better eyesight than me, cars, will be able to point out, yes, Kieran, it's on the jacks, for goodness sake. The Williams Esports car now, 6th place. Well, 27 places they had to weird enough, Adrian was telling me, who's going to be joining us in the commentary box in just a few minutes time. Adrian Fernandez said that the reason Williams Esports started from the back of the grid was because they changed their car right at the last minute. So they'd practiced, they'd qualified in a completely different car than they actually raced in, which is a bizarre one to me. Very late change of car, but it seems to have worked because they're running in 5th place right now.
Yeah, it didn't go too bad for them. Yeah, I heard something like that as well. I've been informed that they had to, or they wanted, I don't know what was the issue, but they had to change the car And yeah, that's a very dramatic change to make last second, and they seem to be adapt him very well to the change. It doesn't seem to be a big problem right now for them. Maybe, who knows, if they would have stayed with the original car they wanted, which I don't know which car it was. Maybe it would have been better, but who knows? Who knows? Anyway, they're doing a good job, and right now, as you said, fifth position for them. They must be proud.
Yeah, they must be indeed, as up 27 places from where they originally started, and that's the number 19 car getting it straight out of the way. Don't want to be in the way of someone who's trying and find their way through. I've been at the subject of that, and apparently they're not too happy if you stay in their way for too long. I don't know why, but there you go. Some drivers are like that. Of course, I am only kidding. Dream Factory number 50 car is in 4th place. At the wheel of that is Raul Diago, and in the Williams Esports car, on the timing sheets, it's Atte Kauppinen who's at the wheel of that car at the moment. That's according to our timing sheets. So again, we'll be happily corrected if we are wrong. But 2.5 seconds is the gap between 4th and 5th place. The number 30 car, the Masked Devils Esports car of Marcus Arargon, comes now into the pit lane from 17th place.
Great display of times in the timetable. Really amazing race throughout this whole 12, now we can say 13 hours we've been through. And it's I'm impressed overall by everything that I'm seeing today. Not only the display of the drivers, not only the performances, but everyone working towards the project and doing the race. Everyone doing every thing they have to do. Everyone doing their work, and it's really amazing. I just wanted to highlight that because I think everyone in MundoGT is working amazingly well, and the drivers are testament of that as well. They have an out of the world performance. Some of them, and some of them maybe they are not up to that level, but they are showing etiquette. They're showing respect. Although right now we're getting a little bit of a flashy moment there, but yeah, they're really managing everything very well, and it makes me as maybe a bit of a veteran inside of sim racing. It makes me proud to see all of this.
Yeah, and it's going well at the moment. We still have 11 hours of racing left to go, and if you're just joining us now in this midnight shift, where on earth have you been? You've missed a great race so far. We've still got 11 hours of it left to run as the Orma Sim Racing teams jumps out of the way of the Williams there. We've got the number 43 that's apparently stopped out on track. We'll have to bring you updates of that if we can. That's the number 43 car. I'm trying to see my notes flicking through very quickly which team that is. It's the Logitech G Altus Esports car that came to a stop. So too did the number 5 car, the Unicos Gaming car, at the hands of that Mustafa Mezraoui. They both look like they've got going again, but Mustafa Mezraoui has since been into the pit lane. So he came into the pit lane and then it came up that he'd stopped. So that must mean he missed his pit box. To me is what that means. So maybe a longer stop then from Mezraoui due to missing the pit box.
Yeah, Mustafa Mezraoui having a little bit of troubled moment there. Looks like he will recover from that. The number 5 having a little bit of a sketchy situation, but right now back on track again. I think it's going to be interesting to see the first 4, maybe the first 5 drivers, or maybe from the 2nd to the 6th position. I still see a lot of sauce in there, so I think it's going to be interesting to see throughout the whole night. I'm getting to the end of my stint, I can say. And yeah, I would like to congratulate you and George for doing an amazing work. I haven't been able to hear or share the cabin with Jack or Adrian, but I'm sure they're doing amazing work as well. I would like to have the occasion to be with them in the future. And yeah, I mean, I just wanna say that it's that I'm really proud of everyone doing this work, and you are all really amazing commentators. Actually, in the Spanish side, we have a big collection of very great commentators as well. So everything is just astonishing. We can say I've been really enjoying it all the way. And today I'm trying to establish, not because I've proposed myself to do so, but just because it's going to happen. I'm going to establish my own personal record doing 13 hours of streams today. So I hope I get to the end alive, and it's been a real pleasure to share this time with you, Kieran.
Well, thank you very much, Carlos. It's been a pleasure to share the box with yourself as well. 3 hours is not long enough, that's for sure. But I see that's your stint's done. So go ahead, have a rest, Carlos, and well, hopefully we'll see you, and we'll probably work again in a box very, very in the near future. I really hope so.
Yeah, I hope so as well. It's been, as I said, I insist. It's been a joy working with you and George. I have no doubt about that. Don't even doubt it a second. I really enjoyed it. It was really good.
Well, thank you very much, Carlos, and of course, get some rest on you now. You've earned it, Carlos. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat a little bit, and then I'm coming back to the Spanish channel, and I will do another 3 hours, and then I'll be finished at 7 o'clock in the morning if I'm not having a stroke or something of the sorts. But yeah, I'm going to do 13 hours today of race streams.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, hopefully you enjoy yourself on the Spanish side for the last 3 hours, and hopefully on your side of things you have a great view of it as well. But in the meantime, take care of yourself. Have a nice dinner. It would be dinner, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'm going for that right now. Yeah, I'm dreaming of it. Thank you very much, Kieran. Congratulations to George. I have to insist as well that he really gave an amazing commenting in the start of the race. You both are, as I said on the Spanish stream, pata negra, which means black label commentators.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Carlos, and enjoy your dinner. We'll hand over now to Carlos Andres Portal. Thank you very much, Carlos, and I believe it's just
love to everyone in the English stream. Take care, all of you. Love to you all.
And love to you in the Espanol stream as well.
Bye-bye.
Good luck for the last 3 hours of the stream. That was Carlos Andres Portel, and I believe we do have Adrian Fernandez now into the box. Adrian, are you here? Not yet. So what we'll do then, we are at the top of the hour. We are at the start of hour number 14. So it's probably time to take you through a couple of the standings right about now. Leading this race, MSI Esports at the top of the hour. 1 minute 23 lead at the top. As driven by Mark Perez right now. Then it's the number 23 car, the Arnage competition car, in second place at the hands of Carlos Diguez. As I said, 1 minute 23 behind the leaders. Then it's the number 3 car of Team Fordzilla at the hands of Pablo Lopez. Rounding off our top 3 right now. Gap between second and third place, round about 4 seconds. Very close between them. The number 50 car of Dream Factory in 4th place there. As we get a replay here, riding on board with the Euromaster Esports car of Alejandro Abin. Now, this is coming through turn 9 onto the start-finish straight here. And is that the Euromaster Esports car running into a bit of trouble? They look like they disappeared. Hopefully they reappeared. Yes, they did reappear. So maybe just a little bit of a concern there. But they are being chased down by the R70 team, and we believe that's Gerardo Babio in the car in the number 70. Making his way through, but that's the battle for 16th place. In 6th place, the number 43 car. 43 being, if I can find them on my my really quick notes here, which I'm really struggling to find at the moment. 43 car is currently in 6th place. I will see them. It will jump out in front of me. There it is, Logitech, the Logitech G Altus racing team, who started from the very back of the grid. Up there in 6th place. Then 7th place is the number 20 car of Obsidian Racing at the hands right now, Pedro Sanchez Albert. In 8th place, the number 215 of Zenith Esports, as driven right now by Francisco Ramirez. Number 5 car of Udicos Gaming there, rounding off in 9th place, as driven by, I believe, Mustafa Mezraoui, but there's a bit of a conflict between that one, so we'll have to come back to that one later on. Rounding off the top 10, the 013 of the Odex Motorsport team, as driven by Jonathan Alvarez. 11th place, the number 10 car. Number 10 car is, flicking through his notes very, very quickly, number 10 car is the Cherokee car. They were 18th place when I made those notes. That's why they're so far down my list. But they are currently rounding in 11th place. It's the number 32 car. Rounding off the top 12 is the Arias Racing Team. Currently driven by Dean Woods. Sorry, no, that's Jose Soria. 13th place is the number 12 car of the Yas Heat Team, as driven by Dean Woods. 14th place, the number 19 car, which I will find them again. Making notes about halfway through my stint last time around. Wasn't the greatest idea because the order's jumbled since I've done it. So now it's hard. It's the Race for Cat Motorsport BMW in 14th place. And then rounding off our top 15 is the Euromaster Esports team in 15th place. But they're being chased down by the R70 team, who rounding off the 16th places there. And that's as much scrolling through as I'm going to do. So that's the top 15 at the top of our number 14. And if you are watching along, welcome to the night shift with myself, Kieran McGinley, and I believe Adrian Fernandez is waiting to chime in. Adrian, welcome back. And I think I know why. Is because if I do this, we should be able to hear Adrian Fernandez now. Adrian, can you hear me now?
I think I can hear you, Kieran.
Yes, you can. Fantastic. Adrian, welcome back. Sorry, I had to literally drag you into the commentary box in order to have a chat with you. So apologies for being rude about it. But how are you? Welcome back. It's another 3 hours with me, I'm afraid.
I don't mind. I don't really mind to be dragged when it is for a very good cause like this, to call the next 3 hours of this event. So good evening, everyone. This chilly night from Spain. I think we are 19 degrees Celsius here in Madrid. I think a slightly lower temperature in Barcelona, at least in real life. Probably in-game temperature is also slightly lower, or I hope so at least. But we enter into these wee hours of the night with a race that is already taking shape for the win, as we've already saw during all the previous hours. But I think everywhere else, the race is still pretty much alive. I say the race as a whole is pretty much alive because, well, we've said it a thousand times today, but you never know what might happen.
Yeah, we could put that on a record, can't we? Just keep on playing it and playing it and playing it. But it is so true. A lot can happen in a 24-hour race, and we're only just really past the halfway mark. We're at the top of the hour number 14, as I just went through the top 15 at hour 14. And, well, at the moment, Dream Factory really starting to close in on the back of the Williams Esports car. That's the battle for 4th place at the moment, and I believe that's Atte Kauppinen at the wheel of that car in the Williams Esports car, being closed in by the Dream Factory car of Raul Diago, as they're trying to just filter their way through some back markers here. The blue flags will be out. I'm not sure how effective they'll be in this night time. There's no blue lights on the side of the track to really shine towards the drivers, but they have all made their way through, which is a good sign. And yeah, 1.3 seconds the gap between 4th and 5th place at the top of hour 14. For a position just outside of the podium places, but they're now making their way through this long right-hander. In fact, I think that's the number 19 car there that's in the middle of them, the Race for Cat Motorsport BMW. I just about saw a 19 there. So in fact, the Dream Factory car has actually gone behind the Race for Cat. It is the Race for Cat number 19 BMW.
Yeah,
so my eyes weren't playing tricks on me.
driven by Alex Herrera this time. I really hope that they may have advanced a little bit more by as the night started to come by, but they've been stuck in 14th place. So maybe their charge is just waiting around the corner, or maybe it's not gonna happen. Who knows? But so far, it's been a very solid competition for Dream Factory, even though they are slightly all over the place, as we know that they are beating slightly off strategy, or at least they were a few hours ago. I don't know if they really fixed that situation, or if they're just carrying on with it until the end of the race. But we've seen right now that Arnash is still in second place, the same second place that they've been holding for a very long time in this event. And Team Fortilla, it's actually creeping on them for that second place, and 3.5 seconds is pretty much being just behind the other car.
Yeah, so it's pretty close looking at the podium places. Less than 5 seconds separates our second and third place teams in the number 23 of Arnage and the number 3 of Team Fordzilla, as we ride on board with the Team Fordzilla car in towards turn 10. And it's a great camera angle here to see, well, mainly the lengths of the track limits that they'll get right up close and personal to, especially on the right hand side of the car. And it's great to see. Well, I was hoping we would have seen it going in towards the chicane, the second part of the chicane, but there is the Repsol curve, turn 4, as the cars file their way through, and towards the start-finish straight as well. We are well and truly into the night sky, as the track time is 1:15 in the CEST, but of course with us we're about 4 minutes behind the in-sim time, so don't worry about that. Wherever you're watching in the world, welcome along, and we hope you've enjoyed the coverage, however long you've watched, whether you've watched a minute, a second, an hour, or maybe you've been mad enough to watch all 15 hours, 40 hours so far. It's been a pleasure to have you along for the stream, and hopefully we can give you some more action and more talking points as the night goes on. Myself, Kieran McGilly, and it's Adrian Fernandez in the box with me. We'll be taking you through the next, well, it was 3 hours, it's about 2 and a bit hours now, before we then hand back to George Morgan and Jack Canaan for their, what they call their breakfast show, which will take us from 4 o'clock in the morning Central European summertime into 8 o'clock DEST. And then I'll be back in the box from then. So really, I only get 4 hours sleep, Adrian. That doesn't seem fair. In fact, it's not even 4 hours sleep, is it? I know George Morgan's not actually sleeping tonight. If he's watching along, he's stocked up well and truly on the energy drinks, and is going to try and pull an all-nighter. Which, I mean, he's crazy enough to do it, but I mean, we'll see how he is. I'm not sure what Jack's going to do though.
There's lots of ways to deal with this kind of races. I've tried them all, either as a spectator or as a professional working the event, rather by taking short naps, just to get on and try to get some rest to the brain, or just pulling off an all-nighter, trying to carry on as much caffeine as you can. Well, there are different ways to get to the same point, which is where you get already destroyed after watching 26 hours of a race, or trying to, at least, on endurance racing. And if you are on site, it is double the effort, but double the reward, as they might say. And I kind of remind me. It reminds me when we were watching a lap ago, those fixed camera angles, trying to catch the cars during a whole lap. It kind of reminds me of the old Le Mans angles that it used to be used at these hours, because at that time the night shift for the cameramen did not exist. Cameramen actually went to sleep. The onboards were not as good, and so the Le Mans TV realization broadcast actually left those fixed camera angles, and it kind of gave me that throwback feel. So to say, nowadays it is not necessary, because, well, you could cover a whole night race just on onboards and 2 cameras on the front straight. But Barcelona, that doesn't have that darkness issue, at least not as general as Le Mans might have. Actually provides for some very interesting viewpoints at this time of the day.
Yeah, they were just going to leave us to it, Adrian, for the night. Just leave us with some static cameras around the track.
Yeah.
But no, we've got a race director, and we say hello to them. I'm not quite sure who it is behind the cameras this time around, but we're seeing a good battle here for 20th place between the XPD Racing GT3 team, that number 13, driven according to the timing sheets 13 by Alvar Gomez, and then it's the number 9 car, the 10th Factory Sim Racer car, driven by Adria Povedano. There is the Williams, that's the number 50 car. The Dream Factory is actually letting, once again, that race for cat number 19 BMW through. And the more times the Dream Factory car has to let that car through, the more time it's actually losing to the Williams Esports, because that gap was less than 2 seconds when we last left it. It's more than doubled since we saw that.
Yeah, it's kind of a accordion effect, for so to say, with the difference, because some of lap cars actually want to get that lap back, or they feel like they want to charge even more. That's something that happens usually with Race 4K at this time of the day, and I don't think it is something that Dream Factory will benefit in the short term. Obviously, the fact that they've lost a second and a half to Williams Esports kind of tells the story, but they're just playing along with it. There's no rush to try to make things done just right now. Saving the equipment and trying to get to the end of the stint probably may be more more relevant for them as the race enters now the end of the 14th hour, 10 to go, still 45 minutes, sorry. And there we see the R70 team, Gerardo Babbio. This is a team that we haven't spoken, or we haven't seen a lot throughout the event, as they are usually in the second half of the race, but they are still there in 18th place. And the more you creep along those positions, and maybe you get trying one position by one position, retirements are gonna happen, and you have to stay in the race in order to get to an acceptable position. We were saying that in the Spanish stream, that some of the teams might not have a top 10 as an objective. They might just have to, they only want to finish in the top 15 or just finish. It's just a matter of where you set your expectations.
Yeah, and finishing a 24-hour is an accomplishment in itself. It's
Yes.
worth a couple of drinks at the end of the night, that is for sure. And I always wonder, Adrian, I mean, I can barely speak one language, but you've done a bit of Spanish streaming tonight. You've done a bit on the English side as well. I mean, how do you flick the switch then between Spanish and English, and especially so quickly as well?
It's quite interesting, especially when you haven't done that any at any other point of my lifetime, to try and do a bilingual stream, at least on consecutive shifts. It's kind of a work in progress, so to speak, because obviously I'm way more used to getting things done in Spanish. But for me, it's actually a benefit, because I have a tendency to speak way too faster in Spanish, and I have to slow myself a little bit. And English actually allows me to slow a bit, because I have to think about what I'm gonna say without making a fool of myself. So actually, that's working good for both languages, and actually allows for this to be a very interesting exercise.
Well, when you put it like that, Adrian, that just sounds like it's me. You have to slow down to make yourself not look like a fool. That sounds like what I have to do every single day. So we're not too dissimilar, you and I. But no, it's amazing. I'm always really jealous of people who can speak more than one language. I gave Spanish a try, but I wasn't really good at it, because every time I did it, I somehow slipped into French, especially in the exams, which was probably one of the worst times to get languages wrong. But hey ho, it was never meant to be. No, it's absolutely amazing that you're able to speak about a race in Spanish and in English as well. It's phenomenal. It's absolutely phenomenal. It's something I'm really jealous of, Adrian. You don't understand how jealous I am. And it's just...
No, I mean, I have the benefit that I have seen a lot of racing foreign languages, because not every single category that I am interested in is broadcast in Spanish, or on a channel that I can reach from my position. So I have to use an English stream, maybe, because there's not a Spanish stream available. You kind of get used to it, especially when you work for the medium. Most of the content is produced in English, is written in English, is spoken in English, and is recorded in English. So in order to thrive at least on what I do, which is reporting on motorsports affairs, it is better. You don't really have to speak English here in Spain to make a living on journalism, but it kind of gives you an advantage on understanding things, how they work outside, and maybe being more accurate when you report something. It's more useful when you're translating accurately a bloke from Oxford than just taking out on Google Translate, so to speak.
Yeah, I love that. I love that description of it, and it's so bizarre because you're right. Things are written in English, they're broadcast in English, and yet Spanish is the second most spoken language in the world.
It is.
That's bizarre.
Yeah.
That's so bizarre.
We're third yet still because we have some catching up to do with Chinese Mandarin. We're getting close. It's just like being in 17th place and trying to catch MSI. We're taking it step by step. But I think that content in Spanish is actually being more. The last 20 years, obviously, it's been a very huge boom for the Spanish motorsports industry as a whole. Ever since Fernando Alonso came in, and everything has benefited. Probably not in the way that some people were expecting, and not as diverse. But actually, sim racing has a very dedicated community that is very knowledgeable and actually tries to be helpful towards both old and new players. I think this works wonders because there's a lot of synergies between the real racing and sim racing here, which is pretty fantastic. And as we've seen, Alex Palou probably is the best representation of that. He's a professional racing driver at the top of his career, actually leading one of the most important championships in the world, yet he still gives it a whirlwind on iRacing whenever he can, and he is very competitive at it.
Oh, absolutely, and I think for a driver, it's very hard to turn down a 24-hour event of any type, especially here on iRacing here at MundoGT for the 24 hours of the Circuit de Barcelona in Catalonia. And I want to bring it back to what you said earlier, Adrian. It's you said it was quite cool in Madrid, 19 degrees. 19 degrees in England is not cool. 19 degrees is warm. Especially when you've got carpets all over your house.
Given the time of the day and the fact that it is below 20 degrees at the first days of September, that is a blessing. Just a few days ago, I think we had one night where the minimum temperature at 4:30 a.m. was 25 degrees Celsius. During the day, the thermometer reached 44. That was we were boiling ourselves. Even while not directly exposed to the sun, and that's some of the casualties of the Spanish summer. It's been slightly more belligerent this summer than other summers. At some parts, especially in July, it's not been as hot as it used to be. But August has given us his full summer force, and luckily, as we enter into September, now the temperature started to cool down a bit. And it's funny because we came from the coldest winter we've had in the last 20 years, where there were 2 or 3 weeks when the thermometer just went below 10 degrees Celsius, under 10 degrees Celsius. So, well, maybe that's a thing that is going right now with the climate change.
Well, maybe, but yeah, 10 degrees is that's what I would call cool. I'd love to sleep in 10 degrees every single night. Fastest lap of the race, the new one from who other than MSI Esports at the hands of Marc Perez. 44.296 is our new fastest lap of the endurance, and it wouldn't be a fastest lap of the race if it wasn't held by MSI Esports and if it wasn't in turn held by Marc Perez. There's the Logitech G Altus Esports number 43 Lamborghini, currently 6th place in this race. And let's see, how far are they behind? Well, they're not too far behind Raul Diago in the number 50. In fact, it's the next car ahead is the Dream Factory car. So we've got some great battling going on for 5th place as they both make their way now through turn number 9. And Altus Esports, they had to start from absolutely last in the field. They're up 30 places from where they really did start up. Adriana, question from you from Javier. Is the commentator Spanish or living in Spain? I'm pretty sure you're living in Madrid, aren't you, Adrian?
Come again?
So we've got someone in the chat, Javier, asking, how do you know so much about the weather in Spain? Do you live there? You must live there, surely.
I do. From at the very center of Spain. More to say, I'm 35 kilometers away from the capital of Spain and from our community, which is Madrid. And we have this classic central Mediterranean summer when it's very hot and it's very dry. So you don't have any. There's very little humidity, which plays havoc when the thermometer got to very high temperatures. But also in the winters are very very cold indeed compared to um, it tends to be a little more benevolent for everyone to live there. But yeah, that's where I live here in Madrid.
There you go then, Javier. 35 kilometres from Madrid. That's how he knows so much about the weather in Spain, because he's there right now. That normally helps, I would say. If you could just hold your hand out of the window at some point, Adrian. Oh, as the Logitech G Altus Esports car gets a little bit hot under the brakes, they're having to slow down. I don't think he was expecting the Dream Factory team car to carry little speed going through towards
Yeah.
turn 5 there, and almost had to take a little bit of evasive action.
It almost as if Dream Factory hesitated to accelerate out of the corner, and the 53 car was not expecting that to happen, and it was a slight bump enough to get it sideways for a little bit. Fortunately, it doesn't look like any of them have any damage, but actually the 50 is again having pressure all over again. Maybe they're having some issues because it's weird for this situation to happen.
Yeah, the Williams Esports team also came into the pits whilst we were talking about the weather in Spain. 70 seconds in the box, and now rejoining out onto the track, back into 8th place. So they've got behind Zenith Esports. There's the Dream Factory car now entering the pit lane to take to the pit lane there. Raul Diago at the wheel of that one, and now crosses the pit lane entry line and puts on the limiter to find the box there. So that will be a couple of drops of position there, and I wonder they should rejoin roughly. Looking at the car there, it's going to be close between the 50 and the number 38 actually. It's going to be close between them as they will make way out the pit lane.
It should be, and they complicated themselves a little bit because they've lost like 3 seconds on that last lap alone. So it's very clear that they had an issue either with the fuel or with the tires, and they were pretty close to just making it into their pit box. As we see this replay, I think we're going to see this incident from behind, maybe, or is this just after the fact? But well, interesting situation that can happen with the distances that you can take. It is dark, it is late, and those kind of situations happens. If you're lucky, you just get a bump and you go with it with the fist in the air. But if you are unlucky, maybe you end up in the gravel with a damaged car, and that's the outcome that most teams will try to avoid.
And fatigue is going to be a big thing when it comes into the nighttime stint. It exacerbates the fatigue. Once that nighttime does hit, you can have all the adrenaline in the world, but in the end of the day, fatigue will always win. So you've got to try and guard against that as much as you possibly can. And if that's talking to your engineer constantly, if that's having a little bit of a drink down the kilometre-long straight down towards turn 1, whatever it takes to make sure you keep yourself fully focused on the drive at hand. And of course, if you're watching along in the English stream, welcome along, welcome to the night shift. You're joining myself, Kieran McGilly, and Adrian Fernandez as we take you through the next 2.5 hours before George Morgan and Jack Canaan take over for the breakfast show, the so-called breakfast show. I like to call this McGinley, Midnight with McGinley. It's a catchy name, but it'll never catch on because it sounds terrifying. That's what it is, so we won't call it that. We'll just call it the night shift. We shall wait and see. Our large competition, though, being slightly closed in by the Team Fordzilla number 3 car. Just under 2 seconds is the gap as they look to try and close in on that number 23 car, almost sharing the same bit of track. Team Fordzilla car can see it in its sights, and I think the number 3 car driven by Pablo Lopez we've got on our timing sheets here at the moment. They've proven to be sometimes right, sometimes wrong, so take it with a pinch of salt. It might not be Pablo Lopez in there, but that's what our timing sheet says, so that's what we're going to go with.
If it is Pablo Lopez indeed, this is going to be very interesting because Pablo absolutely loves these conditions. It's the time of the day where he shines the most. He loves to be a very important factor in these night shifts, and actually used to get some of the best lap times of the car during these night shifts, getting advantage of the cool temperatures and how well he uses to move around traffic and around the competitors during the night. So he's probably one of I'd say that he's the fastest sim racer of the number 15 team of the Fordzilla team. But they will have to use that to their advantage in order to leapfrog the 23 car for second.
Be careful you don't have Alex Palau hearing that in the Team Fortilla team. But regardless, that's what
he's
you
a
said,
very,
Adrian.
he's a very fast sim racer, but he's not the fastest sim racer. That's for
Ah,
sure.
right. Oh, okay, I'll let him know you said that then. Well, we have a new fastest lap of the race once again by MSI Esports, 44.257, a couple of hundredths taken out of Mark Perez's own best lap time of the race so far. 10.5 hours left to run of the race, and the gap between the leaders is nearing 90 seconds. Still the top three at the moment on the lead lap. Everybody else is at least one lap behind. There's another question for you, Adrian. Did you choose Spain as a place to settle down, or were you just there already?
I happen to be born here, which is most of the times it is something to be proud of or grateful. There's some times where you're not that grateful to be born in Spain, but whatever. That's something that it's out of my own hands. I've been born here. Actually, I have French heritage rather than English heritage because my mother is French, and I actually used to speak French. Kind of forgot it because I left it in a very primitive stage. Although I understand French, I cannot speak French for my life, and I've tried and I've been to France, but I cannot put two coherent sentences together. So that's a work that is going to be handled in the next few years. In the meantime, I am selling with being Spanish, been living here in Spain since I've been born, and well, probably that's because my accent does not give away the fact that I am Spanish. But yeah, actually, I am Spanish, and actually trying to call this race as accurately as possible, which is, as I said, it's not the easiest of things because this is my first English broadcast. So trying to get things second nature is something that comes with practice.
Well, I have to say, Adrian, you're absolutely smashing this out of the park. I will say that right now, for it being your first English stream. There's no nerves on you whatsoever. You've absolutely done fantastically well, and we've still got another 2.5 hours left to test your English skills. That's for sure. We've got the Logitech G Altus esports car third in the running at the moment, but of course it's going to be a little bit of a jumbled order until we get into the last hour of the race. We won't really know who's going to be in that prime position for podiums until we have the last stops of the race, which is normally within the last 15 minutes. That's where we'll sort of get an idea of how big and how small those gaps actually are. When it comes to this, the teams are on such varying strategies and such varying driving styles that it's almost impossible to say this is definitely going to be your battle for third place. What I am going to say, though, is that MSI Esports are without doubt your leaders, 92 seconds in the lead.
And they're very close to putting a lap on the field, which is amazing at this point. They are maybe they can get that done in 15 hours. I don't think they can do it before the end of this hour, but maybe at the next one they are able to lap everyone in the field, which is a very good advantage because now then you know that you have that minute and a half advantage over absolutely everyone, at least a minute and a half. In probably with it will be more. It will be close to 2 minutes if you are lapping everyone. That's something that you can play for an extra pit stop if you need it. Let's face it, you're gonna need that extra pit stop, rather for correcting your strategy for someone that you feel might have a better strategy than you, or maybe to make a switch, a quick switch of tires, or maybe refueling. Or the race will give you a situation in the next hours when you are gonna need to step out of your regular strategy. Having that lap actually there's a spin.
Ooh, there is a spin. You're absolutely right. And someone way off into the gravel. It's the number 43 car, driven by Simon Fiegel. That number 43 has found the wrong way around, so that's the Logitech Altus esports car. So let's see what happened, because I was looking at the screen at the time. Oh, onto the grass there, trying to put the brakes on and lock the rear brakes, and all the way off into the gravel there. So just a maybe slight lapse of concentration there. That will certainly have woken him up.
We were saying that it was very difficult to keep concentration, and especially in these night situations, and when you're under pressure, it is more difficult. And it looks like he just went a little bit more to the right than he should have. He took the grass and he spun the car. That's something that happens also to the pros. We've seen it today during the Formula One qualifying, where one driver, I think it was Nicolas Latifi, actually spun while for taking the grass, and it's something that is very common in racing, when that you want to take that extra millimeter in order to maximize entry speed in the corner, and you go too far, and then traction is completely lost. And that's exactly what happened to this car that has lost second place to Fortilla.
Well, did they lose second place? I don't know if they did. I think they were third when they had the spin, and they were third when they rejoined. So they didn't lose any positions, but they lost a lot of time.
It is actually Fortilla has stopped. They make their pit stop right now. Pablo Lopez has entered the pit. So in live timing actually showed me the number 3 ahead. Probably they were already behind. So if that was the case, my apologies. But the thing is that Fortilla is pitting to maybe Pablo Lopez, I think, will continue, although timing is a bit slow in reflecting those driver changes as we've seen throughout the course of the race. So probably we'll know in the next 5 to 15 minutes if Pablo is still in the car.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, some of them do it at the pit stop. Others take a little bit of time to filter through, but we do hopefully get the right information at the right time. 56 seconds that stop was, so that implies that it was probably only fuel. Yeah. You're looking at around 70 seconds if you're changing tyres as well. So just fuel taken on board, double stinting the tyres. Another question in the chat. Lots of questions coming in. Thank you very much, Javier. It's great to have you watching along and having a real intrigue in us. We've got a question here, Adrian. How did you get into commentating sim racing?
Well, it's a funny story because my background as a racing fan and as a journalist is been revolving entirely, at least until 2 to 3 years ago, probably 4, I'm not completely sure, about around the world of real racing. That's where I got in, from Formula One to other disciplines. I actually cover, today I will consider myself more of an IndyCar journalist than a Formula One journalist. In fact, although I do cover both, and I have various interests in the world of real racing. But sim racing first actually happened with MundoGT, actually, because I knew someone, lots of people that were also real journalists that were working with sim races. For example, Santi Torres, which is a very respected motorsport commentator here in Spain. We've known each other for a long time, and he was already doing these races for MundoGT and other companies. And then the opportunity arose to do something for the SF1 competitions and the GT competitions here with Fonso, which is already the headmaster here of MundoGT. And that evolved into other opportunities. We've done the ASL Racing Series competition a few years ago, when we were just that was the epitome of sim racing in Spain, because it was the competition that paid the most money to the winners, and we were working on a live TV studio with TV resources. So that was pretty fun and pretty a very good experience for everyone involved, and that also has led to other opportunities and avenues down the road on sim racing. That I have to say that I have more experience right now commentating on sim racing than real racing. Unfortunately for me, on the real racing side, that is the one that gives me my bread and butter. But I enjoy very much these races because it is something that I grew very close with, the competition, the virtual competitions, ever since I had Gran Turismo back in the PS1 days. That's something that attracted me to driving the car and driving a virtual car, especially after Gran Turismo 4 came on and then Gran Turismo 5. But the expansion into other sim racing avenues was a little bit later. But still, I really appreciate how this world has evolved in the last 25 years, ever since the first big sim racing communities appear with Grand Prix layer and stuff, and to the big organized leagues that we have now, the big competitions, the big drivers that are dedicated 100% to sim racing, the real drivers that have taken up sim racing as a complement to their usual activities, and they consider sim racing a valuable training opportunity because they don't have many days of testing available. That in itself tells a lot about how this world has evolved, and I think this is lots of people like to draw barriers from real racing to sim racing over fans being incompatible. And to some extent, that might be the case because there's lots of people that that don't really get along with the fact that you're seeing a virtual competition. You're not seeing real drivers in real danger or facing real obstacles of driving a race car. But it has its charm, it has its challenges, and surely it is a hell of a fun to commentate on.
I have to agree with you there. It's really good fun to commentate on. I mean, my journey started towards the end of 2017 when I started on F1 2017 in a couple of league races. Used to do some about twice or three times a week, working alongside some of them. Then moved up the order then and managed to get the gig for F1 Challenges this year, which was absolutely fantastic. What an experience that was. To commentate alongside the likes of Justin Sutton was amazing. I've always wanted to work with Justin, and now I can say I have, which is just fantastic. But I've also done a couple of motorsport commentaries as well, mainly trackside. I've been to tracks like Silverstone and Stetterton, and looking to try and build on that over the coming years. And of course, I've done a couple of MundoGT races. I've also done I did last year's English stream of the 24 hours of the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. So I have some experience there myself. George and Jack were here last year, and they've invited us back. So maybe we did something right. Hopefully we did something right to be back here and really bringing this race to you, which is absolutely fantastic. But yeah, you're right. It's been a fantastic journey, and without sim racing, I don't think the door would ever have been open for me to even have a go at commentary. So I'm very grateful for how it all turned out, and being here to wind down and commentate in the last 2 hours, 2.5 hours of this midnight stint before I head into the morning stint 4 hours after that. I mean, it's so much fun. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of prep. It's a lot of effort, and no doubt on the Sunday I'll be absolutely shattered. But hey ho, I love it. Absolutely love it. Another fastest lap, by the way, has just come through from Mark Perez of the MSI Esports car. 1:44.2 is our new fastest lap of the race. He's absolutely flying out there, isn't he? He's absolutely loving these conditions, is Mark Perez.
And the fact is that he's expecting as pretty much everyone was expecting of him. He's pretty much the pacemaker for the team. He is the one that is able to take the limit the most times without overstepping the limit. And this is something that he has proven on other competitions. When I had the opportunity to commentate on him for world competitions as well as the ASL competition back in the day, he was always the reference for a lot of people, even international, because they felt like he was very consistent, very fast, and without being over aggressive, he was that benchmark of driver that you had to take an eye on, because he will be a very, very serious contender. When he is in this kind of zone, when he feels comfortable, the car feels comfortable to him, and they feel like they have a hand on the field, everything comes easier. It's like a snowball. It's actually growing and growing and growing down the ladder, down the mountain, so to speak. It actually works to their benefit on their work right now, which is clearly to put it up on the field and then work on from then.
Absolutely, and myself and Adrian will be taking over from the breakfast show for 2 hours to give George a little bit of rest, and for Jack's last stint in the box in the breakfast stint. But yeah, hopefully by then the track will have brightened up. The track will be warming up as well as dawn hits the circuit de Barcelona Catalunya, and I'm not sure what time the sun will rise here in the in-sim time. The in-sim time right now is 1:47 in the morning, and of course that's about 4 minutes behind the actual, 4 minutes ahead of the actual time that we are at right now. So take that as you will. 10 hours and 18 minutes still left in this race, and we are riding on board with the Team Fordzilla car, who's about 6/10 away. Next car in front of them is for third place. Our large competition at the hands of Carlos Viguez, Pablo Lopez we're riding on board with in the Team Fordzilla car. But I believe this is your race leader, the MSI Esports car here, making his way through. Or it actually could be the number 20 Obsidian car, because we would normally have following on the car that we're actually on board with. So I think this is going to be the Fordzilla car, the Obsidian car of Edu Fernandez Morales. See, fatigue even affects the commentators, not just the drivers.
That's something that we battle on as a collective. We have to keep focused because fatigue can always lead to mistakes, to silly mistakes, and that's not something that that the drivers are not. They are pretty aware of that, obviously, as their job it is, and they try to keep focused. It is very difficult, but some of them are some of the best of the world exactly because they know the race, they know the pressure, and they know the situations that can befall them, and actually they are very trained on them. They've done lots of competitions, lots of races in that kind of, and even more difficult racetracks than this one. Because as much as I love Montmeló as Avenue, Montmeló, that's how we call Barcelona here. As much as we love this racetrack because of the amenities and because of the proximities and facilities and stuff, it's not the most difficult racetrack in the world. It's very technical, indeed. It is very complete. It has a little bit of everything, but it's kind of easy to get on. And lots of people has thousands and thousands, maybe some may have millions of miles in Barcelona. It's not that easy to get that kind of learning at Le Mans or Nürburgring Nordschleife or Bathurst. Some of these racetracks that had long races, and you actually keep learning about the racetrack every single time you get on the track, and conditions change quickly, and it is much more difficult to manage traffic, for example. This gives you a good indication of what it might be, but it is not the most difficult challenge. It is indeed a very difficult challenge because 24 hours is an endurance race. It's like taking it to comparison for to athletics. It's like a marathon. There are normal races are like 100 meter, 200 meter sprint, maybe 800, 150, 100, but this is a full 42 kilometer marathon, although a lot more kilometer than just 42. And the really, really good drivers for this are the ones that are able to endure the most. And that's the good part about endurance in sim racing.
Yep, we're running aboard now with the Team Fordzilla car then, as we make our way through in the back of the rear wing of the Arnage competition. Have fun, have BAM. Well, I'm not sure what that exactly means, but I'm pretty sure the Team Fordzilla car is pretty and had enough of seeing that rear wing, seeing the writing on that rear wing, and is trying to force a move now down the inside, going in towards the left-hander here of turn 7 through the right-hander of turn 8. Nice move there from the Team Fordzilla car at the hands of Pablo Lopez, and the Team Fordzilla car now up into third place. But Arnage, I don't think they're going to let that go. Lying down through turn 9, now on towards turn 10 at the hands of Carlos Diguez, then down in towards turn 10, but no way through for Arnage. So Team Fordzilla now up into third place.
Yeah, that was an odd place to complete the pass. It's not very usual to see that kind of pass in turn 6, which is a very difficult corner in itself because it's downhill and you're braking while turning left, and it is more technical than people think, and you realize that when you try to get a fast lap and you get there and you spin the tires and you end up in the gravel. But maybe that back marker slowed Dieguez enough so Pablo could take advantage of the opportunity. And it's something that we were saying earlier on, that he was just waiting for the right time, and it looks like the right time has come for Fordzilla.
Yep, absolutely. That I couldn't have summed it up better myself. Arnage still not letting that go though, at the hands of Carlos Diguez, but they'll be soon making their way through towards that long right-hander, turn 3, and as I was talking to Carlos and George earlier on today, and I'm pretty sure I've spoken to you about this as well, Adrian, earlier on in a previous stint. This might be the fatigue getting to me. I might be going slightly mad, but we were talking about how balanced this track actually is and how there's a little bit of everything for the car to actually handle. And this is a track where you've got to compromise on something and hope that that compromise you make doesn't affect your car too much. I mean, you've got a kilometre-long straight, you've got plenty of high-speed corners, such as the first 3 turns there, especially the long right-hander at turn 3. You've also got the right-hander of turn 9, where there's undulation change. You've got to have the suspension to take the bumps as well on the exit of some of these curbs. I mean, when you come into a race like this, you've always got to try and think about, right, what do I need to compromise on, and will it cost me a lot of time? And that was the track earlier today, I believe, which is lovely, bathed in sunshine. That was the track temperature at 41 degrees. And And there it is now, which is roughly 24 degrees at the track there. Oh, we had a car spun
Yeah.
around. I think that's what the race director was trying to find earlier on. That might have been, I think, the 31 car that had spun around at the hands of Freddy Ignacio Amorin. And the 31 car, I believe, is going to be the XGR team. So that's what we were trying to find. That's what the race director was trying to find earlier.
We saw a spawn car there, and just right after before the beginning of Sector 3, and that was the XGR team, which is running 26. It actually looks like they may have lost it on acceleration going up the hill, and or maybe we've seen that they are getting out of the racetrack now in again. It looked by where the car was located. It looks to me like they lost the car on acceleration, and that what befall them. But we were talking about the compromise. Well, maybe we have the opportunity to see what happened to them if they actually bounce off the wall. Well, yeah, that's it. They lost the car on acceleration. Getting on, they lost the back end. It lost the back end.
It was already out of shape.
Yeah. It was not acceleration. They just lost the balance of the car, and he tried to overcorrect it twice and never worked.
Yeah, and managed to keep it out of the wall as well, which is always a good thing. It's one thing spinning the car, but you just got to keep it out of the wall. But yeah, the car looked out of shape, and then it looked like the power was applied, and obviously the car being out of shape, then having to deal with that rear wheels spinning up even more, just sent the car into a spin. But managing to keep it out of the wall, did the number 26 there. The number 31, of Freddy Ignacio Amorin, knew the tyre wall was coming up, so just had to back out of it as well. Just easier to hit the anchors rather than take the risk of taking a bit of front splitter damage there. Meanwhile, rejoining the battle for third place, then Team Fordzilla third place, Arnage competition in fourth as they make their way now on towards the start-finish straight. Arnage at the hands of Carlos Diguez, and we've also got Team Fordzilla at the hands of Pablo Lopez battling away for third place. And as I think you're going to allude to, the race leaders were into the pits. MSI Esports, Mark Perez into the pits, 55 seconds, so a bit of fuel on board taken on, and I believe Perez is still the driver that's going to be in the car heading out onto the track.
Zero risk whatsoever for them. They don't need at all to take any risk, and this pit stop, they can afford to be conservative with their stints from now on, because that's the advantage they have earned. They can play it safe and hope that the race comes to them while not losing too many track time, and actually keeping on maybe trying to get the lap of the field by just a pure sheer raw pace on the racetrack. As this battle continues further, I was finishing or just trying to start my thought on what you were recommending about the balance of the car on Barcelona being so finicky, because you have to pay attention to one section of the track in order to by sacrificing another. And the thing is, there's not a consensus on whether one thing is better than the other. There's not there's not a common theme on, okay, maybe I'll prioritize third sector because it is a traction section over the others, which are just aerodynamic dependent, or the other way around. It is something that goes very closely with the setup of the car, with how the driver tends to like to drive the car, because some sections like this one of the stadium, which is slow and very dependent on traction and balance of the car, is something that if you don't have the car set up correctly for what the driver actually asks of the car, it is a nightmare. And the thing is, there's no correct way to set up the car there. It's just as it fits the driver that is actually trying to take the car out of there. I have to say that I absolutely despise the chicane. That it's probably the worst addition they've ever done to motorsport in Spain in the last 25 years. But the rest of the racetrack is pretty much okay. It has the nice flow in it. Obviously, that goes in detriment of other shows that goes on here, like Formula 1, which doesn't have the most exciting race on the planet here in Barcelona, let's face it. But other racing series can take advantage of that, and I think GT3 actually races pretty well here.
I was going to say, Adrian, tell us what you like about this track. Gee, goodness me. But what it does provide, though, is, as we said, a very balanced setup needed in order to take advantage of this balanced nature of the track. I mean, there's undulation changes as well. It's kind of weird when you think about it. Spain, this Circuit de Catalunya has a lot of going on for it. Long straights, high-speed corners, undulation changes. You need to have a car that can face everything in just under 5 kilometers of racetrack. I mean, it's phenomenal to get the setup absolutely spot on here.
Yeah, and not two corners as the same of the race car. Look at this, for example, the stadium, which has a slight camber, just a slight, not as pronounced as we're seeing this weekend at Zandvoort, for example, but it actually helps the car turn and carry on that speed to this slow technical section of the chicanes, which are 3 slow corners one after the other, that sets you up for this right-hander that on the former racetrack you used to take on almost full throttle, full speed. Now you use it as an acceleration boost, trying to take the slipstream as fast as possible through the front stretch. And this is a lap car that is actually just making way for faster cars to get past him.
Yeah, that's the number 37 Ferrari there, and I believe that's going to be number 37 if I can quickly have a look through my notes, which is not always the easiest thing to do in the world. It's the Deccan Esports car, which has just come up on the graphic there, so I did all that hard work for you to know before me, but there we go. The Deccan Esports car, that I think the only Ferrari out there, is currently 27th in the race so far, and currently lapping 45.8, which is only 2 tenths off of its own best lap time. And the best lap time at 45.6 is 1.3 off of the around about 1.3 off the very best lap time of the race. So it's not bad going, actually, considering that the whole spread of the field, within 2 seconds of the fast lap time. I'd certainly take that, especially with my talent level, that's for sure.
And I have to say, the one thing that I also love from Barcelona as a racetrack is that it is unchanged from what it was conceived originally in the early 90s up to the middle point of the racetrack, that until that fast right-hander, which in the beginning used to go to the left. That second part of the racetrack has been heavily modified in these 3 decades, but the first one has a very particular trait that it's not very it is not very talked about, this detail, but the corners does not have pointy apexes. The apexes are either you have it on the entry and then the turn continues to open, like it happens here and in the turn before, and the other turn before, or you have a continuous apex, like it happens in the first 2 turns. That promotes the drivers not attacking the curbs too much, so as to actually making cut the corner, because you don't really gain a time here by cutting the corners, especially unless you're in the third sector, which is the modified section, which have more pointy apexes. But that part of the racetrack is what gives the flow and the character to Barcelona. It is actually the one that the drivers enjoy the most, so I think those 2 things are pretty much correlated.
Definitely so, and we love to see the cars just making sure that they, or at least the drivers and the teams, making sure that they have the right car for the right parts of the track. I mean, as well as that, you have to go through a completely different track halfway through, because at that point you're looking at track temperatures of 24 degrees. At the peak earlier today, Adrian, the track temperature was around 41 degrees. So you've got to have a car that can really cope with both of the extremes. I say extremes, but 24 degrees Celsius is still pretty warm for track temperature surface, that's for sure, but it's a lot cooler than 41 degrees, so you've got to bear in mind of those changes when you head your way into the pit lane. And I mean, that huge change in difference, you were talking nearly 20 degrees Celsius difference between track temperatures. That's going to have a big effect on how the car handles throughout the stint.
Absolutely, and this is the time of the day when you don't feel it the most, because obviously the conditions are very stable, and the racetrack just keeps on gripping without actually gaining the temperature, which allow the drivers to be creative with the lines and not lose too many time by going on the outside of the marbles and stuff. But it is true that for the first half and then for the latter third of the race, you have to deal with how the conditions evolve, and you have to set up currently the car for that. You have to be mindful of the limitations of your machine as the track loses temperature first and then gains it. It is a way more different racetrack than you approach in the first 4 hours, first 8 hours to the last 3 hours. real world also faces that, obviously. You have to find that compromise, and drivers have to be very aware of it, and that's why they practice a lot here.
They really, really do. Battle for 5th place developing between the Logitech G Altus Esports car at the hands of Simon Figuel, and also the number 50 car, the Dream Factory car, driven by Samuel Grania, as they now make their way through turn 2, now onwards towards turn 3. This long right-hander that just seems like it goes on and on and on, and you've got to be very careful not to understeer all the way off the track there, as they now make our way in towards turn number 4. Just over 10 hours left of the 24-hour race here at the Circuit de Barcelona in Catalonia. And if you're just joining us now, welcome along to the night shift. Myself, Kieran McGinley, and Adrian Fernandez bringing you the action for the next 2 hours at least, before we hand over for the penultimate, pretty much the penultimate big changeover, where both commentators have to switch over on the English commentary side. It's only happened a couple of times so far tonight where both commentators have had to switch over, and it'll happen again in 2 hours' time. But we'll go through a bit of a run through of the top 15 and hour 15 in about 90 seconds time we will. But for now, Adrian, we're fully focused on this battle for 5th place.
Yeah, very exciting battle for 5th place right now between Altus and Dream Factory, two teams that have been back and forth for a long time in this race. Actually, Simon Fagel is actually at the wheel of the Altus 43, and then Samuel Grania, we haven't seen a lot of him, is in the 50 for Dream Factory and trying to mount an attack for 5th. Maybe he can get the slipstream and get a pass complete in turn number 1, although I think he has lifted a little bit.
He might have done, maybe willing to stay behind, but the Dream Factory car is looking up the inside. It's going to try and go up the inside in towards turn 1, but there you go there. That's the Lamborghini of the Logitech G Altus Esports car hanging on there to 5th place. Great battle between the two of them right now as they make their way through in towards turn 3. Onwards they go towards turn number 4, and that BMW Dream Factory car wants to try and find the way past. No way through just yet, but that move is on, and whether the BMW can find that way past the Lamborghini is going to be a big question to get ourselves through. Well, we're seconds away then from a new hour of this endurance, and we're seconds away from the top of the order. Hour 15 is on the horizon, and at hour 15, let's take you through the top 15 of the race so far. The number 14 MSI Esports leading the way. Second place, the number 3 car of the Team Fordzilla car. Number 23 in third place is the Arnage competition car in third. Fourth place is the number 38 of the Williams Esports team. Fifth place, the number 43 car of the Logitech G Altus Esports car. Sixth place, the number 50 car of Dream Factory. Seventh place, the number 20 car of Obsidian Racing. Eighth place, the number 215 of Zenith Esports. Number 5 in ninth place, the number 5 car being the Unicos Gaming car. In 10th place, the number 013 of Odox Motorsport. In 11th place, the number 10 car. Number 10 car being the Cherokee PS team. 12th place, the number 32 car of the Aurus Racing team. In 12th, number 13th, is the number 2 car of the Euromaster Esports team. 14th place, the number 12 car. Number 12 car being the Yas Heat team, and rounding off our top 15 at hour 15, the number 19 car. Number 19 being the Race for Cat Motorsport team. And that's your top 15 at hour 15. And at the top of hour 15, it will be great. Adrian and myself will be with you for the next 2 hours. Aren't you lucky? And we're riding on board then with the Arnage competition car, once again closing in on second place. So Adrian, we've got a battle for second place on the cars. We've also got a battle for fourth place on the car. Aren't we spoiled at this time?
Maybe a little bit, but I actually enjoy this time of the day, having battles for second and fourth. I think this is unprecedented for this race, at least at this time of the day, to have. Maybe you can content yourself with a battle for 9th or 15th place or 7th, and you consider it good already. But I think we have two very good battles on the racetrack that are not settled by any way, and anything could happen there. And we know, as you said it already, drivers are fatigued at this time of the day. They are rested before their stints, and it is not very different from when they take on a race during the day. But the different conditions of the day also they are acclimated, but it shows that it is late in the day and they might be prone to making some mistakes, and especially in the night conditions, which have the difficulties that we already stated. I was taking a look on Altos while would you were taking a closer look at the top 15. I kind of noticed that they have a slightly less top end on the gearing, probably compared to the car in front, and that probably was the main reason that they kind of stalled when they were on the slipstream on the car in front of Team Factory. Probably Team Factory has a slightly higher end gearing, aim for having a slightly more top speed, and that allowed them to keep them in front, because the car behind only gained speed when the front stretch went downhill, because the front stretch in Barcelona went downhill at the end of the straight, and that gives a little bit oomph to the cars.
Will do indeed, as we see there. Battle for fifth place still well and truly developing here. Dream Factory trying to find a way past then down in towards turn 10, but again, no way through this time around. I feel like that's going to be a common theme here for these cars as they try and make their way through.
I had a mix-up. I was referring to Dream Factory as the car that was lacking top speed. Sorry, but the point stands.
Yeah, no problem about that. I mean, we're allowed a couple of mistakes an hour, that's for sure. We've got a replay here coming up. Let's see what this is all about then. So we've got the Treble 9 car, the Orma Sim Racing team, exiting turn 10, through in towards turn 11. Bit of a bump there, and getting into the air through turn 12. That's the back end gone. See you later. Yeah, just a bit of an over-rotation there, and I think that came from unsettling the car over that curb, and you just saw there the rear tyres start to over-rotate, and when you get to a point there, it's all about throttle control. You've got to try and make sure you have enough throttle to keep the rear wheels spinning but not overdo it. But you can't hit the brake stick, otherwise you really will kick the back end around, and it will go into that little bit of an annoying half spin. That's the best way I can describe it as someone who doesn't really drive these cars. An annoying half spin is probably a good way of describing it.
And that's a good old spinneroo on that corner, that because he took the curve way too much, and as you said, that unsettled the car. That and on the current configuration, that corner, which is different now, it's more rounded, more similar to the way La Caixa corner used to go, and the way the motorcycle races used to take, which was way more rounded and way less pointy. And now that doesn't happen, because you don't have to attack that curve. But on this configuration of the racetrack, you have to attack the corner, but not too much. And that is something that that turn has in common with the chicanes, which can be pretty frustrating if you don't get the hang of it. It's very difficult to not get how precisely you have to take the corners, how much curve, and how much you have to go to the exit of the corner without overstepping onto the sausage curves, because then the car completely loses balance. You lose a second there, and you can lose 2 positions. I've been there, and it's not fun.
It's not fun at all, and that Dream Factory number 50 car absolutely chucking it into the chicane there through the penultimate corner, but managing to hold on and still putting that pressure on the Lamborghini up ahead. We've had an off track there for the number 70, the R70 team in that yellow and black Lamborghini. They stopped out on circuit about a minute ago after having an off track there, so they might have just slightly had a little bit of a spin there, but got themselves going once again. Also, the Treble 9 we saw earlier there have that little bit of off-track moment going through turn number 12. Still Dream Factory still on the back of that Lamborghini up ahead as they make their way up towards turn number 4 once again here. And our race leaders, MSI Esports, are on lap 472. And according to our estimations, we've got about 340 laps left to run. So long as the estimations are the same, there's no any full course yellows, there's no reason that the car slowed down, anything like that. And we shall have roughly 340 laps to go. That's some advanced maths there, and I wish I could take the claim as to working that all out in my head. Unfortunately, I really, really can't.
I think that a Dream Factory car will have to get creative in order to get the pass done, because we've seen that in the front straight they cannot. They are close. They exit the turn very close to the car in front, but they are not gaining the slipstream for the reasons we mentioned earlier. I think they don't have the correct gearing to do that. Probably you could be like Arnash, that is actually just a 2-car lengths behind Team Fortila and actually cruising along and trying to pace themselves in order to probably get advantage later, or just to cruise until the nets picks up. But the other battle, they are just way too close one to the other to just be cruising. And as I said, they're probably going to need to get a little bit creative. I think Samuel is the one which is driving, Samuel Graña, effectively, the number 50 car. Maybe in the middle sector, we've seen some passes being completed in these turns. If you're able to surprise the driver in front,
if you're able to surprise them, it's might be a good way about it. But there's the Arnage competition car we are following right now as they make their way now down in towards the next corner. The car behind them wasn't for position, but they've decided, Arnage, to just let that back marker go through, and maybe that's a wise decision, because sometimes you've got cars behind that are on fresher tyres and they will be quicker than you, but you don't want to waste too much time having to battle them through. So you just think, right, you know what, I'll let you go and I'll just be in your slipstream for a couple of laps here just to make sure I can get that little bit of top speed as well, because the last thing you want to do is battle with somebody that's not even for position. You're just wasting your own time at that point.
Actually, he has nothing to lose by letting him pass, actually. So it's a smart move, sensitive, because you don't get into trouble with a bucket marker, which would be pretty silly at this time of the day, and it is not uncommon to see. That's something that happens to the best.
Yeah, to the best indeed, and probably why, once again, we have to mention that I'm in the commentary box. Definitely nowhere near the best to be anywhere near the top of the order here. MSI Esports have been in the lead for quite some time, and it's coming to a point now where it's getting scary how much they're leading by and how consistent both the drivers we've seen them go out with and field have been in this race. They have been absolutely phenomenal. Mark Perez is at the wheel of the lead car at the moment. We've got the number 013 car that's come into the pit lane at the hands of Jonathan Alvarez, and currently in that pit lane there. We shall see what happens and what sort of changes they will make. The number 013 is the Odox Motorsport team, and they'll be stopping in, and well, they should safely rejoin in 11th place. They're in a bit of a race of their own at the moment. They're a couple of laps down on the car ahead and a couple of laps up on the car behind, so they really are in a race of their own at the moment.
And in the number 38 car, 4th place car at the moment, Jarno Howe has taken over the reins, and this is interesting because we haven't seen also a lot of him. He's one of the surplus drivers, at least on the not surplus, but one of the secondary drivers on the lineup for the 38. He will have this night shift in order to consolidate that 4th place that the Williams Esports has right now over Altus and Dream Factory. He has a comfy advantage, 6.5 seconds. So he probably will be able to manage it pretty well. He is a very experienced driver in this kind of situations, and he will probably take the best of the machinery.
Absolutely. There's the Williams Esports team, currently 4th place at this moment in time. The Williams Esports team, we believe that's driven by Jarno Dor at the moment. But of course, the Williams Esports team has been one of those that the timing sheets have said it's one driver, but it's actually another. So take that with a pinch of salt.
Yeah.
At the moment, it's Jarno Dor who is indicated driving that car, but it may not be. At 5th place, then the Logitech G Altus Esports number 43 car, driven by Simon Figel. Also the Dream Factory number 50 car, driven by Samuel Graña. Heading our way now down in towards turn number 1 for another tour of the circuit for these drivers. It'll be their 475th time around this circuit, at least for the car anyway, seeing as they go through. There's the Unicos Gaming car driven by Kevin Obaye, currently 9th in the field right now in car number 5, and again there's a lap. They're a lap down, around about a lap down, almost 2 laps down on the car ahead, but they're 2 laps ahead of the car behind. So Unicos Gaming at the moment just in a bit of a race of their own and just making sure that the car is up to order, the driver in the car is fine, because that's one where you could have a little bit of fatigue really setting in is when you're not actually racing anybody in proximity. You might be a lap down on the car ahead. You might be a lap ahead on the car behind, that sort of thing. This is where the fatigue can start to set in, where you are lapping the circuit. You haven't got anybody in your rear view. You're not chasing anybody down in your immediate proximity. And you can let those mistakes start to set in if you're not careful.
And we have to say that as the 43 has pitted a few laps ago, a normal pit stop, nominal pit stop in 56 seconds, so there hasn't been a change of tires. Right now, and it is just professional because they have to adjust themselves when they stop and when the others stop. MSI has almost a lap on the field. Fortilla is 1 minute 41 seconds behind MSI. They shouldn't be very far away from where they currently are. I think they're just ahead of them, exactly. And they're just very close to complete that, right where we were expecting them to do it in the 15th hour of competition.
Yeah, as we see them following them through turn 9 all the way towards turn number 10 here, as MSI Esports at the hands right now of Mark Perez also have the fastest lap of the race. That 1:44.1 has been very, very tough to beat by anybody else out on the field. I mean, looking quickly through the order, the team that's come closest to a 1:44.1, you've got the number 3 car, which is the Team Fordzilla team. They have got a 1:44.5 on the card. So too have the Williams Esports team. 44.5 is their best lap time. The number 43 actually completely missed them. 43 have got themselves a 44.4. So Logitech G Altus the closest there, but still that's 0.3 of a second. I mean, in an endurance race that doesn't sound like a lot, but when you put that over the laps over and over and over again, it starts to make a difference. 0.3 over an hour, then 0.3 over 2 hours, 4 hours, 8 hours. It does start to add up, and we've got an average lap time for MSI Esports of 44.7, and no surprise really, it is 0.2 clear on average than any other team. And 0.2 of a lap, Adrian, as we can see, adds up to around about a lap with 9 hours and 45 minutes on the clock.
And I think there are only 6 other cars on this actual field that with their fastest lap is faster than the average of MSI. And I think that tells the story, how consistently they are able to manage the rhythm of the car. When they needed to push it, they've done it. With most unfavorable conditions earlier on the day, they done a 44.5, which is incredible because most of the people were doing 45s, and the fact that we were seeing Dream Factory doing a 45.0 was already huge, and they laid down the hammer on that. And the 44.1, obviously the fastest lap of the race. I'm very convinced that they are able and they could do a 1:43 if they wanted to. They don't really need to, and they will not probably force the issue unless the conditions, the slipstream, and the tires are something to take advantage of. But I think they have very much the ability, and so far at this point in time there's still 9 hours and 44 minutes to go, so this could go on in time as one of the worst commentary curses in history. But only lightning strike probably could take MSI out of competition. Then again, we know that mechanicals in captions have happened in the history of this race, and it could very well happen this time. And MSI it happened to them one time at one point in the 24 hour when they had a 3-minute lead, and it got cut to a 30-second lead because everything went down for them. So they were probably crossing their fingers because right now, luckily for them, because they are not in the centralized venue. If one of them has a power failure, maybe other can step in. But probably they're just wishing that nothing of the sort happens here.
Everyone make a note of that. 2:17 Central European summertime. Adrian Fernandez said, only lightning could take out MSI Esports at this moment in time. Everyone make a note of that. I want that in the history books. because if that is the biggest commentary curse of all time, then I want it written down. 9 hours and 43 minutes left of the race then, and MSI Esports closing in on Team Fordzilla, not for position, but to put a lap on the entire field as they now make their way through into hour 15, 15. We are now at hour 15 minutes into that, as we ride on board with MSI Esports. And as we've already said, we've already alluded to, they have been phenomenal in this race. They had a bit of a hiccup at the start with the pit stops. We never got to the bottom of why. We suspect it was a penalty that they had to serve. They didn't take any fuel in the stop. Of course they couldn't, because they had to serve a penalty. So they then had to drive for another lap around on low fuel, having to give up a load of time in order to fuel save, and it dropped them down into 15th place. And ever since then, ever since they reached around about hour number 7, they retook the lead and have been there ever since, really. They haven't really put a foot wrong since then.
And if we had to put a title to this battle right now, it is like the wrong 1-2 battle on the racetrack, because I think we will love for a 1-2 battle to be third position at this moment in time. It will be absolutely amazing. And we have other good battles on the racetrack. Don't get me wrong, but right now, as we see right now, MSI put a lap down Team Fordzilla. So I don't think it is completely correlatable to every car, because I think they have to adjust themselves to the pit stops of the 43 and the 50 to make it official. But right now, for the first time in the race, MSI is on a lap of their own, on their own.
They are indeed. Yep, they are. They lead by 1 lap in this race, and that is without pit stops taking into account here. No pit stops being adjusted, nothing of the sort. That is a legitimate lap lead that MSI Esports has now, and it's taken them into hour 15 in order to achieve that. So, I mean, a lap in a 24-hour endurance race is not a lot of time. We'll come back to that in a minute, because we're running side by side here. The Dream Motorsport, our Dream factory car, trying to go up the inside of the Logitech G Alta's esports car, going through turn 7, now through turn 8. They go side by side, very, very close together. Door to door they run, all the way now through turn number 9. Dream Factory right on the outside this time around, through turn 9. All the way we go towards turn number 10. Dream Factory still on the inside line with the Logitech G Alta's esports car on the outside, and Dream Factory managing once again to hold on to the position. A great battle between the two of them.
And Dream Factory finally got creative. We were saying it, that they could not make it down the straight, that they were lacking top speed. They needed to get the 43 by surprise, either on the first sector or on the second sector, and they finally done it on first sector. But maybe stretching it a little bit, because the driver of Altus C Sports has actually put a battle to not lose the position as we expected him to do. But finally, the number 50 car is where it belongs, at least in terms of pace. The problem with them is Altus has better top speed through the front straight. So probably from the next 2 laps, they are going to keep an eye on that until their better rhythm through the rhythm sections. I know it's a redundancy, but it is. They can make them have a little bit of a bigger advantage.
They will have to keep an eye on it and adjust if they see fit, but at the moment they are starting to build that gap to the Lamborghini behind, and they're now 9 seconds adrift of the number 38 of the Williams Esports team. And as we already alluded to, Adrian, the Williams Esports team had that bizarre moment where they decided to change their car. Before the start of the race, they'd practiced and they'd qualified in a completely different car they started the race with, and so had to be sent to the back of the grid because of it. And a bizarre way to start an endurance, but they're now running 4th, so it just shows us what on earth do we know, eh? What on earth do we know? And it also shows how qualifying, yes, it can help at the first hour of the race in order to get you away from certain battles, but when you're 15 hours into the race, qualifying becomes less and less of an issue. As long as you're on the grid at the start of the race, you've still got a chance of getting a good result.
Yeah, and you prepare your strategy on the grid position that you might achieve. And that's something that is important on that count only. Because once the race gets into 5 hours, 6 hours, it is already relevant where you started. The pace of the cars actually take care of that situation, especially if there are not interruptions or safety cars or that kind of situation, or red flags, which is what is not happening here. you kind of this is like an old school race when actually even the fastest guys, if you start 24th, you can get it to second in no time because the car allows you to, the strategy allows you, and the drivers allows you to, and that's where you belong. And Williams knew that they stood a better chance of being competitive with the other car, which might make someone question why they took the other car in the first place. But maybe they wanted to try something that actually did not work for what they wanted to achieve. And well, they are actually on the steps, knocking on the podium, which will be a pretty good result.
Yeah, it will be indeed if they can try and keep on keeping on in this race. And you know, with endurance racing, sometimes it is a school of hard knocks. You've got to have a couple bad ones to make sure you realise and get a chance to learn from those lessons. And I think the number 30 car of the Master Devils esports team has had a little bit of a moment somewhere out on track because they're now behind the Kilometro Zero car. They did come up a minute ago, in fact less than a minute ago, that they'd stopped out on track, which kind of alludes to them spinning either off the track or, I don't want to say it, but maybe having an adventure with a wall, at least an argument with a wall, and losing out. So hopefully we'll seek the race director trying to seek out exactly what happened there, and we'll hopefully come back to that later on down the line. So here's what happened here then as we turn into turn 7, then through turn 8. Is there anything that happens here to the Master Devils esports car going through turn 9? Looks all in order, looks pretty tidy. As they make their way down the back straight towards turn 10. Tidy again, and no, we didn't find it that time around, but something has happened to the Master Devils esports car because they found themselves back now behind the Kilometro Zero car, and they did pass them a good half hour ago.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty frustrating for a race car driver when you are grinding on just to get a position. You prepare the overtake, you get to the car, you pace yourself, maybe not get too cocky on how you make the moves on or be too aggressive. You finally complete the move and you try to pull it off because, well, you have another 14 cars to go and you have to keep going. Then a mistake happens, something happens, maybe of your own doing or maybe because of someone else's wrongdoing, and then you have to do it all over again. And this is all mental work for a race driver. You have to keep focus on the job in hand and grind again. That's no other way to do it. There's still a lot of race to go, and you're expected to go as much as you can for as fast as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. And a question from Javier is actually submitted too. I actually missed the question earlier. We'll come back to that one later on down the line. But there's one where he asks, which region overall do you think is the most competitive in sim racing? I have a couple of regions in mind. If you're talking about continents, definitely Europe. I think it's a huge sim racing hub in Europe. North America, yeah. There is that scene over there, and there are a couple of good talents in sim racing in North America. But I think that the hub right now is Europe. If you had to narrow it down to a country, Spain have a lot of good drivers. So too do the Netherlands, and I think the British talents as well can chance their arm. But yeah, definitely the Netherlands have a lot of talents behind them as well.
Yeah,
most notably as well, one of the best sim racers in the Netherlands happens to be Max Verstappen as well. So there's a lot of inspiration, and that's thanks to the likes of Max Verstappen coming through the likes of sim racing, now doing really well in Formula One. In fact, a championship contender overall. Past the halfway stage in the Formula One season, he's got a really good chance of actually winning the championship at the rate he's going. That is a huge inspiration to Netherlands as a country, and no doubt there'll be even more talents, even more inspiration through the Netherlands. And what we'll see in the Netherlands even more now is what you alluded to earlier, Adrian, with Fernando Alonso all the way back in the early 2000s. We'll see that once again come through the Netherlands, just like it came through Spain, where an entire country will get behind one driver and it will inspire a generation. And it will inspire things like this too.
And it was pretty intense because there was already a motorsport culture in Spain, which was deeply rooted in four-wheel motorsport, especially since the 60s, since the Jarama circuit got built, and then everything went on there, and we had pretty good race car drivers, but it was kind of subculture as a whole in the Spanish on the whole of the Spanish sports, because there's a lot of sports on which Spanish people are dominant or have chance to battle for world championships and stuff. And Spain usually did not have that, and motorcycling racing actually has had more of an historical roots here. But absolutely everything changed when Alonso came by, because it showed an entire generation that it could be done, that Spanish people could not only go fast on 2 wheels, but they could only go fast on 4 wheels. And as of today, not only that has been true, but the 2-wheel competitions have more Spaniards than ever before. And so that's kind of a synergy going on there. But it certainly has helped, because Spain had a very, very little more sports presence all over the board in motorsports up until the 2000s. And right now, I think we have very good young drivers that are getting out. We've managed to went through the difficult economic times that befell that entire generation, and the generation before that was maybe too focused on getting the next Fernando Alonso, and a lot of talents went by the wayside because they were focused on just Formula One, and that was a toxic viewpoint. Luckily, there are lots of talents that usually that now get to see the point on going GT racing or touring racing or other open wheel racing like Palou has done. As we're going to see a replay right now, the Gemma eSports car, the number 24, going to the backstretch, maybe losing the car on La Caixa. But as I said, Spanish talents usually now that get to see the whole spectrum of racing, which is beneficial for the sport. On touring racing, we have also 2 young stars that are actually getting through, and sim racing usually benefits from that. Obviously, we're not at the level of the Netherlands, which has a pretty established community. Hungary, I would say, also has a very, very deep-rooted sim racing. They are probably the pioneers in Europe on that matter, ever since the Grand Prix legend days. Remember that Norbert Michelis, which is the one of the world touring car champions from the recent years, started his career as a sim racer, and then went on to the local touring car championships in Hungary, and then to the World Touring Car Championship. So it doesn't need to be the focus. You don't need to go from sim racing to racing. You can make a living on sim racing. And the fact that you are a sim racer doesn't necessarily translate to be a fast racer, but you can be, and that's a legitimate way, maybe for someone who doesn't have the money or the expertise or the medium to get to real racing, because it is very expensive indeed.
And also as well with we already talked about Max Verstappen being a top talent, not only in Dutch motorsport but in Dutch sim racing. But you've also had the likes of Bono Huis and Jarno Opmeer, those Dutch talents making their way and making their scenes in sim racing. And obviously Jarno Opmeer now the reigning champion in the F1 esports series. You've had Bono Huis, a multiple champion in Formula Sim racing. Just 2 remarkable talents, both from the Netherlands, and real pioneers, especially Bono Huis. He's a legend of sim racing, and he's only really just in his early 20s. It's astonishing, absolutely astonishing, how early Bono Huis started out.
It has to be said, Kieran, that Jarno Opmeer actually went the opposite way, because we tend to think at sim racers that might get into real racing, like it happened with, for example, with Chembo Luc Bass in recent years. Jarno started as a real racer. He was racing Formula 4 and Formula 3 in Europe. I actually covered the race in Spain where Jarno Opmeer was competing for MP Motorsports here in Spain in the Formula 4 Championship. And then funding dried up, and he took up sim racing, and it actually turns out that he's one of the best sim racers there are in a global basis. So that's absolutely great to see for him. There were other examples. For example, I think Igor Fraga from Brazil dovetailed his real and sim racing career for a very long time. It can be done, obviously, for a real racer. But as you said, the Netherlands actually has a very established community on that front. That is obviously their situation on the country with Max Verstappen actually taking more sports by storm, and the orange wave benefits everything, because there will be more funding, more attention, more people wanting to be like their heroes.
Yeah, and if there's one thing you can describe the Dutch fans as, they are so passionate. And as soon as they see a driver with their flag on it, they are absolutely 100% behind them all the way. They have such a passionate fan base who really get invested in the sport. And I mean, did you see at Zandvoort, free practice, the first free practice session, the grandstands were packed, filled with an orange sea. and that was the first free practice session. I think the only one I can think of that's come close to that is Silverstone with the British fans there. And even then, just the sea of orange anywhere you looked around Zandvoort, absolutely incredible. A large competition then into the pit lane, the number 23, Carlos Diguez, bringing that car in. The car blinks in and out of existence, which probably means there's a driver change coming up for Arnage.
Yep, and it was already due time because Pablo has been going on for a lot of Carlos Dieguez has been going on for a few hours already, and he probably needs to rest right now, 2:30 in the morning, and some other driver will take on for the next 2, 3, 4 hours whenever they seem fit. Pablo Lopez in the number 3 car is probably also due for a change, not in the distant future. That will set up the stage for the central hours of this early morning, as everyone tries to prepare themselves for what will be the final third of the race, which will be very important to set everything. Now that they know that MSI has a lap on the field, they might want to concentrate themselves on the battle for the podium and being there for whatever happens.
Absolutely, and Vittorio in the YouTube chat there saying he's the caster from the Spanish team, doing an amazing job. Keep it up. Well, thank you, Vittorio. We'll keep it up with the midnight show, and hopefully we can bring some more interesting conversation. This is normally the time of the evening where we are sort of talking about whatever comes to our minds, and it more becomes a podcast with the occasional looking at the standings. Adrian, I think you've got a feeling of that one at the moment. What about Yas Heat, though, as well? Number 12. I mean, they've got that partnership with Veloce here in this race, and obviously the two, what you could say, titans. I mean, they are starting to make waves in sim racing. They're also starting to, for example, Veloce, they're starting to have their hand in motorsport as well in the W Series, and they're also looking at extreme racing as well. I mean, they're making waves, aren't they, Veloce? Really, it's the best thing you could say right now.
Yep,
They're everywhere.
Yeah, and that's a part of a very good management, and actually, with Jazz Heat is concerned, especially as a race team. I was really wondering a few months ago, maybe a few years ago, why racetracks did not get involved more in sim racing, because for me it seemed like a cheap way of some sort to actually promote racing on a yearly basis and actually have some free exposure, or not that free exposure, but a beneficial exposure for every of the parties involved. But yeah, Veloce actually taking it to huge steps today.
Definitely so, and they currently run 11th place in this 24-hour of the Circuit de Barcelona in Catalonia. To you, of course, by MundoGT. A big thank you to everyone who's watching along in the midnight stream, wherever you are watching in the world, whatever time it is in the world as well. We really do commend you for staying up. Get that caffeine beside you. We've not got long to go now. We're approaching that final third. Team Fordzilla into the pit lane, then the number 3 car as driven by Pablo Lopez. This time it's Pablo Lopez into the pit lane. Does that car blink in and out of existence? No, I don't think it did. No, it did. There we go. So there is a driver change coming up then for Team Fordzilla. I wonder if we're going to see Palau into the car there. I do wonder. That car's up on the jacks as well, I think, as well. Maybe for a tyre change.
It is not a bad time for Palau if he is in the United States, which he should be, considering that he has a race the next week. It's 8:37 in the afternoon. So that's a very good time for him to step into the car and give it away with him.
That's a very good point, yeah, because Palau is, I think, one of the only ones that's got a vastly different time zone to everybody else. I mean, we've got Central European summertime, we've got British summertime, we've got some at UTC at the moment, depending on where they are in the world. So, they're really 2-3 hours maximum, but then you're talking about the United States, which is anywhere from 5 to possibly 9 hours behind, maybe even 10 if you're certainly from Hawaii, if you want to go that far away. So yeah, I mean, it would be the perfect time for Alex Palau, as you say, to jump into the car, because round about where he is, it's in the early evening there, but we're about to wait and see. It still indicates Pablo Lopez is at the car, though, is at the wheel. but that car did blink in and out of existence. That normally does mean there has been a driver switchover. I'm pretty sure I saw the colours of his crash helmet there change, so I am genuinely thinking that is a driver change, but it hasn't shown up yet.
Yeah, and it will be shown probably in the next few minutes, and we'll see what Palou might be able to do. And this is funny because this is the last free weekend for Palou before taking on a string of 3 consecutive weekends where he will be battling for the IndyCar title. The last 3 races of IndyCar at Portland, Laguna Seca, and the Long Beach Grand Prix. Are we seeing Odox actually passing Gas Heat? Let's try.
Ooh, a big moment there for Yas Heat, though, going in towards turn 1, just about slowed that car down. But Odex Motorsport Samsung getting that position up to 11th place. And how on earth did the Yas Heat driver keep a hold of that one? Dean Woods, I mean, that was almost ending in disaster there, but he managed to gather it up there. He locked up the brakes. That car would look like it was going straight on, but managed to recover the car then, and only losing that one position. I think is a very, very good victory in that sense. But the Odex Motorsport team now moving up a position and into 11th place.
Yeah, and the Jasky were probably a little bit deeper on the brakes, probably way deeper than he wished he will have, and that was a hairy moment for them because that it could be easy for that to just spin the car and when go to the barriers at unabated speed. Luckily for them, they stopped the car in time. They only lost a position, but the war is still going on.
The war is far from over as well. 9 hours and 21 minutes left in this race, and there is Odex Motorsport Samsung in the number 013. One thing that's got me is that we have a number 2 car in this race and a number 02 car. Just to add to the confusion just a little bit, the only definition is they've got a 0 in front. The number 2 car, if I remember rightly, is the Euromaster Esports car, but the 02 car is the Fast Repair Motorsport car. Both cars still in this race, but yeah, make it a little bit less confusing. But hey ho, those are the sort of tidbits we love to bring up and just point out that they are 2 different cars. If we're talking about the number 2 car, you might have to ask us to narrow down. That's all we'll have to say.
Numerology is a funny issue, and we have the best example right now on the screen with Odex Motorsport Samsung. They carry the 013. They could carry number 13, but no one wants to carry number 13, so that's a way for them to get away with that.
Well, actually, I think there is a number 13 in this race.
Oh, it is. Oh, yeah. Okay.
I do
Stand
think there is a
corrected then.
number 13. I'll have to fact check that, but
Yeah,
yes, it is.
it
The
is.
Expedition Racing BT team, yes.
Well,
They're the number 13 as well, so that's another one.
there's always someone who wants to take the opposite way to what the commentary says, and that's the case with that team that changed the numbers as I was speaking for sure. But but yeah, I stand corrected on that number 13 with Alvar Gomez right now at the wheel, number 9 in 19th place actually. But yeah, that's another case where that happens, where 2 teams have the same number probably, and one of them just took the number with the 0 to keep on carrying with the regular number, maybe for commercial purposes, sponsorship, or maybe just out of pure superstition.
It's normally the car that signed up first gets the preference of having no 0 in front of the number, and the team that wanted it second that come along has to put a 0 in front of it. But that's happened on the 2 occasions. One with the number 2, and yeah, once with the number 13. That's not a number I thought would have been chosen twice. In all honesty, I thought drivers and teams might stay away from the number 13. It's been sort of a taboo number in motorsport for a number of years. I mean, even in Formula 1, it was only recently introduced back in 2014 because Pastor Maldonado picked it as his own personal number. Before then, the number 13 was never run. Obviously, in Formula 1, they used to number the drivers as per the constructors' standings. Obviously, the driver's champion would have the number 1 on the car, his teammate would have number 2, and then it would work through the Constructors' Championship that way. But they'd always skip number 13 until Pastor Maldonado came along in 2014, when you were allowed to choose your own number on the car, and he willingly chose number 13. The Logitech G Altus Esports Motorsport car into the pit lane, and the number 43 looking like they're going to change driver. Simon Figuel looks like he's going to be in the car right now. We'll have to see who is going to take that car out. It might actually be Simon Figuel. I'm pretty sure he was the driver that brought the car in, but we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, number 13, chosen twice in this race. Bit bizarre for me.
Well, as we said, the numerology takes strange ways to work, and well, those teams like to defy luck. Maybe that's that's a way to do it. The same logic that works against number 13 can work for number 13 in this particular case. I think I've seen flashing another fastest lap by Mark Perez. I cannot believe it. 1:44.105 for Mark Perez, fastest lap of the race at 2:43 in the morning. If that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about MSI and their participation here in Barcelona, well, nothing will.
It's a really, really good lap, isn't it? And Mark Perez is just showing us how it's all done here. A lap in the lead at the moment as the Logitech G Altus Esports car now leaves the pit lane. And Simon Figuel is at the wheel of that car, at least according to our timing sheet, and will rejoin onto the track there. For just behind the Dream Factory car, the 19th place car, then that's the number 13 car, just rejoining or just behind. Actually did lift off there, the 19th place car. That is the number 13 car, the XPD Racing GT3 team, that had just backed off there and allowed this what was the second place car to just keep that track position.
And right now we see that Dream Factory was 13 seconds ahead of the number 43 car, as we now focus on Racecat briefly before going to High Speed Demons in 18th place, or XVD Racing, sorry, which is a team that, by what his own name implies, that's the other number 13 that we were following and were talking about earlier on. This is a team that was formed on the Xbox platform, and they crossed over from that to iRacing and the sim racing community as a whole. That happens with another team that is competing in this event that also crossed over from PlayStation, and that has that reflected on their name, which is a very good indicative of how sim racing has managed to be a point of convergence for everyone that enjoys racing, virtual racing as a whole, not only on from simulator, coming from the classic point of PC racing, from the R Factor, F1 Challenge, Grand Prix Legend of all evolved into what we know as modern sim racing platforms, but also from the conventional video games, racing games, either Simcade or Pure Arcade, that have actually nurtured a good chunk of current top-level sim racers.
I have to say as well, sim racing's come a long, long way, and I'm going to have to post this to everybody watching along as well. Favourite racing game? It can be arcade, it can be Simcade, as you said, it could even be a full-on simulation. It might be a game you grew up with, but what would you say, Adrian, your most favourite racing game that you ever played of all time? What would you go for?
That's a tricky proposition. I have to think about it, because probably the one that I've put most hours in was Gran Turismo 5. And probably was the one that made me realize how fun sim racing actually was. And that was on a different level that this is, a different level of different requirements, different kind of competition, but it served as an entry level for that. I did enjoy very much F1 Challenge 9902, if only just because I was able to complete compete with 4 different seasons of Formula One, and then add through modding like 30 seasons of different Formula One eras. So that was pretty fun.
Not on the PlayStation though. That had to be PC, because the PlayStation one, I remember I had that and it was full of glitches and bugs and whatnot. I think the only good edition of that was PC, and unfortunately I never had that one. But no, all very, very good shouts. It's Hector Navarro in the chat saying it's surely Gran Turismo 5. Completely agreeing with you there, Adrian. So you've clearly struck a chord with Gran Turismo 5. I have to say, Gran Turismo, I didn't really get into Gran Turismo until Gran Turismo 6, really. I mean, the problem I had was I was PlayStation all the way through. I had a first PlayStation, the second one. Then I had an Xbox 360, so I missed out on a chunk of Gran Turismo. And so that was Forza Motorsport for me. Instead was the alternative. But I have to say, one one racing game that had an impact. Well, there's two racing games that had a huge impact on me. One was F106, which truly a game well beyond its time, well ahead of its time,
Yep.
which was fantastic to see. But also on the other side of it, Grid, the original Grid in 2007, I would have to say is one of the best arcade races of all time. It had elements of arcade, but then it had the realistic damage, and the career mode on it, the story mode in it was just something that really hadn't been done before. It was fantastic. It really mastered the art of telling you a story with very, very minimal cutscenes. I mean, what a fantastic game that was. I think that has to go down as one of my favourite racing games of all time.
That's
it really does.
Very efficient storytelling to just when you need to tell the less to actually show the most on the story, and Grid actually made a good work on making an overarching story work within what was pretty much an arcade game, exactly, but a fun game at it, because we tend to forget sometimes that games have to be fun. Obviously, fun is something that is very subjective. You probably will have fun if you are a sim racer with something that is very, very technical and precise, and to the limit of the detail of what a race car or what you think a race car should be. But most people usually look for a race car in a video game to be fun, something that they can make cool moves and be fast and take in turns as fast as they can. And while Grid is not exactly that, because this is not an arcade, this is not it's a Daytona USA, for example. That's a completely different level. But those kind of games actually make racing fun, and they do a very good job in telling people how fun racing is as a whole, and actually through video consoles, of course, as well. And I was thinking about what the thing that mesmerized me the most about the Gran Turismo saga was back in the day, way back in the day, when I was a little child and played on the original PlayStation, and I got a hold. I don't know if it was Gran Turismo, the original game, or Gran Turismo 2, the driver's license. That was something for me that completely took me out of, because all I had played up to that point was Demolition Derby, the arcade games on the arcade saloons that were there, and now you had a game when you had a car that resembled the real thing, and you actually had to be proficient at the driving to actually get to drive it against another cars, and that was revolutionary at the time. I'm pretty sure for people that had a little bit more of knowledge about the thing that I had when I was 7 years old. That I remember that striking a chord with me, and probably as my interest in motorsport had already started back then. But it usually that kind of focus that has benefited sim racing, the fact that getting as close to the real thing as possible, without forgetting that it is a hobby, a fun job, even if you are making a living out of it.
Absolutely, and hopefully if you are watching on, let us know what your favourite racing game of all time is. Maybe you agree with Adriano here that it is Gran Turismo, maybe you agree with me that it's Grid, or maybe you just disagree with both of us that it's something completely different that we haven't even thought of. Let us know in the chat there. We'd love to hear from you throughout the night stint and Unite Owls here. If you're struggling to sleep, let us put you to sleep with some dulcet tones over the next hour and a bit left of our stint for the nighttime shift. Hector Navarro, great to hear from you. Hello. This is the Circuit de Barcelona in Catalonia, and we're 9 hours and 9 minutes from the checkered flag. And we're watching here MSI Esports leading the way at the hands of Marc Perez, who still has the fastest lap of the race, that 44.1 set just a few minutes ago, still leading the way and leading by a full lap around the circuit. To give that as a time difference, is about 3 minutes, so it's about a lap and a half, maybe slightly more, slightly less actually than a lap and a half lead that the MSI Esports car has.
And it's growing and growing, and Mark actually making the job he does the best, which is just pulling lap times, getting care of lap traffic like it's just another day at the job, another day on the road, and just passing cars left and right. And I think that lap time that he set, as we see Fast Repair getting into the pits for another pit stop, he has very talented teammates. They will have a very hard time beating that, especially if when the sun rises, because the track will start to gain temperature, and then some of the grip that he's enjoying will go away. Um, but I think, as I said, it is possible to get into the 143. But I don't know if it is any other than Mark Perez who has that 143 on their hands and feet.
Yes, we saw the 0-2 there coming in. It's Javier Berengel coming into the pit lane in that number 0-2, not the number 2, the 0-2 of the Fast Repair Motorsport team. I think has to go down as one of the best names in this endurance, Fast Repair Motorsport. I wonder if they've used their Fast Repair yet in this race. MSI Esports then diving into the pit lane from the lead of this race, and we'll see now what happens here. I reckon it's going to be at least a treble stint for the driver in Marc Perez. You know, it doesn't seem he's got some good pace about him. His last lap time was, well, he's just crossed the line now, so it's a couple of seconds off the pace that he has been doing, but he's been putting in some really, really consistent laps over the last few minutes here. The car did blink in and out of existence, which does indicate a potential driver change for MSI Esports, but once they start to leave the pit lane, we will keep you right up to date.
Yeah, we've seen that Obsidian change drivers. Edu Fernandez has been taking care of the 20 for a while. Some other teams are making those changes. For example, for Zilla, as of now at least, the live timing shows us that Pablo Lopez is still at the wheel, so no Alex Palou yet. And this is probably a good moment for Mark to step out of the race car, because his job is mostly done. And now his teammates will have to consolidate with 9 hours and 5 minutes what they have built, just to keep the advantage on their position, which is right now absolutely, you cannot do it best right now.
Well, tyres are certainly being changed on the leader's car, as the car is currently on the jacks. We've got the Yas Heat car. Dean Woods stopped out on track. So too Alvar Gomez in the number 13 car. 13 is in the pit lane. That'll be why it stopped. So it might have missed its box very, very slightly. But definitely the Yas Heat car stopped somewhere out on circuit at that point. But the MSI Esports car rejoins the track then, still in the lead of the race, and on a very fresh set of tyres now as he makes his way through turn number 3. We still believe that's Marc Perez still in the car right now.
Yeah, it looks like the lead hasn't changed noticeably, so he might be, and maybe he's taking another triple stint, as you were saying, so as to keep on bumping those lap times that have been very noticeable for the rest of the field, I'm very sure, because they're nowhere close, at least for now. And it will be difficult for them to catch up, because although there are a lot of talented drivers that are yet to take the wheel, or have not taken the wheel for a while.
No, not at all at the moment. 1 minute 10, the MSI Esports car stayed in the pit lane there. So that's a couple of seconds, maybe longer than possible, but they might have been making some setup changes, which takes, obviously, adds a couple of seconds onto the normal sort of 68 to 70 second lap time that we expect when you change the tyres and add some fuel to the car as well. So a couple of setup changes maybe on behalf of Marc Perez, and just making sure that the car is in good working order, and making sure that it can really try and make towards the end of the race. And if you are one of the night owls that's joining us here 9 hours and 4 minutes ago, it is great to have you along. Hopefully you're having a wonderful, wonderful night, and maybe you're just too excited to sleep. I know I am at the moment. Give it an hour or so, and I probably will have to. But until then, we're here and we're live.
And we thrive absolutely on this racing that is going on, and we still have some very interesting battles that are not yet to resolved, and we have to get everything into position, and as we get into the top of the hour to see how are the standings, and get to position everything on. But obviously MSI absolutely running away with the show, and being the absolute protagonist of this. As we enter into the 3 a.m. hour time, we have 9 hours to go in this race, and I think the podium is still pretty wide open, because it only takes a small mistake and a small miscalculation, or a penalty of some sort, maybe slow down, something that could take you out of contention.
Yeah, and it's one simple mistake like that. If it's a trip to the barrier, if it's an argument with the wall, and you end up losing, then that's going to be a lot of repairs you have to make there in order to get the car working again. And that's the MSI Esports car actually moving out of the way of a slower car. And that's the Fordzilla making its way through. So MSI Esports at the moment not interested in battling the Fordzilla. That will be the Fordzilla now overtaking to get back onto the lead lap at the hands of Pablo Lopez. So the top three once again on the lead lap. But I think as well, Marc Perez has realised that the Fordzilla's still got to come in for its stop to get itself back into sync. So he'll get that position back. He'll get the lap on him anyway later down the line. There's no point battling him now for something that's not worth the track position.
For a while, the first car was ahead of the second. They were relative to their positions only, but a lot behind. So the overtaking for the second car on the leader of the race does not make that second car the leader of a race. Just makes them, at least for now, being on the same lap. Which today it looks like they are only on the same universe as the MSI team. For what it's worth, but they are doing a pretty good job. Obviously, the teams have they're working with what they have most of the times, and they are very good, talented drivers. And Fordzilla actually making a statement on how of the strength of their drivers, which is very important because they've been very consistent. Whoever they put in the seat, they've been pumping the times. So that's a very good sign for them, because when other teams will put drivers that are not as experienced and will have to settle for lap times that are not as spectacular or not as consistent, Fordzilla will be able to get those lap times done.
Yeah, and I have to say, I've been expecting here from MSI Esports, they registered, I think, 5 drivers for this race. Salva Talens, Marc Perez are the only 2 we've seen so far.
Yep.
They still had registered drivers Victor Lobato, Gabi Montoro and Alejandro Sanchez, and we haven't seen those 3 yet in this race.
Gabi has been at the wheel for a couple of hours, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, but the other 2 drivers have not been seen here at Barcelona so far. Maybe they just got lost on their way from wherever they were sleeping on, but they probably will have enough time if the race it still goes on as MSI plans to maybe finish the race, because probably when Mark steps out of the car, I don't think we'll see him again in this race.
Yeah, I had that feeling about Salva Talens earlier on, but then I rejoined my stint at 11 o'clock my time, and he's back in the car. I'm thinking, what's going on? But I think they had 5 drivers in the list, but they're now down to 3. That's going to be my suspicion as to how that's going to go, because they still have to respect fair share that iRacing has, that all drivers have to have a certain amount of time, and it's roughly plus or minus 30 minutes. So it's pretty strict on that, and if you exceed that, or your driver doesn't get enough time in the car, then that is a penalty to the team, and it gets very, very draconian the further away from that fair share that you do get. We've got the Obsidian racing car in the pit lane right now, up onto the Jackson, ready to have a fresh set of boots put onto the car, and at the turn of the next hour, we are now into hour number 16 of the 24 hours of the circuit de Barcelona here in Catalonia with MundoGT. And it's probably high time we should take you through the order as it stands. So at the top of hour 16, it's MSI Esports leading the way with Marc Perez at the wheel. Number 3 car in second place at this moment in time, and number 3 car being Team Fordzilla. Third place, the number 23 car of Arnage Competition. Fourth place, number 38 of Williams Esports. Fifth place, the number 50 car. That is the number 50 car of... just working through all of my paperwork, the Dream Factory BMW. Please remember, Adrian, if there's something more interesting on the track, please feel free to interrupt me. Sixth place in the order, 43. The 43 card there. Still have to look through all my paperwork. Logitech G Altus car there, the number 43. Seventh place, the number 20 car, the Obsidian Racing Team, who you see on your screens there, driven by Pedro Sanchez. In 8th place, the number 215, the Zenith Esports team. 9th place, the number 5 car of Unicast Gaming. Number in 10th place, the 013 of the Odox Motorsport team. 11th place, the number 10 car. Number 10 car being Cherokee PS. 11th place, yep, that's the Cherokee. I've just been over that one. 12th place, the number 2 car, and that's just the number 2 car there of Euromaster Esports. 13th place, the number 32 car. The number 32 car being there once I find them on my list. 32. I did see them earlier. There they are. Auris Racing in 13th place. 14th place, the number 12 car of Yas Heat. And rounding off the top 15 at the top of hour 16 is the number 19 car. The number 19 car being... They're there somewhere. So I saw them earlier. They are there somewhere. Number 19 of Race for Cat Motorsport. There you go. So there's your top 15 at the top of hour 16. And Adrian, it's one more hour until you and I can get some kip.
Yep, and we are going to need it really because it's late in the night, and obviously there's still lots of racing to go and lots of fresh people that are going to take over this broadcast from us, and they're going to take you into what they call the breakfast show. Although one will have to wonder whether you can take breakfast at 4:50 a.m. in the morning. But, well, people have their customs and you have to respect them. But so far we are just taking you through the night into those hours where the race is going to be settled. The drivers will start to see those first daylight. I just got lost on the term. The complete night is going to fade away in 3.5 hours. I think the sky is going to take that orange tone that will indicate that the day is coming again. Another new day, another new Sunday on which the race will finish at 12 p.m. Local time.
Yes, we're into Sunday. We're into, as you say in Spain, Domingo, which is fantastic. Yep. Love that word. Love that word. Fantastic. Yes, we're into hour number 16, which means we're almost into the final third of the 24-hour event. Exciting times on the horizon, and at the moment it's exciting times for MSI Esports, who lead by one full lap. Or actually, in fairness, yeah, it is one full lap. No, 1 minute 43 is the time between the two cars there, so it's not quite a full lap here, but it will soon be against the number 3 car. The number 3 car being Team Fordzilla. And well, looking at Team Fordzilla, they have had an interesting time, and an interesting time would be an understatement. When I was making my notes at around the 3-hour, 4-hour mark, Team Fordzilla were 14th place. Williams Esports were 13th place. They're now trying to battle away for podium positions. They've had a remarkable race. The number 43 car has stopped out on track, I do believe, or that could be number 5 in the pit lane. Yes, it is. Sorry, it's my apologies. Number 5 has stopped, but possibly missed its pit box, which gives us a notification that it's stopped out on track because it's stopped, but not in its pit box. So it will have had to readjust, and that could be a little bit of fatigue as well for the drivers, just slightly missing their braking points.
And we're seeing that the lap times are slightly all over the place at this particular time, that we see drivers in the 44s, but also drivers in the 45 mediums, even 46. They're not as consistent as they were during the day, and that has its merits because the drivers have two ways of pacing themselves. Either they go into a rhythm which is consistent but it's not as fast, or they just took some laps to breathe and are manned with the traffic and actually let things go naturally and not force the issue, which makes them lose 1 to 2 seconds per lap on a given situation. Like, for example, that has not happened because the lap car just pulled over to the left and left the number 38 car of Williams go past. And it's a car that is probably going to factor in the conversation for the podium finish, as we know that the pit stops will have to play an important role when the teams make those final stops and when do they decide to put that fresh rubber on the change of drivers. All of that is going to be absolutely crucial in the last 3 hours of the event.
Yeah, won't it just, as we head towards that final third. We're not in the final third just yet, but we are into hour number 16. as we see there the high-speed demons trying to close in on the Masked Devils esports team. And to be in hour 16, we've got a good battle here for 18th place, and looking up and down the rest of the circuit, this looks like it's going to be the closest battle for position we can see out on track. So let's grab the popcorn and see what is made of this battle. Oye Hugo in the high-speed demons Masked Devils esports car, the number 30, driven we think by Pablo Javier Ruiz at the moment, as they both make their way through turn 8. Upwards they go towards turn number 9.
And that is a battle for position for 18th place, as you were saying, for Masked Devils, which is a team that they've been here and there in some competitions in the last 2 years. Most of the time as the pandemic went through. They are a very organized and competent team that actually probably where they would expect to be. I do expect more of high-speed demons, especially with the lineup of drivers, but they haven't had a lot of luck. They are one of the teams that haven't gone below the 145 on the lap times, which, as we said, it is not exactly the best representation of the true pace, because the glory laps doesn't mean anything over a long stint unless you are MSI. But they haven't felt comfortable with the car, with the position they had on the racetrack. Probably they had a couple of pit stops that were not as fast. Maybe they were doing some repairs. And but yeah, this a slightly more difficult race for them than I expected.
Yeah, and looking in as well, we've had a good rate of attrition, actually. We've only had 4 retirements so far in this entire 24 hours of the circuit de Basso de Catalunya. None since we've taken over as the night shift commenced, and the last retirement we had was the number 11 of Visceral Esports, who retired roughly 5 hours ago from this race. So we haven't had a retirement, Adrian, in 5 hours. That's a huge commendment for these drivers and these teams for keeping these cars on the track. Yes, we've had cars that have spun off the track. Yes, we've had cars make contact. Yes, we've had slight cars having arguments with the walls, but they've all managed to keep themselves in a position where the car's still running, the team's still running, the drivers are still in the race, and out of the 36 starters, 32 of them are still running. That's a really good sign of things to come.
Yep, and two or three of those retirements happened on quick succession as the night went on. As we said earlier in the show, that when the night comes in, this is the most difficult time for drivers, the transition, because everything has to be adjusted. Right now, they're in the middle of the night. They've been on that condition for the better part of the last 6 hours, so they are accustomed to it. They can get into this quiet, I wasn't going to say quiet, but easy pace on which you can the track it allows you to have fast times. You don't have to be over aggressive with the maneuvers, because no one is going to defend you pretty hard. But as the day goes on, that's going to be another difficult situation mentally, more mentally than anything else, because the drivers that are going to be on the cars are going to feel the hours that have passed of this race by seeing the sun come up. And that could seem as an understatement, but it happens, and because it weighs on the drivers. You don't think of how much time it's left, but how much time it has passed. And then the 3 hours that you have left, the 2 hours that you have left, it almost looks like 8 hours. And the weight of that comes in, and some drivers usually tend that period to make some mistakes. It's something that is reported to happen in real endurance, and has also happened with some frequency in sim racing competition.
Yeah, it's just making sure you guard against that as much as possible, and obviously with our instincts, we're journal by instinct. We normally want to sleep at night. That's the natural human reflex. The natural human instinct is to sleep when it's dark, so you've got to try and fight against that. So your time perception can go a little bit haywire in the nighttime, because normally in the daytime you have an idea of what time it is by the position of the sun. You don't really get that in the nighttime, so it's very easy to get lost in keeping time and keeping track of how far you've been in the car, which is why you have a whole team behind you to make sure you don't get lost out there. Speaking of the 4 retirements we've had in this race so far, we lost Team Shazoo in the number 16 very early on in this endurance. Unfortunately for them, within the first 3-4 hours of the race, we lost them from the standings. The number 29 car of the TF10 Team 24-hour endurance sim racing team, lost them from about hour 8, I think. I was off air at the time, so it must have been from about hour 8. The number 501 of the ARS Cockpit Sim Racing team also out of this race, and also the number 11 of Visceral Esports out about 5 hours ago. They were the last retirement we had from the 24 hours sim racing circuit at the Barcelona here in Catalonia.
And now we are aboard, or at least just behind aboard, the number 37 of Taken Esports, another car that has not gotten a lot of love from our TV broadcast today, because they are on the far end of the order, but they are still in the race. They are doing their lap times. 1:45.4 has been the best they have mastered today. 1:45.9 the last lap time around this 4.4 kilometer racetrack, which presents a lot of challenges, as we've already said, for the drivers. And when you come prepared for it, it makes them a little bit less challenges, and it becomes a little bit more of a duty to do as fast as you can. And so this car is occupied right now, if timing does not fail me, by Jose Antonio Espadas, which is running, as I said, 26th place ahead of Freddy Ignacio in 27th.
Absolutely, and 26th place for Decade Esports in that car 37, still up a position from where they started, so that's progress. I mean, for some of these teams, they'll just be wanting to make the checkered flag, as you alluded to a couple of hours ago, Adrian. Making sure you reach the checkered flag will be an achievement in itself, and that will probably be worth a couple of drinks. Soft drinks, obviously. We have to say soft drinks on the air anyway. Soft drinks on the air, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. But definitely worth a celebration or two, no matter where you finish. And if you finish that being the first to take the checker flag, it's even more reason to celebrate as well.
The matter of the story is that you have to drink something. Even if it's water, you have to drink. You have to keep hydrated. That's the very important thing for a race car driver. But obviously, they are going to feel a very well earned sense of accomplishment after having this race done. For most of them, it might feel like a routine to complete a race like that, because I don't know exactly how many 24-hour races does a top-level sim racer during a year, but they are a lot, probably more than a real racer does, because there are not too many 24-hour races out there. I mean, there's the 24H series, which runs some of those events all around the world, but on a pro-am basis. They're not exactly the top competitors from around the world. Top Endurance only has 2 24-hour events, which happens at Le Mans, at Daytona, and they're obviously the GT events. They're not aligned with the Top Endurance Championships, but they exist in the Nürburgring and some other places that usually have those races that are very entrenched in the heritage of the sport. And Barcelona obviously is not exception to that. There's the 24-hour real race that is going on here in Spain, Montmeló, this very time, and we've had that's connections a few hours ago with our colleague from the racetrack, which already made me a little bit jealous, because I haven't been from Barcelona in 1.5 years. In fact, that's the last trip I made to a Formula One event for testing. February 2020, which was just 3 weeks before the war collapsed itself. But yeah, this is a very fantastic place to hold a 24-hour event, especially when people is there, because it feels like a very happy and very familiar event to go with.
That's right, it was Chayez there who was trackside, letting us see all the beautiful cars and beautiful sounds going through in towards turn one there at the very least. And we've got a battle here for 11th place between number 32 of Oris Racing and the number 12 of Yas Heat, as they now make their way up towards turn number 4. And the Yas Heat, we believe that's being driven by Dean Woods, the number 32 of Oris Racing, being driven by Jose Soria. As they make their way through 4, down the hill they'll go towards turn 5, and a nice little battle developing here for a place just outside of the top 10.
And man, a very intense battle. This one right now for I don't know if it's a battle for position or I think it is. But right now they are just feeling themselves and the racetrack. So far, the lap traffic is being pretty aware of their surroundings, I have to say, and that's not something that happens in every endurance race.
Not at all. You do get some that just let fatigue get the better of them would be the kindest way to put it. But that Yas Heat car is all over the back of the 32 of the Aurus Racing team as they make their way now through turn 12, all the way now in towards turn 13. This is a battle for 11th place. Here we go then in towards 14 and 15, riding on board with the Yas Heat car, and the Aurus Sim Racing car runs a little deep into 15. That's one of the worst places to give up that momentum. Through turn 16 we go, and riding on board with that Yas Heat car now has got the slipstream right onto the back of that car ahead as they make their way on towards the start finish straight down towards turn 1. The Yas Heat car moves to the right hand side of the track. We'll have the inside line going in towards turn 1, leaves the braking late, and that is one of the easiest moves I think the Yas Heat car has had all night long, and that will now be for 11th place. A nice move there, but that came from the Aurus Racing car just getting the braking wrong in towards that final chicane and losing that momentum that's so critical down the start finish straight.
Absolutely, and it's everything, that momentum, because it's a very powerful tool to keep the driver behind, and it's a very effective one. But if you fail at getting that tool under your belt, you're completely exposed to an attack because the straight is long enough to get that slipstream, almost a kilometer long, and it plunges down at the very deep end. So it allows those late brakings to actually take place. And that has obviously benefited Yas Heat, which is running 11th, just on knocking on the door on the top 10 finish, which I think they have a pretty good chance of scoring.
They have a good chance of scoring at the moment, and well, we still have. I know we sound like a broken record here, but we do have a long way to go. 8 hours 41 minutes left of this race, and MSI Esports still leading the way at the hands of Mark Perez. Team Fordzilla in second place with Pablo Lopez behind the wheel, and we have a new fastest lap of the race. Now that came up as MSI Esports, and that came up as a driver we haven't seen before. Lobato 1:44.105 is our new fastest lap of the race.
So Lobato has spent the grand total of 5 minutes, to correct me, on will anyone beat Mark Perez's time. Obviously, he's done it, just first time out of the race car on the racetrack. So obviously that setup is working wonders for MSI. And I think he's probably with a very good chance, if he's completely full of fuel, like I think he is, to actually make a faster lap time even.
Yeah, Victor Lobato, 1:44.105, fastest lap of the endurance so far, and now making his way through in towards that long right-hander. So it is Lobato in that car then. So there was a driver change. We were able to figure it out, Adrian. We got there in the end. It's Victor Lobato in the car.
Yep, and actually making very good lap times in this stint, as we now have reflected, especially that he is the one who is driving the machine. And now I really want to see if he will want to go after Fordzilla, which is encountering traffic right now. Two cars that have shown pretty problematic on that slow section. I think they're not getting away too much, because I think they're vying for position, so they're not giving an inch.
Not at the moment. High Speed Demons are looking to try and find their way past. It's going to be 3-1 on the main straight, and not all of them battling for that position, but Team Fordzilla being brave, going down the middle there, braver than I for sure, but comes out the other side clean and still in second place. So I'd rather be up in the commentary box than going 3 wide down the main straight for something that's not even for position. Let's see how close that was then. So the Team Fordzilla car tried to get into the slipstream, and Pablo Lopez there saw the parting of the Audis and just simply went down the middle. In fact, it was a Lamborghini and a BMW, no Audis in sight. What on earth am I talking about? But still, saw the cars parting ways, went down the middle, job done for moves that weren't even for position, Adrian.
Yep, it was a calculated risk, but a risk nonetheless. A risk that is known as the reverse Sonta, which is to pull a 3 wide down the middle. and he actually did it with a very good confidence. If he was for position, it wouldn't be the fast of a race for sure, but nonetheless, confidence is key to work these races. Not being cocky is important, but also having confidence is very important too.
Very, very important. And Team Fordzilla currently in second place when they were just knocking on the door of top 20, but 10 hours ago. To see them now battling away for the podium really does hit home that 24-hour events are grueling.
I can confirm that Alex Palou is now at the wheel of Fordzilla number 3 car. On our alternative time sheets, we see Palou is actually the driver of the 3. Ricardo Ferreira has gone back also into the 23 car for a Nash competition. The team has not changed drivers. It's Williams Esports. Jarno Hall got into it a couple of hours ago, I think, and he's continuing with his run.
No, that's something I didn't need to add to the fatigue. Is the timing sheet showing something different? I could barely cope with it showing the right information. Don't tell me the drivers aren't the drivers they say they are. Oh no, that's not gone to plan. But well, hopefully it'll update it up on the list I have everything crossed to hopefully have that change. We'll see though, we'll see. 8 hours and 37 minutes left of this race then. What I can confirm though is MSI Esports do lead the way ahead of Team Fordzilla in its Arnage competition, rounding off the top 3. Williams Esports in 4th place with the number 50 car then of Dream Factory, rounding off our top 5.
And it's still very intense overall, the competition, even when it's just getting past the lap traffic, because I think everyone is at a point when you get into one of those clusters of whoa, that was too close for comfort right there, and when you get into that cluster of lap traffic, you change your mindset from a regular pass to, okay, how do I manage this situation as cleanly as I can? That is the thing that a driver has to be awake, a driver has to be aware, and a driver has to be precise on what they do, on the decisions they make, because you can lose a lot of time and maybe positions on that situation, as we see Pierre VSRC trying to attack Or Machine Racing for 24th.
Yeah, and they've got MSI Esports right behind them then, and they stick to the right-hand side of the track then to let our late race leaders through. And down in towards turn 1 they will go. And 45.3 on that last lap with a little bit of traffic as well involved. Still not a bad lap time whatsoever. From what we know is not going to be who it says on my timing sheet in Mark Perez. It's actually going to be the... oh no, I've lost the name now.
Victor Lobato is the one
That's
who's
the one.
driving MSI. Yeah.
Ah, you see, now I know why you're here now, Adrian. To make me look good, that's why. Well, we've got the Williams Esports car who's just come into the pit lane then. Jarno Dor coming into the pits then. And the timeout on track is 3:30 in the morning. 4 minutes ahead of what the actual time is in Spain. Nevertheless, we are a couple of hours away from dawn emerging onto the circuit. And in about an hour's time, we'll probably see the skies lighten up a bit in the in-sim time. Not by much, but you might see it go from complete darkness to maybe just a lighter shade of dark blue. If that made any sense, answers on a postcard.
Yep, and that's when you go to a real endurance race. That's one of the best moments to watch a race, because the temperature, especially in the summer, is very chilly. The scenery gets very colorful, and you actually get the weight of what has gone on, the time has passed, and what is left on the racetrack. And it is a shame for the current situation, the current global situation, to not be as fully complete as it should be, to allow people to be here as it used to be pre-2020. I really hope that next year we will have a more normal situation for that. But it has to be said that that's one of the most enjoyable moments of any endurance race that goes over the night.
Absolutely, and it's one of those moments there where, as you say, it's one of the best moments to watch an endurance race. Is the dawn of a new day, as drivers now face once dawn hits, they know there's not a lot of time left in the race, and that's one of the kick starts for what I like to call the night drivers, to sort of the night owls, the nocturnals that love driving in the dark. It will sort of signal to them that the end of the stint is nearby, and maybe they'll try to get a little bit of extra performance out of the car, because they know that well, they know at that point the stint goes on for not much longer. There's Juanma Frias in the Euromaster Esports car. There's the number 23 Arnage competition car, making its way now down in towards turn 10, and 16 seconds behind the second place car in Team Fordzilla.
And right now the difference between Fordzilla and Arnage is 16 seconds. It's a difference that has been fluctuating. Right now Palou is getting into a very good rhythm consistently. Last lap was a 1:44.5, which was just 31 hundredths of a second faster than 31 one thousandths of a second faster, sorry, that Ricardo Ferreira managed in the number 23. So that situation is in a slight deadlock. The top 4 drivers are running lap times under 1:45 at this particular time of the night. They are asserting their position as the top 4 and overall on the race. It's going to be a status that it's going to be difficult for everyone else to change. Maybe Dream Factory if the tables turn in the 8 hours and 32 minutes that we have left. But the race still will have to go through some very interesting moments, and I really think, and that's just my intuition, that we are yet to see a throw of the dice. Something is going to alter something on that zone. Now I know that it's completely inconcise and doesn't address anything, and it could be just a situation for 16th, but I really think that there's going to be something for one of those cars that is going to alter the status quo that we have now, and maybe can allow for a surprise member in the podium that we are not expecting right now.
I mean, that sort of a prediction is like saying, I know the numbers for the lottery, they're going to be 6 numbers, and leaving it at that.
That's exactly what I did.
There we go. Well, at least then you could say, well, it was. Was it 6 numbers? Yes. Well, there you go. I said 6 numbers.
Yep.
Prediction came true. I suppose leaving it as vague as possible and then claiming, yeah, I predicted that. Yeah, all right, Adrian. Okay, all right, I'll let you have that then. There's the Arnage competition car, the number 23, currently rounding off our podium positions, and the number 43 car behind, looking to try and close in. Gap between them at the moment, looking at our timing sheet, and hopefully I have the right information in front of me here. The gap between them roughly 40 odd seconds, so it's a bit of a gap between 3rd and 4th place at the moment, but 40 seconds with 8.5 hours left to go in the race, not a lot in it at all.
There's been another driver change for Altus Esports. The Logitech G Altus Esports entry, number 43, Andrew Cal, is now the driver on the wheel since their last pit stop, and is actually running lap times in 1:44.8, consistently under 1:45, as we said a few minutes ago. So they are the status quo, as we said. Right now we have Victor Lobato at the wheel of the number 14 car MSI, Alex Palau in number 3, Ricardo Ferreira in the 23, and Andrew Cal in the 43 for Altus.
Well, guess what? We're half an hour away now from 2/3 race distance. It's amazing how quickly it's actually flown by, Adrian. It feels like it's just a couple of minutes ago I took over for the midnight shift. With 12 hours left on the clock, and already now I'm looking at half an hour until I get to go to sleep. It's flown by.
That's the magic of racing, and that's also frustrating because when you're starting just to enjoy it, it's over. And maybe we should institute 36 hours, 48 hours. I mean, if there are Ironmans, which is extended triathlons, why not we make? I think there were races. I think I'm not BSing this, but there are 48-hour races. They are not very common, and I think they are organized on a special basis. But I mean, reliability of those cars are so much consolidated right now, and the drivers are so much well adapted to the 24-hour distance. So maybe we should double it, and maybe we can take this with 8 commentary teams. so to speak.
Well, I mean, we'll have to see how that goes. But I believe we had an 84-hour race between 1965 and 1971. It was the Marathon de la Route in the Nürburgring, which used the full Nordschleife at the time, and also the South Circuit, which at the time was used purely and solely as a test circuit. Very narrow, not much runoff, and not many barriers to stop the cars there. 84 hours that race was. So that was unique rules, unique cars, lasting for, well, over 3 days worth of racing. So if that sounds like something you want to try and bring back, Adrian, be my guest. But it unfortunately ended in 1971 due to funding issues, and I don't think the event was properly advertised, considering the fact that not many people know about the 84-hour race of the Marathon de la Route.
Yeah, but I think Nürburgring, I think that this is the one only site that could pull off something like that, because people is going to camp there anyway, and it's going to spend there 3, 4, 5 days as much as they want. So I rather than an 82-hour race, 84-hour race even today, should have and will have the same attrition rate as a 24-hour race will have 30 years ago, probably. And now the engineers will make it so just 5 cars retire out of a field of 60. But that's a concept that probably motorsports will explore in the future. I think that there was already planning in the works in Spain to do a 36-hour race at the Navarra circuit. As we've seen, one of the other cars just taking a pit stop, number 23, in fact, one of the leading cars or Natch competition, can probably just to change tires and go on without a change of driver. But yeah, those concepts are maybe sim racing will be the proving ground for that to be a proposition in the future. Obviously, it's not a new concept, but it's not a very popular one so far. Maybe because people want to sleep.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Sleep is a really really good deal breaker. It really is. But as you said, there, our large competition looks like the car's not on the jacks yet, so it's just purely fuel at the moment. And I don't know about you, there is a slight bit of front end damage as we're looking at it, the left-hand side. Now the car goes onto the jack, so there is going to be a tyre change for Arnage. But yeah, there's a little bit of front-end damage on, well, we see it the left-hand side of the car, but it will be for the driver's side, the right-hand side of that bonnet. It looks a little bit out of shape at the moment.
And you have to wonder if that is affecting the rhythm of the car or the pace overall. And probably it could be just cosmetic damage, and there's no indication that the lap times have fallen off a cliff or something like that. But maybe they will have to evaluate that if they have another incident with another car or a mistake or a spin or something that could escalate into something that need a repair. And that could be a story, because that team then will have to drop out of podium positions. And that is something that Obsidian, with Pedro Sanchez at the wheel right now, or what we think is Pedro Sanchez, I have to double check that, will be very much receptive of that. That is indeed Pedro Sanchez at the number 20.
So Pedro Sanchez trying to close in on Arnage competition, and Arnage have just exited the pit lane here, so straight into defending against Obsidian, but they are on fresh tyres but a heavier car. Meanwhile, Obsidian are on a lighter car but probably with heavily worn tyres, so it's a bit of a battle here to see who's got the better car and who's got the better run at the moment down in towards turn 10. It looks like Arnage at the moment, and if Arnage have come into the pits, then surely Obsidian aren't too far away from making their own pit stop later down the line.
And the battle for here continues as we go into this stadium section. Right there at the bottom, you see at the front end of that corner, we see the corner that was used for motorcycling and for Formula One for many years. I think motorcycle still uses it on their races, but race cars abandoned it in 2007 in benefit of this chicane, which had the purpose of increasing overtaking opportunities, which is something that has not happened as 15 years of racing at Barcelona has taught us. But Forcilla is making their pit stop on the number 3 car, Alex Palou, probably taking a nominal pit stop to get back on the racetrack.
Yep, we'll see exactly what Team Fordzilla do then as he makes his way in towards the box then. Alex Palou into the pits. And how's that for a week break before a triple header at IndyCar? heading over to MundoGT for a 24-hour race. That's the way Alex Palau likes to relax on a weekend. I love it. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, and he probably finds it more a distressing manner to just get away with the regular deals of a racing driver, because it's a very complicated and very asking taxing world. As we said earlier, he has this is his last free weekend. The next 3 weekends he's going to be all over the west coast of the United States, trying to become an IndyCar champion, which will be one of the biggest achievements in Spanish motorsport history, and certainly an incredible achievement for Alex Palou. But and that's the way he wants and likes to relax. Now maybe he will do a stream if he's not doing it already. Will do as well at the time it is right now. Maybe he's just streaming this, just talking to people and having fun, which is how Palou likes to do things. He's a very humble guy. He knows from the beginning how much it costs to be a top line driver, because he's been there. He's went through all the struggles that have been possible. Luckily, the confidence and the trust that people put in him, putting money for him when he had none, actually paid off in the end, because he's now a very successful driver and he likes to give to the people that helped him. And obviously Fortzilla is a very good environment for him.
Yeah, definitely so. And just fuel being taken on for Team Fordzilla, by the way, who came into the pits. Alex Palau still in the car then, making his way through in towards turn 5. There's MSI Esports leading the way, and there's a pack marker thinking about a move maybe up the inside and towards turn 1, but decides against it. So MSI Esports still leading the way. On time, they're leading by 2 minutes and 40 seconds, which is not quite 2 laps just yet, but give it time and it might well be later down the line. 20 minutes, or 21 minutes to be more precise, before we're into the final third of racing action.
And the lap times currently by Victor Lobato are not as fast as they used to be. He's running in the 45s. I think he's run with some traffic earlier, which might have affected that. As we see Arnash actually doing a 1:44.981 with right now Ricardo Ferreira at the wheel. He was one of the main shows when the race was. The early hours of the race, when he pursued and passed Dream Factory for second place. That work has kind of been undone somewhat, but it still has a lot of work. He has his work cut out for him.
Yeah, he does indeed, as he's still trying to find his way past on board with the Obsidian racing car in the hands of Pedro Sanchez. We've got the Arnage competition car flashing the lights at the back marker ahead. Pedro Sanchez thinks about a move, thinks against it this time around because of that back marker, and holds on to 5th place right now as they make their way through the first few turns once again. But definitely thought about it, did Pedro Sanchez, but I think the back marker, through there, would have had to just take note of what was happening behind him, and I think that Pedro Sanchez made the right decision in the end not to go for the move because of the back marker. It just would have been a little bit too chaotic down into turn 1. Still got 8 hours in this one. It can wait another time.
And Pedro Sanchez, if we compare auto racing to full combat, he will be a specialist in close quarters combat. He is one of the drivers that enjoy this kind of battles, and he will not hesitate to go for the gap. Not necessarily crashing the other driver, because he's not that kind of driver, but he enjoys this kind of situations even more than just running on his own. And probably Ferreira is very aware of the danger for his position that Pedro Sanchez represents.
Yep, still the battle rages on for 4th place in this race, and still plenty of time on the clock for that position to be decided as they now make their way through in towards turn 13, then in towards 14 and 15, just trying to get the cars through here. So this time, maybe for Obsidian, they haven't got a car ahead of him this time around. It's going to be solely these two battling it out for 4th place as they make their way on towards the start-finish straight. There's the number 43 car, currently 2nd place at this moment in time. And doing a good job is the Logitech G Altus Esports team, starting from the very, very back of the grid and now up into second place. It's a phenomenal, stunning job for all round from the team, who had to make a last-minute driver change due to a medical reason for one of their drivers, which is why they had to start all the way at the back of the grid. Such a a harsh hand to be dealt, where you have to change a driver through medical reasons. It's nobody's fault, but then they have to start at the back of the grid. That's just the double whammy right there, losing a driver through medical issues and then having to start from the back.
Yeah, I have heard unofficially the reason for the absence. Luckily, it's not something that is it's serious. It's just a medical issue that has took the driver out for the weekend. But they have recovered very well from that setback, at least on grid positions, and well, they're on their way to a very good finish. Now let's see whether that represents a second place or a fifth place. But they are in that that P2 to P5 battle that is raging in the distance within space of lap cars and pit stops and so forth.
Well, there's Obsidian Racing then at the hands of Pedro Sanchez, making his way now through turn 12, onwards then towards turn 13, and just trying to put Arnage in a little bit of pressure here, just applying that pressure and seeing how Arnage reacts to the situation through 14, through 15, back onto the power as we make our way through turn 16 once again. And the leader has completed 526 laps by the estimations. Around about 286 laps remain in this race. Here comes Obsidian though into the slipstream, maybe thinking about moving towards turn 1, but deciding against it and holding on to 5th place for now.
And I've seen that Pedro likes to take a wider line through the exit of the corners, which allows him to carry a bit more speed, but also puts him on the verge of getting through the grass and losing traction at some points. It is working both ways. As we said, that he is a driver that is very much centered of those kind of battles actually being resolved to his favor. But especially this a very interesting driving style compared to Ricardo Ferreira, because I think it's pretty clear that they are completely opposite. And if you're not familiar with sim racing or racing at all, you're seeing this. You will notice immediately, because they're entering at completely different angles of the turns. Ricardo, just on the last turn, he was on the inside taking the turn for the outside, while Pedro was taking the more conventional line from the outside to the inside and then to the outside. That gives different benefits depending on whether you are on your stint and whether you're on your tires, as the Altus Esports 43 entry makes another pit stop.
Yep, into the pits they go then. Team Fordzilla will inherit second place because of that. And we'll wait and see now if there's going to be a driver change at this point for Altus Esports. It would have blinked in and out if there was going to be. So it looks like the same driver's going to stay in the car. And who did we say that was? Adrian in the car at the moment.
Now the wheel.
So there we go then. So that's confirmed. Sorry, Adrian, I spoke over you when you said the driver.
Don't worry, Andrew Cal.
Okay, so there we go then. So looks like they're staying in the car for the stint then. Fuel going into the car. We'll check if the car goes onto the jacks to change tyres or whether it leaves straight away after about 55 seconds of fueling the car. It does go up onto that jacks then, so change of tyres then for Altus Esports. So watching out for them then. So Williams Esports, yeah, they're going to rejoin ahead of them. Oh, maybe. Oh, it's going to be close, actually. Once the car gets off the jacks, it depends where they are. They're very early on in the pit lane, actually, so might be closer than I'm leading everyone to believe. It's falling down 4 seconds now, down to 3 seconds. They're on the start finish straight now. It's going to be mightily close. I think Williams Esports is going to edge it as they get off the limiter line, and they do. Yes, they do. So Williams Esports will rejoin, or will at least be ahead of Altus Esports, but Altus Esports on a fresh set of tyres now and able to push on once again.
Yep, and now he'll be able to try and hunt the drivers in front. 2.5 seconds, that's the unofficial advantage. Let's see, and the next, because maybe those differences after a pit stop tend to go all over the board. But this is a good situation for Williams, because they have enough of a gap to allow them to be in front when the other driver has put their tires up to temperature. And It will be an interesting battle if eventually Cal gets to where David Bodga is now, which is the driver of the 38 for Williams Esports.
Well, Williams Esports 5th place at the moment. Altus looking to try and close in once again as we now join into the battle for what has become 3rd place in this race. Obsidian racing at the hands of Pedro Sanchez, once again closing in on Arnage, but again backing out and sort of doing a lift and coast at this point, Adrian, for Obsidian. Then Pedro Sanchez not interested in making the move yet, and I think more eager to just stay in the slipstream, save a bit of fuel where possible, and see where that takes them later on in the race.
And it's not the first time that Obsidian has pulled off this during the race. Apparently, they are very content with just being on the slipstream of another race car and just try to follow and wait until there's an opportunity, or maybe until their next pit stop to complete the pass, because they want to save fuel, they want to save tires, so they don't want to take any risk. There's a lot of legitimate reasons to do this. But certainly, I would like to see some of. We have 13 minutes left in this stint for us, so maybe if Pedro hears me and channels his inner Indianapolis 500 moto that we've seen from him, and maybe gets a dive bomb, we'll all very much appreciate it. Probably Obsidian will have a heart attack watching it.
I mean, we'll have to wait and see at that rate. I'm sure we'll watch on with bated breath, Adrian, as we wind in towards the final 8 hours of this race. We're 12 minutes away from the last third of the race, and well, it will be interesting to see after our little bit of a nap here, Adrian, to see what it's like when we wake up once again, because as commentators we don't really want to miss out on the action, but just like the teams and the drivers, at some point we do have to sleep, and it could be an entirely different race when we wake up again.
Exactly. If you don't miss any of the race, but your brain is not working properly, you miss everything. So it is better to miss a little bit, to not miss everything. And we are not missing Race for Cat, making their pit stop with another car just behind them, also following suit.
Yep, that's the number 10 car just passing through them as well in Cherokee PS, who's got a pit garage further down the line, but both of them into the pits at the same time. And it'd be interesting to see if either team make a driver change. Doesn't look like they are, so now it comes down to both of them have got to put fuel in the car, but who changes tyres? Do they both? Do one of them? Or maybe even neither at this stage in the race? All we can do is watch on and see if the car or either car goes on to the jacks. We'll have to wait and see. Cherokee PS at the moment. I think this is the team you alluded to earlier, Adrian, that came from the PlayStation side onto PC to come onto iRacing, and it's Cherokee up onto the jacks. Then how about the car behind? Did that go onto the jacks? Not that I can see. Yes, he also now into the pit lane. Oh yes, the car behind did go onto the jacks then. So both cars onto the jacks they will go. Both cars now leaving the pit lane. And with 8 hours and 10 minutes on the clock, both cars have fuel on board and a fresh set of tyres. Meanwhile, Yassit also into the pit lane from 11th place.
And we can assure you that although it doesn't look like it, the Cherokee car has not received a beating on the racetrack. That's the livery of the car. Obviously a little bit dirty because it's been 16 hours of racing, but the car, it has that look because of the way the livery is set up over that BMW. But obviously, it's still a very top contender for that top position, and the car is still holding on pretty well.
Yeah, at the moment it's holding on pretty well. The Cherokee car. Meanwhile, looking further up the order, it's Obsidian once again, trying to just save a little bit of fuel behind Arnage then for 3rd place. Happy and willing to stay behind for now. In when we're approaching the last third of this race, and saving a little bit of fuel by allowing the car ahead of you to punch a hole in the air and allowing your engine to put a little bit less effort in, therefore using a bit less fuel. Therefore, you could extend your stint maybe a lap in order to run a lighter car. The only problem is with a bit of dirty air, you might exacerbate your tyre wear slightly because your tyres have to work harder than your engine does at that point.
Yeah, it does, and this is gonna be a very critical point to follow as the race goes on, especially with the way the drivers attack the racetrack. That is going to get way more dirty, and it's going to be more clearly seen in the morning, in the wee hours of the day. But we've seen actually a very good. Well, there's a pit stop by 215 Sanity Sports. Aitor Mediavilla. Not pretty sure if he's the one who's indeed at the. Yeah, it is Aitor Mediavilla on the racetrack. He's gotten in the car pretty recently, so I don't expect him to make a driver change at this point.
There's MSI Esports leading the way then as they make their way through in towards the final chicane, going through the long right-hander then onto the start-finish straight, and to lead yet another lap here at the Circuit de Barcelona here in Catalonia. We have now completed 532 laps here in the Circuit de Catalunya. So great to see so far. Estimated 280 laps left of running with the 8 hours and 8 minutes we have left on the clock. And yeah, it's been a really interesting couple of hours. 4 hours for myself, 3 hours for Adrian. I mean, we've had a lot of talking points. We've had it's almost been a podcast for about an hour whilst we had a sort of action that was played out, and we got ourselves talking about our favourite racing games. We got talking about nations that probably have the best field of talent, and yeah, I've really enjoyed those conversations as we draw our stint to a close. We've still got 7 minutes of it, but my bed is right behind me and it is calling my name, so I will have to respond to it very soon.
Yeah, you have to be an educated fella, and you have to answer the questions that your bed asks to you. But I think this is an interesting point of racing, of calling a race, of an endurance race at the night, because you get into that rhythm of maybe delving into other topics that when you're calling a sprint race, you don't have any time. Maybe because the race action doesn't leave you a space, or maybe even in 2 hours, you don't have time to pull off every single interesting aspect of a race and its competitors. Over 24 hours, there's lots of time, more than you need. And that's always what I loved about the Le Mans broadcasts when I used to see them through the night, because it goes over almost every possible topic about motorsports, and sometimes even about life itself. And it is a good reflection of how a 24-hour race goes on for everyone as the time passes. 8 hours and 6 minutes to go. We still have MSI at the lead. We've been having them at the lead for the most part of this race. I think they have not relinquished the lead at any point since the last 10 hours. It looks very difficult for them to lose it in the 8 hours that are left.
Yes, it was a very interesting decision from my computer to randomly open Sony Vegas. Because why not? Why not? Just throw everything at this endurance race. Absolutely. Just open Sony Vegas, no problem whatsoever. So I wondered why my computer was just activating really weirdly. I mean, it's a few years old, this one, and I thought, oh my god, it's actually going to pack up in a minute. No, it was just trying to load Sony Vegas, one of the most memory-inducing programs that my computer could actually run. Oh, that bed really is calling me now, isn't it? It really, really is. But we're heading into the last third of this race, which probably means it's time to head into the 17th hour of this race. Hour 17 approaching. And let's take you through the top 15 before we hand over the reins here. So number 14, MSI Esports, still leading the way. Yes, they have been leading for the last 5-6 hours now. They're making themselves very comfortable at the top, leading by, on time, 2 minutes and 53. They've just come into the pit lane, but they'll rejoin well clear in the lead by at least one lap. Second place in the race then, the number 3 car, which is the Team Fordzilla, currently driven by Alex Palau. Currently out there. Then in third place, it's the number 23 car of Arnage. Fourth place right behind them, and I mean right behind them, is the number 20 of Obsidian. Fifth place is the number 38 of the Williams Esports team. Sixth place, the number 43 of Logitech G Altus Esports. Then we've got seventh place, the number 50 car, and the number 50 car of Dream Factory. 8th place, the number 215 of Zenith Esports. 9th place, the 013 of Odox Motorsports. Then in 10th place, it's the number 10. Oh, I like it when they line up like that. The number 10 of Cherokee PS. In 11th place, it's the number 2 of Euromaster Esports. 12th place, the number 12. Oh, another one. They're all lining up now of Yas Heat. Currently in 12th place. 13th place, then the number 32. 32 being... Oh no, there's always one. 32 car. Looking at my...
Ace Racing.
Auris Racing, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Of Auris Racing. They are now, well, they were in 13th place, now dropped to 14th place because the number 5 car of Unigos Gaming is now up into 13th place. And rounding off the top 15 is the number 19 car of Race for Cat Motorsports. So still 32 teams running this one. No retirements to report if you're just tuning in for the breakfast show. Promise you, it's about 3 minutes away. They're ready. I see the wacky Welshman and the irate Irishman ready to go. Apparently Jack's got a cup of tea. That's all he's got for the breakfast show. They hyped up the breakfast show, Adrian, and then Jack shows up with a cup of tea. I don't understand it. Big lunge there, possibly from the number 50 on Unicos Gaming there. That wasn't for position, but wow, the Dream Factory team then made it very clear they were having that one.
Yeah, they were not having tea at all, as we could have seen right there, and that move, and actually taking advantage of the opportunity they had at the La Caixa hairpin. I have to point out a couple of things just to clear up the situation of the drivers, because it's really confusing with the lap times that are contradicting themselves. Victor Lobato is driving for MSI at the 14 car. Alex Palau, as you said, in number 3. Then Ricardo Ferreira for Arnash. Pedro Sanchez for Obsidian. Andrew Cal has just made a pit stop a while ago for Logitech Altus. David Vodka for Williams. Juan Iglesias for Dream Factory. Aitor Mediavilla for Zenity Sports. And completing the top 10 is Ibai Onandi for Cherokee and Manu Reyo Largo for Odox Motorsport. The other thing that I wanted to point out is that the timing shows PSRC in a dark pattern similar to the cars that have retired. They've lost 10 laps, and I think they are shown right now as out of the race. Maybe I think we'll have to check that on. Maybe George and Jack will be able to confirm that as they take over. But PSRC could have run into trouble at this hour with Diego da Costa at the wheel of the car.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point there. That's the number 21 car, isn't it? PSRC. Yeah, they are showing as greyed out, so it's a possible retirement, an extra retirement from the race. So I said no retirements when since we've taken over for the nighttime shift. To correct myself, it is 1. So we've got 31 cars still running in this endurance event, which when we're heading in towards the last third of the endurance event, 31 cars out of 36 is still not bad going whatsoever.
And now as we approach to the completion of hour 16, we will start hour 17th, just 1/3 of the race to go. And we see this close competition between Arnash and Obsidian. Pedro Sanchez still on the heels of Arnash, of Ricardo Ferreira, that is not able to shake him off. And he's been trying very hard so far to do it. So far, no cookie.
No cookie. That's the worst part of it as well. But Obsidian still in that slipstream of an arch, clearly trying to save fuel, maybe trying to get a little bit of an overcut on a lighter car with, well, what they're hoping will be a bit of tyre wear to be able to use to extend that. So we'll have to wait and see how that all plays out. But as you've rightfully said, for Obsidian, this isn't the first time they've tried this. They've tried to make sure they have a little bit of fuel in the car, make sure it's as, well, light enough for at least 1 lap, maybe even 2, to really take advantage of a lighter car, better handling in theory, as they'll make their way through. But as we approach now, well, get ready, we're seconds away, and we bring in George and Jack for the final third of the race. Hour 17 has well and truly begun. George and Jack, welcome to the breakfast show, eh?
Yes, welcome and thank you, Kieran McGinley. I've got to say, what an extraordinary occurrence we're seeing. Obviously, MSI once again owning the show, aren't they, right now? They're really loving it out there at the front. Obviously, they have been the story, I think, so far, but amazing to see this battle going on with Arnage Competition and Obsidian Racing. But how do you feel? You feeling a little worse for wear? You feeling tired? You on the edge?
Yeah, I think my bed is calling me. With Sony Vegas trying to launch on my PC, anything's possible at this rate. But yeah, we'll take some sleep as long as it's, if it's 3.5 hours, I'll take it at this point. I think I need it.
Yeah, no. Well, I actually managed to get a couple of hours myself, so yeah, it was it's quite good. So I'm feeling alert. I had a power nap, I think that's what you would call it. So feeling very good indeed. Great to see Adri Fernandez as well out and about as well. Thank you for dropping in as well, Adri. Great to hear you on the end of the microphone too. Jack, what are your thoughts? Are we ready to do this? The breakfast show here for the next occurrence? I can see you taking a sip of cup of tea there.
No.
No.
Why did I agree to this? I'm so tired. I only managed to get like an hour, and it was a bad decision to even try, to be honest. So there's a very high chance I might fall asleep during this. But anyways,
Well, I'll keep verbally poking you to keep you awake, Jack Kinnan, so not a problem. That's fine.
Someone clip it when it happens. I can't wait.
Someone does
Can't
need to
wait.
clip it. Yeah. Amazing. But no, Kieran, just want to say excellent work on Midnight with McGinley. Brilliant to listen to. Actually, my girlfriend, my fiance, turned around to me and said he's got a lovely voice to listen to.
Oh, that's
Brilliant.
very nice.
So there you go.
That's a voice to fall asleep to, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, she didn't say that.
Oh, that's,
Yeah, no.
that's only the nighttime endurance voice. When
Yeah.
I rejoin you at 7 o'clock in the morning, a very different story. That's 7 o'clock BST, 8 a.m. For CEST. Hopefully, we'll be back with a little bit of a louder voice coming through. But for myself and Adrian Fernandez, I think beds are calling. We'll rejoin you both in a few hours' time. But in that case, enjoy your breakfast, which is a cup of tea. I don't get it either. And enjoy.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kieran. Thank you, Adri Fernandez. Have a good break there, chaps. Well done indeed. We're now watching, as you can see, folks, on your screens, there is a battle taking place between Arnage Competition and Obsidian Racing. They're really going at it right now. The gap between Arnage and Team Fordzilla breaking out to 19 seconds of the realm, folks. Amazing to see. And obviously, I'd imagine this is something that's going to really kick us off now in this breakfast show stint. I'd like to personally welcome you all to this segment of the show. It's a pleasure to have you all with us. We're obviously well and truly deep into this race right now. And with only 8 hours counting down, we are within the final 8 hours now, folks, with 7 hours and 56 minutes to go. And what a race it has been. We have seen all sorts, including some truly epic performances from the likes of Alex Palau, who on our previous stint, Jack Kinnan, was extraordinary, wasn't he? Some sensational, really pulling that Team Fordzilla car up through the field.
Yeah, well, I told you they might be able to snag a P2, and they managed to finally get up and get past the Arnage car, and Obsidian as well. I suppose have done a good job, because they are now in the fight with Arnage as well. So they've done a really good job, both of those teams, to get themselves up the order as well. Especially Team Fordzilla, who are now roughly about 20 plus seconds in front of Arnage and of Obsidian as well, which is a fantastic effort from all of those guys. And we've just kind of missed the pit stop phase. There's Yas Heat getting a little bit close for comfort. One of the cars right there. Yas Heat currently running in P12 for Yas Heat there. Ross Woodford, well, according to our timing, was running in P12, but that's after. Now there's been a problem for Yas Heat. Has there been? As they've just had to box and they've come out pretty close with Kilometro Zero, but Kilometro Zero have actually managed to get the jump on them here, as you'll see down towards the first corner. And the Lamborghini braving it out. That is very brave from Sergio Real.
Very brave.
Stuck at the inside, and through he goes and gets the jump in the pit stop phase over Ross Woodford, who's still at the wheel of that Yas Heat machine.
Yeah, Ross Woodford having to take evasive action just to avoid any collision with the Kilometro Zero car. He's saying Sergio Real is in the car for that one. He definitely is in there, but excellent, certainly from Ross Woodford to take damage limitation, take a wide angle out of turn 1 into turn 2. And they've done exceptionally well, though I'd imagine now Yas Heat can push. If they have got new tyres on that car, they can sort of probe Kilometro Zero now and get them warmed up, ready to sort of tackle Sergio Real. I can certainly imagine this battle taking place now in the next lap or so as they wind through the sector. And you can see that Yas Heat car looking a lot more effective in the corners right now. Kilometro Zero, Sergio Real, Kilometro Zero's driver, looking all in his mirrors now, as you can now see the Yas Heat probing right in the rear. There's going to be a huge opportunity, certainly, for another move, this time from Yas Heat with that Microsoft shredded livery. Looks absolutely stunning here tonight under the moonlight here at Spain. Takes the inside line, and Ross Woodford in very, very calculated fashion does it into turn 1 and gets his own back on Sergei Rial, Jack.
Yeah, and just having a look here at the timing, of course, Sergio Rial's about 30 laps into his stint as well, so he's close to pitting. There is the Williams machine as Obsidian Racing have just boxed, and that puts David Bosca, who's at the wheel of the Williams machine, up into P4. So Obsidian with Pedro Sanchez at the wheel. Just having a look, it looks like just a fuel stop to me for Obsidian. Well, no, tyres are going on the car as well, so they're putting a new set of tyres on the car, but they're keeping Pedro Sanchez Albert in the car. And they're probably going to try and get out in front of, I would imagine, Zenith if they can. Here they go. And, well, they have a big gap back to Zenith, actually, so that's safe for them. But they've come out behind Dream Factory. Juan Iglesias now at the wheel of the Dream Factory machine. And Pedro Sanchez emerges in lovely clean air to try and get on his way. Of course, they should get the jump on Dream Factory anyways, because they are 22 laps into their stint at the moment, and they are a bit out of sync with the rest of the field in front of them. As Sergio Rial's trying his best to keep up with Yas Heat here. Of course, he's a good bit into his stint, so he's going to have to box pretty soon. He's about 31 laps into his stint versus Ross Woodford's 2. To be well, actually no. Sergio Rial is pretty close to him on those stints as well. 31 laps on his stint as well. So he's going to be boxing pretty within the next 10-15 minutes, I would imagine. So Ross Woodford keeping the pace with the rest of the guys up front as well. I can't help but be reminded, George, because remember this time last year when we did this. It was during this stint that everything went wrong for Zenith.
Yes,
so don't click away just yet, because things have happened in the past.
No, this tends to be the time where things start to go a little bit funny. Because obviously, like I said, early hours, Jack, and you know, we speak about this, obviously, even for us commentators, you know, you've got to take a break from time to time. But especially these early hours when, you know, it feels, you really feel the darkness. You do feel it. And it puts a lot of pressure on you, because you know, usually in a normal world, you'd be sleeping right now. So a lot of these drivers are having to deal with that. Obviously, their body clock is telling them, screaming at them in some cases, that they need to go to sleep. But no, they are racing. And it's against nature in many aspects. So, you know, you have to really be prepared for that. That Kilometre Zero car as well, late braking down to Lakea, really intent on staying in touch with Ross Woodford. So, as you're saying, Jack, they're on similar stints. So, the Kilometre Zero car, Sergei Rial certainly feels that he has a chance to challenge Ross Woodford here.
Yeah, the Ross Woodford, of course, he's going to have a car that's absolutely full of fuel as well. Sergio Rial's car is going to have to be basically empty, so he has the advantage of that, Ross Woodford, for now. So he's going to try his best to try and stay in front, chase after the Auris Racing car, which has just come into pit lane, as is the R70 car. You can just see it parked in his pit box over there. Paul Monet is now in the car as they wait to emerge out of pit lane here. As you can see, completely dark here in Spain, and I think we're hopefully we're just gonna catch the sunrise here in Spain within we're not. I'll have to actually check what the sunrise time is in Spain at this time of year, but we'll be keeping going until about 8 o'clock in sim time, Spanish time, so I'm assuming the sun might just be peeking above the horizon by the time we leave.
Yeah, I believe you are quite correct. I think if you remember last year, it got to around about 7 o'clock, and that was when our stint finished. And of course, that is where we started to see the sunshine peeking through the clouds, folks, which was brilliant to see. And no doubt we're going to be waiting on it once again, and we'll look forward to seeing it when it does turn up as well, as we're now watching once again this one, the MSI car making its way through the final chicane, round the final corner, and I have to say amassing a massive 541 laps now, and there's only one other car that's currently on track doing a reasonably similar amount, and that is obviously the car in behind, which is the Fordzilla car. Of course, driven by Alex Palau, who's in P2 right now, really starting to push and doing an exceptional job. I mean, I cannot help but admire the progress that Fordzilla have done here. Paul Mooney now, you can see in the car currently for the R70 team, just recently jumping into the cockpit, and he's trying to gain on 10th Factory Sim Racer 24-hour Barcelona, who are currently in 20th place. We got Gerardo Babio Ramos currently in the seat according to the timing tower, making their way down towards the next left-hander, and very shortly they'll be cruising up Verth Curve. And Paul Mooney, of course, himself was in charge in the second stint that R70 had. Remember, they started with Eric Tetaz, who really impressed me at the very start after his really, really rapid rise through the field from the get-go. He certainly wasn't taking any prisoners, and Paul Mooney has some of those attributes as well. He's certainly proven to be a very tenacious character out on track, and there you can see him rounding the Lakea bend, and he'll head up through Bank Sambadel, but that Delta seems to be going out, not in, Jack.
Yeah, he's still trying to get his tyres into the operating window as well. Ours Racing have pitted and emerged, and you have Jose Soria is now at the wheel of that machine, and he emerges in P70 before now, so behind the Mastels Esports cars and the Kilometro Zero guys. Here they are, and up front of these guys, of course, is the Yassi Heat Veloce squad, just up in front. So Sergio Real just trying to keep the pace with Ross Woodford right now as best he can, and he's approaching a stint of 34 laps. He's the car on the circuit that's done the most laps in this stint, so he's going to be boxing pretty soon to put on it to either take fuel end tires or swapping out the driver as well. So we'll keep an eyes on that, and well, I suppose just to show how well Alex Palau has done as Sergio Real right on cue comes into the pit lane, and just to kind of point out how well Alex Palau has driven. He's the only other car that's still on the lead lap, so he's still pushing it on. He's a minute and 37 off the lead, of course, so he's close to being lapped, but staying on the lead lap is a massive thing in endurance racing as well, because it gives you so much options in case something happens, because you take into account a tow back to pit lane, for example, is 30 seconds. However long damage might take is another 30 seconds to a minute. They're still in it in case something happens to MSI.
Yeah, we've seen anything can happen in that situation. Remember, it was Zenith Esports last year who felt that, and then MSI took the reins effectively of the race, which was damning for them. But at the end of the day, like you say, anything can happen in racing. And I tell you what, all it takes is one mistake from MSI, and it could all flip on its head. We could be seeing certainly Alex Palau and the Fordzilla team really rising to the occasion and putting their car up on the top spot. There's plenty of other cars that are out and about, though, not far behind. You can see there that I think it's Carlos Diguez in the car for the Arnage Motorsport as well team. They were currently in behind the Arnage competition team, who are currently in P3 right now, and they're doing a reasonable job too, albeit they've got quite a ways to go. You've got Jarno de Houw, who's currently in P4, even though I don't think that is Jarno de Houw in the Williams car. That Bosca, yeah, indeed, in P4 for Williams. So hopefully our timing towers will update very, very soon, folks. But yeah, leading the way still, it's the MSI team doing this stupendous job. Very tight, indeed, leaving the pit lane. This is going to get really interesting. A little flash to the lights here, and they're going close into turn one. And that's that is actually, looking at it on paper, that is, I think, the Arnage team. Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah, the reason I said it was tight is that they came out literally just behind the Auris racing car that boxed a lap before them, so they lost out to Auris there, but very nearly jumped them. That's just simply because of their driver swap right there. That just the extra 15 seconds has dropped them into the clutches of that. MundoGT Motorsport have boxed as well as a Euromaster, and I think they've made a change to Juanma Frias, who is now in the car. There as well. Odox are also in the pit lane. Manuel Largo's not going to be in that car for now, and I think he might be staying in the car for now, as we're just waiting for a few more. We had, just looking here at the DNFs from this race, Team Shizou, TF10, ARS Cockpit Simuladores, Visual Esports, and the newest retirement is PSRC, who retired on lap 517. But there's still one car still running, 15 cars still running, and they're 34 laps down, but they're plugging on.
Absolutely, they are plugging on indeed, and pleasure to see everyone giving their all in this race. Obviously, we have lost quite a few cars in this race, but there's still plenty out on track. From sort of the way I'm reading it, we've actually lost 6 cars in tonight's event, folks. But credit to those that are still continuing. Raymond Serra still in the car in position 31. That's car number 15 in the background. And you can just see this is getting very tight now. Yas Heat really starting to probe here on car number 5. And this is a great opportunity now for Ross Woodford to really open up the door here as they make their way down the stretch. Opening up now is Ross Woodford, and very smoothly does it here on the Unicos Gaming car that's just locked in behind now. And he'll be delighted to make that move. It's Kevin Oval, who's actually, I think that's Kevin Oval in the car himself. So credit there to sensational move there from Ross Woodford, comprehensive, and again proving that Yas Heat are here to stay. Certainly P13, a huge achievement for that team as well. Obviously, they've had a few difficult moments, a couple of spins in the middle sector. I think, Jack, we saw one, didn't we, heading around the seat curve where they did spin the car and went into the gravel trap. But they seem to have recovered well. They've held on to their place on circuit. And, P13 isn't a bad place to be.
No, it's not. Just to confirm, in the Unicos car, that is Julian Ezekiel Alvarez, who is in the car at the moment for those guys, and they're just running around at the moment. Odox Motorsport have made a change of driver as well. Manuel Lager hops out, and it's now Jonathan Alvarez, who is now at the wheel of the Odox machine. As Orma Sim Racing as well, they've put Juan Ignacio Palmisciano, who is now in the car, and other stoppers shortly as well. I think Logitech have just come into the pit lane. I can't quite see, but that would seem quite early for their stint. If they have, I might just have to wait for the timing tower to just update here for me to see if Logitech have in fact come in. And I don't think have they? They look to. It's hard to tell whether they come in or not because they've ended up behind Williams. I'm assuming they have. Williams now up to P4.
Yeah, Williams currently up into P4, which is good for them. Paul Mooney is there fighting it out with the 10th Factory Sim Racing team. 1.1 seconds, the difference between the pair. Paul Mooney and the R70 team up 13 places from the start. Remember, that was a lot more, but unfortunately they came to a spin. In fact, they had 2 spins in the stints that we covered, and unfortunately have ended up dropping down the field. So they have managed to pull it together at least somewhat. They're up into P21. And they're now trying to close on 10th Factory Sim Racer here in this race now, who are currently up 3 places themselves. So they've made some progress. 20th spot is where they sit, and no doubt Paul Mooney is going to do absolutely what he can to try and march his team further up the field. And now obviously now we're getting into the area where fatigue really starts to fit in now, guys. So these drivers have got a different battle on their hands. And I got to say, I give them credit, and I give you viewers at home a lot of credit as well for sticking with us as well. Please, obviously, light up the live chat, and we can answer any questions that you guys have during this evening stint or this early morning stint. The breakfast show, folks. Welcome to the show as they now come around the final corner here at New Holland, and 10th Factory Sim Racer currently still lying in 20th place. Still a gap of around a second is what separates them, as they now start to inch closer and closer, the cars behind as well. So we'll see if there's any moves being made. There certainly has been a little bit of a cluster, a late break here. And I think, is that the Obsidian car trying to make its way through there, Jack? Or is that a Race for Cat car?
I think, by the looks of it, the car that's on the back of the car at the front of this train here is Zenith at the moment, that are kind of stuck in a weird place right now. As you can see, well, I thought it was Zenith. Actually, no, it's not. It's a completely different car. Looks exactly the same. As this is going to get a bit tight for space here. This is a lot of cars on this part of the circuit. It was the 36 machine. Careful, lads, they come down the hill. The R70 car as well. They're going to stick it back on the inside. The 23 Porsche is in there as well. That's in 23rd place. Oh, don't go 3 wide on the exit. And the problem now, that's MSI trying to get through this kerfuffle as well. They're right behind.
Oh, no.
No.
Oh, dear. That is a huge incident, and that's 3 cars there. I mean, to be fair, the 999 car, I think that is the 999 car that has seen quite a bit of action. I think that's Hervé Gali there in the 999 car, but we're just going to have a look at the instant replay. Heading down into the Verth curve, you just see, and you said it absolutely right, Jack, don't go 3 wide heading down towards Verth curve. It's not the place to do it, boys. And it only took 2 of them to make that error, but they came around, and that is the Simtech Pro car. is that a slight netcode, Jack? 'Cause they didn't look like they touched on the initial spot.
Yeah, the 10 factory cars took it up the inside. There wasn't a gap there really, and that even if there was netcode, there was still fault to be put on that car as well. I'm not gonna lie, George. I had a lot of flashbacks just there to last season because that's the same. I happened in MSI only just made it through that. They only just made it through
I just see. Wow. So close. I mean, you just see them sneak up the inside. They got away with it in many sense, in the big sense of the word. So, no, fair play to them for escaping that one. But yeah, the Simtek Pro car now on its own, and obviously licking its wounds after what happened. There's quite a bit of damage on that front bodywork as well. You can see it's a little bit bruised, and that's not going to be good for them. Whether that'll affect the aerodynamics, we'll have to wait and see. But obviously not the way, or not something you would like to happen at this stage of a race. But then again, it is prevalent, as we are in the early morning stint where the track temperature has dropped. And of course the tyres will start to feel the effects. They've got to keep them warm, keep them at optimal in order to get the grip. There is the, I think that's the Dream Factory car, and it is indeed, they're 2 seconds back from Williams Esports. And that gap is now springing out to 2.5 seconds. But Dream Factory having a good run in P6 right now. Remember, they were up in the top 3 earlier on in the broadcast. They're currently sitting, though, still 3 seconds of the realm, 2.6 to be exact, as they now make their way down towards turn 1. But it's been a good drive from Williams, to be honest, Jack. They've made a massive recovery, considering they had that incident earlier on.
They have indeed, yeah, and obviously Williams have just pitted and come out on their second lap of this stint. David Bosga still at the wheel of that car, and they managed to now officially come out in front of Dream Factory here by about 2 seconds, so they've managed to jump them, and now Dream Factory they're about 31 laps into their stint, so they've managed to jump them in pit stops there, and they're a decent gap behind Logitech as well. Once Logitech decide to pit, they should get in front of them as well. There is the MSI esports machine that is currently still in the lead of this race, has been for the past about 10 hours, and they're still leading this one in that Lamborghini. And I think it's Victor Lobato's at the wheel of that machine at the moment, and he's been in there for a good chunk of this early morning. Alex Palau at the wheel of the Forza machine, and Ricardo Ferreira driving the Arnage entry for now. Andrew Cowell still at the wheel of the Logitech esports car, and the Williams esports with David Bosga at the wheel at the moment. So Victor Lobato has been setting consistent pace, but Palau he's been really putting in very fast laps behind, 44.6 to a 45.0 on the previous lap. You can see that Alex Palau is just trying to close the gap as much as he can, putting in a really, really mega night stint to try and still, if he can keep this car on the lead lap, it'd be massive for them. It's 10 seconds to go a lap down is the gap to them, but they're bringing it down each and every lap, extending the gap over Arnage, bringing the gap closer to MSI just in case something happens, and all they can do is really push on and see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a case of just sitting tight and seeing what you can do in order to, well, try and maximise your prospects. There's the Arnage competition car, again, that we're watching on our screens, folks. And they're coming down into the Lakea bend at turn 10. And currently sitting a very comfortable 44 seconds ahead of the Logitech Gialtis Esports team, who have made actually some superior gains, 32 places since the start of the race. So massive credit to them for the work that they've done. And certainly it sits them in very good stead. But Williams Esports are still chasing 3.7 seconds the deficit. So the big question is, can they make those crucial gains in order to maybe make another overtake? We'll have to watch and find out, of course. But certainly the way things are sat right now, Logitech certainly looking very, very prominent at this initial stage. Of course, still nursing away at that 3.6, now 3.7 second deficit. But brilliant, to say the least. And hopefully we'll get to see this continued in the rest of this stint. But yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff. Still, the gaps are being fairly maintained. Not a lot of action going on right now. It's all pretty quiet. All of them trying to settle in and sort of, I suppose, get through this part of the race, though, Jack. I mean, they're not looking to make any hellacious moves really at this stage. I mean, obviously there's a few drivers out there who don't mind to take a gamble. I think obviously you'd rely on maybe some of your more experienced heads, maybe the likes of an Alex Palau, or the likes of a Salva Talons or someone like that who can actually nurse the car around the track. I mean, they're all of them very experienced drivers. I'm not saying that all these guys aren't, but at the same time, there's a huge aura around evening and night stints and early morning stints where it's sort of a case of just nurturing your position, try and develop what you've got, or just look after what you've got, and then maybe bring out the big guns heading into the daylight.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to do it at the moment. You just gotta try and keep the head down, really, and just because at this point, really, once you're in the night stint, there's a kind of tunnel vision that comes in at the moment, because once there's no floodlights, Catalonia has loads of floodlights, thankfully, for the drivers, but you're at a track like Le Mans, for example, and half the track isn't floodlit, and you cannot see anything at all outside of what's in your headlights. So you develop this tunnel vision, and tunnel vision leads to issues, and it also leads to tiredness because you're focusing on the one thing for a long time. So this is the hard. I think this is definitely the hardest part of any endurance race, is the morning stints, the early morning stints. The guys have been driving since 11 a.m. 11. Well, yeah, close to 11 a.m. yesterday. So they're really dead at this point, and they've almost made it to a third, well over a third distance gone right now, well over a third distance, over half gone as well. So they're 2/3 distance is what we're approaching now. So they've done well to even get this far. But the beauty of this kind of part of the race as well, George, though, as Dream Factory come into the pit lane, the beauty of this part of the race is that you've driven for so long, you begin to, once you're passing a lap traffic, you begin to understand the different drivers that are in there. You know who you can make a pass on, in where the drivers won't start fighting so hard with you that they did before. So that's the beauty of this part of the race, that you know how each driver is driving and where you can overtake and so forth. Williams and Dream Factory boxing on the same lap. That's intriguing to see them come in, because I swear Williams only came in a few laps ago, but they've decided to come in again. I'm just having a look here. Their previous stint, yeah, they're well, either that or they just decided to box a little bit earlier to come in with Dream Factory. There's Zenith, who have probably PTSD from this part of the race last year, but they're not up in the lead, I suppose. So they're not too worried about that. They have a lap to the car behind as well. Up on the jacks, Williams take tires and keep David Bosga, as far as we can see, in the car. And Dream Factory will lose that place. There's Dream Factory just coming out in the pit lane behind you. David Bosga still in the car. Juan Iglesias still in the Dream Factory car. So Williams hang on to that place, and they take tyres in that stop as well, and they manage to jump in front of the Dream Factory machine as well. So a good job from those guys, and they should still have a net P4 in this race. They did have the advantage over Logitech on the previous stops. They should come out in front of Logitech once they pit, which won't be long, but I think before Arnage should be coming in the first of all of these guys as well, as Race for Cat continue to catch up to Euromaster. That's their next target up in front of them, and carrying the Catalan flag on the spoiler, as you can see, representing the Race for Catalonia that they're representing on that car and on the rear spoiler. They competed last season, they're competing once again this season as well. But yeah, just trying to see when we're going to see any pit stop from the top runners. We're definitely going to see Arnage, the first of the stoppers, to come in. Logitech might try to extend to try and get a gap to them. Their gap up to those guys is 43 seconds, 29 back to Obsidian. So just having a look. Yeah, Logitech, I think, are going to lose out here to Williams and to Obsidian, so Williams have managed to negotiate their way back to P4 on the track.
Yeah, absolutely. Great work there by Williams Esports. They'll be delighted with the moves that they're making, and Bosca could be very pleased. We're just going to see a replay of what has apparently happened. We're just going to take a look around the next right-hander. I'm not quite sure what this involves, but that's the team Fast Repair Motorsport making their way down towards the Lakea Bend at turn 10. Let's take a look at what happened here. Took a tight line on the inside. Getting onto the curb. They're looking okay. Coming up through back San Bedell. This is a very treacherous part of the circuit now. You're heading through this next right-hander. Certainly at this moment in time, but nothing I can see untoward as they now make their way through Europe car. Maybe a little late on the brakes as they make their way through. No, looking pretty comfortable. Heading into the next chicane as we return to a live feed. Not quite sure what the situation around that is, but certainly looking okay. We do have a car. Oh dear, is that a driver change there, or is that a retirement, Jack?
A driver check. Oh, could be. Well, might be what we're seeing, George, right here. Is with the 10th factory machine is back in pit lane, but they are swapping drivers, so it looks okay for now. Obviously, the director. Yeah, this is the 10th factory car. Now here they come into pit lane. As they come into pit lane, all looks good here. Have they managed to get it slowed down enough? That looks fine to me, so I'm not sure what's happened there, but they've swapped out drivers anyway to Lucas Augustin Lemez, who's now in the car, putting tyres on the car as well. There's the high-speed Demons car is also into pit lane as well, but not exactly sure what came up on the screen there to trigger a replay, but maybe it triggered an off track and something happened there. But long time up on the jacks. This feels like an absolute age when the car's up on the jacks like that. To drop it back down, they are going to lose out to Simtech. I think you're going to see Simtech barreling down the front straight here, and they're going to lose a position to that team there. So it was very close actually. They might just get out in front here. That's the Simtech car just over the top of the crest. Ooh, they're gonna just about do it, I think, as they come into turn one. Simtech are there on the outside. They're gonna carry speed, not quite able to do it though. That's the Lamborghini that's just behind the car behind that is Simtech. So they've managed to come out in front of Simtech. They'll be happy with that.
Yeah, they certainly will be. That's a good gain from them, at least to try and hold on to it. So we'll have to wait and see what they do now after that stop. But Simtech Pro, obviously their tyres will be warmed up. So, 10 factory sim racer have got to put in a couple of laps just to get the tyres up to spec, but they're already doing some good stuff already, getting ahead of some of the back markers. And you can see him behind there. Well, in fact, it's not a back marker, that's P16. Of course, Sergey Rial in that car ahead as well as they make their way down towards Verth Curve. And certainly as they now take that little incline rise, that gap is starting to come down just a little bit now. We're in the realms of 9 to 8 tenths of a second. So, big credit there to 10 Factory Sim Racer. They did come out, but GT Simtech Pro are going to be right in the fold, I think, very, very shortly. They're closing all the time, getting in the slipstream of Sergey Rial's car that's just ahead of them as they come through now. Those familiar gold rims onto the on that black livery. Looks very bling-tastic, Jack.
It does indeed, yeah. Obviously, these cars don't quite have the same liveries as the GTEs. The GTEs were kind of adorned in neon across the whole thing as well. So the only thing we get out of these cars really is the little neon strips on the roof for the Lamborghini. The BMW, you're not really able to do so much with it, which is a little unfortunate. But I guess we're just missing the chill blast Williams livery from last year on the Ford GT, which looked amazing at night. But still here comes the move here. Hopefully no issues put up by Simon Marquez at the wheel of that Lamborghini at the moment.
Ooh,
don't white it out for the boys as they come through. This is not what you need to be doing. But I suppose I can understand Simon Marquez as well. The car behind him is the number 36 machine, and so they don't really want to give it up here, which is fair enough as they come through here. But the onus is still on the car behind to make the move safely past this next part of the circuit as well. So this is the Simtech Pro machine, which is just boxed as well. Simon Mark has a few laps into his stint as well, but you just got to be careful. You just have to be so careful in these situations. It's frustrating as the car behind. I've been in both situations before. It's frustrating as the car chasing, and it's frustrating as the car being in front of you. If you somebody don't want to get involved in the battle with a car that might be faster, but is a lap down. It's a tricky situation to be in because when you're the car behind, you don't want to be the one to try and take out a car that's a few laps ahead of you. But you want to try like that, like it's so close through the corner as well. Through there, this is such a tricky thing. I mean, if I was Marquez at this point, I would probably just move out of the way. I know it's tough to do, but I would probably wager it's probably safer that way. Yeah,
I'd agree. Just keep your head, just stay focused. But it looks like these two are going to be tangling for position right now. I'm just actually looking. We got live timing on my side of the actual real race that's happening right now, Jack. And Herbert Motorsport in rude form right now. Both their cars are holding on to Ps1 and 2. Exceptional. Both of them driving Porsche 911 GT3s. Without any further ado, Robert Rainier and Wolfgang Triller currently holding on to Ps1 and 2 there. So both of them German. The Germans having a very solid outfit, and Herbeth Motorsport would be delighted with that progress in Ps1 and 2. So a great place for them to be. And obviously I can imagine that they'll go certainly a lot longer than that. So credit to them over in the real race at Catalonia, holding on to that position. They've got as well the same amount of time as what we have to the end of this, as now we're seeing this battle, or certainly this fight going on between these two different cars. And obviously this, I believe the Syntec Pro feels like he's got the pace and that this car is holding him up right now.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. Arnage have boxed as well, so they've come into pit lane from P3. They're the first of the top 3 to pit, and they have put Ricardo Rico back in the car, George. So Mr. Nightstint is back in there as well, which is, of course, he was the man who was part of Zenith last year. The heartbreak that they had last year at this point in the race, they put him back in the car, and he is not quite out of the pit lane just yet. There goes Fordzilla, Alex Palau at the wheel of that machine as they come across the start-finish line. Arnage still in pit lane at the moment as they approach this part of the race. They're gonna drop behind Williams, I would imagine. Well, no, they're gonna come out in front of Williams, but I tell you what, Williams aren't far out of getting a third place out of this. They come out about 30 seconds in front of Williams. That's not safe at all, really, is it?
No, not at all. They're not safe by any stretch of the imagination. They've got a lot of work to do to try and re-garner certainly something, but we'll have to wait and see what they do. We're just going to have to sit tight for the time being. But they're people who have raced on many an occasion, so you've got to give them a little bit of credit. I'm sure that they'll do their utmost. But there's the race for Cat Car now making its way around the next right-hander now. 7 hours and 22 minutes remain. Wanmar Freya there in the Euromaster Esports car, 1.6 seconds. The deficit between them and Race for Cat right now, so they're going to try and hook it together now. Race for Cat, they want to try and get on the rear of Wanmar Freya as they make their way down towards the Verth curve again. And obviously now looking at the timing towers, still MSI in complete control at this moment in time. Pablo Lopez, or should I say, well, it's not Pablo Lopez in P2 right now, but he is in P2 nevertheless. Obviously for Fordzilla, that being driven by Alex Palau. And still holding on to that 1 minute 32 differential. They're still a lap down in accordance to our timing screens as in comes Alex Palau and Team Fordzilla.
Yeah, so they're taking the earlier stop this time. Logitech are on a different strategy here. They're going to carry on, I would imagine, to try and make an overcut work on this. As you can see, the gap is about 1 minute and 4 seconds. So Logitech, they're going to be about a pit stop behind Fordzilla here now. Is there going to be a swap of driver here at Fordzilla? Palau has done a mammoth stint in that car, to be fair to Alex Palau, and no, looks like he's staying in the car for now.
Want to quit?
Anything changes? No, I mean, why would you take him out at this rate? Taking fuel first, trying to see if he's going to take any tires in this stint. You just see him just sitting in the box. It takes ages and ages to get the fuel in this car, and he's going to just see if he's going to pop it up on the jacks and take tires, or if he's going to carry on and double stint them here as the Fordzilla machine stays in the box. Still waiting for that last bit of fuel to go in up on the jacks, so he's taking tires as well. And he will come out behind Logitech, but he will be in front of Obsidian just about, though. It's going to be close to Obsidian, I think, when he gets dropped off the jacks here. You'll see Logitech flash past. There they go. And you can see Pedro Sanchez and Obsidian. They should get out in front here, but it's very tight because they're taking the tires. And now it drops off the jacks, and they're going to come down to pit lane. And, well, they have got the gap that they need right there, thankfully. But a lot of traffic. That's not what you want coming out of the pit lane, is it? With two cars just flashing past. So Palau is still in the car, but they still have plenty of time, and they have easily got a pit stop advantage over Logitech GLTC Esports. But now unusual traffic to get through right here. Gets straight up the inside with Alex Palau and moves up past that car right there. So Logitech have the track position, but the gap is 15 seconds, and they're going to be boxing in the next 3-4 laps.
Yep, so mammoth or big stint now for Alex Palau. Is it a case now, Jack, that he's going to have to go at it now and try and put or hammer in another deficit to maybe solidify that P2 spot?
Yeah, well, the guy he has the pit stop gap easily anyway, so he's at least about a minute in front when he gets past anyway. So they are secure in P2 at this very moment. So they just need to keep pushing on and try to maybe start putting a tiny bit of pressure if they can on MSI and just force them into trying to do something here. But he's got to try and get past this traffic here. One of the Porsches just in the way in front of him, and you can see right up the inside there. Now that is cool. What I've just noticed there, you can see the all 4 brake discs glowing on the Porsche just as intensely as the fronts, and that just shows you a rear engine, the rear engine Porsche take a lot more rear brakes to use. You can see the Audi as well, and the Lamborghini all rear engine as well, but that seems like a bit of a problem actually on that Porsche, unless it's a visual glitch. But I think somebody's brake is dragging on that car, because that was still glowing the whole way down through the corner right there, and unless there's some kind of issue with somebody's kind of pedal being stuck on right there, that's unusual for all 4 brake discs to be glowing that intensely.
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, naturally that would be a sticky brake or something like that, or maybe a coil a coil on the load cell maybe is holding the brake in place or something, Jack. I'm not quite sure what would cause it, but certainly not ideal in a race such as this, naturally, where you need to sort of carry some consistent pace. You know, you don't want to be slowed down at all by having your brakes glued down to the floor, so not good at all indeed. As we're now watching car number 13 make its way around the next right-hander down towards Repsol, and looking pretty solid. And they're just going to be nurturing their car on the track. Jonathan Alvarez is the name that's registering on our timing tower right now. The race for Cat, as it makes its way into the next right-hander. Car number 26 in behind, the car in 26th place, should I say, just flashing in behind. That's Jose Antonio Espadas in behind, and sort of giving a little bit of a flash to the race for Cat car that's currently racing ahead. I mean, I'm not sure whether we're up to date on the live timing tower, Jack, but have you got an update that's got the right drivers in right now?
Yes, I do. For all of them, I'm just trying to keep it refreshed as much as I can. So Victor Lobato still in MSI, Andrew Carl in Logitech, Alex Palau from Zilla, then for Obsidian, Pedro Sanchez Albert, then Ricardo Rico, and David Bosga for Williams, Dream Factory, Juan Iglesias, NC Sports, Aitor Medavilla, Cherokee have Ibai Onandi, and Molex Motorsport Jonathan Alvarez, as you said. And I think Logitech are now in the pits as far as I can see. According to the live timing, Fordzilla have jumped in front of them, unless it decides to fix itself. It's kind of it's having problems trying to decide where Logitech actually is on the circuit at the moment. So, but no, Logitech have stayed out for now, but they're going to be boxing very, very soon. And they will fall behind Fordzilla, and they're going to be battling with. Where are they going to drop? They're going to drop in around Williams, I think. So they're going to try. They're going to fall behind Williams, but try to slot in behind them as best they can. Williams now. They did have a 30-second gap up to Dream Factory, but that's now extended to 32. Arnage 10 seconds back from Obsidian, and then they are 15 seconds back forward. So Arnage are still pretty close to Obsidian here after the pit stops, and they are now as well a pit stop ahead anyway, so they're going to get Obsidian they box anyway. So they are securing a P4 at the moment, with Williams chasing after them for that position. And Dream Factory about 7 seconds behind Williams on the chase as well. So we're getting good views of the race for Cat Machine, getting plenty of airtime, which is good for them. And they will continue on their way. There's one car that's been in the pit lane for quite some time. The XGR team, Max Lorente, swapped into the car. They've been stopped in the box for quite a while here. As now that is that's the Simtech car, which is now we've seen this before, haven't we, George? Because that's the car that he tangled with earlier.
Yeah, it certainly is, and they're coming up through the Verth curve, and hopefully they don't fall foul yet again to more problems. We're just watching them head around the next right-hander. It's all about just keeping it together here now as the Simtech Pro car with the Williams Esports, I think, in behind. trying to make its way through down towards the next left. And certainly we're not going to have the same sort of collision this time. Very, very sensible as the Simtech Pro arches on the rear. Or look out now as they head up through the... Oh, wow, we getting very, very tightly contested heading through back San Badell. Getting very tight indeed with Simtech Pro. And I think that's... what's that, the 10T... Is that the 10T Sports team? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, the
10
10
Factory.
car. Yeah. And so you've got David Bosca, then you've got the 10 Factory car, the Simtech car, and then you've got the other car just behind, which is the car that's in 16th place, the Kilometro Zero car is on the back of this as well. So these guys, that was well driven from David Bosca to go around the outside of both of them, and he's managed to hang on to that place as he continued to try to scrap it out here for position. The 10 Factory car is... these guys are 22nd, 23rd. This is for position between these two, and they have tangled once before. And Simtech ended up on the receiving end of the contact earlier on from the 10 Factory car sticking their nose up the inside. But Simtech now Javier Soto at the wheel and Lucas Augustin Lemez at the wheel of the 10 Factory Sim Racers car just in front. Just a lot of work on the wheel going on right there as Logitech are in the pit lane and they are taking their stops at this. So that'll be Fordzilla that'll jump in front of them as they come into the pit lane. So let's see if Andrew Carl gets out of the car. He's been in a while, and Yannick Lapshin back in the car, George.
Yeah, Yannick Lapshin, who we saw earlier on, and he made some very, very good gains. Very quick driver, in fact. So we'll look forward to seeing what they can do later on into this race as he comes out. So we're just watching them all cascade now down towards Lakea once again. And there's a Simtech Pro car that has seen a lot of action in the most recent stint that we've had. Amazing to see, to say the least. And once again, it's very. I got to say, I give him credit for being, I suppose, very active on this track. But you never want to gamble too heavy in these occasions, do you, Jack? Especially around Sector 3 at Spain, where the corners are just so tight, so windy. Especially this chicane, where the track starts to really narrow when you take those kinds of corners. And then you've got the mighty long straight, which I think is probably the best point to really unleash your throttle, as we're now seeing them now this time, the Simtech Pro car right on the rear this time, and certainly giving a little flash of the lights, getting into the slipstream, trying to defend here the 10th Factory esports team as they now make their way down towards turn 1. Simtech looking to try and take it on the outside line. Very, very hard battling between these two as they make their way through, but the 10th Sim Factory, or the 10th Factory Sim Racing team, managing to hold on. That is superb defending as the Simtech Pro team now licking their wounds once again at the hands of this team. Absolutely amazing stuff. I'm getting flashbacks with that livery of the 10th Factory Sim Racing team of the old Renault from Touring Car, driven by Alan Menu back in the day. Phenomenally similar looking car to that Renault in Touring Car, Jack.
Yeah, I can see the resemblance actually. The flashes of yellow and blue across the back of the car right there. Just to update you, Logitech have emerged in P7 behind Dream Factory and behind Williams. So that's not worked out. Here comes Simtech. Great exit out of the chicane and chucks up the inside. This is going to get messy to the right-hander. Well, the 10 Factory Sim Racers car is going to demolish the cones. What do the cones ever do to you? And Simtech Pro moves up the place at last and makes the job an easy one in the end, forcing an error from 10 Factory Sim Racer car right there. And well, I don't think that's going to be over by any stretch of the imagination, but that's P22 for those guys. They've got nobody else to battle with, so they may as well fight it out here. As you can just see, this is a little bit earlier, but you'll get the run up to it. The 10 Factory car just got a decent exit there. We got a little bit loose on the exit right there, but got away with it. But it's right here. This is unusual, actually, that what I saw here. Into the corner, rotates too much, loses the rear end, and there you can see the Simtech car got the run that they needed. Pulled up alongside, and once you have the inside blind, there's nothing you can do. You tried to hang around the outside, got on the marbles though, and then you're screwed, and obviously nearly ends up taking the old layout right there on the outside, but has to give up the place with a small error. But that's just simply, again, you get on the marbles, there is no grip, and you will get sent off into the gravel and the escape road if you're not careful. But they're going to try sticking on the back of these guys as much as they can even after that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to start a new hashtag, Jack. Respect the equipment after what happened to those cones, as we're now watching them make their way around the next right-hander. Certainly,
cone abuse.
Cone abuse.
Because the poor cones in the endurance races, in certain tracks, get absolutely demolished every single bloody lap. And the for what kind of ones would be kind of Le Mans, there's a cone there that gets replaced every lap, gets demolished every lap. But those cones have lasted very well. To be fair to they've lasted close to 17 hours that they managed to hang on to. So they've held on. But yeah, cones need to be respected more in iRacing, and that's just facts.
Yeah, respect the equipment, guys. Hashtag respect the equipment. As we're now watching, certainly the cars now power their way up through the 10th factory sim racing team, now making their way through back to San Badell, still right on the rear of SimTech Pro, and not letting them forget them by any stretch of the imagination. Coming around Europe car now this time, we might get another battle heading down the straight, and they're far better through Europe car as well, heading into the final chicane. A very messy chicane there from SimTech Pro as they make their way around. I've got to say, I favour the 10th factory sim racing team on this occasion as they come down the stretch, and as you can see, SimTech Pro instantly defending down the inside. We'll have to check to see whether that delta's coming in. It certainly is. It's coming down in the 3/10 mark now. I don't think it'll be enough heading in towards turn 1, but a huge effort nevertheless. And I tell you what, 10th factory could well be back with a bang here.
Certainly could. Lots of speed carried through turn 1 right there. 2 cars into pit lane. Cherokee have boxed, as have Race for Cat and Carlos Maureen's back in the Cherokee machine. And we know how well he got on in the previous stint that we did. And Race for Cat, Mark DeHaro is in the car now, just trying to check if he's swapped out with somebody here. Race for Cat, yes, Sergi Heros is now in the car for Race for Cat. Ours Racing, Jose Sorbia is in pit lane at the moment, so a couple of pit stops as well for those guys, and they carry on their way for now. But just trying to see what whether these guys are going to sort this out. This is going to be a fight that goes to the pit stops once again. And oh god, a massive amount of curb taken by the 10 factory sim racer car. That's not what you want to do through that corner, almost losing it. And they're just kind of trying to have fun here. They're the only car that they're really battling with, so they may as well fight it out to the death here, really, between these guys.
Well, it's a great battle, Jack. Nevertheless, as they make their way down into the Europe car bends yet again, and we're nearly hitting the scale. Oh no! Oh dear! And that's where you take things too far. And heading into that sector 3, that is where you can get easily punished. Heading out of Europe car, and indeed that's what's happened. The 10th factory esports team, unfortunately, suffering at the hands of that collision with the SimTech Pro. They're coming out there of the Lakea bends, heading up through back San Badell, and this is where it went all wrong. The braking heading into Europe car. I just think perhaps they just lost their head a little bit heading into the Europe car bend, just unleashed it. Oh wow, yeah. I don't think they even touched the brakes, Jack, to be honest.
They tried to trail brake it in, but they just carried too much speed into it, and that's just the way it goes, unfortunately. And they've ended up now having to drop back behind. And just looking here at the timing screens, I was a little bit confused why Fortzilla was 0.2 seconds behind MSI, but I believe now that MSI's put a lap on them. So that's just the way that is. They're going to be boxing very soon, though, so that'll resolve itself after a while. But now that battle's ended between Sim and Sim Racer for now. That might come on a bit later in just a little bit too eager on the brakes there from the 10 factory Sim Racer car, Lucas Augustine Lemez, who's at the wheel of that car at the moment. So of course, all in learning, and SimTech have carried on at least without any damage. The Yas Heat car just trying to get past here, which is still Ross Woodford behind the wheel of that Yas Heat machine, which is on the way. The order, they are sitting currently in P12 and 15 seconds off Euromaster, and still within a shot of actually getting 10 here. Actually, if they can keep the current pace up, they're lapping. They are lapping quicker than Euromaster at the moment, so they're doing a good job to try to bring that gap down as much as they can. With just approaching this end of the hour here, which is amazing. And they're approaching into hour 17. I think they're going to be heading in now, which is mental that they're still going. 7 hours left to go, single digits in the hours, which but these hours are the ones that tick by the slowest for drivers. as the tiredness is just really taking effect right now, and we're just trying their best to get through these next few hours. Once the daylight comes, they'll be a new lease of life.
Absolutely, and certainly we like to see the light peek through. I remember last year when we covered this race, Jack, it was such a nice experience to watch the sunrise come up through. Even here back in the UK as well, obviously we were looking forward to seeing what can happen here, and obviously at the track itself. Still a temperature of 23 degrees at Spain right now, certainly according to the conditions on iRacing, which I think Kieran alluded to it on his broadcast, saying how hot that is, as we're now watching Ricardo Rico, who's currently ahead of Williams Esports. We're actually running on board with Williams Esports, taking a late dive down the inside of some of the back markers, and superbly done, I have to say. You had to let them know that he was there, and he did do just that, did manage to get ahead. And we'll take a look at the replay. Extraordinary stuff. I mean, I'm not sure if this is the same incident, but they make their way up towards, or certainly down towards the next right-hander. And there you can see that's the Williams Esports car around Campsa, heading down now. The downhill certainly stint, and this is where, of course, he did unleash it and powered his way through. In fact, he didn't really give a warning, did he, for that one?
No, but as I mentioned at this point, once you've driven the race for a good chunk, you know exactly what car was going to do what. So obviously the Customs GT car knew exactly what the Williams Esports was going to do. Car was going to do there, and just left the door open, let him go through, no problem, and kept it safe. But David Bosca and Williams are P5 at the moment, and they're trying to push on here to try and close the gap to Dream Factory, Arnage Competition, sorry, 35.8 seconds the gap to them at the moment, so they're continuing a good charge here. They've got it's still very close between those guys. Dream Factory 8 seconds behind them, and Logitech 3.2 behind them, so those guys are very close together in the circuit even after this amount of racing. And there is Deccan Esports, the sole Ferrari, which wins my heart. That's the only Ferrari out on the circuit, and we're still going. The Ferrari is shocking around here, so bringing it around.
Well, a huge respect to them for driving the car, nevertheless, even though that it's probably not the best car to drive in a race such as this. Deccan Esports, unfortunately, they're obviously dropping points though for the spelling of esports, Jack.
Yeah, they still lose the minus point, but they gain the point back for driving a Ferrari. So
they equal out, they balance. So yeah, that's good in the eyes of Jack Canan. So there we are, indeed. Deccan Esports currently lying in 25th place and doing what they can according to our timing screens. We got Jose Antonio Espadas in that car. I'm not 100% sure if that is the case, but that is.
Suarez Lopez is currently in the car for that.
I want to know where you get these timings from, Jack. I don't know any of these drivers that are currently in this car.
How about you check the mystical English chat on the Discord? There's a very magical link in there, which is a new one.
No, really?
Yeah. So have a look at that. Just keep refreshing it, and you'll have the actual updates of who actually is in the car. Believe it or not, somebody's managed to fix it. It's a new link. So.
Oh, that's much better.
Yeah. I was wondering how long it'd take you to find it.
That is a better one. Why couldn't we have this one last time? I'm pretty sure we had this one last year. I think
This is the one we used last
Yeah.
year,
This I thought it looked familiar. We've actually got the team names against the drivers as well, which is really helpful. So that's really, really good. So big props.
I like as well as how long they've been out on the tires.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, this was the best system. We had it last year, and it was very, very good. So yeah, brilliant to have this back with us yet again, including the interval gaps as well. So we got plenty to look at according to our screen. So no, I'm glad that we have this. Of course, Yas Heat currently sitting in a very nice P12 position. We did see Ross Woodford there earlier on. P16, that's Simon Marquez, currently driving for Kilometre Zero, and he's trying to gain on Mars Devils Esports, that being Alex Barasain as well, who has obviously tried to light things up as well earlier on in his stint. They're currently up 3 places. Williams Esports in P5, David Bosga currently in P5 as well, with Dream Factory trying to close with Juan Iglesias currently hot on his tail, and the interval lying there around about 7.8 seconds, the difference. So they've still got a little bit of work to do, but you got to give Dream Factory props, Jack. Very, very good race from them today. But again, Williams also doing exactly the same after that mighty climb from the very back, and even after spinning back into P5, David Bosga doing a very, very good stint indeed. Arnage Competition ahead of them as well. Of course, they've been right up there and fighting. Ricardo Rico in the car, And we did sort of touch on the obvious of last year, where Ricardo Rico driving for Zenith Esports when they came a cropper heading around the Verth curve. So Ricardo Rico, do you think he remembers last year? Do you think being in this race now, he remembers what happened last year? And does that lie on the mind, Jack?
I suppose it'll kind of pop back into your head when you're not in the car. I don't think he's going to notice driving the car at this moment in time. So he's just going to be focused on the job in front of him, really, at this moment. MSI are in as well, as what we just noticed, and they're boxing from the race leader. We've entered hour 17, 16 hours are done, and Gabby Montoro is now hopping back in the MSI car for this stint for the MSI esports team. So Gabby, who was also in the car in our stint as well, is now back in the car. I've still yet to see Alejandro Sanchez in the car. Maybe there was a driver swap there, maybe he's not able to do it. So they've managed to, looks like they're three-manning it at MSI, as far as I can see. Haven't seen Alejandro's car at all. Maybe he's going to be doing the last few stints at the car. Big flash the lights there from this machine we're on board. We're trying to get past the Kilometro Zero car, but still not able to get their way through. And Gabby Montoro just trying to see if he's back out on the circuit yet. Just freshen the live timing here, and he lead back out on the circuit. But the good thing for Fordzilla, gap has reduced again. So Palau is doing a good job here and is continuing to bring the gap down. It was about 1 minute and 30 before, now down to 1 minute 28. Still a big gap, but they're still on the lead lap.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to keep an eye on certainly Alex Palau. He's doing an absolutely stupendous job at this moment in time, owning that P2 spot. The interval, though, still lies at a 1 minute 29 between them and MSI. They're on currently the 12th stint. I think MSI in the pits as well, Jack.
Yeah, they just come out.
Oh, they've just come out. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the Gab Montoro is out on the circuit right now. Can't confirm. We just haven't seen it on the broadcast just yet as they file their way through. This is the speed up team, which is P30. They're the second to the last car out there, but they're on the same lap as the car in front of them, so they can try and chase after them as best they can. And Palau is about minute 28, minute 29. That's definitely reduced, which is good for Palau and Co. as they continue to lap around. 18 seconds back to Obsidian, but of course they're out of sync with them, so they're going to be boxing very soon. So their nearest rival is Arnage Competition, which is a further 4 seconds down the road. So 20 odd seconds is the gap between them and Arnage, which is not a comfortable gap exactly, but it's enough. And I'm just looking at Logitech starting to put the pressure on Dream Factory as well. They're pushing on now with Yannick Lapshing at the wheel and trying to put the pressure on Dream Factory and Williams in this phase of the race. So still plenty to go, and a familiar name now in at Zenith Esports. Iago Martinez is now in the Zenith Esports car, so swapping out with Ricardo Rico.
Yeah, relentless force, Iago Martinez. Of course, we've seen him very well. We've seen him time and time again prior. Of course, last season, some of you may remember him driving for the same team. There in behind there, you can see the Dream Factory car getting closer and closer now. 0.4 of a second, the delta gap between them. And certainly there, Juan Iglesias will be looking to try and attack, or certainly try and hold on to his hat, because of course in behind you can see Yannick Lapchin really starting to land some blows. Now they're coming up to some lapped cars yet again, or taking a lot of the left hand side there as they make their way around towards the next right hander, and still the Dream Factory car holding on or hugging that inside line around Repsol. And the Altus Esports car is definitely right on their tail, and they're not going to let him go as they head around the next left-hander. Yannick Lapchin giving it all he's got right now, certainly in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo, and he's got the BMW M4 of the Dream Factory. Juan Iglesias currently rising up now through the next chicane. Very shortly they're going to cascade round Campsa yet again, and a great opportunity here for the Lamborghini with its straight line speed to maybe close the gap even more so. We know how quick it is in that straight line against the BMWs. We've seen it time and time and again as they make their way down towards the Laquea bend at turn 10. As they do ride around it now, the Dream Factory car still there holding on to that P6, but I get the feeling that this is going to be in the hands of one Yannick Lapchin as they come around the next right-hander, close in very, very intently on Juan Iglesias, who is just literally seeing all he's seeing right now is that car right in his mirrors, the Altus Esports livery plugged right into the rear spoiler of that Dream Factory car yet again, coming around the final bend now, and he's going to get a lovely exit surely out of the New Holland corner. He certainly will. He's down within 2.5 tenths of a second, and in comes now Yannick Lapchin, coming to move in on the rear spoiler here of Juan Iglesias, who has no option but to watch Yannick Lapchin rise through past him even before turn 1. And that is just the move you want to see. And certainly heading up into P6, utilising that straight line speed on that Lamborghini. It is relentless in a straight line, Jack.
Yeah, rapid, fast in a straight line there. You can see how quickly he was way in front before they even got to the braking zone for turn 1's Dream Factory falling down. Gas heater in the pit lane as well. So we'll see if Ross Woodford is going to stay in the car for another stint, or if they're going to swap it out to swap duties with another driver in just a few moments' time. Looks like Ross is staying in the car for now. Haven't seen any pop up on the timing screen, and we may see him stay in that car for a little bit longer. So good stints being put in by these guys. Triple, quadruple stints being put in by some drivers here, which is not easy at all to do in a number of stints in a row, which is so fair play to everybody who's doing it. But next up on Logitech's list, 9 seconds up the road, is Williams, and they're the guys that were trying to jump earlier. Arnage are in essentially a net P3 at the moment, because you're gonna have Obsidian boxing in the next lap or so. So Pedro Sanchez will be getting well out of the way of Ricardo Rico and Arnage competition. So that'll be P3 for them, and a comfortable P3 at that. But they're a lap off P2, so not real opportunity at the moment to make a position up on the car in front. Actually, another 20 seconds behind P2, which is still very much in the fight here, but a lot of work to do. They need a mistake from Alex Palau, and at the moment that's not coming.
No, not at all. I mean, Alex Palau, ever reliable in behind that Team Fordzilla car. They're going to be delighted with his stint. He's done an absolutely tremendous job, and that is why he's an 8,459 rating. You got to give him absolute credit for all his ability, and of course we see it time and time and again in IndyCar, and he's doing it in a GT3 car as well. This time in the BMW M4. So you never know. Could we see Alex Palau one day in the actual Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya race? We could see him, I suppose, in plenty of 24-hour racing series, Jack, if he drives like this.
Certainly is. It certainly could. Yeah, seems to enjoy his sim. Obviously, these GT3 cars. I'm sure he's done plenty of the fixed GT. Jerome's do as well, and he's obviously done plenty of these in his time. So I know he's done. I'm sure he's done the actual. He's driven the IndyCar a lot. I'm sure on the preparation, because now the IndyCar and iRacing also has the aero screen, which is a good addition to that as well. So you can get some decent practice runs in there. I'm sure a lot of his time will be spent as well practicing on the simulator. Very important for more and more important for these guys as years carry on. As there is Ricardo Rico, and he's chasing after the Pedro Sanchez Obsidian Racing, just catching up to the back of a back marker here. It should be easy enough for him to negotiate. Just trying to work out what car it is. Can't quite see which one it is, but we're going to try their best to get through. The gap's reducing up to these guys. You can see even the difference in the lap time, 44.5 to a 45.2.
I think that's High Speed Demons, I think, the car ahead of it.
It is, yeah. I can tell actually with the Monster Energy. I think the Monster Energy sponsorships, that is High Speed Demons. It's just in front of them there. And yeah, they break, move out of the way, and through they go. So Arnage making good, steady progress through this one now. So Pedro Sanchez should be coming into the pit lane either on this lap or the end of the next lap. He's on 34 laps on the stint. So Pedro Sanchez might hand over the Obsidian car to another driver in just a few moments time, but that'll promote Arnage up to P3, should put Williams into P4 as well for their efforts. So let's see if Sanchez is going to come in. Right on cue, George.
Absolutely smack on, Jack. Yeah, I tell you what, you're psychic and absolutely getting it absolutely spot on, right on the nail. And indeed, 34 laps acquired by Pedro Sanchez Albert, and he's now in the pits. And Ricardo Rico now moves up into P3 on track, and he can now enjoy a little bit of clean air to try and garner at least something on Alex Palau, but it's going to be a huge ask because, of course, we know how tenacious Alex Palau really is. I mean, Fordzilla enjoying a very, very good stint right now, and they're going to be firing on all cylinders. He's acquired 17 laps on his stint, so if anyone's got a box first, it's going to be Ricardo Rico, isn't it, Jack? I would have thought.
Yeah, Ricardo Rico is currently 19 laps on his stint, so he's going to be pitting. He's still got ways to go, whether 15 odd laps, but he's going to have to pit before Fordzilla pit. So either that, if he does some fuel saving, maybe try to do this. But Palau is doing a good job with this to extend it. So there goes Williams up to P4 in front of Obsidian Racing now. Sergio Gurdiel is swapping into that car now, so new driver at the wheel of the Obsidian Racing car. But that's an extra 15 seconds to the stops. They're going to drop, I would imagine. Behind, well, they've dropped behind Williams, they've dropped behind Logitech, and they've dropped behind Dream Factory as well. So they should come out in P7 anyways, after swapping the driver over. And Yannick Lapchin, you can see, he's just working away to bring the gap down to Williams up in front of them. So we'll see if that works. Up on the jacks, tires on, fresh set of boots. Away goes Sergio Gurdiel, and he will be coming out comfortably, or should be comfortably, in front of the Iago Zenith Esports. Yeah, 1 minute and 16 clear, so very comfortable.
Yeah, looking very clear indeed and very comfortable. Iago Martinez has got a little bit of a mountain to climb upon Obsidian Racing, and I got a feeling, Jack, they're going to be well in the clear because 9 laps already accrued here for Zenith Esports and Iago Martinez in his stint right now, so he's going to have to box again. So I cannot see Zenith Esports closing this gap anytime soon. Obsidian are going to be well clear of them heading into this part of the race, and obviously Sergio Gurdiel, all he's got to do is just keep the car in complete control. The current gap in between them and Dream Factory currently lies, I'm just having a look at the intervals, around about 35 seconds, the difference. 35.5 was the last recorded time coming out of the pit lane, so we'll have to wait and see how they get on. Obviously Dream Factory are going to be boxing again very soon because they've acquired 24 laps, so I'd imagine within the next 6 laps or so we're going to see them box as well as Williams Esports and David Bosga as well, so we'll have to wait and see if that is going to be the case. But nevertheless, very, very good effort from Obsidian Racing, and surely they will climb up a lot further up the timing tower. They could go as high as potentially P4. They could be challenging for a podium here, Jack.
They could be as well. Just to keep in mind as well that that the Logitech GL Esports have the advantage that they've done their driver swap now within this kind of stint as well. So David Bosga can't stay in the car forever. So for now, I think Logitech have P4 at the moment. And still, I'm not sure if that's a visual glitch or not. That's the XGR team that's in that Porsche, and I'm trying to see, those front brakes are definitely dragging on that car as I'm trying to see it comes around the corner. I'm assuming it's just a glitch with the Porsche at the moment, but it does look cool. But Ricardo Rico is coming down the straight right there. Yeah, you can kind of see the brake disc are still glowing on that Porsche as they come down the straight. Just trying to see, it cuts away just to try to have a look, but the front brakes are still stuck on that Porsche, which is not ideal for them. I'm assuming either that or they've just simply overheated the brakes and it's just not functioning properly.
No, absolutely. We have to keep a close eye on them. I mean, hopefully it's not a technical or a hardware issue, but obviously anything can happen in these sorts of events, and naturally having glowing brake discs, it's not going to help either your brake wear or anything like that if we're talking the real context of racing as such. I mean, I'm not sure whether iRacing applies that sort of measure, but I'd imagine it does affect your brakes, doesn't it, Jack, if they overheat or if they have high temperature?
Yeah, you can overheat your brakes. There isn't brake wear in iRacing yet. I would hope that would be a good addition. I think ACC, for example, has the option of brake wear. You can wear down your brakes, so you have to choose your brake pads. You can change the brake pads in the pit stops. But with iRacing, you can change you can change the brake pads, but you can only change it within the setup window in the pit stop. So you can choose between low friction, medium friction, high friction brake pads, and of course the trade-off for having high friction brake pads is that you're going to have, of course, a lot of stopping power, but you're going to wear out your tires quicker. Low friction, of course, has the opposite effect. You're going to have low tire wear, but you're going to struggle to stop the car. So you got to try and work out what's the best way to do this. So there's little things like that you got to think of, but you can overheat the brakes absolutely, and it will reduce the stopping power of the car and all that. But it won't be a terminal problem. It's just more a frustrating problem rather than anything.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to say as well, pointing out that MSI Esports are absolutely flying again. Gabby Montoro is putting in purple sectors still, even though he's leading the race. Remember, it was his teammate prior before, Salva Talons, who was unleashing his pace in previously. But we're now watching the Yas Heat car this time of Ross Woodford just trying to coax his way through here and get past Juan Marfria, who is currently in P11. And indeed, the Race for Cat team is chasing them, but Yas Heat not in a race with them right now. They are actually a lap behind, I believe, on Juan Marfria, so going through, potentially unlapping themselves as they come through turns 1 and 2. Of course, the Yas Heat car, driven by Ross Woodford, only four laps in on his stint. That would have just clicked over to 5, in fact, as they make their way down towards the next left, or out of Repsol into the seat curve, sorry. And as they do come around Repsol now, they'll be making their way through. That's Yannick Lapchin as well, trying to close the gap as well. Remember, he overtook Juan Iglesias on the main straight, where we saw that impressive run from the Lamborghini. We know how quick it is in a straight line against the BMW, so we could yet see another overtake. It's going to be a big mission for Yannick Lapchin, but certainly a monster stint here from him to close up on Williams Esports. They've got a lot of work to do at this stage. The interval still exists at quite a hefty amount as they now make their way down towards the next left. But certainly the way the tyre degradation is set right now, Logitech could go ahead of Williams and David Bosca should that Williams car pit, because they've amassed 26 laps on their stint. So you'd imagine they come in the next 4 laps, Jack?
Pretty close to, yeah, but even so, Yannick Lap 0.6 of a second quicker. I think that's just a Porsche thing, actually. I'm having a look at the brakes of the 999 Porsche. It's the exact same thing. Look at that, as he gets out of shape on the way through there. But obviously, the Porsche requiring more stopping power compared to the other cars. But that does look cool, I will admit, with the lowering brake disc. But it's obviously, I'm assuming this is a visual glitch with that new car, the 911 GT3 RS, which is just added recently. It's basically the Porsche Cup car, but with ABS and traction control. And there's also a new one coming in the next build of iRacing as well, the 911 GT3. I think it's the 911 GT3 or the 992 Porsche, sorry, GT3, which is the new model Porsche, which looks fantastic. And the big build that's coming very, very soon, which we're very much looking forward to, and hopefully we'll have it for the next race. Rain in iRacing, it's coming.
I was going to say, Jack, that is the huge update that they're all announcing now. Rain in iRacing for the very first time. They have not seen rain in iRacing at all. But that's what I like about iRacing. They take everything into consideration. They certainly do put a lot of effort, a lot of work into the simulation side. And that's what they are. They are very true to who they are as a simulator. So they want to make sure it's absolutely spot on. But I can't imagine how difficult it's going to be to get these cars around in those conditions. They're really going to apply every single stretch of the realism into this into this simulator. And they do it so well already. Obviously, we've had the workings of the gravel and obviously what happens off track that can cause you to spin. We've seen countless cars doing that. Just imagine what it's going to be like when we apply wet weather to the same system as well.
Yeah, and there's been kind of teasers of it, I suppose, within the current weather system. Something that iRacing never had, weirdly enough, was fog. That was never a thing. And I was in a session recently, GT3 fixed, and suddenly I was in Interlagos and I couldn't see down the straight. It was amazing.
Wow.
You see a thing down the straight, and you couldn't see anything on the cameras either. You could just see the headlights of the car coming through. So fog was never a thing. But that's obviously, they're building up to having the rain in there, which is fantastic. And that was also take into account Interlagos' altitude as well. That fog can form because it's very high up in the mountain as well. And it also something very cool, which I didn't actually learn until after the series had been done. But the strongest car at Interlagos is the BMW GT3, and I'll tell you why. Which is very cool, and it shows the level of detail that iRacing goes into. the reason the BMW is the quickest because it has a higher turbo boost and therefore is not affected by the altitude, which is
Wow,
amazing.
okay. That's interesting.
The other cars were affected by altitude. The BMW was not because it had more turbo boost and was faster. Simple. Brilliant. That's the level
Incredible.
of detail it got.
Well, I got to say, give them credit. You know, iRacing do put a lot of hard work into it, and they do specialize themselves as simulators, not an arcade game. They are simulators. That is why you pay a subscription fee, and that essentially is what gives you the realism side of it. I do need to get involved in more iRacing events. I don't do enough, to be quite honest with you, as a driver. I've enjoyed every.
You off.
Sorry.
Did I scare you off?
You might have done. You might have done, Jack. But I think I need to spend a lot more time behind the wheel of the car. I think there can definitely be some good opportunities there for drivers as well. So I will give it a go. I'm getting inspired just by watching these guys out on track here today, to be honest. It's incredible to see Paul Mooney there in the R70 car making his way down the stretch as well, trying to chase on Alberto Garcia. 4 seconds is what separates them, 3.8 if you want to be precise. The R70 team, as we've said, who have been very much in the thick of the action, certainly in this race today. And there is Alberto Garcia now. He himself trying to chase on car number 32. And Paul Mooney there trying to bring it closer and closer, but he's only dragging it out to 4 seconds right now. Alberto Garcia up 1 place from where he started. Aris Racing down 6 places. And they're being driven by Marcus Nunez, of course, World Championship status as given by iRacing. So not someone you want to be trifling with, Jack Canan.
No, absolutely not. So World Championship, of course, World Championship license can only be awarded after you qualify for a World Championship, and it has to be given to you by iRacing. So it just shows you the level that you've got to be at to get one of those. It's very, very rare. Here's one Bustamante, who was just momentarily there. Jonathan Zamora, who's back in the Mazda Esports car as well, at 50 seconds off the back of the Euromaster car. So lots of work for them to do. Trying to see any pit stops. Oh, pit right on cue. Euromaster actually in the pit lane right now. So Euromaster have put in. Who have they put into the car? Just having a quick look to see. They've put Aitor Alvarez into the car for Euromaster. So that's going to should promote Mazda up the order. There is Ross Woodford, and he's making good ground on Sergei Heras here of Cat. So chasing after P11 is Yaz Heat, and they should also gain. Maybe it depends on how far back there. No, they won't, but they will. If they can get a good stop here, they might be able to do something about Race for Cat and Euromaster. You see, Race for Cat just went past Euromaster there, and Ross Woodford is not too far behind them at the same time. So some time to make up, but you can see Race for Cat almost a full lap behind the Odox Motorsports Samsung car, which is the which is just coming through right there. Well, actually, speaking of the devil, that's them right behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's literally in tandem right now as we're watching them hightail their way through. That's the Odox Motorsport team in P10, being driven by Jonathan Alvarez, coming down now towards the Verth curve, and we're just following them now as they head their way up through towards the next left. They got the Race for Cat car just dead ahead of them, and that is Sergei Hara, who's there holding on. And I have to say it's going to be very interesting in behind. They literally have a lap separating them, so Sergei Hara has got a bit of work to do before he can get on the rear of Odox Motorsport. I tell you what, you must get that sinking feeling, Jack, when you know you're chasing that car ahead and you see it in behind in your mirrors. That must be devastating to feel, knowing that you're a whole lap behind.
It's so hard, and as well, you're trying desperately. I know exactly what Sergio. You're desperately trying to keep in front, to keep hope. But this is the toughest part when you go a lap down to a car you're battling, which is very, very tough. But nonetheless, Odox, of course, are 2 laps into their stint. Race for Cat are nearly 7. They're going to fall a lap behind regardless, unfortunately.
Yeah, they certainly are, and that's the way it's going to be. 1 minute and 42 is the gap. 1 minute 43, in fact, nearly as they come into the next one. Oh, look at that, Sergei Haras witnessing his Odox Motorsports P10 position of Jonathan Alvarez, currently late braking into turn 1 and gaining at least some time, certainly showing no signs of ceasing his approach here. The Odox Motorsport team have only been out in this stint for 3 laps. Race for Cat, unfortunately, have been out for 18 laps. So if anything's going to happen, I'd imagine that Euromaster Esports are probably going to close on them as well. So we have to keep an eye on what's happening there. The interval actually between the two, 4.3 seconds, Jack. So I'd say the more immediate danger for Race for Cat is the Euromaster Esports car of Aitor Alvarez.
Yeah, certainly looking like it. And you can see Carlos Marin in P9 at the moment, and they are set 18 laps into the stint. That's another position for Odox then, because once they box, they'll be behind them, and that'll put Odox up to P9 in this race. So that's the max they're going to aim for. They're a lap behind that man, Zenith Esports, as you can see. Iago Martinez and Zenith are kind of, just having a look here, they are very much on their own. This is a lonely place they're in right now. They're a lap in front of the next car and a minute and 11 behind the car in front of them, so they haven't really got any positions to make unless some big things happen here. Logitech running P5, as you can see, and the gap to Williams, 3.8 is the gap, so that's kind of stabilised, and I think they're just waiting for Williams to make their pit stop. That'll be in the next few laps for Williams Esports and David Bosca, who is just a few laps away from a pit stop here, and Logitech obviously on a different strategy. They're 21 laps into their stint, and they'll be going to probably another 15 odd laps before they decide to bring the car into the pit lane. And Arnage are they're 27 laps into it, so another 10 laps or so see anybody from these top guys peel into pit lane, but it could be they could decide to go earlier or later, depending if they've saved enough fuel or done anything like that, as they continue to kick the gravel up through turn 1 by taking that curb. And Yannick Lapshin making sure that Logitech are secure in P4, because I reckon I'm sensing that Williams are going to swap drivers in this stint.
Yeah, I think David Bosca has been out and he's done quite a hellacious run, to say the least. I think it's about time that they put maybe a new name in the car, a new face, should I say, or maybe a returning face, so to speak. I'm sure Williams Esports, with the amount of talent they have available to them, obviously on their roster, they have such a great collection of drivers. I have to say, I was very impressed with Ate Kaupanen as well, who made the transition from the F1 games. Of course, he was a former racer on the F1 games. Remember, he was actually part of the Comrade Gaming esports team as well, Jack, and part of us, and obviously competing at the highest level on the likes of PSGL as well as many others. And he had a lot of pace even then, but he's transitioned to iRacing so well. Yeah,
what are you doing?
Gavi Montoro, a 104.105. That is extraordinary, Jack Canan.
I don't know what these guys are doing, honestly, that they're 17 hours in and they're still putting fastest laps in. I mean, this is why they're two-time champions and basically three-time champions in waiting. This is the kind of level that you've got to go up against, and it's hard. It's hard going when you're up against a standard like that. And yeah, Fordzilla giving their best at throwing out like Alex Palau at him, and even Alex Palau can't do much about it.
Well, I mean, obviously they're going to be deducted a point for the use of the lowercase e in esports, but don't take anything away from them. That is absolutely tremendous stuff from Gabi Montoro. Big effort from them. Dream Factory now coming into the pits as well as Juan Iglesias. Now, is there going to be a driver change there? I don't think so. Oh, yes, there is. There is a driver change. So Juan Iglesias coming out of the car, and we will take a look as to who is replacing him now. And it is going to be Samuel Grania taking his seat in the Dream Factory car. So excellent from them. Sergio Gradiel now making his way down the straight. He will overtake the Dream Factory team for Obsidian Racing. That was something we mentioned earlier on, and that move has now been made. And I get the feeling, Jack, now that Williams have amassed 34 lap stint on this session with David Bosca, they've got to box sometime soon.
Yeah, I think they'll be boxing this lap. Dream Factory came in on the same lap as them last time, and Williams have extended out an extra lap in one, so they've decided to go longer compared to Dream Factory here. And Dream Factory up on the jacks and taking some tires here also on this stint, so that'll take an extra bit of time for them. So this stint will be, well, in that, if that's the case, then I wonder, will Williams bother to change the drivers? Well, if Dream Factory are changing them, then they may as well also change them. Equal out. Drop off the jacks, away goes the Dream Factory car with Samuel Grania at the wheel of that car, and out he comes, and he's got plenty of space behind to Iago Martinez, for example. And he's going to come out. That is the Simtech Pro car that's just going to come out in front of him. Not ideal. Hopefully he's going to try get through. And that's not the ideal for him. When he's in a battle with Williams, for example, he gets through on the inside. Simtech opens the door, let him straight through here on the inside. Minimal time lost by Simtech as well to let them through. So not too bad. The flashing lights don't go up the inside. Thank you. And there they go. And Williams Esports are in as well to respond.
Yeah, and Ate Kauppinen, he is in the car. Ate Kauppinen, they've made a driver change, and he is in the car, and he will be taking over certainly for this next stint. So Williams Esports now looking to stay ahead of Dream Factory if possible. We'll have to wait and see whether that is the case. I think they have got a lap to gain, have Samuel Granier, and certainly as they're making their way through this lap now, they're going to be heading round through campus. I'm sure it'll only be a matter of time before that Williams Esports car makes its way back out onto the circuit. Maybe a tyre change, maybe a little bit of fuel being applied to that car as well. Of course, we've got Obsidian Racing as well. Have they boxed as well, Jack?
Obsidian have boxed earlier, of course. They're out of sync with the rest, so they'll get in front of a lot of them, but they're going to have to pit in the middle of the race, which is different to the rest. So they have boxed a bit earlier, yeah.
Yeah, so a little bit of a splash and dash, I'd imagine, just to get themselves back out and about. Sergio Guidial, they shouldn't have to change the tyres really on those 11-lap stint. So they should be in good shape. Samuel Granier still trying to close the gap, though, on Williams Esports. Ate Kauppinen still currently in the pit lane, I believe. Just waiting for him to leave and make his way back out into the circuit. They are out and about now, so Williams Esports hold on to that P6. Great recovery from them throughout this race, even after the incident that they had earlier on. But Ate Kauppinen, we saw what he did in the first stint. He made so much places. Remember, he started the race, folks. So he was the one who brought them all the way from the back of the grid up right in to the top 10. So big props to Ate Kauppinen on that extraordinary drive that he pulled off there as well. Paul Mounier is currently in P19 as well, being chased down by Diego Nicolas for High Speed Demons. And I have to say, this is going to be a very interesting battle. Of course, High Speed Demons have been very tenacious as well. Both them and R70, both in the midst of various battles out on this circuit here tonight. Diego Nicolas, very, very hard as a driver. And certainly Paul Mounier is no different as they head down through towards the next left. And certainly it's all a case of just keeping a good head on your shoulders, certainly around this Sector 3, where we've seen so many incidents before, because the track, even though it may be the same width, these corners make it look so much narrower, Jack.
Yeah, it's very tight around here, especially around this section right here. It's off camber slightly on the way through each of the corners here, and just not hitting those curbs through right there. And he's going to come into the pit lane for High Speed Demons, so they're going to drop obviously behind. Got to make sure he gets slowed down before the pit marker right there, and he does do so, thankfully. So High Speed Demons in for their next stop, and they will, let's see if they decide to swap out drivers here. Get a stop in front of the box, and let's see if the driver is going to change. At the moment, no, by the looks of it. So Diego Nicolas is staying in the car for now, and there is Ricardo Rico in the Arnage competition car, and 21 seconds is the gap up to Alex Palau in the Fordzilla car, and that's continuing to kind of stay the same. They're about 2 laps, but they're going to be pitting within the next 3 laps. Ricardo Rico in Arnage competition, and Fordzilla won't be too far behind them by another 2 laps back. So pretty close in the stints for those guys. Logitech will jump in front of them after they pit, but it's all up to Jan Klapschen whether he can push on that stint as well for Logitech to try and secure themselves maybe P3 here. There is Alex Palau, who has put in a monster stint. Honestly, he's been in the car for ages, and he's continuing to put in the press for it. Of course, Fordzilla are 3-manning, which is not an easy task at all. It is very hard to do 24 hours with 3 people. And Alex Palau's been in the car for the best part of 5-6 hours at this rate.
Yeah, I mean, can we see him boxing? I'd imagine he'll probably want to take a break now, surely, Jack. Surely their next pit sequence, they'll bring Alex Palau and take him out the car, do you think?
I think so. It'll have to be shortly, unless he's going to do the whole night stint. Very impressive to do that. And let's see if he does that. Pablo Lopez was in the car for a while as well, and Let's see if Alex Plow's going to stay in the car for another little while, but setting car for close to 6 hours ever since we did our previous stint, and possibly even longer that he's been in the car for. So he's going to have to top out at some point, and he needs a break before he heads off to sleep, of course. But obviously, it could very well be. We're not sure. I'm assuming Alex. So he's on a different time zone at the moment. So it's probably still. It's probably late evening or close to maybe 10 or 11 at night over there. So it's not exactly bad. This will work out nicely in his time zone for Alex Palau. And he is going to be probably heading off very shortly. Let's see if he's deciding to box in the next lap or so. No, he's going to stay out for another lap at the very least. That's going to be lap 32 of his stint. As he comes across the line, Arnage have done 33 on theirs, so another 2 or so laps before we see a multitude of pit stops for the front runners.
Yeah, I think he's probably waiting to see what Ricardo Rico does in P3, I'd imagine, because Ricardo Rico, in accordance to our screens, has obviously applied another lap onto his tyres on his stint. So it might be the case that Ricardo Rico brings in the Arnage competition car, of course the BMW GT3 themselves, their version of the car. They might choose to box that first. Alex Palau might just watch and see what they do. So we'll have to wait and see what they do decide. But just want to say a big thank you once again to all the viewers who are watching us there at home, of course. And if you have been with us for the entirety of the time, you guys are absolutely unbelievable. It is, of course, here in the UK, just gone 4:30 in the morning. So pleasure to have you with us. Over in Spain, it is 5:30, or just gone 5:30. 5:36 to be exact. So good morning, everybody, and welcome to the breakfast show, brought to you by Jack Kinnan, as well as myself, George Morgan, as well, for the 24-hour of Barcelona, Catalonia. I tell you what, it's never been better, is it, Jack? A pleasure to be bringing this broadcast to these lovely people.
No, absolutely not. Always a pleasure to be a part of it. I've just had as our next kind of milestone, according to Google, my favourite. The sun is set to rise at 7:45. Oh, there's us. Morning.
Hey, good morning.
The sun is set to rise at 7:45 local time. So we're looking at, well, in about 2 hours' time, we're going to see the sunrise here in Spain, which is going to be very nice. Just towards the end of our stint, just as the sun's peaking over the horizon. We'll be handing over to the other commentary team as well, but we're going to get the last of the night stint in before the sun rises. As in comes Ricardo Rico, I think, from P3, and indeed he does pit from to now take to another stint. I don't think he's going to swap out the car. He's only been in the car for one stint, so it's going to be probably just tyres and fuel for Ricardo Rico here in the 23 machine. Onto the brakes he goes. Make sure he gets stops for his pit box. And he gets right on the mark right there for Ricardo Rico, and looks like he's staying in the car for now for Arnage. So that's going to promote Logitech up to position, and also Obsidian up in position, I think.
Yeah, and also we've got to keep it on Team Fordzilla as well, Jack. Will Alex Palau opt to box now, or will he go another lap? We'll have to wait and see. He's rounding Campsa, so a big moment in this stint, obviously. Whether Alex Palau does opt to box. Ricardo Rico still in the pits, though, in the BMW GT3, the M4 GT3. And very shortly, we'll soon see what this Team Fordzilla car decides to do. Will Alex Palau, IndyCar driver, make his way into the pit lane? 24 years of age, of course, here, bringing Team Fordzilla right to the higher echelons of this race. Second place, they currently sit in behind MSI Esports, who have been controlling this race right up to this point. So a tremendous job indeed by them, but nevertheless, don't count out Team Fordzilla. All it takes is one mistake. Is now incoming Alex Palau. He does box, Jack, responds straight away with the pit from Arnage competition, Ricardo Rico. So Yannick Lapchin now up into P3, and we'll have to keep an eye on it. Will Yannick Lapchin move up into P2?
He should do. The gap's 1:07. It depends on the length of the stop for these guys. Actually, it's going to be pretty close actually with Logitech for Fordzilla. It's going to be right on the money. It depends on the pit stop lead. They're just taking tires and fuel, and my God, Alex Palau is going again for another stint.
Wow,
staying in the car. So he's carrying on What a warrior Alex Palau for that he's in the car for this length of time. This is approaching 7-8 hours he's been in the car.
He's enjoying himself, isn't he?
He is enjoying himself, I think. And he's obviously in a flow. He doesn't want to hand over either that or a situation where he can't find his teammates, which is also something that might happen, that your teammate hasn't woken up yet and he's got to go again. It happens. Tyre's gone on the car now, and yeah, this is going to be tight if he gets dropped off the jacks. He's at the very end of the pit lane here, is the Fordzilla machine. So let's see. I think Logitech will carry the speed. There they go. I told you it was going to be close, and but Logitech will carry the speed toward the first corner. They are going to get them. Logitech will just get them on the way down towards turn 1.
Yeah, but this battle is not going to be over. Alex Palau relentless now and on a fresh set of boots, and not only that, some fuel splashed into the car as well. So let's see this all plan out now. Yannick Lapchin can see that probing the full beam out on that car of the Team Fordzilla BMW M4 GT3, chasing down the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo. And remember, 30 laps acquired on that Logitech Altus Esports car. Yannick Lapchin is bound to box in the next 4 laps, you would have thought. So you'll probably want to do it before he gets overtaken by Alex Palau, who immediately gets on the brakes, heading around the seat curve now, heading down now towards Verth Curve. And you can just see the gap lying around about 0.6 of a second as they now cascade up through the Verth Curve now, this high incline section before reaching Campso, where you can take it nearly flat out. In these cars, though, you do need to let off a little bit as they just ease it around. Alex Palau doing his best to maintain the grip levels, powering over the curbs and down now towards the Lakea bend at turn 10, and as they do so, the gap just drawing out a little bit, just needs to warm up the tyres a little bit, does Alex Palau, so give him a little bit of time, give him an opportunity. Let's see if the Logitech Altus Esports team respond with an instant box now. We'll have to keep an eye on what Yannick Lapchin does as they now make their way down through towards Europe car, just gently applying the brakes through that next right-hander before they then reach the chicane RACC. And then New Holland heading into the home straight. As we're now watching them, still he remains out. Yannick Lapchin feels he can go again. He could probably amass another 2 to 3, maybe 4 laps currently out on this stint. And Alex Palau hunting him down relentlessly right now. And I tell you what, you wouldn't put it past him to make this manoeuvre.
No, he's looking good so far. Is Yannick Lapchin out front, but he's obviously out of sync with the Fordzilla car. His battle really is with Arnage, which is the gap he needs to keep an eye on. And Obsidian is the gap that he wants. He will fall behind but Obsidian will be quite close, as it will be. He should get out in front of Williams as well, but it might be quite close. So he's keeping a good pace here. Is Yannick Lapchin, so he doesn't need to worry too much about the car behind him here, the Team Fordzilla car. And Ricardo Rico, that gap's remained the same between himself and them. And there is Williams behind Obsidian, but Obsidian, remember, are completely out of sync with these guys, so they will have to pit before all of them. So that'll be P5 anyways for Williams, but they're 20 seconds behind. Overall, they're nearly 40 seconds actually behind Arnage at the moment, so they still have lots of work to do. And Logitech will be, just have a quick check, they will be just in front of Williams by about 10 seconds, I think. If the stop goes well for Logitech, they should still be in front of Williams after the stop.
Yeah, absolutely. Williams still probing, though. They haven't, amassed too many laps on this stint with Ate Kauppinen. So they've still got a lot of more work that they can do. Here we're following the Team Fordzilla car once again of Alex Palau, who is now within 7.5 tenths of a second. That gap is going outwards, though, and it just goes to show the difference between the Lamborghini and, of course, that BMW, as we have spoken about, faster in a straight line, but the BMW better in the corners, and that's exactly where Alex Palau needs to be more effective in order to dispatch this Logitech G Altus Esports car. It might be the case, though, that he doesn't even get to overtake him here, because as they draw closer and closer, it will be no doubt that Altus Esports are going to be looking to make a pit stop and get those certainly 30-plus old tyres, 30-plus lap old tyres, should I say, off the car and replace it with something a little bit fresher. So we'll have to keep you up to date with what they choose to do. But they're in behind Fordzilla, getting closer and closer. Alex Palau, as I said, better in the corners, and that is where he needs to undertake it. Certainly in this very varying circuit of the circuit of Barcelona, Catalonia, where you've got pretty much every corner possible at this track, whether it's chicanes, hairpins, or even the progressive bends that you see heading out of turn 1 into turn 2 and then into turn 3 at Repsol. That is, of course, one of those very sort of progressive bends you just need to hang onto the throttle of and effectively take the inside line and cruise your way through. But there's the GMO7 team in P31, and credit to them as well, making their way through. Got to say, looking at it, that's Mastu Jordi in the car. I mean, I thought for a minute that they were actually out of this race because they are greyed out on our screens, but they are still out and about. Credit to them as well for continuing on, Jack.
Yeah, they're still they're 38 laps off the lead, but they don't really have any prospect of going any further unless the car in front has a problem, because they're also about 15 laps off the car in front. So they've got a lot of work to do as... Wow, what has happened to... Did Alex Pala get caught in a bit of traffic that lap, because the gap was up to a second and a half there as they came down the straight? Ah, right, I reckon I know what happened there. I think Alex Pala got a slow down through the chicane, because look at the gap coming down rapidly, or extending rapidly as they come through the first corner. So, not ideal, but it's very easy to do that if you take too much of the curve on the outside of the exit of the last chicane. It's very, very simple to pick up a slowdown right there. Zilla now falling 1.6 behind Logitech for now. So Logitech should be pitting, pretty shortly within the next 2 to 3 laps with Yannick Lapshin, unless he's doing some mega fuel saving that one even longer. He's trying to extend the stint as much as he can here to those, and you can see the gap to, although I don't think that gap is actually correct, to Gabi Montoro. The gap is much larger than that to the leader of MSI, and they've still got a lot to do. You can see Lapchin on a very good pace, a 44.409 in the previous lap, which is only a couple of hundredths off his personal best throughout the whole team's fastest lap. So very, very quick Yannick Lapchin at the moment, but to put into perspective, Gabi Montoro about 2 laps ago was on a 40.1, which is almost matching the fastest lap of the race overall. So they're on a very good pace. Just having a look, actually, I think, yeah, I'm guessing has Palau got an issue or something, because he's fallen off the pace very quickly here.
Yeah, he's down. I think I'm starting to see it now, Jack. Around 2.5 seconds off of Yannick Lapchin. Now that is very concerning, certainly for Team Fordzilla. That's not really what they want to be seeing at this stage. Or whether do you think he refueled the car? Did he put enough fuel in?
There could be some serious fuel saving going on right by him, as you mentioned. Because I'm looking for Logitech, a 45.7 for Alex Palau on the previous lap, a 45.1 for Arnaud. Yeah, not ideal for Team Fordzilla at the moment. Let's hope Alex Palau will get back, but that could be the issue that's going on right here, unless he's doing some massive amounts of fuel saving in this phase of the race. It's unusual to be doing it so early after. It's like only 4 laps into the stint, and he's having to do this. But the gap is 2.8 seconds at the moment, and Logitech, this is kind of what they want to see. They want to see them pulling away from the car behind them. And also, that's what Ricardo Rico and Obsidian kind of want to see as well. That Palau finally starting to maybe slow down for them a little bit as they enter this phase of the race. Logitech now, they're on their 33rd lap of their stint, I think, and they're going to be definitely boxing very, very soon. They're going to have to, because they're going to run out of fuel. So let's see if Yannick Lapchin decides to. Maybe he'll do it now with the traffic right in front of him. Let's see if he does decide to do it, and he does come into the pit lane. As soon as they see traffic, the best thing to do is just peel to the pit lane and get out of it quickly.
Yep, certainly sidekick Jack Canan once again on it, and this will allow certainly Team Fordzilla to move up into P2. Just to put a bit of clarity on that last lap, Jack, they were literally 1.3 seconds difference between Altus Esports on the previous lap of Yannick Lapchin and Alex Palau. That is a massive difference in the context. You'd expect a lot more from Alex Palau. There is definitely something going on with that car right now. That Team Fordzilla car, though, improved this time, though. A 144.722. So whatever the issue was, whether it was just a little, whether he made a mistake in the corner, or something like that, or whether it was granules on the tyres, maybe he lost a little bit of grip, or whether it was a case that he just wanted to fuel save in that initial lap. We're not quite sure, but he's definitely bringing it back up to a normal pace now. They're currently up to P2, but you know, obviously they can't afford to make mistakes. This is such a crucial time for Fordzilla. Certainly this very early stint in the morning. Obviously we're at 10 to 5 currently UK time, folks, in BST, and that is 10 to 6 in Spain. But never to say the least, we've got plenty of hours left. 6 hours and 10 minutes remain in this race. But I suppose the big news is MSI Esports Gabby Montoro with a fastest lap of a I believe, what was it, a 144.1 in a couple of laps previous. So that was absolutely tremendous from Gabby Montoro, currently amassing 28 laps on that stint that he's on right now. And there's Juan Bustamante for Kilometro Zero. But it certainly looks like that the car of Team Fordzilla back up to normal service now, I think, Jack.
Yeah, whatever happened there, I'm assuming it was a slowdown mistake from Alex Palau's explanation that you can give, and he's well, at least he's back on the pace quickly, which is what you want to see, but still not on the pace of leaders. 40.3 again for Gabby Montoro out front. It's just the consistency is unbelievable. These guys
Relentless.
And Fordzilla 44.8 for Palau on the previous lap. So yeah, just MSI are just in another league at the moment, which is just really something. They are a lap in front of the entire field. That's not the correct gap. That's there. That's add a lap onto that, and that's the gap that you're actually going to have to them. So massive, huge effort by Gabby Montoro, and they still have a few laps left in their stint. They're on 28th lap of their stint, and they'll be pitting shortly. I would imagine Montoro is going to go again for one more, or they'll swap in a new driver. They have the option. They've got so much time behind. They can basically do what they like.
Would you say that MSI are good value for this triple here, Jack?
I think so. I mean, 6 hours to go. Like there's so much time left in this 6 hours out of the 24 we started with. They just got to keep doing what they're doing. They've done so many. I'm amazed at the consistency. It's unbelievable. Like they're lapping within the same couple of tenths of a second since the start of the race, which is
amazing,
crazy. And don't do that too much, Gabby Montoro. But the thing about it is MSI are so strong because they have pace, which is a huge advantage, because not every team can have that. There'll always be a driver that's slower, but Gabby Montoro, Alejandro Sanchez, all these guys, they're all exactly the same level and pace, and that's what makes them a force to be reckoned with, because you just cannot beat guys that bang the same lap times in every single lap, and when they're out in front and 2-3 tenths of a second quicker.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, it's pretty much like an all-star team. I mean, Salva Talens, I thought, was mightily impressive at the very start, but then Gabby Montoro has really done some impressive stuff, as well as Perez, who has been exceptionally good in the car as well. So they've got very much a consistent lineup, hitting the 144 3s, 144 5s, 144 7s as an absolute minimum. So credit to MSI Esports. They've really brought out the big guns. They really do like this race here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia, and they're doing it in such great fashion right now. Their fast lap, as you can see at the bottom, of 144.105, and that is the purple lap at this moment in time. No one has gone quicker than that. No one has beaten Gabby Montoro's time there, and he is absolutely tremendous. Even though he made that mistake, Jack, a 144.430 is what he set. So that's even what they're setting, even though they make mistakes. It's only a mighty 3 tenths off his fastest lap.
Yeah, they've got this Lamborghini absolutely dialed in. It looks on rails around the corners, which is I guess why they decided to go with it. It's just it's a very stable platform that they've got going on with that Lamborghini, and that's what you want in an endurance race. You just want a car that just is very predictable in everything that it does, and it's just it's obviously working very well for every single one of these guys. And whatever they've done to that car, they've done a brilliant job to get it dialed in to the way they want, and they're putting in the effort, they're putting in the consistent lap times as well. And they haven't got a lot of traffic right now. I've noticed they haven't come up to a car in a little while, and that's why Gavin Montour is able to kind of bang in consistent times now. He's consistent fast, and he's just he's on a nice, clear, rare bit of clear track in front of him, which is very unusual to come across. And going to the last corner right now, just up on the curb right there, just using the traction. And well, that looked like a very tidy lap, I have to say. Montoros. Let's see what it's going to be at 40.390. It's within a couple of hundreds of each other. It's just consistent, bang, 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 consistent, half a second quicker than anybody on the road right now.
And that is the difference maker. Consistency is the order of the day for MSI Esports, and that's exactly why they're at the top of the tree, certainly in this race, in the 24-hour de Barcelona Catalunya. And what an extraordinary race they have had, that's for sure. The Odox Motorsports racing team, Jonathan Alvarez in the pits right now, and surely they're going to be looking for to box as well. Race for Cat coming in too, Sergey Hara, as well as Avanti Esports, Pedro Manuel Cabezas Salas coming into the pits too, as they make their way out, and no changes in terms of their lineups as they opt to box. I think Ate Kaupanen is in the pits as well, Jack.
I think that's just the time range just updating a little bit here. I don't think they actually are, as they only put a couple of laps ago. And yeah, no, they're not on the pit lane at the moment, so they're still carrying on. Ate Kaupanen is running in P6 for Williams at the moment, and they're only 9 seconds off the back of Logitech, so they're doing a good job at Kaupanen to bring he's actually on the pace of Gavin Montoro at the moment. As I said, Esports will now pit, but Ate Kaupanen's on a very good pace right now, and if he continues, he'll be on a good charge here. There's Yas Heat, who I think just managed to get past Euromaster into P11, so Ross Woodford has made that move and made it up into P11 for Yas Heat, so good job from him to do that. You can even see the difference in the lap time, 1.6 seconds the difference in lap, 1.5 seconds, sorry, massive difference in the lap time. And Yas Heat now on the verge of a top 10 here. They're on the same lap as the car in front, but they're a minute behind, so they need to get Ross Woodford needs to put in a hell of a stint now to kind of bridge the gap there.
Yeah, they've amassed 28 laps on their stint as well, so Ross Woodford may be looking to pit in the next 4 to 6 laps as well. We'll have to wait and see if they do decide to do that. Ross Woodford has been in the car now for quite a bit of time. Remember, he did swap over from I believe it was Ben as well. I think it was Ben. Is it Ben, the other driver for the driver? I'm just double checking the stint on my screen as I just take a look at that team just to say. But yeah, no. Who was it? Who was the other one? It was Dean Woods, wasn't it? Not Dean Woods, not Ben Woods. Dean Woods.
Yeah, that's it. You can tell that our brains are fried at this hour of the morning.
Easy done.
Yeah, it's 5 a.m. for us guys. It's for all of us here. So we're trying our best to just stay awake, really. And we're now approaching the 6 hours to go mark in this one. So hour 17 is nearly complete and nearly entering hour 18 of this race. So really good job for these guys to get so far into the race, and it's now really 6 hours. It's absolutely nothing in the 24-hour race. The long races that are just 6 hours long. But this is just this is easy now for these guys. They've done 17 hours, just another 6 to go. Absolutely,
and if you want an update as well on the real races happening right now at the Circuit of Barcelona Catalunya, I can tell you that Ralph Bone for Herbeth Motorsport still leads at that event as well, still currently holding on to P1, and his fellow teammate Herbeth Motorsport also in P2, Marco Seefried in the car now, and also in P2 as well with Charles Ensplellaub, the American. Sorry if I got that name wrong, for CP Racing into P3, and you'd be pleased to know, Jack, that's a Mercedes AMG GT3 in P3 in that real race at Catalunya. The two cars leading though, both Porsches 911s GT3 cars, currently leading the real Circuit of Barcelona Catalunya race, of course running in tandem with this virtual event as well. So I'd imagine that I've seen a few pictures on Instagram of some of the spectators watching the race as well. Lots of excitement at watching the cars come through, but certainly a very German dominating top 10, because you've got a German driver in Ps 1, 2, 4, as well as 6, 7. And then, of course, you've got, and that's pretty much it, all the German drivers in the top 7 in the real Circuit of Barcelona Catalunya race with Herbert Motorsport, Ps 1 and 2. What a performance.
Yeah, I don't think I think we only have one German on our grid, which is unusual. I think it's just Michael Neumeier who's the German who's on the grid for this one. Which, correct me if I'm wrong, but I still see it on Twitter. Michael Neumeier, I think for some better known as LCR Leopard as a league racer. So he's also part of the F1 community, LCR Leopard. So I think that Michael Neumeier is part of that squad. But I think he's the only German on the grid, as far as I know. In our virtual event, plenty. Obviously, a Spanish-dominated series here, and we'll obviously have to try and get a few more nationalities in there. Obviously, Jacek Haupt, Finland, a Jarno How, I think, sounds Belgian, Netherlands, one of the two. Can't quite, obviously not able to tell without the nationalities. Don't have the nationalities on hand. But plenty of Spanish-speaking nations involved in this MundoGT, but obviously, obviously the stalwart of Spanish sim racing. So it makes sense that we have a Spanish team. But either way, the Spanish love their sim racing. It's just showing tonight. You're always going to be with a guy who's Spanish on the grid in iRacing. Is given. They're always there.
They certainly are. They're very passionate about this sport as well. And Gabby Montoro currently leading the charge in this race for MSI Esports in the Lamborghini. 34 laps now amassed on this stint as well. And here's Gabby Montoro riding on board with the man himself now, coming up through the back San Badell section. And very shortly he'll be making his way around the next right-hander at Europe car, just gently easing the car around. 34 laps applied in this stint. So is he going to box now on this lap? We'll have to wait and see as he makes his way through the chicane RACC around the final corner. Does he come into pits? He certainly does. In comes Gabby Montoro. Oh, I had to say psychic, just like you, Jack Canan.
You're starting to get it. I like it. But we're obviously around 34 laps, the maximum 30 on a tank of fuel. It's not even the tires that are causing it, of course. They're just the fuel. That they just have to pit. V10 engines are quite thirsty, as you can imagine, as they come into pit lane. And Montoro, is he gonna hop out of the car? I don't think so. He's gonna go again by the looks of it. And Montoro carrying on for another stint. Which, why would you change it? Because he's on a very good trajectory. And Fordzilla is the big question now because of where they are. Are they gonna get their lap back? I don't know if they are at this rate. I think MSI might just be able to keep them a lap behind, which would be a big help to them if they can do that, because Palau obviously has had a few slow laps and has not been able to keep up with the pace. Montoro's still in the pit box. This could be, well, this is just going to put the jacks now. I think Fordzilla will be safe here, actually. They will get their lap back, so Fordzilla will go back into second, obviously, and get their lap back, and Montoro's putting tyres on the car here, but you can see the gap will have increased for Team Ford. There is MSI out onto the circuit. They emerge quite a lot of traffic there, but not a big problem for them. The gap 1 minute 39 a second back to Fordzilla, and that has increased by quite some margin in the past stint. So it's a losing battle for the moment for Team Ford to try and catch up to MSI. They really need a massive off for MSI for anything to come their way, really.
Yeah, it's like you did touch upon. It wasn't exactly the best stint. Certainly when Alex Palau went out last time out, remember he got away pretty slowly. Obviously with the fight with Altus Esports, of course, Yannick Lapchin, but it didn't help, obviously, that MSI, Gabby Montoro, slamming fastest lap after fastest lap on the board as well. 144.1 is absolutely sensational. And it makes you wonder whether we might see some 143s, Jack, in the morning stint when the sun comes out and the track starts to heat up. Do you think we could see some 143s here today?
I don't know. I think what you're seeing right now is going to be the fastest times because for some reason some guys go much better when it's in the dark, and we've seen the fastest lap being set in these conditions. Obviously, the race started in the daytime, and the hotter track temperature, obviously, the guys won't be pushing so hard because they don't want to wear the tyres out within one stint. So it's a tough one to call, but I think Palau seems to now be struggling a bit. I think he's absolutely dead in that car at the moment, so not a big surprise. But you can expect, I'd imagine, MSI to pass them on track on this time, on this stint, and they'll go back a lap down on track. MSI are on that pit straight, just behind. Car emerging into the mid-last Simtech get past them, but that was one other car which was just emerging out on the circuit as they carry on their way. There's Juan Bustamante, P15 at the moment, trying to close up to the Cox Gaming car, which is the one that's directly in front of them.
Yeah, only a second the deficit, Jack Canan, so they will be battling, I would imagine. There's Kevin Oval in the car and making their way out and around. They're going to be chasing up upon Juan Bustamante. Well, Juan Bustamante is going to be closing on Kevin Oval, should I say. Unicos Gaming are going to be left a little bit uncomfortable here. Of course, Bustamante driving the Lamborghini. Again, that straight line speed is going to be applied on this car as they make their way up towards Firth Curve. There's Gabby Montoro, who's watching all this unfold as well. Right in behind, does not want to be caught up in all the action. Let's see what he does now, heading through Campsa Corner. You just see it, look how nose to tail. You can see them all approaching each other further on as they make their way down towards the Lakea Bend, this downhill slope. And you can see that Lamborghini getting so close to the rear of the BMW GT3. There's the Simtech Pro car, currently lying in P's 23 as well. Just watching also, which is Javier Soto, watching it all unfold as well. There's the Lamborghini dead ahead. Making their way through the Europe car bend now, the next right-hander, and very shortly down through the chicane RACC. Gabby Montoro just trying to ease the car around. Look how quickly he caught up with the traffic, and they're all beginning to bunch up now. This is where things get a little dangerous, certainly here under the darkness, under the cloak of night, and down through the straight now past the paddock. The MSI Esports team do not want to be caught up too much in this nonsense, of course, as you can see that Simtech Pro very kindly letting him through, and a little flash of the lights to show his appreciation. Gabby Montoro very happy with that procedure indeed. It's just a case of keeping a cool head, Jack.
Yeah, and it's obviously very appreciated by drivers once they found for you, and Montoro would appreciate that very, very much. He's going to catch him in an awkward spot, but now comes the problem of these two, because they're battling for position. You got Euromaster just up the road as well, but they're obviously a lap in front. The problem for these guys, they're trying to unlap themselves from the Euromaster car as well. So, really tricky for Gavin Montoro to get through past these two or these three. He's going to try and do it as quickly as he can. Obviously, as here now, good run from the car behind, and they're going to. Bustamante is going to get the job done on the way through Campsa. Oh, well, break! Whoa, Kevin O'Malley, how brave! How brave around the outside of Campsa, and hangs it around the outside of the next corner. Let's see if they can get through. Bustamante could do it, but that was bravery of next level from Kevin O'Malley to keep it around the outside of Campsa, but. Montoro getting caught up a little bit here. They should catch them on the straights, and flashing the lights, letting another there. Oh dear, oh dear. That's one way to get through.
It is indeed left a very wide gap there, and certainly that's not ideal at all. We're going to take a look at a replay of that circumstance there as we're now watching. There's Bustamante, who was just looking on the outside trying to get through on Kevin O'Valle, who I have to say absolutely tenacious and did manage to hold his line, and very brave indeed. You're absolutely right, Jack Canan, as we're now watching him head through back Sam Badell in behind as well. You can see Gabby Montoro trying to gain on them. We got a very, very good view of this here as he came around, just lost the back end. The rear end just went, and he did spin, locking up the brakes potentially. But yeah, major spin, losing the rear end of the car, heading around the Europe car bend, the right-hander, and that's going to cost him a lot of time. And obviously he just unboxed and came out the pits, and Unicos Gaming are going to be left frustrated here because now they've got a huge recovery mission ahead of them in order to try and gain back on the car ahead. So a lifeline handed, certainly to that of I believe, who were they chasing? That was the was it Race for Cat? I don't think it was it? Which car is that ahead that they were chasing?
That's Euromaster. They're in front, so it's not.
Just an unlap, yeah, that's fine.
Also, Yas Heat unboxed and a fight, and Ross Wilford's finally pulled the reins, and Johnny Gwyndy is now on the car car for the first time. And yes, he's a new driver in for those guys, as Montoro is still frustratedly stuck behind these guys. He's going to have to try and make his way through. Gets right up behind them.
Very close.
He's got to be careful though. He can't afford to. He's got to be robust, obviously. But he can't afford to try and do a dive here. But where he's caught them now, he should be able to stream them down the straight and get through. It's obviously not being made easy for him here by the cars in front. He's getting caught up a little bit here behind these two. Trying to get a run out of the last corner, really hopping the curb there in that Lamborghini. He's got a good run here. He should be able to pass the Unicos Gaming car here, if possible. Of course, the Unicos Gaming also has the slipstream. Here comes Montoro now, and you can see Unicos easing off down the straight, and straight through he goes in front. And now Euromaster will be the next up on his list, but catching them in kind of awkward spots here. Gavin Montoro, which is not ideal. He's got loads of clean track in front of him after he gets past Euromaster to get on with the job at hand, and he's losing about 3/4 lap. It's been stuck behind these guys as he comes into a very wide line, and seems to have to try something here on the Euromaster car. He's going to throw it to the inside. No, he's going to stay behind. You can see how low the Lamborghini is relative to the BMW. Barely be able to see the Lamborghini, how low it is off the back of the BMW there. Through the S section they come now. Through Kamsa. He gets a good run here. He should be able to get it up the inside of the next corner here as he comes around Kamsa. Euromaster in front, and Montoro should have this now. Eases off, Euromaster let him through, and he's finally got clear of that track. Probably took him longer than he probably would have liked. Through anyway.
Yeah, the orange glow on the front brakes there as he makes the descent up towards the back Sambadel bend, and very shortly down through towards Europe car yet again, and is currently comfortably in front. His last lap, so MSI currently at 1:45, so you know he has lost a little bit of time while trying to scrap through some of those back markers, but never mind, he's still right on the case. And Team Fordzilla currently further down the road, obviously. Gabby Montoro, though, very comfortable. Actually managed to nail a 1:45.241. Still loses approximately a second off his best time. And Team Fordzilla there in second place, who are currently following. That, of course, being driven by Alex Palau with an absolutely mammoth stint at this under the cloak of darkness. Absolutely amazing stuff from Alex Palau. And the gap still remains at around 1 minute and 36 seconds. 1 minute 36.8, very nearly a 136.9. But nevertheless, in his last lap, he did a 144.950. Not enough to trouble Gabby Montoro right now. But coming into the pits, and that is the Irish racing car in P16, driven by Marcus Nunez for, I believe, a stop. Let's see if they make a driver change. 34 laps applied on that stint. Odox Motorsport Samsung, Jonathan Alvarez, also in P9, 30 laps acquired on that stint as well. Obsidian Racing, I would imagine they would box too, Jack. Sergio Gudial, 34 laps on his stint as well.
Yeah, they were actually just trundling down the pit lane, as you mentioned that. Still, yes, Sergio pit lane for those guys. This is Williams, who are still running around, so they'll jump up position. So Logitech will get in front of Obsidian, as will Williams. And as they come across the line, you'll see Williams pop up a spot into that position. And you can see Ate Kauppinen chipping away at the gap to Yannick Lapshin here. So 4.3 seconds is all it is up to P4 for Williams. And having a look here, they're all the same. They're pretty much the same. No, actually, Williams hit before them by about 10 laps. So it'll be just a case of Atse trying to get as close as he can to the back of the Logitech car. He's making good progress up to the back of Yannick Lapshin here, considering all that happened to Atse earlier.
He is gaining, Jack. He's bringing the delta time down. He's going to be within 4 seconds very shortly, so he's making some impressive progress. I'm really impressed with how he's adapted to iRacing. I think he's made that excellent transition, and you always wonder how drivers who have been in more of an arcadey sort of feel in terms of racing to then jump in a simulator. It's quite a massive transition, isn't it?
It really is, yeah. Totally different games, but it seems that some guys are making the transition very, very well across to that series. And it depends on what car you pick up, of course. Some cars are easier to pick up than others. obviously a car like this has loads of assists, ABS, traction control. That does not mean that they're easy to drive at all. So it's hard. It may be easy to drive them, but it's hard to drive them fast, and that's the difference that you've got to find in these GT3 cars. So there's lots to do, and you've got to try and find a car that suits your driving style. Of course, Bieber might not suit everybody, and the Lamborghini obviously is an acquired taste for many drivers, as is the Audi, for example. BMW, I think, is the friendliest car for new drivers, as is Merc. I would imagine the Merc is quite good, but nobody's driven it, which I'm quite sad about. There's only one Mercedes, and that's definitely in this race, and continuing to set a good pace, but tell you what, I think Cameron was half a second quicker on that lap.
Yeah, he was, and he's showing really good pace. Ate Kauppinen really taking to this like a duck to water right now. And the first stint I saw him in, that was where he was really most impressive. We saw the best of Ate Kauppinen at the start, but he's still lapping at a very good rate at this moment in time. So Williams Esports have a lot to be excited about at this moment. Let's see what Ate can do. You never know, there could be a P3 up for grabs. They've got to close on Arnage competition, of course, being driven by Ricardo Rico, who's also trying to move his way through the field. Of course, his race is with Team Fordzilla. Alex Palau, though, really drawing it nicely clear. But they are on the same lap, I believe, as I look at it. Lap 611. Sounds amazing when we talk about these lap numbers, Jack. 612 is the lap that MSI are on right now with Gabby Montoro, with Fordzilla on 611 as well with Arnage competition. It's amazing how already we're at this point of the race. And remember, we are given a recommendation that the race should finish around lap 823, so we're drawing closer and closer. So we're approximately, would you say, 2/3 of the way into this race, maybe more? I'd say that's about right, isn't it? 2/3.
Yeah, 2/3, about 66% into the part of this race. We have some graphics. Ooh, I like new graphics on the bottom right there, and that's just showing us how many pit stops these guys have made at the bottom there. That was kind of nice to see. But, yeah, we're expecting another 210 laps of Catalonia here. They've completed 612 of them, and just another couple more to go. 210 will seem like nothing to these guys after already. As I'm looking, George. Look, the sun is beginning to peek through over the horizon. It's getting a little bit lighter.
It certainly is, and we're looking forward to seeing the sunlight come through. Certainly here in the UK as well, folks. It's actually here at the moment 17 minutes past 5, as we're now seeing Fast Repair Motorsport in P19. That, of course, being Jose Miguel Galilea making his way around the track as well. And he's trying to chase an Alberto Garcia, who's currently in P18, but he's got a massive 25 seconds to run to try and close the gap. Iago Martinez currently flashing his lights as well, trying to work his way through the field. He's got Sergio Gudiel currently 1 minute and 2 seconds ahead of him. Wow, just chucking it down the inside of that left-hander. Very close down. Leclerc was not messing around and has got the job done to jump ahead of one of the back markers. So excellent stuff indeed from the Zenith Esports car. And you've got to give Zenith Esports a lot of credit here, Jack. They've already gone a lot further than where they did last year.
They certainly have, yeah. It was around 3 or 4 that all came undone last time. As Fast Repair now pit for their pit stop, and for their scheduled pit stop, that is, and in they come to serve their pit stop. That'll be Jose Miguel Galilea, who's at the wheel at the moment. Let's see if he swaps it out. There's Fordzilla. Still Alex Palau at the wheel. 1 minute and 37 up to the leader, and he's just desperately trying to hang on to the lead lap at this rate, Alex Palau. So, and I'm assuming that the amount of work that he's done, he is going to be hopping out of the car the next stint. There's no way he's staying for another stint. It'd be something else if he did, but I doubt it. Coming into these next few phases of the race, and trying to see if Fast Repair have made a driver swap. Jose Miguel Galilea was in the car. And Jonathan Alvarez. Sorry, that's a different car altogether. Fast Repair have put Yosemi Chavez in the car, and I think Jonathan Alvarez has hopped into another car as well. So that's just a driver swap happening across the board. As Here's Simtech, who are now on the back. That's the Unicos car. I think it's just in front of them there, so that's not the position. They are about a minute and 18 off the next available position, so they're not going to have too much to worry about regards making any new positions, barring any pit stops of any kind. And kind of see Simtech are trying to get past this car here and not able to find room. Their next car that they have is the Fast Repair Motorsport car that's now just come out of pit lane. So there's a huge gap to them and a big gap to the car behind, which is well, I think it's the Orma Sim Racing that's the next car, and then second back to the next car, and 56 seconds up to the next car. So no man's land if I ever saw it.
Yeah, absolutely. Simtech Pro currently in the midst of their own little trifle here. Of course, Javier Soto trying to nurse the car around, and they've got their own battles ahead. And you can see them coming around the next right-hander. Certainly the car in front of them, that's the Unicos Gaming car, currently ahead of them right now as they make their way through the final chicane. And Odox Motorsport Samsung, Victor De La Fuente taking a seat in that car now as they exit the pit lane very, very shortly, as we now watch them all come round. In fact, they have exited the pit lane. Victor De La Fuente now in the car and making his way down towards Verth Curve, where he'll make that incline rise through the field. And with a fresh set of boots, no doubt they'll be feeling very, very confident. And with their new man in the car, Victor De La Fuente, showing some very interesting early pace earlier on when we watched him last time. Again, respect the equipment, boys. The cone, the cone went for a tumble heading down Campsa, or around Campsa down towards Lakea Bend. So once again, respect the equipment, guys, here at this Circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya. But credit for all these guys. They're putting everything on the line, certainly trying to maximise their opportunities in this race. You've got to give them all absolute credit. Odox Motorsport have actually got Euromaster trying to close on them right now, all of them on the same lap. Cherokee have just crossed the line, I believe, not long ago. In fact, to go lap 611, which is exactly what Odox are going to be hoping to do now themselves. Williams Esports there in behind, giving them a little bit of a flash of the lights on Odox Motorsport to drive on through. Ate Kauppinen not wanting to leave anything to chance, gets in the slipstream, taking the inside line. Very interesting. Usually you would have thought they would have slowed up on the curb side, but not this time. They opted to go a little bit inside and let Ate Kauppinen through. We're going to have a look at the replay of that battle as we're now seeing the car round the next right-hander. Williams Esports certainly not wasting any time. Ate Kauppinen on a flyer right now. You can just see him flashing the lights there in the midst, and it seemed like I tell you what, he's not patient, is he? This man, Ate Kauppinen, just wants to get the job done. Odox Motorsport giving him the room to go through into turn 1 at Elf Curve, and the Williams Chill Blast car will continue on his journey in P5. Obviously, Williams Esports challenging. They could yet again match what they did last season or last year, Jack. They could still get a P4 finish, which would be absolutely smack on what they got last year, only with a very different lineup. They can't seem to break into that top 3 at the moment.
No, absolutely not. But on both occasions, I had to start from the back of the grid. So, there's only one solution: stop starting at the back.
Good solution, Jack. Good solution.
But either way, I mean, it's a great drive from all those guys to get up to where they are, and you can see. Look at the gap to Logitech. 1.9 is all it is now between Williams and Logitech. Of course, Williams are going to have to pit within the next 6 or 7 laps. But I think if Ate Kauppinen could get in front of Logitech before the pit stops, that'd be an advantage for them certainly. So he's going to push on and get after Yannick Lapschner, 45.1 for and a 44.56 tenths of a second quicker on that lap again for Ate Kauppinen. So he is on an absolute mission to get after Logitech and Yannick Lapschner for that position. And you can see them really kicking up that dust. You can't see anything when the dust comes up in your face like that. It is mental how much it affects you when it just hangs in the air like that and gets caught in the headlight beams. And it's obviously a very important part of the simulation as well, just to make sure you're all versed in what you're doing. As you can see, the race for Cat Machine, Sergei Hervas, who is still circulating P12, and they're kind of on their own there, the race for Cat, and just trying to see what is happening throughout the field as well. 5 hours 35 minutes left in the race. It's definitely lighter now than it was pitch dark when we started with this kind of bit of sunlight coming up on the horizon, and I think in about an hour it should be the sun should be basically up for the drivers, and they'll be able to more than a whole lot more than they did earlier on. You'll be able to see just the sky even getting a bit lighter on the front straight there. Came into turn 1. Scheduled for sunrise from Maine at the moment is 7:45 local time, but I think the in-sim time would be just a little bit earlier than that. The sun will fully come up for these guys, but it's not far off the real thing. But 10 Factory, as we were talking about, as they were talking about, closing into R70. They've got Alvaro Garcia in the car for R70, swapping out with the other driver as well, so you can see they're about to nearly a second and a half a lap quicker at the moment. 10 Factory Sim races should be an easy move for them.
Yeah, absolutely. We've just seen as well that Johnny Gwindy is making his way in the Yas Heat car. There was a little change, I think, further down. I think Joan Bustamante came in for a pit stop as well. He's just exited on a fresh set of boots, and he is now out on track. High Speed Demons, Diego Nicolas as well, I think, is in the pits, and he'll very shortly be exiting as well. I've just seen him go grade out on our timing tower. He is still out on track. No, he didn't pit. He's still out and about on 29-lap old tyres on this stint. Very shortly, Euromaster, I can imagine they'll want to box very, very shortly. 35 laps applied on their stint this time as well, being driven by Aitor Alvarez. So a great opportunity here for Race for Cat to certainly close the gap. They are 45 seconds away from Euromaster right now, as we're now watching Alvaro Garcia fight it out here with the 10th Factory Sim Racing team. We were looking very prevalent right now. Certainly Lucas Augustin Lemes now right on the rear. Wow, we're getting so close there on the R70 car, who opts to take the inside line to try and break any sort of a toe as they make their way down towards turn 1. And the BMW lighting things up. Lemas just too good on this occasion and makes his way up into P1 and will go through Elf Curve ahead and certainly move ahead of the R70's Alvaro Garcia Parades. But let's have a look around that final corner at the New Holland. It certainly was getting very touch and go. Just look at him pushing him almost around the final get bend. And I tell you what, he was lucky not to take them both out, because I tell you what, that car has been on the end of a few scrapes, certainly in this race, but managing to hold on nevertheless. And the 10th Factory Sim Racing team move up. Lucas Augustin Lemes now up into P20 after that overtake there on R70 team driver Alvaro Garcia Parades into turn 1. Brilliant stuff indeed, though. Gets the job done, and they can now focus on what's ahead. Obviously, the 10th Factory team will certainly be looking to box very, very soon as well. Parades actually not long out on his stint, approximately 6 laps applied only on his tyres so far. So you would have thought he would get those up to speed, but losing out, which is interesting because not often do we see that car losing out, that Lamborghini as such, because it's been very, very quick in a straight line. But I tell you what, it must be the case that Lemes was just too effective in the corners, Jack.
Yeah, so it looks like Alvaro Garcia is struggling something, and just having a quick look at it, I think, I can't quite tell from this angle, but I think there is damage on the front of that car, on the front of the Lamborghini. It looks a little bit pulled in on the front, right here. We're now with the car that is in, I think it's the Avanti Esports. It is indeed. Minus points for Avanti Esports, as Pedro Manuel Cabezas Salas is at the moment, as they chase after the, they are out on the same lap as the next car, that was a 37, it's the Customs GT car. They're very comfortable where they are, because they're 7 laps in front of the next car behind the speed up team, so they're very comfortable and they don't have any problems from behind. But overall, they've actually lost 1 place throughout this whole race, despite everything. And look at that, Jordan. Look at the daylight it's coming in all of a sudden.
Yeah, red sky starting to appear now, folks, the sunlight. You can start to see a lot more of the circuit now. You can see the drivers ahead without the headlights. Of course, not ready to turn them off just yet, but still, you can see a lot more than what you could before. The trees in the distance, the clouds in the sky, and certainly the circuit itself, the curbs are beginning to show, as we're now seeing this Avanti esports car coming into the final chicane. Gamer Esports have just boxed as well. Ivan Figueroa has taken a seat in that car now as well. Euromaster Esports as well opted into pit with Aitor Alvarez. So they've all boxed and escaped now and made their way out onto the track. And there we can see the Avanti esports car now making its way down the straight, heading towards turn 1, of course. So looking to try and improve their prospects, because of course they are a lap down. Still Gamer Esports in the pits. In fact, the driver change was Luis Santanoja, who's now taking Luis Santanoja, is it Anoya? Moving into the car now himself. Samuel Granier as well in the pits for Dream Factory as well, and they've got fresh tyres being applied to that car as well. Williams Esports Ati Kauppinen still in P5, although you'd expect him to pit as well very shortly, with Yannick Lapchin currently still ahead of them. 22 laps applied on their stint too, but they can go a little bit longer, as now seen the speed up team in P30, that being driven by David Riobo, now making his way around on the Gamer Esports team of Luis Santanoja. Now this is interesting. Santanoja actually opted in, I think, to defend the position on that occasion. They are ahead in P27, ahead of the speed up racing team, so they're trying to unlap themselves here, David Riobo, and not keen to wait around. So he does, in all intents and purposes of the word, needs to speed up as they make their way down towards the next left-hander. And to be truthful, we're going to have a look at a replay, I think, of something that occurred there. In fact, it's...
The way he got past the traffic there was phenomenal. What's this?
Where did he get the pace from?
Look at this. He just... I don't know. Like, he got on the power here nicely, braves it out around the outside here, and gets on the brake, super late, gets on the power now, and says, right, may as well have you.
That is superb.
That's how you do it.
That is superb. That is one way to dispatch back markers. You've got to give him credit for that. So excellent work by Bustamante, and he's certainly Buster moved and made his way up through the field. That was a bad joke, wasn't it? It was terrible. But yeah.
I'm just concerned.
It's starting to rub off on me, Jack. That's not good news, mate. So we're watching P27, that of course being Luis Santanoja, who is now out on track, doing his best to try and pull something back, certainly on his stint. And Almost Sim Racing team are in as well. Hervé Gali in the pits as well, with a new set of boots being applied to that car. And shortly they'll be back out and about as well. Williams Esports, I'd imagine, will be doing the same very shortly. Ati Kauppinen obviously still out on 34-lap old tyres. And speak of the devil, there he is, coming up through back Sambadel. And I believe that... Is that Zenith Esports ahead of him, Jack?
I believe it is, yeah. It looks like the Zenith Esports car to me. Yes, it is. That is Zenith Esports just in front of them. With Logitech right in front of them as well. I can expect Ate Kauppinen to come in this lap, and in he comes. With the
Mystic Meg again.
Yeah. Again, it's the traffic. Once you see the traffic, you gotta come in. But anyway, he's on 34 lap old tyres, and the fuel would have been absolutely minimal. So he's done enough to get to the line. Stop demolishing the cones, guys. On the exit encounter. What the hell have they done to you? Is my question to you. And Simtech still behind the Unicos game. Been stuck there for a little while, actually. Simtech trying to get past that Unicos car, but of course they don't want to do anything untoward because they're a lap in front of them, the Unicos gaming car, so they don't want to try anything untoward past them. Ate Kauppinen, I think, is staying in the car for Williams, which is not a surprise, and he's going to try and push the Williams guys on a little bit more there. Just want to ensure that they get out in front of Obsidian Racing, really, and Dream Factory. That's their target, is to get out in front of them, and then they can worry about Logitech, who are they're on a different strategy, but they will be pitting in about 10 laps time for Logitech, so it's still a good ways to go for the stint there. Obsidian, that's not going to be enough for Williams. They've come out behind Obsidian, but they're a pit stop out of sync. So the target now is get out in front of Dream Factory, which I think they should be able to do, as long as they emerge in the next 20 odd seconds. As we just look, and they have managed to do that. So Williams out of the pit lane now, 30 seconds behind Obsidian, and the pit stop gap, that is Just looking here. 52. A minute and 12 currently is the gap to Logitech, and that is right on the bubble.
It is. So if Logitech pit, so basically Ati Kaupinen needs to pull out a really, really good stint now. And there's the XGR team as well in P26, that being driven by Ivan Enrique Pla, making his way around the next right-hander. We haven't seen much of that team, in fact, XGR. It's not a team we've come across much in this broadcast, but they're still out and about. There's Iago Martinez for Zenith Esports, and look how late on the brakes he is, as he's coming up to the Logitech Altus Esports car of Yannick Lapchin himself now, as they make their way down towards the seat curve. And Iago Martinez himself, yet Zenith Esports maybe slightly underwhelmed with the progress they made in this race. Obviously, you would have expected them to be higher up the order. Remember, they did start near enough at the top. They were leading this race in the first stint of this 24-hour de Barcelona-Catalunya race, but unfortunately have dipped back. And it just goes to show it doesn't matter where you are at the very start. It's what happens towards the end that matters. And unfortunately for Zenith Esports, they're now down into P8 of all places, and are now trying to fight it out with the likes of Dream Factory and potentially Williams Esports. But now you can see the Logitech Altus Esports car all very close there. Zenith Esports to the fast repair car that just gave them the space, but very, very close as they tried to re-enter the track. But still holding on to that spot is Yannick Lapchin. No movements made by Iago Martinez in behind currently. Just happy to stay in behind, at least for the time being. Of course, if you have a look at the tyre situation, 21 laps applied on this stint from Iago Martinez, with Logitech Altus Esports Yannick Lapchin 25. So they're pretty equilateral. They probably will pit in and around the same time. So I think it's fair to say that Zenith Esports are going to be out of the picture where it comes to a race win here today, Jack.
Yeah, unless something really drastic happens, but I can't see nothing. I can't see happening. They're 2 laps off the lead, so they would need a big problem from the guys in front for that to happen. But they're still on for a result. At least as I'm finishing, it'll be an improvement on last year as long as they get a finish in. So just have to wait and see if that's going to come to fruition or not. But looking now, the next car that's probably going to pit is Ricardo Rico for our Nage competition, and I would imagine there's drivers there because Ricardo Rico's been in the car for a while now. He's done 2 or 3 stints, so he's I think he's going to be swapping out. He's on his 32nd lap of his stint. Team Fordzilla are not far away from the stop either, and I'm surely the god Alex Palau is going to get out of the car finally.
He could surprise you, Jack. He could surprise you. I have to say they've currently amassed 32 laps on this stint in our Nage competition, literally matching them very closely, 33 against 32. If anyone's going to pit first, it's Ricardo Rico, and very similar to what we saw prior, Alex Palau is probably likely to respond to what Ricardo Rico does, and just maintaining that same gap, almost frustrating Ricardo Rico, I can imagine. But I have to say, Alex Palau, with an absolute masterclass of a stint, he can be very proud with what he's achieved in this race for Team Fordzilla, and I'd imagine his team are very, very, very happy with what he's achieved for them. That's for sure, as we're now watching the Odox Motorsport Samsung team in P10. And of course, Victor De La Fuente, who's currently amassed 9 laps now, soon to cross the line to make it 10, as he now does cross the line now shortly to bustle down towards turn 1. And you've got to give him credit for the way he's acted as well. A top 10 for Odox Motorsport, they'll be pleased with that. They've made, they've dropped a place, in fact. They've gone down from P9, but they're still maintaining that top 10 gap. Only losing 1 solitary place is not a bad result indeed for Odox Motorsport. Certainly when it comes to a 24-hour event, there's lots of opportunities for error. In fact, the threshold for error is dramatically thin. There's a flash of the lights now from Odox Motorsport. Victor De La Fuente not wasting any time, opts to chop it down the inside, and there you can see that familiar livery, that monster logo on the high-speed Demons car, not too far ahead either, as they make their way through. That's in fact Odox Motorsport trying to chase on Carlos Marin in the Cherokee Esports car, as they're now opting to go down the inside. The Odox Motorsport Samsung cutting through the back markers here and doing an exceptional job as well. Victor De La Fuente trying to march through these back markers. Of course, next on his list is that of the what they were called now. This is going well. High-speed demon, should I say? Miguel Angel Gallardo. The Alzheimer's are kicking in now at this very early morning stint.
Yeah, Well, I mean, he made short work of them. Have a look at this. From Bulldogs Motorsport. I mean, the replay's queued up from quite far away, but you'll be able to see he just went for it. I mean, the gap was there, I suppose, but look how far back he is right now. And he thinks to decide, yes, I can make this. And he decides, right, here we go. Just gonna, okay, you're leaving me the room, fine. There you go, lovely.
Spectacular,
And,
smooth.
that's great. Some of the high-speed demons left him the space to do it as well. So easily done from him there. And just looking to see, I'm expecting a pit stop from our Arnage competition on this lap. 34 laps on their set of tyres, and they would surely be pitting now. At least if their tyres aren't even burned out, they're going to be out of fuel anyway. So expecting a pit stop from Arnage and also Fordzilla the lap after that. And starting to see a lot more of the circuit now, which is very nice. The sun's really peeking up over the horizon here in Catalonia. And this is the Auris Racing car, and that is for position, I think. There's something else, the Mass Devils Esports car. That's going to be 15th place for Auris Racing here. The inside they go, and it'll be another place for Auris Racing. They keep the spot here. Yes, they do. So Jose Soria moves in front of Zamora. That is a place gained for them. And to P15 as Arnage, right when we thought they would pit there now into Ricardo Rico's in for Arnage competition from P3.
Yeah, they are in the box now, and Ricardo Rico will be doing that himself. But great move by Auris Racing there. We can be pleased with what they've achieved. Jose Soria moving ahead of Jonathan Zamora, and they'll take their place in P15 from that P16 place, and they'll keep on rising, I'm sure. 15 laps applied on their stint, though, matching stint for stint on Jonathan Zamora as well. There's Team Fordzilla, who I've got to say have driven absolutely spectacularly. Of course, Alex Palau being the man behind with the plan right now. 34 laps applied on this stint, and you'd fully expect him to come in now, because Ricardo Rico, who has just boxed, will he respond now, Alex Palau? I'm sure he will, as the daylight continues to come through now here in Spain, and certainly here in the UK as well. We're hoping to see some sunshine as well very shortly, folks, but impressive nonetheless here from Alex Palau. All his efforts have certainly garnered Team Fordzilla an improved position in this race. He can be pleased with what he's given them as he does opt to box. Now, is this the last we're going to see of Alex Palau on this stint, Jack?
Well, he's done nearly 7 or 8 hours in that car. I mean, he's surely now he's got to swap out with somebody else. If he does do another stint, that's just god tier driving from him right there. As Ricardo Rico emerges, he's carrying on. So Ricardo Rico's going for his 3rd or 4th stint in the car, and in comes Alex Palau, and he's staying in the car, isn't he?
Wow.
He's still going. This guy's a machine. Alex Palau is still going. Oh, there he goes. He's getting out. No,
there is a swap.
Yeah. Julian Rodriguez finally in the car for Team 4.
Yeah, he was teasing us slightly there, Jack. I think he was saying, look, let's see if I can surprise them. But no, it's going to be Julian Rodriguez jumping in the car for Team Fordzilla, and he will be getting a fresh set of boots on the car, as well as a splash of fuel. Currently holding on to that P2. We'll have to keep an eye on what Yannick Lapchin does now, if he does make the move. Currently 29 laps applied. Gabby Montoro, 22 laps currently in front as well on his stint. And there's Jonathan Zamora trying to tag back on Auris Racing, who, if you remember, Jose Soria making the move on Jonathan Zamora for position for P15. This battle could potentially continue, even though actually the delta is starting to cascade downwards. Jonathan Zamora losing quite a lot of time now off Auris Racing Jose Soria. So credit to Soria. He's making the most of it. They're on very similar stints. There's the Logitech car, and it does indeed move up into P2 ahead of the Fordzilla of Julian Rodriguez. But bear in mind, they will have to box very, very shortly. 30 laps applied on their time indeed. And there, in fact, is the Fordzilla car. Julian Rodriguez coming out in P3. It's only a matter of time. I'd say the next 4 laps, Yannick Lapchin, he himself will probably end up boxing, Jack. And that will, again, move Fordzilla back up into P2.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the pit stop here. It's a very quick stop from Arnage. Actually, they've managed to come out in front of Obsidian, which I didn't expect. So, good job from them. I'm assuming there was no tyres taken in that stop, by the looks of it, by Arnage competition. So Ricardo Rico happy with the tyres, and he's come out 18 seconds behind Team Fordzilla. So suddenly, Ricardo Rico has put himself in a very nice position here behind Team Fordzilla. Only 18 seconds and about just about 33, 34 seconds off of P2 Logitech, but they're pretty safe in P3, but they're still on for P2 if they can keep the current trend here.
Yeah, as long as they keep it together, they could well be on for something. We'll have to keep a close eye on them. But yeah, interesting indeed to see them doing what they're doing. And I'll tell you what, Ricardo Rico would be a huge boon to what they're trying to do, because remember, like we said before, he was representing Zenith Esports last year, and after they had that incident, they were pretty much robbed of a potential race win, even though MSI were certainly hunting them down that year as well. But MSI have no worries at this moment in time. They are still leading by a considerable margin right now and absolutely bossing it now out on track. And they'll be very, very pleased with their progress. Certainly what they've done is absolutely mind-blowing. And you've got to give them credit where credit's due. Very well driven by Gabby Montoro in this early stint. Still owns the fastest lap as well of a 1:44.1. An incredible lap time, to say the least. But Gabby Montoro's last lap was a 1:45 flat, in fact, a 1:45.080. And he's lapping now at a good place. Well, certainly a good pace, should I say. And pushing, and he still maintains at least a lap gap, certainly ahead of Yannick Lapchin, who's in the Logitech Altus Esports car in P2. Julian Rodriguez, though, will be looking to overtake, though, very, very shortly, as soon as the pit stop is applied to Altus Esports, and that Team Fordzilla car is going to be up into P2 themselves. Arnage competition, though, that you're quite right, Jack. They could have effectively moved themselves into this race. They're level on laps with Fordzilla right now.
Yes, and oh my word, Ricardo, what are you doing? 44.140 on that.
He's pushing.
He is almost on. He's on a rapid pace now, Ricardo Rico. How about this? From this, he took a full second and a half out of that previous lap. So Ricardo Rico's on a mission now to get up to the rear of that car. He nearly set the fastest lap of the race in that time by. And it was almost a second quicker than Gabby Montoro, which is no easy for Ricardo Rico. So brilliant job. Here's Williams Esports. They're not worried about Sergio Gurdiel. This is who they're worried about. Well, Logitech, who are just further ways up the road. We're expecting Logitech to pit in the next 2 to 3 laps, and Julian Rodriguez now has to adapt very quickly to the car, because he needs to get back on the pace, and I need to see what his initial time is here as he comes across the start-finish line. 45.297, quicker than Logitech up front, which is what he needs to be doing, but slower than Arnage by quite some margin there. So Ricardo Rico has an opportunity now. He needs to pounce while he can get the times on the board, because that is a very impressive time, as we're now in the early morning phase of the race, and it's almost 6 a.m. in the UK, 7 a.m. in Spain, and yeah, it's looking very good. 44.4 for Ricardo Rico. Another 8/10 suddenly gone, so the gap that Fordzilla made is quickly falling away at the hands of Ricardo Rico, who's driving brilliantly in his early phase of his stint.
Yeah, absolutely. There's Gabby, the Logitech Altus Esports car, currently 1 minute and 6 seconds in behind Gabby Montoro, but they've still got to pit. And they can see Yago Martinez for Zenith Esports, 12.8 seconds, yes, in behind Dream Factory. But they're right on the rear of the Logitech car right now. So Yannick Lapchin has got certainly a very, very quick Ricardo Rico, who does not want to be held up here, because obviously he started to lap at an extraordinary pace, and he'll want to kick on now. And I got to say, Jack, the daylight really starting to come out now. You can really see everything on this track. We've got sunrise coming up here in Spain, and everybody at home, I hope you're all enjoying yourself here in the live chat. If you're there watching us, please say hello in the live chat. If you're watching, we want to hear from you. Please leave any comments as well in the comments section. We will answer any questions you guys have, as there's a little bit of a desync there as the Yassi car makes its way through. There it is, folks, the grandstand here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. Never a more brilliant sight, with spectators in the grandstand and the flags waving as we see the sunlight now trickle overhead over the grandstand. And what a pleasure it is to be here. And as it says, Catalonia is your home. It is your home for motorsport, certainly here for the 24-hour de Barcelona, Catalonia. And it's a pleasure to be bringing you all the action, even for us here at the English stream. And I'm pleased to say that we are going to be taking you through right till 7 o'clock. Of course, me and Jack Kinnan, should I say 7 o'clock BST. It will be, of course, 8 o'clock CEST, of course, and that is when Kieran McGinley will be welcomed back and giving us his insights into that session as well. And it's going to be morning with McGinley, I suppose, with that one, isn't it, Jack?
Yeah, I was wondering if you were going to steal that for me. I had it in my head for ages. Mornings with McGinley. But, you've said it first, so there you go. Mornings with McGinley.
sorry, Jack.
That's fine. It's fair game. It's but yeah, another hour with us, and mornings with McGinley will be so we've had the breakfast show, and then you're gonna have the I suppose this morning with McGinley.
Do you think he's got a Piers Morgan type element to him? You know, like Good Morning Britain, GMB, you know, type thing.
Yeah, I think it was. I think that the pure delirium of late nights was hit McGinley earlier on.
I think it did. He looked a bit drowsy, didn't he?
We were muted. Obviously, we're also in call at the same time, so we can see our webcams. And I've never seen a man look more tired and more confused. Only Vegas.
It's unbelievable. I mean, that might have not actually been Sony Vegas loading up on his PC. He might have just visualized that as he was sat there. But I have to say, it almost looked like if you were to sort of like jump up behind him, he would actually get really scared. Like he was that tired. Like his responses would be so delayed. And I felt so bad for Mr. McGinley, but he did a superb job on his stint, to say the least. As ever, the professional Kieran McGinley getting a well-earned break. But he will be back once again very, very soon, folks. And there's Sergio Gudiel, currently in P5 and loving life right now and doing certainly bits for his team. There's the Logitech Altus Esports car, surely going to box on this lap, I would expect. Team Fordzilla breathing down their neck very, very shortly. Of course, Julian Rodriguez still lapping at a faster rate, approximately 0.6 of a second quicker, maybe 0.5 of a second quicker than that of Yannick Lapchin. And certainly there you can see the daylight really started to show over and above now. You can see the haze of the sunlight hitting the circuit, and it's a pleasure to be here in Spain. And the temperature, I believe, is starting to at least rise technically. Well, it still remains at 23 degrees here at the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalonia, but nevertheless, it is still lovely to see these cars out on this track. And this race has never, ever ceased to amaze us as well. We were here last year, very much enjoyed ourselves, and that's exactly why we are back again, folks. If you want to leave a like and a subscribe as well to the MundoGT YouTube channel, that would be really much appreciated as well. I mean, if you want to check out me and Jack as well, we have got Twitter tags as well. You can check us out on Twitter, @GeorgeMorganTV is my tag. And Jack, do you want to share them with your social media as well?
Yeah, it's at Jack C. Combs on Twitter, if you can find me. And well, there's us. Good morning.
We're still alive.
We're still going. We're still going. There's our Twitter's just there, just below. Make sure to give us a follow. But yeah, I've just noticed Logitech have gone an extra lap. They're still going on. So Yannick's saving some fuel here and done a good job to bring the stint out a little bit more. And he's obviously done a great bit of fuel saving. There's MSI still in the lead, still carrying on, and their gap is, well, they're obviously lapped the entire field now at this stage, Gabby Montoro, and now he's in the daylight. So now we're in the daylight. I wonder at the end of this stint, can we see another driver in? Obviously, Gabby's done a good chunk of the night stint, as has Salvatallon, so I'm assuming somebody else is going to take over that MSI car at the end of this stint.
Would not be surprised, Jack. And obviously, I want to say good morning to everybody there in the world. Welcome to the breakfast show with me and Jack Canan. And there is Gabby Montoro, who has pretty much led right through the stint MSI. Been dominant, folks. Absolutely dominant. Brilliant indeed. What a performance so far. Currently holding the fastest lap of the race with a 1:44.1, but did nearly get pipped by Ricardo Rico in the certainly the Arnage competition car, getting very close indeed to his fastest time. Ricardo Rico really started to put like the big guns now. 44.4, I saw him actually lap on a previous lap as well. So tremendous to see what he's doing in his car as well. That pink livery really doing bits for him right now. How about though Julian Rodriguez in P3, really trying to get Fordzilla back up after the great work done by Alex Palau to move them right up the field. As now the Logitech Altus Esports car pits, Jack. Yannick Lapchin is now into box.
Yeah, so great stint from Yannick Lapchin to really extended that fuel stint really long. An extra lap that he managed to do. He's in the pit lane now, and I'm going to see if he's going to change driver. I don't think it looks like he's staying in the car for now. And Julian Rodriguez now moves up to second for Team Fordzilla. And But the key battle that Logitech has is with Williams. There goes Ricardo Rico in the Arnage car, but it's Williams they need to be focusing on, because it was Ate Kauppinen really reeling them in earlier on. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, unless Ate should have the gap to maybe get them, this could be quite tight with Williams here if they carry on the way they're going. And keeping an eye on the timing screens here. There's up on the jacks goes Logitech G Altus Esports car, and I think, by the looks of it, Williams have a decent gap here. 12 seconds is the gap back to Williams, and well, we'll have to wait and see if this is going to be enough. There they go.
Yeah, they're through. They're through, and in the clear. Williams Esports now marching forward, certainly marching on. 12 laps applied on their stint right now. Ate Kauppinen has done a truly fantastic job to bring that car back to where they wanted it to be, and they're now going to focus on what's ahead of them here. Of course, what's ahead of them is Obsidian Racing, and you firmly expect Sergio Gudial to actually pit first, because, of course, if you look at it, 23 laps applied on them. They will be boxing very, very soon. Of course, Williams have only amassed 12 laps on this stint, so we could see Williams in P4 at this rate, Jack.
Yeah, they will be running P4 at some point, so great job from Ate Kauppinen in the Williams Esports car to do that. And Obsidian Racing boxing, our Arnage competition, Ricardo Rico is keeping them honest. It seems like Julian Rodriguez kind of settled into the race now, 45-0 on the previous lap, matching Gavin Montoura out the front, and they carry on through the traffic right now. And well, Gavin Montoura is going to be boxing very soon, actually, in the next or so, to bring an end to his stint. And a lot of traffic here for Julian Rodriguez and the Team Fordzilla machine. Lots of beamers to make his way through up the order. They go. He's going to try the attempt to pass here on the inside. The high-speed Demons car that's just behind. The Odok Motorsports Samsung car is right behind. High-speed Demons on the inside now should back off and let them through here. And as they see, that got a little bit tight for space right there. The high-speed Demons, the Odok Motorsport car, but all safely through. And Odok's trying to make up space here to Carlos Marin in the Cherokee PS car, which is 35 seconds up the road from them. So a lot of work still to do with 5 hours to go in this race. Nearly 18 hours completed, entering hour 19 in about 3 minutes time.
Yeah, absolutely, and the drama still continues to carry on, and Andrew Carl now in the car, of course, for Logitech Altus Esports, but there we can see Carlos Marin in P9. We're following on with the Odox Motorsports Samsung car right now, and they've got 26 seconds to find on Carlos Marin for Cherokee Esports. Ahead of them, though, you can see there the high-speed Demons car still holding on to their position, becoming a bit of a thorn in the side for this Odox car as they make their way through. Victor De La Fuente once again faced with this very tricky task. Cherokee Esports actually in the box now, so this is a good chance now for Odox Motorsport to go ahead of them and move up into P9. So a good little bit of work here from Victor De La Fuente as Marin Casa, now that's Carlos Marin Casa now coming out very soon out of the pits. So it's going to be very close, I think, eventually between those two as they make their way out. But up to P9 goes Odox Motorsport. So they have gained a little bit there. Was that a car on the inset there, Jack, that we just saw?
Yep, so it was one of those little Porsches just coming out of the pit lane, getting well out of the way of the cars that are coming down towards turn 1. So good driving from them. I think that was the XGR machine, the Porsche, we've seen a few times as race for Qatar, also with Sergey at the wheel. They've come into the pit lane now as well to take their pit stop, and just looking here, Gavin Montoura about 3 laps away from a pit stop here, and we'll see who swaps into the car, because I reckon whoever gets in the car now, they'll be taking the car to the end with 5 hours remaining until possible. So maybe they'll split this into 2, but it's very likely that this could be one of the last driver swaps for some of the guys, the last driver swaps for some guys. That's oh, excuse me.
Bless you. No,
I'm sorry about that.
Well, if that didn't wake you up, I don't know what didn't. Jack Canane, obviously bless you, sir, after that one. But Gabby Montoro out on track. They could yet again make a stop. And who would you fancy to bring back in? Would it be Salva Talens to take them to the end?
Either that, or I haven't seen Alejandro Sanchez in the car at all. So
must be him.
So I'm assuming it's Alejandro Sanchez at the end with MSI Esports. And you see now, well, look at that. Look at Euromaster have caught Yas Heat.
That is huge, and certainly as they do make their way around Europe car, indeed, Aita Alvarez, who is really starting to apply the pressure now, certainly looking ahead. Johnny Guindi is under a lot of pressure here. And incidentally, on the last lap, Yas Heat were quicker, so something must have happened on this occasion. As they do make their way down the stretch now. Indeed, in they come now, down towards turn 1. And Aita Alvarez now trying to open up the door. Is that gap being drawn in? It certainly is. Will they make a move heading into turn 1? Both of them in the BMW cars into turn 1 now this time. Yassit are going to hold on. So Johnny Guindi doing what he can to hold on to that P11 spot. But Aita Alvarez, I've got to say, very impressive to bring the gap right down. 6.5 tenths the deficit. There's Gabby Montoro now very shortly, surely to box in the next 3 laps, Jack. And we are expecting, we've got to see, if he is registered, it's got to be Sanchez, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely got to be Sanchez coming into the car next. If not, then I'm not sure. Maybe there's been issues for Alejandro Sanchez. He's been able to take part, but we'll have to wait and see in due course. But you can see the huge amount of marbles lying off at Catalonia through the corners. Massive amounts of rubber being put down on the racing line. As you can see, the huge black line that's on the track right there. Plenty of marbles being left out on the circuit now.
Yeah, Jack, have you seen the gap between Ricardo Rico and Julian Rodriguez? It's been drawn right back in 14.2 seconds, and they're both on the same stint.
Yeah, that's come down quite a lot, actually.
That's incredible.
So, what's the lap time for Julian Rodriguez this time? Is right now is a 45.0. Zenith Esports have pitted as well, by the way, so they're into the pit lane 45.0. And it was a 40. Just wait for the lap time to update. Just refresh.
It's down to 13.6 now, the interval. So they really are pushing. And Ricardo Rico 4 tenths quicker on that previous lap. So I've got to say, Ricardo Rico absolutely flying. Team Fordzilla have got a lot to think about here. And as Ricardo Rico goes through, he's actually amassed an extra lap on his stint. But that's not going to bother him too much. That, in fact, the way it sits right now, as you can see Ricardo Rico coming into turn 1, the deficit is very, very minimal right now. Still around about 13.5 seconds, the gap. But I have to tell you, the rate of knots that Ricardo Rico is traveling right now, I tell you what, it won't be long before he catches up here with that car in second place. So I tell you what, Fordzilla in a lot of trouble, folks at home, if you're tuning in. I tell you what, Ricardo Rico was seeing exactly what we saw last season. Remember, he was an absolutely rapid character in Zenith Esports last season. He is now here in the pink livery of Arnage competition, really giving it his all. And you're joining us now. We're actually smack on. We've actually gone past 6 o'clock BST, and that is 7 o'clock in CST as well. Good morning, everybody, yet again. I hope you're all enjoying yourself watching this broadcast. Myself and Jack Kinnan watching this absolutely fascinating contest unfurl out, Jack. It certainly looks like that the way things are tuned in right now, Arnage competition could be on for a P2 here.
Certainly could, yeah. Half a second taken out by Rico on the previous lap, so Rico's on a really good charge right now. I'm just keeping an eye on the lap times from it. It was a 44, it's at 49 for P2 Julian Rodriguez. So yeah, big moves being made by Ricardo Rico. He obviously senses there's an opportunity and he's definitely going for it. And the gap is now 13.3 seconds up to Team Fordzilla in P2. As now we're coming across the line to begin another lap. Montoro still not in the pit lane just yet. Another lap or so. He's just in the background shot there, actually behind the Euromaster car. And just have to see. I think he's staying out for another lap. He doesn't have to, but I think he is. Staying out. MSI Esports will continue on with Camille Montoro for another lap or two before they bring that car into pit lane to serve their pit stop. And I think. Just checking here. I didn't actually notice at the time, but I think Logitech have swapped drivers out from Yannick Lapchin. I think Andrew Carl is in the car now in P7, so we do obviously keep an eye on that. But, they've also come out behind the Dream Factory car by about 7 seconds. They're out of sync, so that's not a problem for them. Williams up behind Obsidian Racing. They have to take a pit stop, of course. Obsidian, they'll be pitting in the next 5 or so laps.
They're still gaining on the stint, though, Jack. Williams Esports really gaining.
Certainly are, yeah, they are. They've managed to get in front of Logitech, and they're also extending it over Logitech, which is exactly what they need to do with that confidence. So they're keeping tabs on the guys in front of this. They have P4 in the bag if they keep really consistent here. And these last 5 hours of the race, well, under 5 hours, 4 hours 55. And Rodriguez now, he's under a bit of pressure really now from guys behind. He needs to keep the pace up, 44.9 in the previous lap for him. And I think, just looking at the gap here, it's gone up. I think he's managed to get a better time on the board this time coming across the line. He does a 44.609, which matches the time of Ricardo Rico behind. So the gap goes out to 13.8 seconds. So now Rodriguez settling in a little bit now, I think.
Yeah, he's starting to find his feet, and it can take a little while for some drivers to sort of get their best feet forward. Certainly now as the daylight comes through, though, things are that little bit easier. You can see a lot more of what's going on the circuit, and obviously stay attuned and certainly be aware of what's around you. Gabby Montoro, though, still doing exceptionally well. You'd expect him to box on this lap, Jack, I would have thought. So whether we now see, and as I say that, he is in the pits. So Gabby Montoro in the pits now for MSI Esports. Is this where we see Sanchez take the seat in the car? Let's keep an eye on what happens in that MSI Esports car. Sanchez, who has not been seen in the MSI team at all. I can't see a driver change being made just yet, folks. We will keep you updated as we go through, as we're watching the Timing Towers update. No, it's Victor Labato jumping into the car. So a new name, Victor Labato, coming in for MSI Esports.
Yeah, Victor Labato was in the car just as we began our stint earlier on, before we came to air. So yeah, Victor Labato back in the car for MSI, and they're carrying on with this one. So Victor Labato, maybe he'll do 2 hours, or maybe he'll go to the end. We'll have to wait and see. But it's up to them what they decide to do. But they've got loads of time to make this change, and well, it'll put Julian Rodriguez back onto the lead lap at the very least by doing this. So here they go. Forza will get their lead lap back, and they'll carry on and see if they can keep on the lead lap at the very end. But they come across the line now, and that is them back on the lead lap once again as they pass MSI in the pit lane. And are now, as you can see, are 13.5 seconds behind them. And yeah, Arnautovic are really starting to put some pressure on Fortzilla now. This is pressure they didn't have earlier on. And Ricardo Rico sitting in there in 13 seconds behind is a real threat to them now.
Yeah, it certainly is. Ricardo Rico, tenacious and quick. And got to say, a 44.4 on the last lap from Ricardo Rico. Only 0.3 of a second off the fastest time that we saw set by that man, Gabby Montoro, who set that in the very early hours of this morning. So an excellent effort from Ricardo Rico to really apply the pressure. You have to say, though, credit to Julian Rodriguez. He wasn't far off the same time, actually within the same 10th. So big credit to Julian Rodriguez, who, like Jack said, finding his feet. But some very, very good pace coming from Obsidian Racing right now. Sergio Gurdiel currently in a purple at this moment in time. As we now look further up, there you can see Julian Rodriguez for Team Fordzilla currently making his way down towards the Lakea Bend at turn 10. And that's Julian Rodriguez Moreno there making his way through that next left-hander. And of course, 13 laps. Remember, Arnage and Team Fordzilla pretty much matching on stints right now. But you've actually got 13 laps applied to Team Fordzilla with 14 laps applied to Arnage competition as well. So very likely we'll see them scrapping right towards the end. Excellent that we get to see this actually with under 5 hours still remaining in this race. There's the GT Simtech Pro car. That is Jordi Jansana making his way around the middle sector now down towards the seat curve. This next left, this dipping left-hander, which will take you through then down through towards the next rising left-hander of Earth curve. And but credit to them, they've been very, very good as well as they rise up through this section. GG Simtech certainly bringing their best foot forward with Jordi Johansen, and he's doing his best to try and close the gap. Of course, the car ahead of them is 10th Factory Sim Racer, that being driven by Lucas Lemez, currently 5 laps ahead on their stint, so they will box before Simtech Pro choose to box though themselves. There you can see that, as I alluded to, that familiar looking Renault Megane livery from back in the days of touring car, where they were competing with the likes of Alan Menu in the car, and of course Jason Plato as well back in the day as well, and that famous Nescafe livery I used to like looking at as well, the green one, which was one of my favourites in touring car history as well. But as we can now see them hightail down towards turn 1 at Elf Curve. In 22nd position, Lucas Augustin Lemez. Oh, there's a car off there. Is that R70 by any chance? Is that Alvaro Parades?
Yeah, I think it was the R70 car, and a fast repair car was also. that. So we'll have to see if we can get a replay of that if possible. But the R70 cars emerged from the gravel, and where were they? They're running P19, Fast Repair P21, so obviously there was a bit of a stack up there. High Speed Demons P20, and you can see MSI are at the back of the train there. Look at them in the back as they come through. High Speed Demons getting up the inside of the chicane here. It's going to cause a stack up though, because the other car won't be able to get on the power nice and early. High Speed Demons now getting through. The Odox Motorsport car, I think that is in between them as they come down the straight, and getting well out of the way. I think GM07 car is getting out of the way down towards turn 1, and MSI are tucked in behind the 13 machine, which is indeed the Odox Motorsport Samsung car. The High Speed Demons just in front of them there. So it's Victor Lobato who is at the wheel of the MSI car now, and he is a 45.8 in the previous lap, which about a second star. Oh, it was the Gemma Esports car, not R70. That was the car that was off the road there. In 27, they now box. I'm assuming some damage.
Yeah, that's Luis Santanoja, who is now making his way into the pits, and that's Gamer Esports certainly making a box. And whether that's going to be for damage, he's just had to pull forward just a little bit so he can get the stop applied. So not ideal at all for them, as they're going to have to make their stop. But the way things are stacked up right now, still MSI in charge in this race right now. Victor Lobato enjoying that free rein that he has in front. And Team Forzilia currently in P2 with Ricardo Rico trying to gain as well. But it has slowed down a little bit, the gains from Ricardo Rico. They're down to 13.1 on the interval. But don't count him out. Ricardo Rico, as we said before, a very tenacious character. And you can imagine it's going to be interesting to see who benefits out of the stops. There is the Odox racing team. They're in P9, of course, after that move over Cherokee in the pit stop phase. That's Victor De La Fuente, who's currently holding on to that position there. They're going to be boxing very shortly, so Cherokee should retake the position because the gap is currently at 46 seconds, but they're being pushed around by MSI right now. And another flash to the lights here from our race leader, that being Victor Lobato, not keen to waste any time at all. He is keen to get moving, and does make his way through and ahead. And certainly Victor Lobato continuing the great work that Gabby Montoro and Salva Talons did pull off earlier in the race, as well as Mark Perez as well. They got lots to be proud of. Certainly MSI, a team of absolute juggernauts in the MSI team that are featured here today. And the fact that they're leading in this absolutely tenacious fashion is a true testament to them. But you can just tell, you can see the reason why Victor Lobato, Jack, was so keen to get rid of these back markers. His last lap, a 1:45.8. That is a massive 1.6 seconds off where they usually are.
Yeah, and you proved to a 45.1 in the previous lap, but even so, that's way off what he needs to be doing, because the guys behind are on 44.5, 44.5. So Fordzilla, Julian Rodriguez has found his comfort zone in that car now, which is exactly what we need to see from him. 44, and basically exactly the same time set by Ricardo Rico on that time as well. So a good job from them. As we'll just keep an eye. Yas Heat are into pit lane. For pit stop. Johnny Gwindy is into the pit lane to maybe hand the reins over. Well, I think he hasn't been in the car too long. So, that was Custom GT going very slowly. Just letting the leaders through, letting the Logitech car go through there. So, making sure they kept well out of the way there. Did the Customs GT machine. As Ricardo Rico's having to negotiate the traffic now as well. That was the GM07 car they're trying to get past there, and they've managed to do that. And the gap is now just waiting for them to cross the start finish line so we can get a delta up to P2, but it's remaining pretty stable right now. Ricardo Rico and Team Fordzilla, it is now going to be 13.2 seconds is the gap as they come across the start finish line. 0.981 for Ricardo Rico on that lap, so he is bringing it down slowly but surely, but there's still another 5 hours left in the race. Those small gains will mean a lot later on.
They certainly will. Any gain is a positive at this point in time, and he is currently lapping at a purple rate right now. Looking very good, Ricardo Rico, albeit though on the last lap 4/10 off Team Fordzilla's Julian Rodriguez, so he is finding his feet. There is the Dream Factory esports car. That's Samuel Grania, currently in P7, and he's going to be pitting as well, I'd imagine, in the next, I'd probably say 8 laps time. and he himself currently enjoying his position as well. 8 to 10 laps, I would say, to be more exact, as they come through the next chicane, heading around New Holland very, very shortly. In behind Odox Motorsport Samsung as well, 4 laps away, I would say, from another pit stop, and Victor De La Fuente holding on to P9, but it won't be long before Cherokee, I'd imagine, will try and hoover up the spot themselves. They're currently lying around about 45 seconds behind that of the Odox Motorsport Samsung team. So that's going to be a very, very close encounter, I think, heading down the straight. So we could see an on-track fight. Victor De La Fuente actually finding quite a bit of time ahead of Jonathan Goites, actually. So we'll have to see whether that does result in a battle out on track. And there's the panning of the safety car. Again, it always gives me chills down my spine, Jack, whenever we pan to the safety car. Makes me wonder whether we're going to be seeing it out on track.
Yeah, no, there's no chance of a safety car, thankfully, at this phase of the race. Really, it wouldn't make it to anybody. I mean, it can be manually triggered, so technically bring one out if they so wished. But it's I don't think they're going to do that for the sake of entertainment's sake. But I think it's a bit early to be bringing out the safety car anyway for action. 13.2 between Arnage and Fordzilla. So the remaining stable 44.3 for Ricardo Rico on the previous lap. So really quick times being put in by that man. And well, they're all lapping quicker than Victor Lobato at the moment, but that's doesn't make much of a difference because of the gap that Lobato's got. So still can mean something later on. We'll have to wait to see. And waiting for Obsidian to box. They're going quite long on their stop here, so I'm expecting Obsidian Racing into the pit lane at the end of this lap, and they'll take Sergio Gurdiel into pit lane, waiting to see him peel in, and we'll see if he does. I haven't seen him. No, he's carried on for another lap here, Sergio Gurdiel, so going long on this stint. You can see that rear wing on this pro car definitely seen better days, and that certainly won't be helping the downforce. That will give you problems in a straight line with rear wing bent like that.
Yeah, Jordi Giansana, I think, maybe struggling with a bit of traction. His last lap with a 146.673. So maybe suffering a little bit with the aero damage. Their fastest lap was a 145.143. So very nearly a full second, well, in fact, more than a full second slower. In fact, more like a 1.5, I would say, 1.5 seconds slower than their best time. So not ideal for SimTech Pro, and that's going to really hamper them if they want to try and increase or try and close on the gap ahead. Obviously, the car ahead of them is the 10th factory sim racing car, and they've got a lot of work to do if they want to try and close on the back of that one. But still, as they are right now, no changes in the field, though Williams Esports very much trying to let fly for that 4th place. So we've got 2 battles going on for the podium places, Jack. So Ricardo Rico trying to land a steady blow up on the top order. Williams Esports as well themselves trying to get into P4 and solidify the position. They stand a good chance of doing it. The rate of knots that they're closing the gap. Ate Kauppinen doing a great job. Let's have a look. We got a replay here, and oh dear, MSI involved in this one. Let's hope it's not anything too dramatic, as we're now watching the Odox Motorsport car in P9. There's the Gamer Esports car as well.
Okay. I know what we're looking at now. I'm assuming the director's trying to find the bit where Gemma Esports went off the road that we saw earlier on. You can see the Gemma car has quite a large dent in the side of it on the car, so they've taken a hit on the right, and that's why they're back in pit lane. You can see, look on the side of the car, it's been contact there, so Gemma Esports cars had to come back in and take a repair. So I don't think we quite caught the actual them going off the circuit. I hope we can catch that earlier on, but that's the reason they are in pit lane. They're back out on the circuit now. But Obsidian have boxed as well at the end of that lap while that was happening too. So Gemma, unfortunately, had to do that and taken that one. Obsidian have swapped in Edu Fernandez Morales into the car for this moment. And now, as we see, I think we're going to see what happened here to the Gemma Esports car. So here's Ricardo Rico behind him as he comes up to the next corner. And now, what happens here? He goes into the hairpin, and oh, he gets collected by Rico and into the Customs GT car.
Oh wow, that's a huge hit by the Customs GT car as well. Huge damage I think, from Customs GT, and that's Carlos Blanco, who's down in P28. So that's a huge heavy blow indeed, and Gamer Esports certainly suffering. I don't think you can blame Ricardo Rico for that one. I'm not sure. We'll have to.
Just unlucky because
Yeah.
there was a car still on the outside, and again, McCarr tried to get out of the way, and Rico just went into the side of him.
Yeah, there's not a lot you can do with that. It's basically a 3-wide situation, isn't it?
Yeah, nothing they could do about that really. That was just a unlucky incident that went on there, and unfortunately Gemma picked up the right-hand side damage, probably steering damage from that. I would imagine that was yeah, you can see the car just crabbing up the straight there, so they had to limp it back to pit lane and get the repair done on that. So luckily they managed to get it all the way back, and they've managed to, I think, carry on as far as I can see. They are still out on the circuit here. Gemma Esports. So either that or they're waiting for a long repair here. So Gemma ends up going back to pit lane to get a repair done on that car, and I can imagine it's probably about the heftiness of the impact is probably about an 8-9 minute repair on that side of the car. So Customs GT, much longer repair for them.
Yeah, it certainly will be.
They actually had a fast repair. I think they might have managed to have a fast repair actually. Customs GT, so that might have been okay for them. They are out back on the circuit. Yeah, they managed to get a fast repair in. So luckily they saved that for when it mattered.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was definitely a huge impact. And that car certainly looks a lot healthier than what it did before. So they can now get back to, I suppose, a better run now. There's not a lot of damage you can see on the car, so they've definitely got away with it. So good effort for them to save the fast repair until later on in the race. So well done them. Sergey Haras now down in P12, and he's up 5 places, still letting fly though. And they're trying to gain as much as they can on the car ahead. They've got to chase down on Euromaster Esports, who are still quite a ways ahead of them right now. 37.1 seconds the deficit between the pair. And that's Aitor Alvarez, who's currently in the Euromaster Esports car. But there's a little bit of traffic ahead of Sergey Haratha. You've got to try and negotiate around. In behind him, you can see there Julian Rodriguez as well, just waiting in the wings. Just a little update on the battle going on between Arnage Competition. They are now only separated by 11.6 seconds. So Ricardo Rico, back to business as usual, actually was quicker by 0.4 of a second on that last lap, Jack. So Ricardo Rico starting to find more time.
Yeah, he's putting pressure on Julian Rodriguez and Fordzilla across the start-finish line to begin another lap here. And Rodriguez has a lot of work ahead of him now because Ricardo Rico is putting in the work behind. So we'll have to wait to see what they all started on the same row of the grid as well. So they're going to fight with each other here. Fordzilla and Arnage has 44.661 for Julian Rodriguez on that lap by, and a 44.442 for Ricardo Rico. Another 44.7, sorry, is a little slower actually for Rico on that lap, but it seems like he's having bursts of pace and using it when it counts. But both of these guys are lapping quicker than MSI at the moment, but you just know Victor Lobato is not pushing at this phase. He doesn't need to, and the gap is 1 minute and 33 seconds to the lead, so they don't need to worry, and Victor Lobato is just playing it safe for now.
Yeah, he's just controlling at the moment this stint. So credit to Victor Lobato doing all the right things right now, just literally just nurturing his car around this track at a good rate of knots. There's Sergey Haras yet again, this time for Race for Cat Motorsport, and they're trying to gain as well, but they got some back markers, and again in behind you can see there the Logitech Altus Esports Andrew Carl just locked in behind as well in the Lamborghini, and very much closing on the gap. And there's Zenith Esports as well in behind him too, so quite a collective there. That's Aitor Mediavilla in the car for Zenith Esports. And just look at this, the BMW's making their way through this initial sector, and there's a Lamborghini separating the lot of them as well. That's Altus Esports car of Andrew Carl getting closer and closer, and he will find a little bit of extra pace in a straight line with that car, that's for sure. But the BMW is so effective in the corners. There's the Orma Sim Racing Team P24, that of course being Hervé Gali, now holding on to his position in the Porsche, and doing what he can in the 911 GT3R. And he's been on the end of a few little bumps and scrapes, certainly in this race, but doing his best to keep certainly up and in amongst the fight. And there is the man himself, Victor Lobato, continuing the great work from MSI that we've seen all race long. And as you said, Jack, obviously not lapping at the similar rate that we've seen already through the race. But obviously, Lobato's got his own mission here. All he's got to do is control the pace of the race right now and just ensure that MSI car makes it home in one piece.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's got to do. Just make sure he gets to the end. As Olux Motorsport are pitting from P9. That's another stop. So plenty. We're entering in a big pit stop phase now for multiple cars. We're expecting who's going to be next in the Euromaster. I think we're going to be next into pit lane. 31 laps on their stint. We have somebody who's done 36 laps on the stint. Their faster pair have done 36 laps on the stint, which we haven't actually seen yet. So they've got another 2 extra laps, and who else? We're expecting about another 5 or 6 laps time. We're expecting pit stops for Williams Esports. They're going to be the next guys to pit from the top guys here. So they're on 28 laps on their stint. 4 laps after that, we're expecting Arnage in. A lap after that, you can expect Fordzilla in, and then that'll be kind of the end of our stint when we see MSI in one again. To see where they're gonna go.
Yeah, absolutely right, Jack. Absolutely right. 25 minutes past 6 here in the UK, and the daylight very much out in force here in the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalonia. Of course, 7:25 it is in our broadcast in Spain as well. As there you can see Ricardo Rico powering through the outside of the Orma car and heading down towards turn 1, and that pink livery is looking to get as close as it can to the car in front, of course, challenging for that P2 spot. Ricardo Rico looking to do what he couldn't do last year and aid his teammates into getting a higher podium finish, essentially. But Fordzilla, obviously, with the benefit of having Alex Palau's expertise, giving them that P2 spot right now. And Julian Rodriguez, though, at this time, lapping at a similar rate. Ate Kaupanen in behind them in P4. He'll be looking to box possibly in the next 5 laps or so, but we'll keep you up to date. As Jack said, obviously the pit stop phase coming back in for the top 10. That is for sure. Dream Factory will be one of the next ones as well. Samuel Grania currently lying in P6 with Euromaster as well in amongst it. Kilometro Zero will be boxing soon as well as the Orma sim racing team of Hervé Gali further down the order. But Ricardo Rico perhaps a little messy out of Earth Curve there as he was powering through. He certainly seems desperate to push on the rear of this man. But there, I think he's just caught up with MSI, isn't he, Jack?
Yes, he has. He's caught up to the leader, MSI Esports, would you believe, Ricardo Rico. So he's going to try. Well, imagine this. This is big now, George. Because he can get back on the lead lap if he gets past. So that could be an extra feather in his cap here for Arnage's competition. Ricardo Rico, could he get Arnage back on the lead lap? Which would be something. And MSI are going a bit slow here, actually, through this section. Rico's catching up to them very quickly through this section. So, yeah, good job from Arnage. And they're on the cusp of getting back on the lead lap here, which would be a big for them before they head on to the next lap. Looking at the time here from Victor Labato, and I'm trying to work out. Was it 44? It's not slow, but
he's losing around 4/10 a lap, isn't he? Around 4/10 a lap on Ricardo Rico.
Yeah, roughly about that. Yeah, and Fordzilla going even quicker as well for 44.4. Yeah, Arnage, Ricardo Rico could really make this interesting. Put Arnage back on the lead lap before he hops out of the car.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, though, he does have to box next, and so does Team Fordzilla. You'll be pitting way before MSI do. Edu Fernandez there from Obsidian Racing. They themselves only 4 laps applied on this stint. So when Dream Factory pit, there's going to be a huge fight between them and Obsidian, I would have thought, down the straight. So Samuel Granier has got to try and get a good in-lap in for himself, as Ricardo Rico there flying up through the Verth Curve section, now heading through Campsa, and the fast laps are going to be certainly applied here. Ricardo Rico certainly lapping fairly consistently at the 144s, as there's the MSI car now. Last lap 144.876. So certainly not finding the same sort of time as what Ricardo Rico's finding right now. Certainly the ones that Gabby Montoro was setting are a thing of the past right now, obviously with Victor Labato in the car, but obviously he's only got one mission and one mission only, and that is to ensure that that car crosses the line in first place to give them their 3rd win in this race in 3 consecutive years. And what an achievement that is. The only team to do that in the 4 times we've gone racing in the virtual 24-hour de Barcelona Catalunya. What an achievement that would be for MSI. Undefeated in the last 3 races. That's not a bad thing to have, is it, Jack?
No, it really isn't, and they've won it from starting from the front every time, which is the key point. We got a hammer home, just looking on that time by 44.8, 44.7, 44.8 the top 3. So very similar lap times across the board. But Ricardo Rico, he's got some motivation now. You can see MSI in front of him, and these teammates are going to push him to try and get back on the lead lap right here, which would be great for them if they can do that, so they can get them back in a fighting position here, really, to try and catch up to the other guys in front, because the gap is opened out really to Fordzilla. 12.8, it's gone up by about a second since we last looked. And Logitech, where they say P5, 9 seconds off the back of Williams. Remember, Williams are going to be pitting in the next couple of laps, and they're continuing on their way for now. So Ate Kaupinen going to be pitting that Williams car in about 3 laps time. And whether he's going to do the stint or not, we don't know. Could be handing over to Yara Dahau or to David Bosna, but he might stay in the car for now. But Logitech have a long way to go on their stint, of course. They're only about halfway through the point.
Yeah, depending on what happens with Williams, Jack, they could fall as low as 6th place. Dream Factory only 14 seconds in behind, though they have got to pit as well. So, in fact, they will probably drop at 5th. I think they'll probably, yeah, it'll go as far as 5th, I would have thought. Dream Factory very likely to box before Williams Esports, as we're now watching them head around the next right-hander. That, of course, being that man, Marcus Alacon, trying to find his way through now as well. So lots of fighting going on in this echelon of the circuit now. And Master Devils Esports certainly looking to try and close on Sergey Real Lopar as they make their way around the final corner and around this New Holland curve. And huge opportunity here, certainly in abundance for Marcus Alacon as they make their way down the stretch now. Nothing separates them. Approximately 0.4 of a second is the deficit as they make their way down towards turn 1. Currently sitting in P16 as things stand, as they now fly through this sector. Of course, Euromaster is currently ahead of them, obviously being I suppose, a car that's currently in the way of them here, even though they're ahead in P11. But nevertheless, not ideal to have them sitting in front of you when you've got a car probing right behind you here as they make their way towards the next right-hander, opting to go down the inside, obviously giving the space to allow them to sort of press through now. Marcus Alacon watching all this be carried out. Certainly Kilometro Zero not keen to wait around as they come through the next left. And there you can see in behind, looking ever probing, is that man, Marcus Alacon, and he's right in the rear here as they make their way up towards Verth Curve. Now, this is going to be very spicy as they make their way up through this very high incline section yet again, rounding Kamsa, and he is literally flat to the floor here, right on the rear of the BMW, once again proving how good it is in the corners. The cone goes flying again, and this time you can see them right wheel to wheel very nearly enough, and very shortly heading around the Lakea bend. A little bit of damage applied to the front end of that BMW, but it isn't going to bother Marcus Alacon as they now make their way up through back Sambadel. Still in charge though at this moment is Sergey Real Lopar, and that gap now starting to dip out slowly. But I have to say, the BMW fighting back as they head down into the next chicane. And certainly still Sergey Real holding on to that P16 spot. Every position matters in this race. But look at this. Absolutely brilliant exit speed, I think, here from the BMW that's primed right in behind here. Marcus Alacon only has one thing on his mind, and that's a potential overtake. But has the Lambo got enough straight line speed here in order to hold on as they make their way down towards turn 1? Opening the door here, potentially Marcus Alacon as they make their way into turn 1 now. Yet again, not enough, though, on the cards here for this man. He's got to do it in the corners, Jack. He can't do it on the straights.
Yeah, I don't think the Kilometro Zero car is very pleased with the Euromaster car, because that's what's ended up in this position. That's how they've ended up in this position with that car right behind him that he was caught behind. He let the other car straight through, but Kilometro Zero had to fight their way past. So that's it seems that's the way it's gone with them. Here's a replay. I would imagine of, well, this is the Odox car. Oh dear, what's happened to Gemma Esports again? They've ended up back in pit lane. for another time. And why is that, I wonder, for this one? We'll have to find out. They're just going to try to queue it up. That's been sat. That's been sat in pit lane for a while. We're actually rewinding at speed, believe it or not. There. So I'm not exactly sure what's happened here, to be honest. I'm assuming they're trying to find it on the. They're trying to find it on the queue up here. It's, this is. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure what's going on there. I'm assuming somebody's gone off somewhere, but you won't believe how hard it is to try to find stuff. Place.
Absolutely. Well, there's the car in P25. That's actually the Deca Esports car. Deca Esports, Gonzalo Perez in the car as they make their way down towards the Lakea Bend. And this is the live pictures as we're seeing them. And this time we've got a move being made. I think this is a back marker maneuver, and it is indeed. You can see there, number 29. That's the Gamer Esports car right in the fight here. That was in the pit lane, in fact. And it makes you wonder whether... that's interesting. That this is the live timing. We did see them in the box earlier on. And I'm not sure what the reasoning behind that was. Whether that was just a really old piece of footage, I'm not sure. But getting out the way very, very quickly. And as we can see further up, of course, Marcus Olacon right on the rear of that Kilometra Zero car. We have got a replay here now, folks. And we are back with that Gamer Esports car. There must be some reasoning why he's in the pit box.
Yeah, we just haven't found out why. That's the problem. I'm assuming he's towed back for a reason. We just can't seem to find why. So, Gamer Esports have been back in the pit lane again for some reason. Not exactly sure why. Bit lost here. Williams Esports, by the way, have boxed and put David Bosga in the car, so that's now changed and come out behind Obsidian Racing in front of Dream Factory, which is what they needed to do. That's a good job from them. Still haven't found out why we're getting a replay of Gamer Esports, but they're struggling with damage. It looks like. I think they're still trying to. They obviously got some aero damage or irreparable damage that they're just struggling around with now. P29 for them, and 24 laps off the lead.
Yeah, they've still got a lot of work to do if they want to try and close the gap. I think, though, it's very, very ominous right now that Gamer Esports are going to be locked into that P29 spot. Luis Santanoia currently holding on to that spot right now. Customs GT is the next car ahead of them. Ulma Sim Racing are in the box as well. Hervé Gali coming in. The battle are raging on, though, I think, between Sergei Rial and Marcus Olacon. Still nothing separates them. Half a second. The deficit, I'm not sure whether that move has been actually made on track. We're just going to get some views now for us, folks, as I take a little look at the live timing. No, the gap still exists at half a second, so still Marcus Olacon going at Sergei Rial. Low power right now. We've got another replay here this time. Is this going to be the move? XBD Racing GT3, and this is a car in 18th position. Felix Sengesden, or Sensegundo, should I say, which is a bit different to what I was trying to say earlier, trying to make his way through as well for XBD in P18. And we're trying to take a view, and is that the Gamer Esports car right there?
I'm a bit lost, I'll be honest.
Trying to say it today.
Hey, look, Arnage on the lead lap, George. They've done it.
They've done it. They have, and that is huge for Ricardo Rico, who has got a little bit of clean air. He has got some cars ahead of him. But this is good news for Ricardo Rico. And you can see how much of a difference that has made to the interval, Jack. He's brought it in to 10.5 seconds.
Yeah, great job by Ricardo Rico. And they put their car back on the lead lap. And done a great job in doing that. 11.1 seconds as they get across the road there. And, well, Victor Lovato is remaining very, very, very... He's lap same 10th of a second even consistently. And he's maintaining the gap at about 1 minute and 30 up to Team Fordzilla. So, but there could be a swap for second within this next stint. We don't know. But Arnage are looking very, very they're going for that P2. They're absolutely going for it.
Yeah, and you can't blame them. I mean, they got the right man behind the wheel. Ricardo Rico is just the man you need. And just look at that last lap from Team Fordzilla, Jack. A 145.130 against Ricardo Rico's 144.453. That is where all the time has come from. And now he's all over the back, Ricardo Rico, of the Yas Heat car now. as well, and that is of course Johnny Guindi now. So he's going to try and get a toe perhaps. If Johnny Guindi is now going to allow him through, maybe at this next left-hander through Lakea Bend at turn 10. Not this time. It's Ricardo Rico's going to have to be a little patient on this occasion, but I don't think it's going to really matter to him at this stage. He's still lapping at a very good pace. If anything, he's going to get a helpful toe off Ricardo Rico, and that can bring him forward even closer as they make their way through Europe car now. Very shortly down through towards the final chicane, and still Victor Lobato holding on to P1 for MSI, even though he's just been overtaken by that man in the Arnage competition car, basically unlapping itself and getting it back on the lead lap of lap 658. And as he now crosses the line, and Ricardo Rico now really trying to land another important time. Can he do just that? He certainly has done. A 144.548, lapping very consistently Ricardo Rico, and certainly as things stand, still gapping around about 11 seconds at this moment. We're just going to keep you updated with that delta as it comes cascading downwards. Obviously, that is massive for Arnage Competition's opportunities in this race. They're still pushing for this very vital P2 spot. In fact, the gap has come down by another 3/10, Jack. 10.7.
Yeah, and but Arnage are going to have to box in the next two. So they're coming up to their pit stop window now. So they're going to have to, I'm assuming now, sure, they've got to keep Ricardo Rico in the car, surely now, after this stint he's put in. He's got the pace, he's got the eye in. Do you swap, or do you keep him in for another stint? We'll have to wait to see. So they're going to have to, they're battling with Team Fordzilla now. This is a crucial stop, really. If Fordzilla won't drivers, because that's an extra 15 seconds. I don't think Ricardo Rico can really afford to swap drivers now, so I think they're going to have to keep him in.
Well, I personally think if you've got the momentum, because certainly that is the case, as the car just comes out where we get a bit close for comfort there, but Ricardo Rico managing it very well. The AS Heat car getting a bit close as things stand too. Dream Factory have actually made a change. They brought in Diego Catalan into the car now as well. So they've brought a new driver in, but great to see Ricardo Rico lapping at this rate. We could yet see a huge fight out now for P2 in this race. The way it's going, they're certainly going the right way about it, as they could get a big toe now once again off this Yassit car. What time has Ricardo Rico set now? Another 144.9. Not the best, but not bad. And that will, again, aid towards their push to get in that P2 spot of Team Fordzilla. But still a fair ways to go yet. We've still got another 4 hours and 20 minutes of the realm, folks. And in about 20 minutes, we're going to be welcoming back Kieran McGinley to the squad for Mornings with McGinley for that part of the show. Oh dear, very close. That was very close indeed. Very nearly cutting across the line of Ricardo Rico, and I can imagine that was a shaking fist moment there, Jack.
Yeah, see, and now Rico's getting a bit frustrated because the Yassit car is not moving out of the way for him. That was way too close for comfort through turn 3. Let's have a look here. As he came through, he tried to follow the Yassit car through and the speed of the cars. I don't think he even saw him coming, honestly. On the inside, got the inside there, drifting out. That is way too close on through. And he had to check up and brake, and that's cost him time. As you can see, he's dropped behind the Yassit machine by a couple tenths of a second. So very lucky there that didn't end in a crash for them there. So carrying on unscathed this race for Arnage, but they're gonna probably box at the end of this lap, I would reckon. After that, they're coming a bit close to death right there for Arnage Competition and Ricardo Rico. Williams Esports, it's David Bosca at the wheel of that car right now, and he's chasing after Logitech Geovis Esports now as the next target on the road. And by the looks of it, actually, I think Arnage have stayed out for another lap.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not going to be boxing just yet. They're going to keep going, and that will put them, I think, level on, I think, stints as Team Fordzilla, should they box now. Just waiting to see what Julian Rodriguez does at this moment in time. Julian and Team Fordzilla have boxed, have they?
So Arnage have boxed.
Arnage boxed. Right, okay. That's the update we were looking for. So Arnage now in the pit. So Jimmy Antoinez coming in to take the seat. So that's a very positive change. Jimmy Antoinez, a very, very fast-paced driver as well. Let's see what sort of lap times he can sort of put on the board for Arnage Competition. Indeed, that's the sort of driver you do want, as well as Ricardo Rico. So there's certainly helped by an abundance of good, talented drivers here at Arnage competition. So there is a driver change. It'd be interesting to see how Team Fordzilla respond, or whether they are going to respond. We'll have to wait and see. They're currently still out on track as things stand, still applying 34 laps of a stint at this stage, as we can now see Jimmy Antoinez very shortly, I'm sure, will be venturing out of the pit lane. Altus Esports, of course, still making their way through as well. Remember, they were 3.8 seconds at that moment, so they probably will close very shortly. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised they have overtaken. They have indeed. Andrew Carl has gone ahead, and Obsidian are next in behind Arnage themselves as well, but they themselves have applied 14 laps on their stint. Wowee! Is that again a familiar face that we've seen go for a spin there, Jack?
Yeah. Oh, no, it's R70.
It is R70.
It's the wrong way. Let's have a look and see.
I thought it was Gamer again.
Yeah, let's see. Alvaro Garcia in the R70 Lamborghini. MSI have to take avoiding action. Zilla into the pit lane while this is happening. And did they do it by themselves on the way through? Yes, they did. Hit the curb on the way through, the left-hander, and that unsettled the car. And
oh, that was close.
Very lucky by the 999 to get out of the way there. And MSI had to check up as well. That cost himself about a second. Team Fordzilla are into the pit lane, and Arnage came out before Jimmy Antoinez at the wheel of that new machine. So Julian Rodriguez, he won't swap out of the car in this one, I doubt, and that will also gain them time. They won't have a driver swap to make, and they will surely come out in front of Arnage, but the gap will be quite larger. That was very good avoiding action by Porsche there.
Yeah, credit to them for that. But yes, again, more drama in the final sector. That is, of course, a very dangerous place to be. Alvaro Garcia very nearly collecting some other cars on his spin, heading up through back Sambadel out towards Europe car. But nevertheless, still lives to tell the tale. Currently sitting in P20, and that is where they will remain, at least for the time being. The 10 Factory Sim Racer team currently boxing as well. That's Lucas Augustine Leme just coming into the box as well. Plenty of action going on at the top as well, as we see Team Fordzilla getting past Zenith Esports of all cars as they make their way through. Julian Rodriguez keen not to waste any time as he currently sits, as I can see, still in P3, Team Fordzilla. So they have actually boxed. So let's have a look in. What's the gap in behind? Actually 26, so the gap has been pushed right out. Obviously, I think that is due to the driver swap there, Jack. I think with Jimmy Antoinez taking the seat, that does apply a little bit of extra time, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, and so that's just the for Forza, but that time will come back for Arnage, so they don't need to worry about that. They just need to keep the gap as is, and they'll be able to gain it in the next stop by keeping Jimmy Antoinez in the car, so it'll equal out in the end for Arnage competition. But for now, Team Fordzilla have managed to bridge out the gap. I think it was just a bit close on the exit. I think entry by Zenith Esports. On the exit, but I don't think unfortunately the PC that we're trying to run here didn't quite catch it with the render, so we can't quite get it on the replay for you guys at home. But either way, Jimmy Antoinez now in the car chasing after Team Fordzilla. Logitech Altus Esports now P2. There they are. They're of course out of sync with the rest of these guys. They're 29 laps into their stint. Another 4 laps, I think, to go for them. They're going to lap 30 of their stint. Have to make their way past the GM07 car and do so to ease. Another 4 laps to go for Andrew Carl at the wheel of that car for now. And Team Fordzilla are not too far behind. They're just 2.5 seconds behind these guys. So Logitech are going to fall down to about P6, I think, after their pit stop behind Williams.
Well, they're going the right way about it, Williams Esports, right now, and as long as they keep things together, they will gain back again. Remember, they're fighting with Obsidian and Arnage competition as well. Remember, they're trying to bank a 4th place spot at Williams Esports, but obviously we've got another battle going on between Arnage and Team Fordzilla. That is the truly enticing battle that we've got looking ahead now. There's the MSI car of Victor Lobato still holding on and controlling the race so far, folks. And Jack, we're coming towards the end of our second stint, and obviously I believe this is your final stint with us as well. So do you want to talk and review, maybe have a look at Team of the Day?
Team of the Day? Good one. I'm not because sure. I think it's going to have to be Logitech, isn't it? They're up 33 places and they're fighting for a top 5, which is
Really got to give it to Williams as well, mine. They've done a similar thing.
They have, yeah, but I would give it to Logitech because they've come from further back up to a similar place and almost nearly fighting Williams as well. So they've done a great job.
No, I do like your thinking behind that, Jack Canan. I have to say, I do agree. I think they've done a tremendous job to do what they've done. I also want to give a hat tip as well to Arnage Competition as well for doing what they've done. I mean, Jimmy Antoine is now sitting in the seat, but Ricardo Rico has done a superb job doing what he's done. But also Team Fordzilla as well, being backed by Alex Palau. And with that mammoth stint that he did, almost 8 to 9 hours in the car for Team Fordzilla, and currently sitting in P3. Obviously, they'll eventually get their P2 back after Logitech Altus Esports do pit. They are currently lap 29 on their stint right now. There's Zenith Esports, Ita Media Video. He himself is currently in P8 and trying to close on Dream Factory. Diego Catalan ahead of them there. In fact, I think that is the Fordzilla car just ahead of Zenith Esports, in fact. So there you can see them out on track. And they're ahead. I believe that is the Customs GT car with Yasheet probing in behind as well. So Yasheet will be looking to dispatch Carlos Blanco as soon as possible. And I think, is that MSI there in behind as well, Jack? I believe it is, isn't it?
It is indeed, yeah. And I think, well, we kind of overlooked them, but I think MSI are a candidate for Team of the Day because they've just, I mean, have you ever seen domination like this?
Goated. Are we going with goated? Is that the word? They got a goated lineup. I mean, they've been tremendous. I mean, every single driver, it's almost like an all-star after all-star as Yasheet then go for a diving maneuver down the inside of the back marker in truly great fashion. Johnny Guindi moving himself ahead of him and doing exceptionally well in the process. Clean as you like, and that's exactly what we like to see now. We're coming into the final 10 minutes right on the money now, and there it is, folks. The second away. Bang, 4 hours and 10 minutes left in this race. And in 10 minutes' time, we'll be welcoming back the smooth-talking radio voice of Kieran McGinley, who will be bringing you Mornings with McGinley. That's to say the least. He's absolutely tremendous on the mic, is our man, Kieran McGinley, as we're now watching the Dream Factory car make its way down the long stretch now, looking to itself strike himself ahead of yet another car. I believe that is the Gamer Esports car, in fact, of Luis Santanoja, as they now make their way into turn one now, and Dream Factory smoothly does it, no issues at all making that maneuver. So the back marker is now becoming a thing again for those in the top 10, as we're watching Dream Factory round the next right at Repsol very shortly to handle the vertical. Well, this is Repsol now, in fact, before they hit the seat curve. And that man in the car, no less than Diego Catalan, taking the seat and doing a superb job in the process as well. But how have you enjoyed this race here today, Jack? High points, low points. Talk us through it. What's the best point? What's been the best bit?
Oh, I mean, I guess just seeing so many cars still running, I think, is a big point. There's still 31 cars still running with hours. We're going to get 31 finishers out of this race. So obviously there's still some drivers. The low point, of course, there's drivers who are not going to finish. But I think the high point, especially, is that we're going to have 31 cars get across the finish line, and they've nearly made it 20 hours into the race, which is a superb effort.
Yeah, absolutely incredible, and give them all credit as well. Even those at the very back, we've got to give a little hat tip as well to GMO7 team as well, who have been right at the back, glued at the back in P31, but they just wanted to race, and they've done just that. That's Gil Membrado Icar, who's currently driving that car right now, and in P31. Zenith Esports in behind now, Team Fordzilla, that we can see out on track right now. And Julian Rodriguez mammothing, trying to drive that car around the circuit, very much aware that Arnage Competition are right and hot on their tail. Obviously, we'll have a look at the Delta now to see how well Jimmy Antoinez is doing. The deficit now, let's see what he's done or managed to achieve off the back of trying to close on the Team Fordzilla car. I can tell you, folks, that it's actually down to 24 seconds now, pretty much 24.1 it currently exists. So he has dropped it off by a second, Jack, so he is pushing.
Yeah, he's definitely on the move. He is Jimmy Antoinez, which is exactly what we want to see. Hector Medavilla in the Zenith Esports car is on his own, really, in this season. He's 5 seconds off back with Dream Factory, to be fair, is Aitor Medavilla, so he's making good strides here. And just keep an eye. I think we've also like to point out as well, hopefully not bad luck for MSI. They're currently on lap 666. MSI. So hopefully they manage to survive this lap.
Don't call the devil.
Yeah, well, so we never know. The next camera shot we cut to, we're going to see MSI on the wall, upside down or something, just like Zenith were a year ago.
Well, that was dramatic enough, Jack. That was dramatic enough to see Zenith Esports on their back after what happened with Michael Jourdain. I mean, obviously Michael Jourdain isn't here today in this race, which obviously I think for Zenith Esports, I think they'll be pleased about that. I think on that basis, but obviously pleased to see Michael Jourdain here last year. It's great to see some of the real racing personalities taking part in these sim racing events. I mean, the likes of seeing Alex Palau as well this year has been really, really enjoyable to watch, and his performance in an esports circuit has been tremendous to see. Certainly the transfer between real racing and sim racing is starting to become a very fine line now. Lots of them getting into it. Obviously Roman Grosjean, one of the others as well, really getting into it, as well as the many others like Lando Norris as well, who is a big fan of it. Max Verstappen, he enjoys it as well. Plenty of real drivers, even Fernando Alonso at his age as well, obviously in his 40s, but yet still enjoys sim racing. It's brilliant to see, and of course he manages the Shadow team for the McLaren side as well. He was the brains behind that particular enterprise. So that's amazing. Certainly to hear that Alonso is so keen on it. Jenson Button is known to be on sim rigs as well, and who can forget John-Eric Verne as well, one of the founders behind Veloce Esports, who have a car in this event, of course, with the Yas Heat team, one of the Veloce brands that is managed by the brilliant Cam Royal as well, who has done a tremendous job with his team to push the brand, and we all know how enthusiastic he is about creating new brands for the future and promoting them to the best of his ability. So Cam Royal, I'm sure, would be delighted to see his team right in the thick of it here. Of course, they're currently sitting well in front, so they're in the top end, that's for sure. Johnny Gwindy currently in the car, but a lot of credit to the likes of Ross Woodford as well for what he's done as well in the car as well. He's been right in the thick of it and really providing us with some great moments in the Yas Heat team. We are currently 4 minutes away before we come to an end on our stint, and we'll be inviting the man of the moment, Kieran McGinley, of course, back to the floor. And there is the Williams Esports car now making its way down towards turn 1. A big, huge stint now for David Bosger, who's really got to try and put pedals to the metal now, Jack, because it's never been more important than these final 4 hours.
No, he's got to get his head down, try and get as big a gap as he can. Marcus Alarcon has managed, I think, to close in on the Kilometre Zero car. He has indeed, yeah, to close in, and has been just lapping consistently behind him, and is still not able to get a way through past Sergei Real in the Kilometre Zero Lamborghini, and he's been stuck there since we kind of left him about 10-15 minutes ago. He's still stuck behind the Kilometre Zero Lamborghini, obviously not able to utilise the corner speed of the BMW just yet. And Sergei Real is doing a great job to hang on to that car and keep it going out of the last corner. Get the Lamborghini straight line speed and use it to good effect. Because I think it's pretty obvious why the Lamborghini is so fast in straight line. I mean, look at the size of the BMW compared to it.
Yeah, it's absolutely massive in contrast, isn't it? I mean, the Lamborghini in a straight line, obviously more aerodynamically favourable, hence why it's so quick in those straight line situations. Just to say as well, the Altus Esports car has since pitted. They are now in P4, dropping down the order now. Arnage Competition taking back their P3, with Fordzilla now back up into P2. Arnage Competition now, the gap 22.3 seconds. Jimmy Antoinez is on a mad one, Jack. He is flying again and looking to bring that delta down. Jimmy Antoinez, the man of the moment. Cherokee Esports now also boxing with Jonathan Goites coming in. But the key one to watch as well, Williams Esports, how can they respond obviously to what's going on? We've got an action replay here, folks, as we now watch it all unfold. This is of course the Altus Esports car. Let's hope that there's no dramatics happening at this stage. Obviously they were due to pit, and they've just come out the pits. This is a view of them coming out of the pits, in fact, as they make their way down the pit lane on the exit. Where are they going to come out? Surely not. They're not going to have a tight affair with a car on the exit here. As we now look behind, cars coming through on the rear. as they make their way down towards turn 1. Surely they don't make a mistake today as they come through and head around the next left-hander. Let's watch and find out as they come around the Elf curve and very shortly around Repsol. No, just showing them coming out of the box. So that is them out and about, currently sitting very nice and tidy in P4. And with Obsidian Racing breathing down their necks as well. 0.6 of a second the deficit, but Obsidian Racing in 10 laps time will be looking to pit. But this is a huge gain for Obsidian, Jack, because they can go ahead now of Altus Esports if they put their best foot forward. They've actually gained in this last few laps or so. This is a good move from Obsidian.
Yeah, they are, of course, a little bit out of sync, but even so, they'll be able to do it. But I think normally they should have come out in front of them, ideally, anyways, after their pit stop. It's not quite worked out for them. Well, that's a car off in front. That was a hearting out moment for Altus Esports right there. That's the fast repair motorsport car, and I think they're going to need a fast repair after that, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was a very, very tough moment indeed. Very close indeed. It's not something you really want to see. And I have to say that was very close to another collection. And we've been very close to having more and more collections in this race. Luckily enough, we haven't had too many serious ones. I think probably the Gamer Esports incident was probably the worst one of the bunch. As we're now watching them head through this next stint now, down through towards Verth Curve. And there's the Altus Esports car being followed by Obsidian Racing, Edu Fernandez. You are back with us, folks, here for the end of the breakfast show. We're smack on 7 o'clock here in the UK, 8 o'clock CEST if you're watching us from Spain or wherever in the world you are watching us from. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure having you all with us here for the 24-hour de Barcelona, Catalunya, of course. And we've enjoyed it immensely. Jack, just want to iron out your thoughts. We now look at another replay. There's the fast repair car coming back onto the track. It certainly was a very close shave, wasn't it? But nevertheless, good to see that no one got any severe damage in that actual fact. As we now watch the Fordzilla car coming down towards the Lakea bend. Hopefully there's no issues as far as they're concerned, but certainly very interesting to see all these incidents are being accrued out on track. But Jack, obviously we're coming to an end now. This is your last stint. Obviously I'm coming back in 2 hours' time. How have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, it's been great to be back. I mean, it's been a great experience. I love endurance racing. And nice to see them using the GT3s this season as well. This is definitely one that they should definitely keep on board with the how close it's been the whole way through. There's still loads to happen in 4 hours, under 4 hours to go now. 20 hours. We're in hour 20 of the race, would you believe? And they're still fighting it out. Arnage are on the list getting P2. And yeah, it's just been a pleasure to be a part of it once again. So thanks to MundoGT and everyone who's working hard behind the scenes, to the circuit as well for having me. And hopefully we'll be back again next year.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, folks, if you want to check us out on Twitter as well, don't forget you can check out MundoGT or MundoGT on Twitter as well. Don't forget as well to leave a like and a subscribe as well to the channel to stay updated with all the events that MundoGT or MundoGT have to offer. You can also check them out on Twitter at MundoGT as well, or MundoGT. If you want to check them out and stay up to date with all the events that are due. If you want to check me out as well, you can check me out below. George Morgan TV is my Twitter handle. You can see it there listed below, as well as Jack Canans as well, Jack C Comms that he has below there as well. Feel free to flood his DMs, folks. That's exactly what he likes. He loves a little bit of that. But I have to say, we're now going to commence the finale of the breakfast show. We're in the finale of the breakfast show. We're now moving into Mornings with McGinley, with Kieran McGinley, and welcome back, Adrian Fernandez.
Oh, it's terrible. I'm never letting you name a TV show ever again, George. But good morning, everybody. Good morning. I blinked and my rest is gone. But here we are, last 4 hours. It's incredible. But yes, I'm on to the end. Adrian Fernandez will be joining me for 2 hours before George Morgan. I'm sure getting his proper breakfast in the 2 hour break that he has before we wrap up the 24 hours of the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. I mean, did I miss anything in my sleep? I've literally just woken up. It feels like I've been hit by a truck, just like Jack was about 4 hours ago. Is there anything we missed?
Well, you've got something special brewing, hasn't he, Jack? Because we have got Arnage Competition, Jimmy Antoinez, who's just subbed in for Ricardo Rico. They're closing on Team Fordzilla, who finally, Alex Palau, finally got out of the car. And Julian Rodriguez is now in there. But the way that they're closing, Arnage Competition, Jack, they certainly look like the ones to watch at this moment in time.
Yeah, I think so. And they got back on the lead lap briefly before they managed to get back, before they had to pit, unfortunately. But yeah, Arnage are putting a challenge on here. And Victor Labata's in the MSI car at the moment and is not as fast as they were, the two guys behind them are actually lapping quicker. So there could be a twist in the tail in the last few moments. But Arnage are putting a challenge on for P2 at the very least, and they're definitely closing on Fordzilla. So once they make that driver swap, it's going to be very tight on pit exit between the both of them. So that's what you've got coming up.
And another four-way fight as well. You've got a four-way fight for P4 with Logitech, G Altus Esports with Andrew Carl, as well as Obsidian Racing driven by Edu Fernandez Morales, as well as Williams Esports with David Bosga, who has actually put in an impressive stint as well, tried to gain on the rear end of those cars as well. Dream Factory are also in the mix too with Diego Catalan, though do expect them to make a driver change, I think, later on. I'm not sure whether Catalan will take them to the end, but you have got a very fascinating finale coming up as well, which I'll join you for in 2 hours' time, Kieran.
Absolutely, I can't wait for that. In the meantime, thank you very much, Mr. George Morgan and Mr. Jack Canan for the breakfast show. I'm sure we'll see the breakfast show back next year. How about it? Same time next year, you reckon?
Absolutely. Why not? We like the breakfast show.
Preferably.
Yeah, push it back a couple of hours, maybe just for Jack Canan.
Yeah.
But,
I don't know why I agreed to this.
well, fantastic. Well, Jack, you've earned your rest. Go and get to your bed. It must be calling your name and whispering sweet nothings. George, I will see you in a couple of hours' time. Thank you, gentlemen, and see you very soon, I'm sure. And that's Jack Canan and Mr. George Morgan. Jack Canan avoiding me yet again for another year in this commentary box, but I will be joined for the next 2 hours by it was your fault, Jack, I'm blaming you. I'm being joined now by Adrian Fernandez. Adrian, the wink of sleep we had is gone. We're here for a couple of hours now, or at least I'm here till the end. You'll be here for a couple of hours whilst George, I'm sure, grabs something substantial for breakfast. I mean, it's looking, as George said, it's looking pretty good. I mean, we left it last time around, the gap was about a lap to the leaders. It's still about a lap to the leaders. I mean, that's pretty impressive if after 4 hours the gap's still pretty much the same.
Yep, and at one point it looked like, good morning everyone, and the first of all, and we are still here, we're still hanging on to this final 2 hours, at least for myself, last 4 hours of the race. It is, at one point it looked like MSI was looking at maybe putting a second lap on the drivers that were battling for the podium. That has not happened when the adjustment for pit stops happened, and especially as they said, as George and Jack said, as Victor Lovato is not having as quick of a pace as Mark used to have in the night. And that has obviously opened a slight, minimum light of opportunity for everyone involved. Obviously very slight, because it is still a very huge advantage, over 2.5 minutes over their most closest competitors. But it's been very interesting to follow the progress so far, Nash, especially of Ricardo Rico, who's had to battle and sweat through the traffic. I think that he'd probably be even closer than he is right now to the second place if he hadn't encountered a couple of lap cars that made themselves very difficult and very wide to overtake. And so this is a situation where Ricardo is very, very sharp and very focused on the job in hand. And maybe he can get us into a fight for second place in no time.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We've got ourselves a big fight on our hands in order to find out how this one will end. And I'm looking forward to seeing how it all unfolds in the final 4 hours. It's crazy, isn't it? Into that last 4 hours, dawn has broken over the circuit. We've sort of missed that dawn breaking, which, as you mentioned, Adrian, is one of those really, really nice times to actually do some commentary or do some racing. It's when it's just breaking through, but the sun is well and truly out, and from here on in, the track and the air temperature is just going to get warmer and warmer and warmer.
And this is the signal that, on the contrary, that we have been stating for the last 20 hours. Now there's not a lot to go. Now there's a while to go. Now we have this last. If we split this race in 6 portions, like a cake. Now we have the last portion of the cake. We have to eat it, and this will be very sweet indeed, because we still have most of the very good ingredients that make that cake a very appetizing proposal. So we are still on that fight for second place. I think that the 4th place battle is also not yet resolved, because the Yannick Lapkin pitted a while ago. Now he's sorted back to where he should be in 4th place, actually. With a 48-second disadvantage over Ricardo Rico. And I think they got out just in front of Sergio Curdiel, the number 20 car, and they are immersed in a direct battle for the 4th place. So that also should be something to keep an eye on as this 21st hour competition, goes on.
Absolutely, and we'll certainly keep our eye on it. It's one of those rare occasions, Adrian, where we can literally have our cake and eat it. If we're using that idiom, it will be
Exactly.
fantastic. A nice little treat here to see how this one all unfolds. But as you rightfully said, Logitech G, Altus Esports and Obsidian Racing really side by side with each other. This is pretty much how we left it. You remember how we said 4 hours ago how you risk, when you go to sleep, you risk waking up and the results being completely different from when you left the commentary box? Well, this has been the complete opposite. The lead has been the same. Roughly it's about 2 minutes 40, which is roughly a lap and a half, maybe just under a lap and a half of a lead, which was roughly where we left it, give or take at 10 or 15 seconds. The battle for 3rd place still raging on, so too the battle for 4th place between the Logitech G Altus Esports Andrew Carl and the Obsidian Racing number 20 of Edu Fernandez Morales, as they make their way onto the start-finish straight now. Team Fordzilla still in 2nd place. They've got a gap of 20 seconds now to Arnage. They were neck and neck when we left, and it's 20 seconds they've gained in 4 hours. So that just shows you how really competitive, really tight, and how the strategies are being involved here to get these cars and these teams to the end of the race now.
And one thing that has changed indeed from where we left off is the positioning of the Dream Factory, which was not that long, not that far from the podium. As we see right now, Gabi Montero making a pit stop for MSI. And Dream Factory was there or thereabouts in the podium, maybe 4th, 5th place. Now they are down to 7th. They have lost a further position in the last few hours with Williams, with Ate Kaupinen still making a very, very long stint this time around. And they've fallen out of contention, at least seemingly so, from the podium. So as we see now MSI getting out with that 1 minute and a half advantage over Julian, having had one more pit stop than them, they even had the margin if they needed to make 2 emergency pit stops, and they will still be leading the race. So that's a nice comfy cushion with which they have to work on.
Yeah, and it's going to be pretty interesting to see how it all ends up. I mean, MSI Esports here, we mentioned time and time again, they've won the last 2 in a row, and they were looking here to make it 3 out of 3, but I don't think they could have predicted anything like this. Adrian, you will go through the paces, you will go through your strategy, you'll go through everything in your team briefing, but when they expected to have such a healthy lead coming into the closing stages of this 24-hour?
MSI is very accustomed to having when things go right for them, large wins, mainly because of the talent they have, of the preparation they have, and other secret circumstances that go on during a race. But I don't think they expected this to actually go that close to 2 laps of advantage without any specific thing befalling the pursuing teams. So far, they are going right through the motions. As we said, Lobato was not very sharp on his stint. He was not as fast. He was falling more into the 45s than in the 44, and that's something that we haven't seen all day long with MSI. Now maybe we can see if Gabi Montero will be able to get them back into the rhythm and actually trying to hand down the drivers on the podium and try to put them a 2nd lap down, which is not a priority maybe, because you don't want to risk things for just a 2nd lap down. There's precedents in motorsports history that is a very bad decision. But, well, maybe if they feel confident enough, maybe they can pull it off.
The only way we can find out is by watching with bated breath and seeing how this all unfolds, see how everything pans out in these remaining hours then. So it is MSI Esports leading the way, and you're saying Gabi Montero is in the wheel of that car. I have a suspicion Victor Lobato could be another one. Who's in the car? That could be my suspect, but we've had a couple of conflicts with timing and conflicts with who's in the car.
It is very likely that Julian is in the car and maybe they're stepped down, or maybe Gabi has stepped out a long time ago. I'll double check that, but in the meantime, we can say with confidence that MSI is leading the race. That's something that we've been saying for the last 15 hours, because it is the truth. It is like a book. It is a book written on something historical. Maybe if you haven't written a lie on that book, it is usually a fact. Now it is a fact because everyone has seen for the past 15 hours how MSI has put a clinic on the field, and it's seemingly effortlessly. And that's the magic about when a performance in motorsport and sim racing goes as well. When it seems easy, and it's not easy at all to pull the lap times they've done with the consistency they've done it.
Well, as well as that, remember they had the first hour of their endurance here. They had to stop twice in 2 laps, and that put them all the way down into 15th, 16th place. They recovered from that. It took them a couple of hours to do so, which it would have fallen and lost about a minute more than everybody else. And they've recovered now to take the lead around about 8 hours in to the endurance itself. They spent the first third really on the back foot, and the rest of the 2/3, as you say, they've been putting on a bit of a clinic here. They've been absolutely superb in how they've gone about this. They could have easily, lost the plot when it started to go wrong in that first third, but they didn't. They kept it together. They knew what they needed to do. They've been here before. They've won the last 2, and maybe going into that first one, there was a little bit of pressure on their shoulders just to keep going and to make sure that they get this hat-trick win, but the nerves have well and truly been settled now. All they have to do is get this car home. Going to be the main thing for Victor Lobato, which I believe is going to be driving that car. It's Team Fordzilla in 2nd place, number 23 Arnage Competition in 3rd, Logitech G Altas Esports in 4th place, with the number 20 of Obsidian Racing. There you can see the number 20 in 5th. Williams Esports in 6th place, with Dream Factory in the number 50 in 7th place. Zenith Esports in 8th place in the 215 there, and the number 013 in 9th. Paradox Motorsport Samsung at the hands of Victor De La Fuente. Rounding off the top 10, it's Cherokee PS with Jonathan Goiti Saiti. In 11th place, the number 12 of Yas Heat, driven by Johnny Hyundi. 12th place, the number 2 of Euromasters Esports, as driven by Fran Parada. 13th place, the number 19 of Race for Cat Motorsport, driven by Mark Freya. 14th place, number 5 Unicos Gaming, currently driven by Raul Monraba. And rounding off the top 15, number 32 RS Racing in the hands of Marcos Nunez. So that's your top 15 as we enter hour 21. We're well and truly inside hour 21 now.
And we are well and truly inside this great battle for 4th place, if I say. And this is the most intense battle and the only battle within the top 14 places, because we have another battle for 15th slightly down the road. It was a battle for 16th just half an hour ago. Now it's a battle for 15th. Someone in front of them has, I think there was a spin, so we were making the switch from George and Jack. From a team that was 11th or 12th. I don't recall exactly the identity of the team, but they fell down after that spin in turn number 1, and that made that a battle for the top 15 position. So this is the most intense battle we have right now for 4th place. It's been going on for a few hours, as Kieran already said. They don't seem very keen on actually resolving it anytime soon, which could be a good thing for us, maybe, because if they are saving the best for last, maybe we can see a last lap pass, or not at all. Maybe they can pull the lap in 2 laps time, and maybe I'll get out as the biggest liar in the stream. But well, I had to try nonetheless.
Oh, well, we'll find out in about 3 hours and 43 minutes time whether you will be the biggest liar we've ever seen, Adrian. But I'm sure we'll see the conclusion of this one. The number 13 in the pit lane has just exited the pit lane, the XPD Racing GT3 car at the hands now, I believe, of Felix Sansegundo, who's now just left the pit lane, 55.9 seconds pit stop time. So that implies just fuel taken on board for the team. They rejoin in around about 18th place. They're on a certain battle here. I mean, they will have drivers around them pitting in as well, but they've rejoined in a 4-way battle of all of them on the same line. Alice Racing in 15th, Kilometro Othello in 16th place, Master Devils Esports in 17th place. You can see there, as driven by Marcus Alacon. And now XPD Racing GT3 have rejoined about 54 seconds behind. But if they have to pit in these drivers, then they could really find themselves in a battle for what would be 15th, 16th place. So keep an eye on that one as well. You've got MSI Esports who are on their own lead lap. Of course, they're leading by a lap. Team Fordzilla and Arnage Competition, both 1 lap down. Logitech G, Altus Esports, Obsidian Racing, Williams Esports, and Dream Factory, they are 2 laps down. Zenith Esports, Odox Motorsport, 3 laps down. Odox Motorsport Samsung, 5 laps down, alongside Cherokee PS, who are also 5 laps down. Let's have a replay. Let's interrupt me. What's going on out on the circuit? So we're watching now. This is the number 20 here of Obsidian Racing, back onto the power out of turn 11. And we're actually, is this going back in time a little bit further, I wonder? Through now in towards turn 7, up the hill through turn 8, before they make their way over the crest in towards turn 9, being chased very heavily by the Logitech G Altus Esports number 43. There's also a car behind, maybe just showing them going through that middle sector there, but it's so close. I mean, Logitech G Altus Esports, Adrian, they're putting the pressure on, and they're basically playing the ball in Obsidian Racing's court. They're basically saying, if you make the mistake, we'll absolutely take advantage, but if not, we're just going to hang out here in your rear view mirrors and be a bit of a nuisance for you for a bit.
And that is a psychological situation that you have to play, and you can play very well if you have the patience to pull it off. Edu obviously doesn't have enough rhythm to try and pull away. It hasn't had it for a few laps. I don't think he's too pressured right now, but if this goes on and he keeps on seeing this car in the mirrors, whatever he does, like for example bidding, which he's doing right now, that might walk in his mind progressively, and it can grow very large in your mirrors, the car that you're battling with, until you make a mistake, or until he makes a mistake, because that goes sometimes both ways.
Yes, and here comes the Obsidian Racing car into the pit lane, and we'll see what happens now. They'll definitely take some fuel on board, but what else will they do to the car as they make their way in towards their own box? See if there's... doesn't look like there's going to be a driver change either, so it looks like Edu Fernandez is going to be in the car for another stint. Definitely some fuel being taken on board, and we'll see if the car goes up onto the jacks, whether tyres are going to be changed as well in this stop. But Zenith Esports are going to be closing in. Obsidian should rejoin ahead of them because they're about a pit stop ahead of Zenith at the hands of Aitor Mediavilla. There's MSI Esports then leading by 1 minute 28 ahead of Team Fordzilla at the hands of Julian Rodriguez. We believe it's Victor Lobato who is at the wheel of the MSI Esports Lamborghini.
We can confirm that is indeed Victor Lobato, the driver of the 14 car. Julian is driving the number 3, as we can see on the graphic, and Dimi Antunes is actually driving the Arnash number 23 machine.
Yes, so that's the pink and white Arnage competition machine. Last lap 44.6, about half a second off of their own personal best of the race, which, considering the fact that the track's starting to get a little bit warmer now, and the track might start being a little bit slower when it starts to heat up once again. It's not too bad, actually, all things considered, to be half a second off your own personal best in the endurance. It's always good to be roughly on pace, on par with your own personal best, and that turn 8 curb has been really tempting, hasn't it? That sleeping policeman there. It's almost like teams are playing chicken with it in order to see how close they can get before they hit it. We saw Visceral Racing very early on in the race, within the first 20 minutes. They said they hit that curve and it caused their car some damage they had to repair for about a good portion of time, 20-25 seconds, which wasn't so bad in the grand scheme of things, but it was a warning shot to every other team that if you hit this curb, there's a chance here that you will need to repair your car. You'll need to make an unscheduled pit stop in order to get the works done. So I think Visceral Racing had to take a little bit of a fall there to benefit everybody else.
And obviously they are all aware of that, and they're trying to avoid the curves, not as much as they could, because obviously you have to still try to engage time by taking a little bit of the curve, but not too much. It's a balancing game on which you have to be very precise, and over a 24-hour on which we have 21 hours already, precise is a word that doesn't always come too easy and doesn't always get too well executed for the drivers. And having said so, I think it's easier to have a game of chicken with a corner when you have to take on a sausage that maybe trying to play a game of chicken on a corner like Eau Rouge, for example. That is something that it's not very advisable for the drivers. Luckily for them, at least here we don't have such a change in elevation, but we have other corners that could take you out if you blink 1/10 of a second later than intended. Especially, I'm thinking about the corners that have pulled the most problems. I think turn 1 has been a particular point of issue, not on the entry, but on the exit of the turn. And that it's been kind of surprising because in the past editions, it was not a hot point of incidents, but lots of people have been taking that curve, that green curve, maybe way too much. There's a change in elevation slightly down there that unsettles the car, and that's usually can take into a spin if you're not careful.
If you're not careful, indeed, and we've seen lots of drivers have to be careful all the way through. I'm just wondering, actually, I don't know if you can confirm this, Adrian, because I've spotted it. The number 6 out there, how are they still clocking up on the leaderboard? They were in 28th place, but on one of my leaderboards, they've been greyed out, the number 6, and on another leaderboard, they're completely fine. So
it is quite interesting. I think they are now in 27th place. They were briefly grayed out, so I think they made a slightly longer pit stop, but they should be on track right now with Pedro Manuel Cabezas at the wheel of the machine, but we'll try to find out and maybe give it a double check.
There they are. So it is my time.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you much for the race director for confirming that one for me. That's a very odd one. So they are in this race. And so that means we still have 31 cars in this race, which is exactly the amount of cars we left with to go to sleep for, Adrian, which is very rare. Normally someone has a problem in the night shift, but not on our watch and not on the breakfast show either.
Well, we did have the last retirement at 3:59. I have to remember that was just at the very last second when we thought our stint was going to end with our retirement. So maybe they are waiting until 9:59 now to have the 6th retirement. It's been close for some drivers. There's been a couple of incidents during the morning, even with the previous hour, that could have resulted in that retirement. Unfortunately for those drivers, that has not been the case. And especially for Gema Sports in 29th place, they had an incident on the racetrack in the 2nd sector. The car got crossed over and they had to pit, and they had an extended pit stop of well over 12 minutes. But they finally got out and they are still racing.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, normally you would get one fast repair, at least one fast repair in iRacing in an endurance, just to give you the solace of making one mistake and getting it into the wall. But once you've used that fast repair, that's it. If you have another argument with the wall, if you have another argument with another team and come off with a bit of damage, you have to sit there through however long it takes to fix that car. And for some, it's been as high as 15 minutes. In fact, with Visceral Esports, the reason they decided to retire the car was that they'd spent 40 minutes in total in the pit lane just repairing damages, and they thought to just leave it be this time around. Hopefully we will see them next year. Gema Esports into the pit lane in that number 24, currently in 29th position. And that is Luis Santonja, who's brought that car in. And at the moment then, still 31 teams in the running. So Gema Esports could be going through a driver change here. We'll have to confirm that once they start to leave the pit lane. But still down to 31 drivers, which means we've had 5 retirements since the very start of the race, since the green flag. PSRC being the recent of the retirements, Visceral Esports, ARS Cockpit Simuladores, TF10 Team 24 Hours, and Team Shazoo. Those are the 5 teams that started this race, but are sadly no longer running. You still have 31 cars out of the 36 that started, and we're into the final 3.5 hours. Adrian, that's not bad going. That's not bad going for these teams at all.
Absolutely not at all, and they are consolidating those results and maybe avoiding making an unnecessary and unforced mistake, an enforced error like they will call it in tennis. Right now, at this point in time, if you spawn yourself, spawn by yourself without the pressure of another car or maybe just getting into traffic, that's on you. And that's something that it's going to be very difficult to explain when you get back to your teammates that have been awake for during all night trying to pull the car into a good position, and then you can throw it all away. That's something obviously that happens in racing, and it's not necessarily a fault of anyone, but it's something that can happen, and every competitor is pretty much aware of that. We had a change indeed on Gema Esports team. Ignacio Rodriguez was in for Santonja, so he takes over. He was the driver, Lance Santonja, that had that issue with the 24 car earlier on, and all the teams are also making their pit stops, but there haven't been any change of drivers at the front. It's still the same main characters, with Victor Lobato in the MSI car, Julian Rodriguez for Fortzilla, Jimmy Antunes for Arnash in third place, and then Altus Esports with Andrew Cal trying to defend themselves from Williams Esports in fifth place, with David Bodga at the wheel of the car.
Yeah, so seeing how they all pan out then, seeing how it all goes in these closing stages, as the number 17 Kilometro Cero coming into the pit lane, number 013 also into the pits, but the 215 of Zenith Esports stopped out on track. Now, when did that happen? About a minute ago. Maybe even less than that. The number 17 now stopped into the box, but possibly overshooting slightly or undershooting the pit box, because they came up as completely stopped out on track, even though we know they're in the pit lane. So they must have stopped the car but not been in the correct box, or just slightly overshooting or just slightly undershooting. So that does count as a stop out on track. So we have to try and narrow down which ones are the ones that are actually out on track and which are the ones that maybe have slightly misjudged their braking point in the pit box and actually haven't started the services yet. There's the Williams Esports car, the number 38, as driven by David Bosga. He makes his way through in towards 7 and 8, and up the hill we go towards turn 9, 4 seconds ahead of Dream Factory. But when they look at the car ahead, they're 20 seconds behind Logitech G Altus Esports. So, 20 seconds over 3.5 hours, not impossible. But they're going to have to really, really work hard at this, and they are starting to try and close that gap down, because it's now just under 19.5 seconds.
We were making calculations earlier in the Spanish commentary on what's the difference you can make up on a driver if you consistently take half a second away from him lap by lap. Given our take that there's 32, 33 laps during a given hour of running, that's 16 seconds over an hour. Given that there are 3.5 hours left, that leaves us with a minute that you can make up on another driver. Obviously, you have to consistently run half a second faster, and we are not factoring here the differences on pit stops, where you make one less or one more change of tires during this last few hours of the race. But it is a difference that it's not impossible to make up, especially if it's under half a minute. Lots of things could factor in here, and a great stint by another driver, or maybe a lapped car that proves more difficult to overtake than others, can give you the opportunity to gain the position, or at least to battle for it.
Absolutely, and we're predicted to have completed 823 laps when we come to the end of this one. We're currently on around about lap 670, if I'm right. No, 688, and we're roughly expected to have 820 odd laps of this race. And there haven't been major incidents. There have been teams that have found trouble. There have been teams who have decided to call it a night. There have been teams that have luck has not been on their side, but there's not been really many major talking points, as in two cars really coming together, that we've seen, as we see the Decade Esports car about to be put a lap on by the Kilometro Cero car, moves to the right hand side of the track to let that number 17 car through and put a lap on the team themselves as they make their way on the run down towards the first turn.
And we are having pit stops right now, I think, from MSI and from Arnash, or at least the timing indicated so, with Victor Lobato and Jimmy Antunes. But with that 3.5 hours yet to go, we are entering into the sprint endurance race territory. That one, when now that the stage is set for this final stints. Maybe teams are already putting drivers that are going to see the checkered flag at the end of the race. You're now in full, okay, the mode of where are we pitting, how are we pitting, what do we do, and who do we put in the car if we are changing one of the drivers that we have already in. It is decision time. For some other seats, a more easier decision than others. I'm not looking at anyone necessarily the car that is running in first place since a long time ago in this race, but there is still lots of decisions to be taken, especially on those battles in the top 5. They are still raging, and while they are slightly quieter right now, they are still very hot.
Very hot indeed. And you're absolutely right. This is where teams decide who is going to take the checkered flag and bring this car home. Who have they got left to bring that car home? Williams Esports healthy lead over Obsidian Racing, 55 seconds into the closing 3.5 hours. And if you are watching us, good morning from the Circuit de Barcelona here in Catalonia. It's great to have you along with us, and let us know maybe where you're watching from, and possibly even who you're supporting. Who are the flags flying for in the closing 3.5 hours in this race? It'll be great to hear from you as we head towards the closing stages. There's the Williams Esports car now coming into the pit lane, number 38 at the hands right now of David Bozka, and we'll have to wait and see if this is going to be a driver change. It might be not yet. There could be a further stop down the line for Williams Esports to change driver, but you never know. This is when we see the car blink in and out of existence again, not in that order. For a driver change. No, it looks like it's still going to be David Bozka in the car. Otherwise, it would have blinked in and out by now.
Yeah, not many changes of drivers, if any, at least in the top positions. So now they are sticking to the plan. Maybe the next pit stops, which are going to happen under 3 hours time, we can see some teams actually put in their final teams or their second to final driver for this conclusion of the event, which is already in these latter stages, as we see those virtual people that actually populating the front straight. On the real race, usually you will have not as many people as this at this particular time of the day, but at some point you will have a healthy amount of people in a normal year. We will have it next year, most likely, and people actually here on the stream on their houses, and obviously the race teams that are very focused on what is going on. They are absolutely awake with us and trying to follow any possible update that happens either with their teams or with the rivals, which is also very important.
Very important indeed. There's a Williams Esports car that's got a fresh set of tyres on now. And, well, Adrian, 3.5 hours. I think there's another tyre stop here for Williams Esports before the end of this race. Surely they can't last nearly 3.5 hours on one set of tyres.
Yeah, that's absolutely, well, you have to be maximum Sergio Perez mode, and I don't think anyone can be maximum Sergio Perez mode. That's an absolute utopian thing for them to happen. But yeah, they will have probably one more change of sets of tires if they are careful and they don't push them too hard, which they should not really. And that they should be good enough with that and a change of drivers, and that will do it.
MSI Esports still leading the way in the hands of Victor Lobato as he makes his way onto the start-finish straight. Nearly 90-second lead over Julian Rodriguez in the Team Fordzilla number 3 car. Then it's unarched competition at the hands of Jimmy Antunes in rounding off at the top 3. Andrew Carl in the Logitech G Altus Esports number 43 in 4th place. Edu Fernandez driving the Obsidian Racing car in 5th. David Bozka in the Williams Esports number 38 in 6th place. Then Dream Factory in the hands of Diego Catalan, the number 50 in 7th place. 8th place in this race, the 215 of Zenith Esports AO Systems at the hands of Aitor Mediavilla. And in 9th place, number 10 of Cherokee PS at the hands of Jonathan Coites Sati. And rounding off our top 10 right now, the 013 of Odox Motorsports Samsung, Jonathan Alvarez, we believe, is at the wheel of that one. 3 hours and 23 minutes to go, and MSI Esports have a lead of less than a lap at the moment. And that is how close it has been. It's been very evenly matched, just slightly in the favour of MSI Esports lap after lap after lap. And for the gap for the race lead to be less than a lap with 3 hours and 20 minutes on the clock is tremendous feat for the teams behind, that they've actually been able to keep up and, still be within that distance. If MSI were to make a mistake, teams behind could take full advantage.
We've seen kind of a dicey situation over there with the 38 car, with that we've both got the wheel, and they almost collided with the pink car. I don't identify from which team it is right now, but they almost came together coming out of the chicane on the last sector. I think they both got out pretty fine, although the car in behind them has lost a good chunk of ground. There was not seemingly that was not a battle for position, because Dream Factory is 4.5 seconds behind, and I'm pretty sure that it's not their car, but and in fact they are still 4.5 seconds behind. But a difficult moment right there for both guys at the wheel of the Williams car.
Yes, as 4.3 seconds ahead of Dream Factory at the moment, but they are on a set of fresh tyres and will be able to have a chance to use them. Their discretion at the moment, just heading through the final chicane, onwards then towards the final corner. There is the Dream Factory car behind in 7th place, as they now round the final corner and onto the start finish straight. So you've got Deccan Esports currently in the pit lane at the moment. It looks like Luis Gonzalez Torreon is about to take over driving duties there, as the Dream Factory car makes and tries to dispatch of back markers there in towards turn number 1, and I believe that's the number 30 car they've got ahead of them, the Mars Devils Esports car, and that's going to be driven at the moment by Marcus Alarcon through this long right-hander at turn 3. Obviously not for position, these two are separated by about 10 positions, and in turn separated by about 5 laps. It's soon to be 6.
And that camera that we saw just a few seconds ago on the Williams car, at the ground level, with the two cameras, either on the front and on the right side. Oh, that's an issue there for Gema Sports, I think. Another one.
It's Speed Up Team, number
Speed
35
Up, yeah.
Audi. So they've had a bit of an issue going through turn 3, and we'll be able to see an opportunity of what happened to them. Well, they came to a stop. So let's see what happened down in towards turn number 1 then. Using the curb on the left-hand side, in towards turn 1 we go. So this should look tidy. How about turn 2 though? This might be where problems start to emerge. The car slows down.
Well,
I wonder
all right,
if... Yeah, because there were 3 cars behind. He's flashing the lights, the number 35, which I believe is being driven by Javier Navarro there. But that's an odd place to come to a stop. If he's really letting traffic through, I mean, does he get going again after the last car goes through? Still flashing the lights away. So there was clearly an issue with the Audi, who came to a stop on the left-hand side of turn 3. There's a lot of cars behind. That doesn't look like it's getting intentionally out of the way. That looks like there was an issue there with the Speed Up team.
It didn't look like a hardware issue, because he was able to slow the car and turn it around and put it into a safe position outside of a racetrack. So something clearly happened there. But they are already on their way on. I thought that was probably a lazy spin out of the second bar of the turn number 2, which we've seen a few of those during the race. But it looks like a brief issue for the car that is currently occupying the second to last position on this field, some 25-26 laps behind the race leader.
Yeah, back there 32 laps down
32 laps,
on
yeah.
the race lead at the moment, but they are still running in this race. They completed 660 laps, which is a very healthy amount to have completed at this stage. And they're still in the top 30, still out of 31 cars, still running at this stage, which is a fantastic thing, even if you've been through a lot to make it to the checker flag at this point. I mean, I think we've seen a lot of retirements in the first half of this endurance. We've only seen one so far in this second half, and that would have been the PSRC team in the number 21 car. We've only seen one retirement in the second half of the endurance, but I think the retirement in the second half of the endurance hurts more than in the first half, because you're past the halfway point at that point. You'll be looking towards the checker flag, and as we head in towards the final 3 hours, this is if you had to retire from this position at this time, it would really hurt.
I was gonna finish the thought. I was when we were seeing that car stop on the exit of turn 2, over on the camera that we were seeing on the Williams car. That was ground level. There were 2 cameras, either on the right side of the front left, front right wheel, and down in the front of the car. And they were pretty good cameras because there is where you can really see the slight differences in elevation that the Circuit de Barcelona has, especially into the turns, because some of the turns have a slight banking. People that usually tend to race regularly knows it, but people that see it on TV, maybe they're not too much aware of that. This is just an example of a corner that has that banking to allow the cars to corner it at a slightly faster speed. Here, for example, there's no banking at all. This is a flat corner, maybe slightly counter bank, even with a counter banking. And it also happens at some of the selected points, especially in the first and second turn, which also tend to it makes drivers go a little bit over the board as the time of taking the curves. There's another example, the corner of the stadium, to carry as maximum speed as possible for what will be usually a very slow corner. These are selected changes in the camber of the turns that were put there when the track was constructed back in 1990, and is part of the character of the racetrack, and the teams and the drivers have every one of them accounted for.
Yes, as we ride on board with the Obsidian racing car, first on the left-hand side of the car, now on the right-hand side of the car, in the hands of Edu Fernandez, down in towards turn 1. You can really see here the elevation changes, as you see here, a little bit of banking through turn 2, and we've got a BMW right behind. That's the 2 car, I do believe, which is the Euromaster Esports car at the hands of Alejandro Avin Ruiz Sanchez. So that's coming now up in towards turn number 4, and that is the Euromaster Esports. There it is, the number 2. So if you're Obsidian Racing and you're seeing a pretty quick, the number 2 that's got a quick turn of pace, you'd probably let that car go. I mean, it's the gap between the number 20 Obsidian Racing and the number 2 is 4 laps. So you'd probably let that car through and maybe see if you can follow it through, because it's got some pace about it at the moment.
Yep, and Fran Parada is a very reliable driver. Probably the one of the top drivers, if not the top driver for Euromaster. I have had the pleasure of commentating on some of the races he's done during the last 2-3 years, and he's one of the drivers that usually you wanted to follow if you have the ability to do so. And if it's not about for position, yeah, that may be a decision that you might make, to just let him by and try to use him as a reference.
Then again, I am in the comment box for a reason here, Adrian. So maybe there's a reason why that's not happening as they make their way through the final corner and onto the start-finish straight once again. And maybe a little bit of a cloud forming at lower end on the circuit. Maybe a little bit of mist in the air as well at the circuit de Catalunya here in Barcelona. As we see then Obsidian Racing getting some moves done. So too does the Euromaster car, making its way past the R70 team at the hands of Eric Tetas. Eric Tetas, who started this race, and he had some really good pace about him, got as high as 15th place, but made a mistake at turn 5 within the first 2 hours, unfortunately. There he is, Eric Tetas, making his way on towards the start for this straight. He's been, he and his team have been putting in some laps here. They're 20th place at the moment, and they are a lap, 1 minute 39 behind the High Speed Demons in the number 18. So you'll probably see the High Speed Demons right behind, but that will be their battle for 19th place, almost upon them, about 5 or 6 seconds before they'd be a lap behind. So High Speed Demons must be in the pit lane, and that might be why the gap's coming down very substantially. And yes, they are in the pit lane at the moment. That will be why. Team Fordzilla also in the pit lane as we speak, at the hands of Julian Rodriguez from Moreno, and that car in the pit lane from 2nd place. So the lead at the top is going to get bigger and bigger. 696 laps in to this race. We still have roughly 110 to go, and at the moment MSI Esports, well, really in a race of their own at the moment. As long as they keep that car on the track, Adrian, this hat trick looks as good as one.
It is, and as the hours go by, they are more and more secure in their position because they don't show any signs of actually letting go. Victor Lobato, we said that he was just going through lap times that were not as fast. He's kind of settling into rhythm now. Obviously, they are not lapping as fast as they did during the night, which were the right conditions for them to actually put those lap times. I don't know if right now we're going to see a 143 out of them because the conditions that are going to get hotter and the racetrack will get slightly more slippery to get a clean lap time, especially with the traffic intersped through the circuit at different rates. You really need to have a clean lap and a good tow in order to accomplish that 143, which is not coming. But probably that's the only thing they have left. So maybe they will use that as a motivator at some point without risking, obviously, the healthy lead that they have right now, which is a minute and a half over Fortila, not accounting the pit stops, which will account probably for another minute on their behalf. The thing is now that the advantage for Fortila, respective to Arnach, is 15 seconds. That is an advantage for which Julian is working right now. Jimmy Antunes has not really got the car to work properly for the attack that Ricardo Rico initiated earlier on. We kind of expected that because Ricardo is kind of the reference of the team in terms of pure lap times. But he's let up those 5 seconds, and that probably has given a little bit of air to breathe for Julian and Team Fortila.
Yes, and Team Fortilla, I believe it's Paulo Lopez now at the wheel of that car, who's now out onto the circuit. And if you are just joining us here, welcome along to the 24 hours sim racing circuit de Barcelona here in Catalonia. As we see at the moment, MSI Esports looking to make it a hat trick of sim racing 24 hours at the circuit de Barcelona in Catalonia. They have been phenomenal today, haven't they? They've made themselves known at the front. They had their issues. They've really done well to get over those issues as well, put them well behind them now, well in the rear view mirror, and leading this race by a lap. Logitech G Altus Esports second place, just getting past the high speed demons there to put a lap on them in that number 18 car. They are currently in second place in that Lamborghini, and that's right, up 34 places. Logitech G Altus Esports were hit with a little bit of issues even before the race had started. They had to make a last-minute change due to medical reasons. One of their drivers unable to take part today, and the driver in the car right now was that last-minute replacement, Andrew Carl, who's jumped into the car at very short notice and still now in second place. And that must be a bit of a challenge for the driver as well in Andrew Carl. I mean, he would have been a lot of pressure to just jump into the car straight away and trying to make sure that he keeps on pace at least with the rest of the team. Now, we're looking at the XGR team, and that looks like it's a front bonnet missing there, Adrian. So it must have been involved somewhere down the line in a little bit of an incident.
I think everyone loves to see some engines, but I don't think that engine is supposed to be seen at full speed. So the cowl in there has gone missing somewhere. We don't know if it was probably it's been a consequence of an incident or maybe a slight bump on with another driver. But the thing is that they are giving a little bit of breathing air to that engine that is going to take a lot of cooler than it usually will have, but probably that's not the most efficient way to get air on the aerodynamics of the car. I was gonna say, just to point out on the issue for the team artists, and that the penalty they had to go to the Altus, but the penalty they had to go to the back of the grid was because the driver they got as a last-minute replacement, Andrew Cal, was not in the entry list at first. The teams had the option to put reserve drivers and as many reserve drivers as they wanted if they had such an eventuality. Altus did not register that driver. They needed one, and they had to put one driver that was out of the entry list. So that's why they were penalized. But they've overcome that issue pretty handily. That's the good thing about this race, is that you cannot say that MSI or Altus have locked into the race. They have not run away from the first hour. They had to battle their way from positions that were very precarious against other drivers that might have And they might have them in their mirrors as the potential contenders, and lots of things could have happened here. Could have happened there, and MSI actually suffered that in the first hour, but they've prevailed so far, and they're looking very good in their respective positions.
They are indeed, and as you say, it's not gone their way the whole time. The first third of the race, they had to really work hard to get that position. Yes, they started off in the lead, but they also had the double pit stop they had to go through within the first hour of the race. So that was something they had to quickly try and put in their rearview mirror, which I can see I think they very safely have, with just over 3 hours of the race to go, then very close to entering hour 22 of this 24-hour racing at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. As the drivers now, we see a group of 4 of them are making their way through. One of them is going to be battling for the, well, at least trying to battle for a podium. I think that's one of them is the R70 Lamborghini. I can just make out a yellow and black car there, heading down the main straight down towards turn 1. There's one of the green and black liveried cars then, one of the BMWs I believe that is, from that angle I can see, and making its way now through in towards turn 2 all the way through turn 3, and it's the Zenith Esports AO Systems number 215 as driven by Aitor Mediavilla. Victor Lassa says hello from Argentina. Hello, Victor. Obviously, it must be middle of the night in Argentina. What on earth are you doing up? Seeing the last 3 hours of this race. A very warm welcome to you, Victor, from Argentina. Hope you're having a wonderful evening where you are in Argentina.
And thanks for joining us also in this English stream. And it is a very good time of the day to watch the end of a race, which is just in the middle of the night. Especially remembering that Argentina right now is exiting winter, the winter period, and are going to enter into their spring period. So it must be also cold at this time of the day, very much different from the conditions that we have here in Europe. So have a good one and be safe out there, because it must be cold. But we are seeing Aitor Mediavilla, which is it's consistently in 8th place, or has been in 8th place consistently for pretty much the whole duration of the second half of the race. They've settled in that position, Zenith, which I wonder that they must be disappointed, because with the performance they had last year, and the heartbreak of losing the race on such a freak occurrence, they probably wanted to they take a revenge and take the fight to MSI, so to win the race. But they had some exits on the driver market during the last winter, before the summer indeed. And Ricardo Rico was probably the main departure going to the Arnage team, and they've suffered a bit from that, because this team that entered this year looks to be not as competitive as they used to be.
I mean, still top 10 in the 24 hours of the circuit to Barcelona here in Catalonia. Still not bad, but I think you're right. I think Zenith Esports, they had a chance of a win last year. This time they're in 8th place and they're still in this race, so that would be the benefit that way. But yeah, it could be a case of having a review and seeing what sort of plan of action they need to take looking into next year's event, because we know they're a pretty good team. They had the good drivers last time around, but as you said, drivers transferring doesn't really help in the grand scheme of things, especially when they go to your opponents like Arnage, who are currently 4th place right now, looking to try and battle away for a podium, which they're already about 15 seconds away from. There's the Logitech G Altus Esports Lamborghini, currently 2nd place right now in the number 43, 12-second gap between themselves and Team Fordzilla.
And right now we have a pit stop, I think, from MSI, that Victor Lobato is on. Oh, well, that's a spin for number 17 for Kilómetro Cero, Juan Bustamante at the wheel. Something has happened at the exit of the chicane.
Did see a suspicious black and gold car facing the wrong way coming out of turn 15. So let's see then. So it must happen in the chicane through turn 14, flying through there, through 15, clattering the curb. Oh yeah, big time on the exit, and that completely unsettles the car, bottoms out, and Wow, that must be a
Whoa.
terrifying view with everybody coming towards you and you're just desperately trying to get that car turned around. Very tight angle, has to use reverse gear as well just to make sure they don't hit into the wall. Better safe than sorry, but then you are really having to look behind you. And in these cockpits, that is not easy to do. These cars are not designed so that you can look backwards all the time, especially directly behind you.
And surprisingly enough, he elected not to take into the pit lane and maybe check on any possible or put in a new set of tires, because that must have put a significant damage to the tires or to the wear of those tires. Obviously, he went way too wide into the exit of the corner. He took the curve with the full force, and that absolutely unsealed the car completely. He avoided taking a hit on the wall, which is probably the main reason why he has not pitted. Probably they will feel more relieved that no other car has managed to found them on the stricken race car on the track, which is something that we have avoided 2 or 3 times already in this race. Such a multiple car accident that usually happens in this kind of events, but you encounter a driver that has spun just in front of you and you cannot do nothing. You can do nothing to avoid it. This time, our competitors have been able to find their way around.
Here comes the Logitech G Altus Esports car coming into the pit lane. That number 43 car at the hands it was of Andrew Carl. We'll have to wait and see if they decide to have a driver change in that one. And possibly, yes, they do have a driver change in mind for Andrew Carl. So he steps out of the car. We will see now the typical left and right there steering, you can see, just to make sure everything is working. And it looks like it's going to be Simon Figel who's going to jump into that car in with 3 hours left of this one, very close to hour number 22 being upon us. Cherokee PS also into the pit lane. Looks like it's going to be Inigo Bea who's going to take over driving duties in that car. Euromaster Esports also in the pit lane. Ruiz Sanchez, does he get another stint to the car, or is he going to have to change over? We'll try and bring you up to date as best we can. And looking at it, it looks like it's still Ruiz Sanchez who's still in that car exiting the pit lane.
It is indeed. And,
another spinner.
Yep.
There was another spinner just on the inside of turn 5 there that looked like it was a black and red BMW. Now, was that the number 18 car? Yes, it was the number 18 car that had stopped out on track as driven. There it is, the high-speed Demons. So they have had a little bit of spin. Yes, so they've had a spin out of turn 5. Let's see what happened. Oh, got onto the gravel there and into the wall. Into the wall there. So there's going to be front end damage on that car for sure. That's a frustrating one because that's fine margins there out of turn 5. That gravel trap is so close to you, and you try and use every bit of curb that you can, and into the wall again. That was a very short love tap with the wall there, but he eventually does get that car going again. But that will be a trip to the pit lane to check on any damage. There's going to possibly definitely going to be front splitter damage, but they'll have to check the suspension as well to make sure that's all in working order. But drivability wise, I'd like to see the angle of the steering wheel at the moment in a straight line, but at the moment just making his way through now in towards the final couple of corners is that number 18 car. I believe it's Alex Castillo in the car, but clearly feels the car's good enough to keep going.
Yeah, most definitely he must have had some damage of the front end of the car after that contact. Exited that turn 5, which is one of the main points, the main hot points of contact or incidents happening, because as we said, the car goes downhill into the braking, and actually the exit of the corner gives very little room for mistakes, very little room for the car to go wide. And that's what happened. He took a little bit of gravel, just a little bit, just enough to get the car around, and that comes up with the one with the front end of the car, which will probably need repaired at some point, if not already.
Well, if you briefly saw us there, we're now into hour 22, and a very good morning to you wherever you are watching in the world. It's great to have you on board here for the 24-hour sim racing Circuit de Barcelona in Catalonia with MundoGT and also the E-Circuit de Catalunya. My name is Kieran McGinley, Adrian Fernandez joining alongside. And Adrian, you're into your last hour of the entire event, at least on the English streaming side. I'm not sure if you're doing any more Spanish work before the end of the rest of this one.
Last hour at all. I came from my last hour of Spanish transmission, and now this is my final hour, so I can rest easy and thing already. I think we will have some more exciting things to commentate here before I finally can go to take some rest. I'm gonna be awake at least to see how this race ends the final half hour, but certainly it's been a fantastic experience so far. We have yet 1 hour of absolute full racing through to the finish. I have to say that you've seen us very briefly on camera because my camera has a technical issue that is not related to the hardware, but with the software that we're using to take the images to you. There's something that is making funky things with my camera that works wonders with every other application, but this currently one is absolutely unfixable. We've tried everything behind the scenes, and it's not working properly. You can see me on 5 FPS that of resolution, but well, we can say to you that we try to our best to give you the best image that we can. At least you can see our main commentary fully fluid as they wish to show it. And we're seeing right now this battle for fourth again has heated up. Altus Persin Obsidian with Edu Fernandez still hanging strong for fourth.
Yeah, so they're back again once again at the top of hour 22. Here's how things shape up. MSI Esports in the lead in the number 14. In second place, number 3, Team Fordzilla. Third place, 23, Arnage Competition. Fourth place, number 20, Obsidian Racing. Position 5, number 43, Logitech G Altus Esports. Sixth place, number 38, Williams Esports. Seventh place, number 50, Dream Factory. 8th place, 215, Zenith Esports AO Systems. 9th place, 013, Odex Motorsports Samsung. 10th place, number 10, Cherokee PS. 11th place, number 12, Yas Heat. 12th place, number 2, Euromaster Esports. 13th place, 19, Race for Cat Motorsport. 14th place, number 5, Unicos Gaming, and rounding off the top 15 at the top of hour 22, Aurus Racing number 32. Here is the Logitech G Altus Esports car looking up the inside, then at turn 5, trying to get the power down is Simon Fiegel, and he's got that move done. Great move into turn 5, the Lamborghini upper position and up into 4th place. Nice move.
Very nice move indeed to get that 4th position finally after that long pursuit that they had. And on as we said, most of the overtaking is being done on the unusual places or on the first sector, which offers that opportunity if the driver in front, if you got them napping, or maybe if they slow down a little bit because of lap traffic. This time around, it was a very nice maneuver to get the position done, and now let's see what hits his face. It is a very critical moment to make the pass. 2 hours and 55 minutes to go. There's still a few stints to go through, probably 4 stints or so, and it's trying to. I think it's trying to pull off, and it's trying to pull off an advantage here.
Yeah, the only problem is Logitech G Altus Esports about a minute behind Arnage in a battle for the podium, but a minute to go a minute to close that gap down further, and they've got less than 3 hours to do it, so they're going to have to cut through that gap 30 seconds per hour in order to catch them. So in the grand scheme of things, that doesn't sound like a lot, but bear in mind that they've only probably got about 120 laps of this race left to run. So they're going to have to close in about half a second per lap, which when you put it that way, that's a tough and tall order they're going to have to try and close this gap down by. So we see then the number 43. Well, I think they've got the message. They need to keep pushing on. 59.3 seconds behind the Arnage Competition at number 23 car, but trying to now build that gap to the BMW behind them in order to try and get some breathing space. Zenith Esports into the pits. Aitor Mediavia has brought that car in the Zenith Esports car. There is the 3rd place car, Arnage Competition, as driven right now by Jimmy Antunes. And 59 seconds is the gap between himself and 4th place. The gap between 2nd places, well, that's 15.4 seconds. So much closer there for that battle for 2nd place. But let's see if that gap is going to be starting to grow. Maybe it's coming down. It looks like it's growing in favour of Team Fordzilla at the moment. Pablo Lopez doing a fine job of extending that gap now out to 16 seconds.
And he's been consistently building that advantage again. that they had over 10 seconds at one point and even less. That it would have been even less if they had that lap traffic actually factoring in on the bad side for a national competition. But right now they are in a very good position so far. Pablo Lopez, which is a very reliable driver, I had almost no doubts that Fortila was going to choose him for this stint. Maybe he is the driver chosen to take the checker flag, or maybe they are going to put well, I don't think they are going to put Paulo already because it's already too late in the United States. Maybe he's just already gone to sleep. And in fact, he had a very long stint in the night, if I remember correctly. George and Jack pointing us out, so maybe he's done for the day. And probably Pablo is the wise choice just to take the car home in that current second position.
Yeah, and it's a long stint from Alex Palau during the night stint, of course, based in America, I believe, right now. So he's a time zone behind. So it would have been daylight when he was racing around him, but nighttime in the sim. So that would have been a bit bizarre just to try and get yourself into that nighttime driving mode. There is the Logitech G Altus Esports car, that number 43. The gap stabilised between 4th and 3rd place with Arnage ahead of them at around 59 seconds. Let's see what they can do. They've got some traffic here as well, which is going to be a huge thing for the rest of this race. You know, trying to make sure you get past the traffic as quickly as you possibly can, get through it as efficiently as you possibly can as well, in order to not lose that little bit of time there. There is the Decade Esports number 37, currently 25th in this race, up 2 positions from where it started. And you can normally call it a successful one if you're up positions from where you started. That's normally a good day.
Yep, any race when you are gaining positions over your starting place, unless the starting place is so far behind what you expected, it's very good news for the team, because it means that actually you've made an improvement over that one lap pace, which is the main work that the teams prepare for this race. And actually, well, they are very well positioned.
Well positioned indeed. There's Edu Fernandez in the Obsidian Racing number 20, but being closed in now by the number 38 Williams Esports car. About 2.4 seconds at the moment. There's a bit of traffic between the 5th and 6th place cars, one of them being the Euromaster Esports car of Alejandro Avin Ruiz Sanchez, who's right behind them. I think there's actually two cars that the Williams Esports car will have to go through, or at least try and pass, in order to have a chance of racing that Obsidian Racing car of Edu Fernandez. But they now make their way up towards turn at number 9. 5th place right now for Obsidian. And seeing how they get on. There are our race leaders though. MSI Esports once again at the top of the order as we head into these final 2 hours and 50 minutes of the race, then heading all the way down towards turn 1 once again, leading by an entire lap here at the Circuit de Barcelona here in Catalonia. But I have to say as well, 1 lap at this stage isn't the biggest margin in the world for MSI Esports.
It is not if you run into trouble. If actually some of the issues that have been following other teams, or some other teams have been close to be in, actually befalls MSI, and I think they are pretty careful and they are being constantly coached. If I know something about how MSI works, is that they are constantly feeding information to the drivers. The drivers themselves are feeding information to each other about spotting on how the state of the traffic is in front of them, and giving accurate information on how the car behaves and how it's the fuel consumption, the tire wear. They work like a Swiss watch, and very precisely, and that works wonders for this kind of situations where you just have to pace yourself and try to bring the car home. You've done the most difficult thing already for 21.5 hours. Now you need to bring the car home, and it is something that seems like an understatement again, but it's not that easy, because until it's over, it's not over, and lots of things can still happen for them, especially in the last laps. Some of the other teams will slow down the pace. Right now, MSI is running 145 lows, which is a pace that only the top 8-9 cars are able to match at this stage of the race. But that pace will decrease generally somewhat, and you're going to run into cars that are not running as fast. So maybe you have to adapt to that, and maybe you can have a nasty surprise in the last hours. Obviously, Fortila is actually banking on it, because right now their battle for second place is much more or less controlled with those 15 seconds over Arnage.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big one there, as Obsidian still being closed in by the Williams esports team, as driven by David Bosga, as they make their way now on towards the start-finish straight. That's not the Williams esports car behind them, by the way. That's the Euromaster number 2 esports car, as driven by Alejandro Albin Ruiz Sanchez, as they make their way now down towards turn number 1. But the car behind that is the Williams esports car. So Obsidian Racing might have to start looking in their mirrors soon, because well, whilst the Euromaster esports car could be a little bit of a buffer to that Williams esports car behind, soon that Euromaster car will have some blue flags coming its way, which means it will be telling it that the Williams esports car is behind, and to be aware that they might try and find a way past you by just slightly going up your inside or going round your outside. You'll just have to be aware of what happens.
Aware of the environment. That's something that a lot of people actually made fun of when Formula One, the Codemasters game, introduced the awareness factor into their driver ratings for their modes, especially for the value they gave to Valtteri Bottas, which or all right maybe, but it is an important part of being a race car driver, is being aware of your environment and actually not just driving fast and going flat out full time, because that might work sometimes, but it's not going to work all the time, and maybe it can bite you at the most inconvenient of times. And the good drivers, the best drivers, are able to evaluate the situation at every moment, know when to attack, know when to hold off, know when to pass another drivers. We see MSI that are actually making a driver change. I think Salva Talents is getting into the car, as this graphic is accurate. It is indeed Salva who started the race. He was the one who put MSI back into the lead and had that 12-second advantage over the rest of the field until Marc Perez took over and absolutely blasted everyone. So he might find himself in a bit of a more comfy situation race-wise for the last 2.5 hours, and he's probably going to be the chosen one to take the car home.
Yeah, I think so. Salva Talent started this race, and I think he'll be given the honour by the team to finish the race and take the checkered flag. And what a race it's been when he started this race. Obviously, we haven't said it enough that the double pit stop they had to have in the first hour, putting them all the way down into 15th place where they had started from the lead of the race. They had to really fight back over the prevailing hours back to the lead of the race, and now heading into the closing stages, they lead by a lap, at least lead by a lap when they came in towards the pit stops there. Team Fortilla in second place at the hands of Pablo Lopez, and it's Arnage competition rounding off our top 3. As there you see the Williams esports car making its way through, and there is the MSI esports car making its way out of the pit lane. Salva Talens at the wheel of that one, and now Team Fortilla bring themselves back onto the lead lap. So too do Arnage competition, but only by about 10 to 12 seconds. So still, pit stops need to be made by Team Fortilla and Arnage, of course. So we'll be expecting those pit stops later down the line. But still, MSI Esports are leading this one now by a good 78 seconds.
78 seconds that are going to be even more when Fortilla make their pit stop. So that should be slightly over 2 minutes, which will be accurate with the lap and a half that they had over the field. That advantage has stopped growing. I think 2 or 3 hours ago they sell on that, and at one point it looked like maybe they could put a second lap on the field, but that has already died down, and I don't think they are in a rush to get that second lap of the field. They don't really need it. They just, as we said already a few times, they need to be patient and absolutely control the race, which is the wise thing to do. And I think a wise driver like Salva, which prizes himself of being a very competent race car driver in this kind of situations, he is the right one to make the job efficiently and navigate through the traffic, which is something that is still going to be his main workforce for the next 2 hours and 43 minutes.
Yeah, I think drivers negotiating traffic has been a really, really good thing. Normally in some endurances you'll have some sketchy moments, but on the whole, I think people passing back markers and back markers being aware of leaders or drivers that aren't on the same lap of them has been pretty good, I have to say. There haven't been many of them. There's been one or two. You're bound to get one or two miscommunications. But on the whole, getting past back markers and back markers being aware of the race leaders and whoever's not on the same lap as them has been very good.
Yeah, and the behavior by all of them, almost all of them, has been pretty fantastic. And I can only think of a couple of issues, a couple of circumstances where they have not been as efficient as they could have been, but that's almost to be expected over a 1,440-minute race, which is a lot of minutes, a lot of laps. We're going to go over 800 laps. Lots of cars are going to be lapped, have been lapped, and are going to be lapped many times over again, and those slight miscues are to be expected. It will be weird not to have them, but we've had very few of them because they either when they left the other drivers pass, or when they've been in front trying to defend their position, they're actually being very professional about it, and they've been very cautious, which is the main thing on sim racing and in racing overall. It's to have respect for the integrity of the other driver, even if you're battling with him per position, even if you're not. You will have your own race, and you have to respect the other driver intention and the other driver's space. So far, a very clean race overall, which you will not say for the fact that we have 5 retirements, but so far, probably some people will expect a little bit more of carnage, and that has not happened, and probably for the best.
Yeah, definitely for the best there, as it's been relatively clean. It's been relatively pretty great to watch. It's been one of those that you've just got to be on your toes and ready for anything. And for this one, there haven't really been any full course yellows. There haven't been major incidents here that we've seen someone crash out from the race. Normally they've hit the wall, gone back to the pit lane, or willfully retired from the race after getting the car back to the pits and realising, do you know what, might as well pack it up and call it a day. And we haven't really seen major incidents between two teams going through this. We might have had a couple off camera, but we'll never know now, unfortunately. So that's something to keep an eye on. But on the whole, it's been absolutely brilliant between these teams. They've shown each other great respect on the track. As we see the Euromaster esports car move to the right hand side of the track to allow the Williams racing car to come through and put a lap on the Euromaster esports car. Bit of a flash of the lights from the Williams car, and then the Euromaster esports car, as driven by Alejandro Avin Ruiz Sanchez, moves over and lets the car go. So now the Williams esports car, well, their next car, is for 5th place.
Yeah, it will be weird if they had the same car battling for position, but obviously that graphic is not accurate yet. It will be in a few seconds. And on that car that is going to pursue is exactly Edu Fernandez, with Obsidian number 20, 4 seconds in front of David Bodga, who has been in charge of the 38 for a good while right now, and he's probably going to relinquish the drive on his next pit stop to whoever is going to finish the race, which I'm pretty sure it will not be Kopinen, because Kopinen has done a lot of laps already, 2 very long stints as a driver during the day already.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see who takes over that car. We've assumed Salvatallons is going to be in the car for the rest of the race. I mean, 2.5 hours for him has been nothing when he's already done about 5 at the very start of the race. So no worries for him. He'll be able to cruise that one home with just a small 2.5 hour stint to end off the endurance for Salvatalla for MSI Esports. Team Fortilla in 2nd place, and that gap is growing once again. 1 minute 18 at the last timing line. We've had the number 70, the R70 team, stop somewhere out on track at the hands of Alvaro. Is that Alvaro Garcia Paredes? Is that no? It's Eric Tetas. My apologies, at the wheel of that car. Had a stop somewhere out on the circuit. I think they've got themselves going again in that Lamborghini, but maybe just a little bit of a spin off camera.
Yep, and they had a lot of issues in the last hours. A couple of flops out there, and it's not been all the race that R70 was expecting to have. Obviously, Eric Tetas is having some issues right now on the racetrack, and I think he's on the pit lane. maybe he's got to the pit lane, or maybe he stopped on the racetrack. I'm not completely sure. We're going to know for sure in a few minutes. But probably avoiding to be another retirement will be a main focus for them if they can repair, or if it's worth it to repair, because they are just now not very. They're 28th, so it will be very difficult for them to go any further than that.
Well, running on board then with the Williams esports team at the hands of David Bosga. This is going to be a battle here for 5th place between themselves and Obsidian Racing as they head their way now down in towards turn number 10. Just over 2.5 hours left of this endurance, and this could be an important battle for 5th place because it might allow Williams then to press on to try and grab a late podium, or at least try and mount a challenge for it. Anyway, it'll be a tough one because they're more than a minute behind the podium right now, but there's no time like the present to try and make yourself known for that podium challenge, and they've got to try and get past Obsidian Racing first and foremost in order to try and do that. Well, that's one way of getting past them, is that Obsidian willfully coming into the pit lane themselves. So Obsidian into the pits at the hands of Edu Fernandez. That's going to allow David Bosca to make the move without having to make the move.
And there is my surname sake actually keeping on going on with this racetrack as with this car, sorry, as Williams they're 7.5 seconds behind Altus, slightly more behind than I was expecting them to be at this point of the race. Obviously, Bosga is not having an easy stint on the wheel of the 38 car, and that has obviously given a little bit of breathing space to Simon Fagel, who is trying to get home that 4th place for Altus. As long as there's nothing that happens to any of the 3 cars in front, obviously you have to be there because you never know if something might befall them, and you can be the 3rd team on the podium.
Yes, we'll have to wait and see. There is Logitech G Altus Esports. They are currently about 15.8 seconds away from the podium, and that gap has stabilised over the last hour or so as they now make their way down in towards the braking zone at turn 10. So it's MSI Esports leading the way, Team Fordzilla 2nd place, Unarched Competition 3rd, Logitech G Altus Esports in 4th place, then it's Williams Esports in 5th, Dream Factory 6th, Obsidian Racing still in the pit lane, of course. They are waiting to get their driver change done and dusted, and that's going to be Decade Esports, who just have to be aware of Team Fordzilla coming through down in towards turn number 10, which they are, and Team Fordzilla managed to get the move and get the lap on the car there, just going down towards turn 10. Obsidian Racing just exiting the pit lane now, and I think that's going to be Pablo Espes at the wheel of the car now, who has just made its way out. 1 minute 9 in the pit lane, which almost always indicates that tyres and fuel have been adjusted in their latest stop, as well as the driver this time around.
I'm not sure from that aerial viewpoint of if Decker team has already found the missing piece of on the race car. I was sure they did, but I'm not so sure from the aerial if this is just a dark piece that doesn't see. Yeah, I think they. I'm not sure. What do you think, Kieran? They have that put on already?
They found a spare one, I think, at their next pit stop, but that wouldn't have done the aero any good whatsoever with the bonnet off. And oh no, I don't think they have actually. No, I don't think they have.
I really thought he did, and it looked more complete at least, but I'm not so sure. Maybe we'll have to take a closer look if it's possible. But yeah, obviously, maybe we can check it out here as we see this replay. I think they have. That's the front of the front. Well, no, it doesn't. My view just tricked me. They're still missing a piece, apparently.
I don't know. No, I think that's repaired now. No, I think it's just the design of the Ferrari there at the front that makes it look like that. There's definitely a bit of bonnet on there now. Definitely.
Yeah. It is. I was going to theorize that it was the Schrodinger front cover, that you know if it's there, if it's not, or if it's the 2 things at the same time. But we can say with confidence that it is finally there. Well, at least they found the spare.
Absolutely. Obsidian Racing then, Pablo Espes in the number 20. You ever get a feeling when you feel like you're going to sneeze and then it's just an awkward silence where you realise, actually, no, I'm not. I was going to mute my mic and have a little bit of a sneeze to myself, but Never happened. So it was just an awkward silence. But there we go. Obsidian Racing there, 7th place in car number 20. If you are just joining us for the last 2.5 hours, good morning to you from the Circuit de Barcelona in Catalonia. The closing stages of the 24 hours endurance race, and at the moment it's MSI Esports at the top of the order, leading by 1 minute 20 ahead of Team Fordzilla, who we believe has yet to make at least one more stop. So too would MSI Esports, but no more driver changes for them, and possibly no more tyre changes either. That's going to be nip and tuck towards the end, but we'll have to keep an eye on that as the race progresses. But what is certain right now is that they've done a fantastic job of MSI Esports. There's Yas Heat there in the number 12. He's currently in position 13 as they round the final corner. Believe in the car there in the number 13. Oh, sorry, number 12 is Ross Woodford as he makes his way down the start-finish straight and on towards turn 1 once again. Looking at it, they're 28 seconds behind the Race for Cat number 19 car ahead of them, but it looks like they're a lap ahead of Unicos Gaming in the number 5 car. So for them now, it's literally just trying to get that car to the end, and maybe there's a possibility of 12th place on the cards.
Yeah, at one point it looked like they might be getting closer to the top 10 finish as at one point in the event. Obviously, they drifted back a bit, and that initiative has gone back to Race for Cat, which is the team that we've already put on as a potential dark horse. Well, it hasn't been fulfilled as much as I expected so far, but they are there, and I don't count them out, because maybe they can get on a couple of positions they are lacking, essentially. They have race teams in front of them. They already beaten in other competitions. Olox and Cherokee are teams that have finished behind Race for Cat in some important competitions, especially in the MundoGT world, especially on last time around at the ASL Racing Series. So Euromaster is still in between them. In fact, Euromaster, I think, it's not that far in front of them.
I think that was the 33 that's had a bit of an off-track moment there.
Yep.
Number 33 being Customs GT. Let's have another look at this. Let's see if it is Customs GT who's run into a little bit of trouble there. There's the Kilometro Zero car. I think we're just trying to find what happened there. Where's the XGR team, who have, of course, got that bonnet repair, but that front end is looking a little worse for wear. I think it was the Customs GT car that had a spin, but what's happened to the Kilometro Zero car down towards turn 1? Absolutely nothing at the moment. So our race director desperately tried to find that one, but couldn't quite find it that time around. But never mind. I'm sure it was just a little bit of a spin for the 33 car. And there's the MSI Esports car. We're going back in time. There is a car on the inside. And he did have a spin coming out of turn 12, and that is the Customs GT. There it is. There it is, Customs GT. I knew it. I knew it. So it's just had a little bit of a spin coming out of turn 12. That looked to me like the back end of the car was starting to over-rotate and put the car in a little bit of a spin. Third time's the charm. Here we go, in towards turn 12. As we see, I think that's just slightly after what's happened there. But I think we got the idea. It lost the back end going through turn 12 with the rear end over rotating.
There you go.
Here it goes. There you go. Rotating that rear end and right into the path of the treble 9 Porsche. And fair play to Customs GT though. They managed to get that car out of the danger zone onto the grass on the inside there. Just get it out of harm's way. Pretty good driving to get it out of the way from Ezequiel Reche Morillo there.
Yeah, kind of a Tokyo drift, so to speak, right there, and he actually lost control not that far in front of MSI, and he managed to get into the corner, into the inside of the corner before Salva got there, and maybe putting the lead driver in an issue. And this is something that can happen. Maybe the car that comes earlier in the next spin on the turn, it is indeed MSI, and they run into another car. It is the kind of situation that can indeed happen, and they dodged that bullet. And it has to be said that that was a very good catch, Kieran. You might have played cricket with those catches, and you got it pretty good right there. It was indeed the car 27, the car 33, sorry, which is driven by Ezequiel Reche for Customs GT in 27th. And we have to say that Eric Tetas is still in the pit lane, probably doing repairs. We don't know if he is out of the race already. If he is, that will confirm that we have 30 cars going on for the last 2.5 hours.
Yeah, it does. That was a shame for the R70 team, and yeah, they've come up as a grey line on our timing sheet, which is never a good sign. But then again, that was a sign for one of the cars earlier on, and our race director managed to point me in the right direction. There's I think that's the Williams Esports car coming into the pit lane, and how close they run to the wall on the right-hand side coming in towards the pit lane there, as it is the Williams Esports car coming into the pit lane at the hands of David Bosca, with 2.5 hours left to run on the clock. Then there is Euromaster Esports making their way down towards turn 1. Let's have a replay of what happened here then. So I think this is going to be how close this Williams Esports car came to the right hand side of the pit lane wall, entering the pit lane here, full speed through here, and how close was that? Wow. I mean, fair play to them. They make sure they calculate that every single time to make sure they get it millimetrically perfect. But yeah, let's have another look at this. How close it's mainly towards the pretty much the apex of the right hand here, close to the wall here. That's the one. That's the one I'm looking for. How close is that towards the tire wall?
Yeah.
Wow.
That was too close to comfort, really. Too close for comfort, and well, they play the odds right there, and there's been some crashes on pit road that are very avoidable. That could have been very embarrassing for Williams if he actually found the wall. But well, you're paid the big bucks to be chasing that limit to that very last millimeter to get an advantage.
There's the number 50 Dream Factory into the pit lane. It was at the hands of Diego Catalan, and it's on the jacks at the moment, getting tyres changed. And we'll have to wait and see what's happening here. We've got two cars off track, the number 20 and the number 24, both at the same time, which sort of implies that they might have had a little bit of a run-in together. But that's just an implication, of course. The number 20 being, through looking throughout the order, it's a load of numbers a timing sheet becomes, especially this late on. Number 20, I'm trying to find it on my timing sheet at the moment.
Number 20 is actually
it's Obsidian.
It's Obsidian is displayed. Yeah.
Obsidian with the number 24 then of Hema Esports. So that's Obsidian, who were running in 7th place, both off track at the same time. I wonder what happened there, because it looks like they've both got themselves going again, but it literally came through exactly the same time. At 12 minutes past 34 minutes. It's 12 seconds past 34 minutes, I should say. It came up with the off-track warning there, and I think that's the number 20. That is the one of the 24. There, is it? Yes, it was the number 24 Lamborghini, going very, very gingerly, and it looks like it has had a trip across the gravel.
Yeah, Santonja, which is still with very important issues on the racetrack. It's been a very difficult end of the race for Gema Esports that is just trying desperately to make it to the end. Let's just hope that they don't crash themselves out of the race and they can finish the event in this last very minutes. We've seen a lot of warnings for taking more racetrack than it should have, and a bit on off track in the last few minutes. As you said, Sergio Gurdia in the number 20 has got an off track, Luis Santonja in the 24. And there will be some more of that coming in, because, well, now this is the time to go for some of those drivers. And now is when you feel more activated to maybe get that last inch. As we see one driver taking the old route through the former Europe car turn, the former second to last turn here in Barcelona, which is used now as a scapegoat for a lap driver in case you don't see it very clearly to leave the position down the chicane. I think we have confirmed already that R70 has retired from the event. On both timings that we have available, they are out with 695 laps completed. Álvaro Garcia was maybe looking at taking the car for another spin, but they are out of the event, and so 30 cars are on the racetrack out of the 36 that started the race 22 hours ago.
Yeah, not too bad, but a real shame for R70, because they did put their best foot forward. They had a great start to the event, climbing up to 15th place, then settled down into the race at about 20th, but unfortunately something's not gone right in the last hour, and they've had to call time on their event, which is such a huge shame for them. The Gema Esports car has made its way now back into the pit lane, I do believe, and now currently there, maybe to get serviced. They did stop a couple of times out on track. We saw that car going through the old circuit there, and we'll have to wait and see what happens there. They are greyed out on our timing sheet at the moment, but we'll wait for confirmation. Customs GT currently. I think they're in the pit lane as well, the number 33 car. 36 Simtech Pro, they're also currently out there, hopefully taking some laps on the circuit. But at the moment, 2 hours 23 to go, there's Yas Heat there in car number 12 in 13th place. At the wheel of that is Ross Woodford there. And is he starting to close in on the race for Cat? Well, the gap's 26.4 seconds. There's Unicos Gaming there. Don't let that mislead you. There is a lap between those cars. It is for position, 13th and 14th, but there's a whole lap between them. So Unicos Gamer's got to try and get past Yas Heat and then use the remaining time to try and catch up to them again.
Yep, Kevin Novali actually fighting with Johnny Ginley for that 13th spot if he's able to pass him twice, which will require almost superhuman effort in 2.5 hours. But, well, maybe the inspiration will come through. We're seeing this onboard camera of this race car going through the stadium section and taking those slow turns. We see the driver steering input actually correcting to avoid oversteering in that in the turn. We see the back end of the car actually stepping out a bit as he entered there, and he made a slight correction with the wheel again. The last turn going almost full throttle. Not enough full throttle because the car is not available and it doesn't allow to, but just with a slight breeze of the throttle, they might be able to make it there. And now full throttle through the front straight, up to turn number 1 on that slipstream. Maybe just making a slight bit of a lift and coast, just because it may be even better to navigate that first section of the racetrack in a manageable distance as they run into more lap traffic.
Yeah, a couple of lap traffic just having to be dealt with there, but making their way through. And I think the number 24 of Hammer Esports is now back out onto the track, so good to see. Ignacio Rodriguez is now the driver behind the wheel there. Still no sign of the R70 team rejoining onto the circuit, unfortunately. But at this stage, we have to assume that they are not going to be racing anymore. Hopefully, if we have a member of the R70 team in and around the chat, they could probably try and confirm that to us. But from what we can see, that looks like a team that's retiring from this race. So as Adrian said, we still have 30 drivers, 30 teams in this race out of the 36 that took the start, which in the grand scheme of things, Alejandro, is not bad going whatsoever.
It is not at all. And for what it's worth, the teams actually, now that they are very aware of the dangers, as we said, that we could have a 7th retirement if the 24 car doesn't solve their issues. They are on the track now again after those stops and after that pit stop, but they are going to just have to take it easy and not get themselves into more trouble. That's, for example, the benchmark that has set the number 15 car, which is running in the last place. They are a very good chunk of laps behind. They only completed 682 laps when the leaders have done 726. That's 44 laps down on the leaders, and they are just doing the race. Their pace is not very excellent indeed. They are just maybe they were the slowest team overall, and they are just trying to have fun and complete the race. Their best lap has been a 46.9, so they were already at a very huge disadvantage compared to the rest of the field. Jordi Masdeu actually trying to get that car to the finish line.
Yes, absolutely, and so part of the fun of an endurance there is that you make sure you just get it to the start finish line, get it to the checkered flag after 24 hours, and then you can have a couple of drinks to celebrate. There's the Fast Repair Motorsport number 02 car, currently in 19th place, as driven by Jose Manuel Padin, as he now makes his way through this long right-hander then at turn 9. Back onto the power we go. That's the 999 car ahead of him. That will not be for position. The 999 car is in 22nd place and roughly a lap and a half, about to be 2 laps then, if they can get past. Kilometro Cero then in 17th place in car 70. I love it when they line up like that, don't you? 17th place for car 17 then for Kilometro Cero at the hands of Pablo Frias. And back with the Fast Repair Motorsport car. So this will be a chance for Fast Repair to put another lap on the 999 car of the Orma Sim Racing team. It would have been a chance had Fast Repair able to stay out, but they're going to come into the pits to get what could be their penultimate stop, and this will probably be the last driver change for them, if there is a driver change at all?
My investigative and journalist mind is actually grinding my gears on one thing, and that is: has Fast Repair Motorsport executed a fast repair during this race? I am absolutely dying to know. It doesn't look like it. But maybe we'll have to ask some of the team members on that, because well, they maybe will have to change their name to No Fast Repair for next year, and that will not work. Indeed, if you change your name to Fast Repair and actually do not have a fast repair, well, it's kind of like, maybe you can call yourselves "We're not going to win the race, Motorsports," and that will work to win the race. Who knows?
I mean, that'd be great for me. That's what I would name my team. That's for sure. We've got the 0-2 into the pit lane. We've now got the number 2 in the pit lane, just to add confusion to the matter. Euromaster Esports making their way into the pit lane at the hands of Alejandro Avin coming into the pit lane here, and this is probably the chance now that we're probably going to see the last of the driver changes, because you wouldn't really get into the car now in the last hour or so. If you really need 2 hours in the car to get yourself that rhythm, get yourself that momentum on your side again, because at that point you'll have a fresh set of tyres as well. That's the most important thing. Normally when you change over the driver, a fresh set of tyres gets on and put onto the car, so that's the main thing there. The 0-2 now leaving the pit lane there as the MSI Esports cars flashes its lights to let the 0-2 car know it is coming through, and duly obliges there. So Jose Manuel Padin still at the wheel of that car, so no driver change then for Fast Repair Motorsport. But for Euromaster Esports, let's have a see if they do decide to change their driver. Didn't look like they did from the timing screens. We've also got the treble 9 into the pit lane, Orma Sim Racing at the hands of one Ignacio Palm Isiano. Hopefully I got that one right. Adrian's rating me on my Spanish at the moment. I feel a bit under pressure.
It is pretty correct for what it could be, really. That's good. For the 98% of what you pronounce is pretty much accurate. So you can rest easy on that.
Oh, thank goodness, thank goodness. You've got me just trying to get by with Spanish, meanwhile a Spanish person telling me, you're doing a great job in my own language. It's quite bizarre, I'll tell you that right now.
But I have to say that I do expect some teams to make a late driver change, if only just to adjust to the limit that they have of fair driving. Remember that the drivers on the team have to equally share the driving duties for the duration of the race. And maybe some of them are not exactly entirely good enough, so you can put a driver for the last 2.5 hours and then be set. Some of them maybe are lacking like half an hour, 40 minutes, and maybe they can take a last stop to get into the car and finish the race, or maybe the second to last pit stop. That is going to be something that the teams, I'm very sure they are not overlooking, and they should not overlook, because they risk making a fool out of themselves by going to a DQ just for not respecting that very basic situation.
So treble 9 has come out of the pit lane, and it is still Alejandro Arinru Sanchez at the wheel of the car. Jimmy Antunes has brought the Arnage competition car into the pit lane from 3rd place, and we'll have to wait and see what happens there for the car. Normally this is probably going to be the last tyre change. The cars will probably have to come back into the pits for a fuel change, but it'll be up to them to see whether they want another tyre change ready and waiting. I believe we're riding on board now with the Team Fordzilla car. Yes, we are, and that's the number 30 car. Ahead of it, that's Master Devils Esports at the hands of Pablo Javier Ruiz, as they make their way now through turn 12. Back onto the power we go towards the right-hander of turn 13. Now, of course, number 30 under no obligation to pull to one side and let Team Fordzilla through. They're allowed to keep their racing line. The blue flags for them will just be to advise them that there is a car behind them, that they are not racing. So through the final corner, we might see them move to the right-hand side. Yes, we do this time around, and this time Fordzilla decide they want to take the slipstream too, just to make up for it, just to make up for some lost ground. Team Fordzilla do get the lap now on the number 30, but it's that sort of respect between them. It's the Team Fordzilla flashing the lights to let the number 30 car know they were there. The number 30 car sticking to its racing line, not doing anything silly, and waiting till the straight in order to let the Team Fortzilla car through, in which Team Fortzilla decided they wanted a bit of slipstream before that to help them on their way. So that's pretty much half of endurance racing, is making sure you have a good communication with someone you're putting a lap on, even if it is just maybe helping them along the way as well.
Exactly, and for what it's worth, it shows that the driver on the team, in this case, I think is Pablo Lopez at the wheel of the number 3. It is indeed, and that he is in the race. He has not disconnected. He's not putting the autopilot and just trying to get the car home, taking advantage of the advantage that he has. He is absolutely focused. He wants to take that slipstream because he wants to take as much advantage of that lapping situation as possible after losing time in the last section of the course.
Definitely, and Team Fordzilla, at the moment, the only car on the lead lap, which is so bizarre to say when we're heading towards the 23rd hour of this race. For a car to still be on the lead lap as the leader is quite something, but there is a bit of out of sync with the pit stops. I am expecting the Team Fordzilla car to come into the pit lane soon, but it won't be this time around as they make their way through the final corner onto the start-finish straight. So MSI Esports still in the lead at the hands of Salva Talent. Team Fortzilla in second place at the hands of Pablo Lopez. Rounding off the top 3, it's Logitech G Altus Esports in the hands of Simon Fiegel. As we see there's the number 20 car of Obsidian Racing at the hands of Pablo Espes. Currently 6th place right now, trying to get their way past the Euromaster Esports car, the number 2 car, which is currently 13th place at the moment, and separating them is around about 4 laps out on track. Well, it will be 4 laps once the Obsidian Racing car can try and find a way past the Euromaster's Esports car.
And now the differences between the race cars have grown considerably, especially on that battle from 4th and 5th that we had a few minutes ago. That obviously with the pit stops in the middle and lap traffic it played a part on that. There we see one of the main characters on those battles, the Altus sports car number 43, and that battle for 4 almost probably died when finally the number 43 car got number 23 car got ahead of their competitors. But the closest battle that we have now for position pertains to 16th place, as the number 30 and the number 17, which I'm going to get the drivers' names right. Pablo Javier Ruiz and Pablo Frias, the 2 Pablos, are battling for position. They've been battling for position for quite some time, and for that 16th place, that means that you are in the in the better half of the competitors, at least of the there are 30 cars. They're still on the lower side of the finishing competitors, unless there are more retirements.
Decade Esports having 2 off tracks in the space of 20 seconds there. Yep. So having a little bit of trouble there. Team Fordzilla are now into the pit lane then from 2nd place. I was expecting them to come in. It's just a lap later from when I actually predicted they would come in. So not bad on all accounts there. But that should be the last tyre change then for Team Fordzilla. And I wonder if it's going to be Pablo Lopez who takes this car to the start-finish line to take the checkered flag and try and round off this podium place that they've thoroughly deserved. Obsidian Racing have, of course, a little bit of rear wing damage on the right-hand side of the car, or left-hand side as you make your way through the picture there. So, I mean, that's going to have a little bit of performance on the downforce of the car, especially at the rear, surely. It's not going to be operating at full efficiency, that rear wing.
Yeah, and I can tell you that the driver feels that loss of downforce, especially on the first section of the car of the race course, which is the most aero-dependent part of Barcelona. Turn number 3, which is a continuous turn that you have to take by slightly widening the radius of the turn, and then at number 4, which is after a heavy braking, another aero-dependent turn. Those are the parts when you're going to feel the most that loss in downforce that they are feeling. And when it's a 2 to 3 tenths loss, drivers can make up for it. They adapt their driving lines, they adapt their style, and actually can put competitive lap times. When it is significant loss of time, like half a second, it is going to be hampering their lap times and their performance for the duration of the stint.
absolutely. And riding on board with one of the Lamborghinis as they make their way out in towards turn at number 4 and right on the back of the Obsidian Racing team. And Dream Factory, they're sort of rubbing their hands together at the moment because they're only 3 seconds back from Obsidian. They're not the car directly behind them, of course, but they've still got a chance of getting a position late on in this race as we are approaching very quickly the 23rd hour of this race. 2 hours and 8 minutes left of the race to run. Here comes the Lamborghini then, right on the back of the Obsidian Racing at number 20 BMW, back onto the back stretch now towards the left-hand turn of turn 10, but there you can see the Lamborghini does get the move done, and the Logitech G Altus Esports car up and past another one. But they've got to be careful now because the number 23 Arnage Motorsport car is not going to be too far away at all from the number 43 there. I'll just have a refresh of my timing sheet. It's 43.7 seconds at the moment, so it's still doable for them to try and catch the Lamborghini for Arnage. But with every lap that passes and they don't sort of try and cut that deficit down by half a second, it's going to get tougher and tougher the more laps pass.
And some of the teams that have performed a driver change in the last hour, top 3 have not. But Arnage Competition actually have put Carlos Diegues at the wheel of the 23. So most likely he is going to finish the race on that car. And then Williams Esports has chosen, as we expected, Jarno Howe to complete the event at the wheel of the 38, taking the reins of the machine that is currently occupying the 5th spot. Pablo Espes continues in the 20, Jordi Clara in the number 50 for Dream Factory in 7th spot. Then, as it has been for the last few hours, Zenit Sports in 8th place, Cherokee in the 9th, and Audax Motorsport completing that top 10, some 5 laps down on the leaders. And we see in the past by the 43 on the 20 from Altus Sports on Obsidian. Those were cars that were battling for position or were thereabouts not that long ago, not that many hours ago. But obviously Obsidian has not had luck with their strategy and with their situation on the racetrack, and now they've been fast, but a car that not that long ago was a direct competitor.
Yeah, definitely. You've got a point there. And once again, Masters Esports and Kilometro Zero sharing the same bit of track. How many times have we said that in this entire endurance, Adrian? It seems to be every stint someone does. Masters and Kilometro Zero are sharing that same bit of track. So it is great to see, and that's the rivalry we've sort of been building up on, is that even after 22 hours, you're still facing the same person you were racing 20 hours ago. Fantastic.
Well, at least you know what you're going to encounter, and you see the patterns of the race cars. Even if you change drivers, you get to see the traits in common that those drivers have, and actually you feel more confident following that car because you do the MotoGP strategy, which is to follow the lines, to study which are his weakest points and his strongest points, and you try to prepare your attack for the weakest point at the correct time. Now the question is, will the drivers of Kilometro Zero have the opportunity to take advantage of that weak spots that Masked Devils will let them? The thing is that they are having a lot of exposure on this stream, which is pretty good for them, especially for the one team that has a sponsor on the main name.
Definitely so. And MSI Esports leading the way, Team Fortilla second, Logitech G Altus Esports running in 3rd place, and the gap between 2nd and 3rd place 4 seconds at the moment, with 2 hours 5 minutes left on the clock. If you're just joining us here for the final couple of hours of the 24-hour sim racing Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya, you are very welcome to it to see how this one all unfolds towards the end here. We're currently watching the battle for 16th place between Masked Devils Esports and Kilometro Zero, who have been battling hammer and tong throughout this entire endurance, and I'm not really understating that one. That really has been the case between those two. They've not been able to be separated after 20 hours of action. 2 more to go to see who will be able to finish the better of the 2 rivals there. There's the high-speed Darians in the number 18 car, who just have left the pit lane. Alex Castillo was in the car in the pit lane there when they changed it over. Just refreshing my page just to make sure it's still Alex Castillo, and it looks like it is. So no driver changing for High Speed Demons. They are rejoining the circuit. Back now with this battle for 16th place between Mars Devils Esports at the hands of Pablo Javier Ruiz and Kilometro Cero at the hands of Pablo Frias, as they all make their way now in through the final couple of corners down towards the chicane at turns 14 and 15 we go. And once again, Kilometro Cero have a task in their hands to try and find a way past. I mean, they've done it before, they can do it again, but in the same conversation, Mars Devils Esports have also found their way past Kilometro Cero and also pulled away. So they really have been well evenly matched throughout this entire endurance.
Yep, and it's a shame for the driver of the Kilometro Cero car, because he was very close to maybe make inroads towards an overtaking opportunity in turn number 1, but the lap car in front has given a providential slipstream to Mask Devils, and that has allowed Pablo Javier Ruiz to stay in front of Pablo Frias in this battle that their teammates had earlier, and they are continuing. And obviously Frias is trying to show him that he's there, he's showing on his mirrors, and he's not letting him forget that he has a car behind.
Yeah, well, absolutely, and I'm sure flashing the lights might be an option, but it's normally reserved for back markers now in an endurance, because believe it or not, Adrian, you can get a penalty for flashing your lights too much. That has been a big thing in motorsport recently. How much is too much of flashing the lights? Well, you'll see it much less when you're actually battling away full position. It's more used for the back markers to let them know, grab their attention that they are about to be lapped there. So you'll see the Kilometro Cero car not flashing the lights, but the Master Devils Esports car does flash the lights to warn the back marker that's ahead of them that they're not going to be racing, and hopefully that gives them the opportunity to just slip by with no issues whatsoever.
I have a funny story about that, of the flashing lights, for a charitable race that MundoGT did a few years ago. I think it was 2019, a charitable event at this very racetrack with Gran Turismo 5 as the platform. I had a steering wheel to take part as a competitor in the event, but the steering wheel had broken 2 to 3 weeks before that. So I couldn't use the steering wheel, and I had to resort to driving with the controller of the PlayStation, which is not as ideal, but it has its perks. The thing is that I had not properly set up the buttons on the joystick to actually be just for steering, and when I turned the car to the left and the right, it went through the L3 button, and the L3 button was for the flashing lights, and I spent 15 laps out of the 17 laps flashing my lights to every driver that was in front of me. And so it was slightly inconvenient, because everyone that saw that stream live was wondering, what the hell is that driver doing, flashing these lights constantly to the driver in front. It is considered disrespectful in sim racing to actually be flashing your lights to another driver, unless it is absolutely necessary to do so. And I made a complete fool of myself, but hey, at least I went to third before someone took me off the racetrack, maybe because I flash my lights too often.
Maybe that might be a case. So a lesson to learn here: always map your steering wheel correctly. That's going to be a huge taking point for Adrian there. A huge lesson for us all to learn. Well, we are approaching very quickly the 23rd hour. Hour 23 is upon us, and it's about 30 seconds away. So let's give you a quick run through of the top 15. MSI Esports at the top of the order. Team Fortilla in second place. Logitech G Altus Esports in third. It's 14, it's 3, it's 43. Then 23 of Arnage Competition in fourth place. Fifth place, 38 of Williams Esports. Sixth place, 20 Obsidian Racing. Seventh place, 50 Dream Factory. 8th place, 215 Zenith Esports AO Systems. 9th place, 10 Cherokee PS. 10th place, 013 Odox Motorsport Samsung. 11th place, 19 Race for Cat Motorsport. 12th place, 12 Yes Heat. 13th place, 2 Euromaster Esports. 14th place, 5 Unicos Gaming, and rounding off the top 15, 32 Arias Racing at the hands of Raul Martinez. And at the top of hour 23, Adrian, it means we have to bring a certain George Morgan back into the fray. I can see him ready to go, gives me the wave, and I'm assuming that means he's ready. The double wave as well, the double wave to me. George, welcome back.
Thank you, Kieran, and thank you as well to Adrian Fernandez. I got to say, what a stint. I can already see that it seems to be hotting up at the top end. Team Fordzilla, though, holding on to that P2 at least for now. Arnaj not able to get any closer?
It's been nip and tuck. I mean, it's stayed at roughly a lap. There's been occasions here where the gap has closed down, but it's mainly due to pit stops. So it looks like MSI are leading this one at the moment, but as we head to the top of hour 23, only 2 to go, George. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. I just want to say before we get into the nitty gritty, Adrian, it's been a pleasure to be alongside you for the endurance, and I hope you've enjoyed the both the Spanish comms and the English comms. It's amazing that you've done both tonight. You've done a fantastic job.
Well, it's been interesting. It's been a very fulfilling experience to actually being able finally to do an English commentary for a race, a sim race or of a sort. I've been waiting for this for a long time because I have only been able to do this in Spanish. I think it's gone on pretty well. I've not been able to share screen time with George Morgan or Jack Conning, but at the same time, it's been a pleasure to be with you for the 7 hours, Kieran. You've made it very easy for me, and I think it's been. I hope I've not been too unconcise on the terms that I was trying to get. Maybe, as you know, that there are second terms on my head that doesn't translate too well to the English language, but I hope I've done a good enough job. It's been fantastic to be on both streams, jumping on and on. And now for me, this race is over on the job hand. I'm going to enjoy the last few minutes as a spectator, get some rest. Maybe people will think that, well, this fella actually he has to go to sleep. Well, nope, because I have Formula One in 5 hours time, so I have to prepare for that because I make a living out of covering Formula One races. So this is a very exciting Sunday that has only begun. So on my side, thank you very much for the company. Thank you very much for the professionalism and the commentary, and for all the people that has seen us on the English stream here on YouTube or on the Twitch stream in Spanish. And we hope you enjoy. At least I hope you enjoy the rest of the race.
Thank you, Adrian. It's been a pleasure to share the box with you there. Adrian Fernandez, who in the box there for his first English commentary stream, and I think he absolutely smashed it out of the park. Adrian, great to work alongside you. Hopefully more of that in the future as well.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And so now, George, we've got to the last 2 hours here, and we've had a very familiar sight. It's been a change of whichever position this has been, but it's been between Mars Devils Esports and the number 30 and the number 17 of Kilometro Zero. They've been sharing the same bit of track for as long as the endurance has gone on. Now this time, Kilometro Zero are around the outside going in towards turn 1, but the late braking there of Mars Devils Esports just about keeps them side by side. But Kilometro Zero has the inside line, and Pablo Frias in that car finally takes away 16th place from the Mars Devils Esports. But if this endurance alone has taught us anything, that battle is far from finished.
No, and they're on pretty similar strategies as well, Kieran. I think that's one of the poignant points as well. I think if you look at it on paper, obviously the difference in the pit stops are the fact that Kilometro Zero are probably going to be the first to box out of the pair. I'd estimate the next 4 laps that we'd see Pablo Frias bring that car back into the pit lane. Mars Devils Esports as well. Pablo Javier Ruiz will not be far behind him. 23 laps actually accrued on this stint, so he's going to have approximately another 10. So he'll have a little bit of comfort knowing that Kilometro Zero are going to pit, but not forgetting that he will have to pit too. So it's going to be very much neck and neck between those two towards the end.
It really is, and 2 bits of news to keep you up to date with. R70 in your time away, in your 2 hours, probably hopefully getting something substantial to eat rather than a cup of tea for your breakfast show.
Toasted tea cake.
Oh, a tea cake. Oh, okay, upgrade. I'll give you that one then. But our 70 team have since dropped out of the race, unfortunately. They came into the pit lane and haven't re-emerged since, and that was about 40 minutes ago. So we can only assume that's the end of their day. As well as that, we saw the number 33 Customs GT having a little bit of a spin at turn 12. Now, that itself doesn't sound too bad. There have been plenty of spins. The only thing was that it was very close to our current race leaders in MSI Esports. They had to take a little bit of evasive action there, but in fairness to Customs GT, they got well off the circuit and just in time as well for the MSI Esports car to come through. And that is something that MSI Esports might just have a bit of a too familiar feeling when they come towards it. They had a couple of run-ins last year. Their rivals in Zenith had a similar thing that happened to them last year from a position of leading the race. So they just aware of that one. But other than that, it's been relatively smooth sailing from all involved. And Adrian and I were talking about how actually, with the help of the blue flags, the way that cars have been lapping each other all the way through the field has been relatively, on the whole, pretty good. There's been a pretty good amount of respect out on track. There's not been too many instances of contact. If they have, it's been through genuine mistakes out there. So it's been absolutely great to see, and there have only been a couple of mistakes here and there, which is to be expected in a 24-hour endurance. You're going to have drivers making mistakes, and on the whole, George, it's been a pleasure to watch.
It has been. The racing has been tremendous. We've watched a lot of very good rides. I think probably Alex Palau was one of the most extraordinary sights I have seen. A consecutive 8 to 9 hours stint through the night. Obviously for him, the time's a little bit different over in the States, but nevertheless, 8 to 9 hours, that's pretty much a day's work putting in that car to get it to where it is now. So that, they can thank Alex Palau at Team Forza, I think, for a lot of the work that he did to pull them right up into P2. That is absolutely massive on their part. And they're looking in good shape now, even though we've still got, we're within the final 2 hours now of this extraordinary race. I mean, still Arnage competition, still very much in the fight. Carlos Digier is currently in P3. Of course, if you remember, Ricardo Rico was the man who was really starting to lay things on the line, getting close actually to pipping MSI Esports' lap record, who are currently, they're currently holding the fastest lap. At least they were when I was here. I'm not sure whether that's changed. It was a 44.1. That was the fastest lap set by Gabi Montaro. But Ricardo Rico in Arnage competition getting very close to matching that time or doing better. And so it was looking like they were clawing back at the Delta, and they got as close as 10 seconds of deficit between them and Team Fordzilla. Obviously, when they did a driver change later on, it meant that they dropped back a little bit further. But obviously, with 2 hours still to go, they could still garner that time back. But I can see that Fordzilla themselves have actually made a driver change themselves. So whether it's starting to balance out now and Fordzilla is starting to feel a lot more comfortable behind the car. Pablo Lopez is certainly no mug behind a wheel. He is extremely quick. And so without any shadow of a doubt, he's going to be one of the flying finishes, I think, in this race. But Williams Esports themselves have had a grandiose visit. They themselves rising up through the echelons, up into P5 now as the Zenith Esports car of Iago Martinez comes into box. Now, whether he will take the car to the end, we're not sure. They might choose to swap him out because I know he's been in there for quite some time. But nevertheless, Zenith Esports, at least they've gone a bit further than what they did last year, Kieran.
Yeah, and that's going to be good as well. Adrian Fernandez telling us that with Zenith Esports, obviously they were at the pointy end of the field last time around last year, but they've had a couple of driver transfers ever since. One of their competitors actually moving to the pink and white car, the Arnage competition car. So
Ricardo Rico.
Yes, Ricardo Rico, absolutely spot on. So that was a tough one for them to take, and obviously losing competitive drivers like that is always going to have an effect. And it shows then how effective is your recruitment and how you can try and discover a new talent to try and push forward as well. I mean, 8th place after 22 hours of rally right now, I'd take that any day of the week, personally, from my point of view.
Of course.
If you want to be in the top 10, I'd take it. But maybe for Zenith Esports, it might not be the result they were expecting.
I think if you look at the top 10, I think the very fact that it's vastly different. If you notice the actual teams that we've got on the grid this year, the quality has risen no end, as you now see the Arnage competition car just diving up the inside, just trying to whittle its way through the back markers. But the quality of the grid this year has gone up tenfold in comparison to last year, as the MSI car now does exactly the same. And coming through, Salva Talon's ever reliable behind a racing wheel. But yeah, going back to it, the fact that we've got the likes of Arnage competition, obviously Ricardo Rico moving to that team is such a big statement to state, that this team are really something special. Of course, he had a great thing going with Zenith Esports, but the fact that he was tempted away by another team, this Arnage competition team, which seems to have come out of nowhere, but is delivered, in truly incredible fashion in this race today. They've really pulled it together. Ricardo Rico was one of the main figureheads behind that, but still at the same time, Carlos Digier, who's currently in the car right now, he is certainly without a shadow of a doubt, contributing to this as well. The likes of Team Fordzilla have been impressive. I definitely think that bringing in Alex Palau was a very big statement, very bold statement indeed, with Pablo Lopez now in the car doing a great job maintaining that P2 spot. And MSI Esports, well, what can you say about them? Whenever they make a substitute, they're making an all-star substitute for an all-star. It's literally, that grid is full. That team is filled with GOATs. All of them are very, very good drivers, very quick. The likes of Salva Talens, the likes of Mark Perez, as well as Martinez, sorry, but you know what I mean. An amazing list of drivers there at MSI Esports, and they look like they're very well on song to achieve a triple after this year's race.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think this treble here will be in sim racing history, really. Let's have a look at the speed up team, the number 35 car, making its way through the final corner and onto the start finish straight. So this was this 3-wide moment here. Speed up team with Arnage in the middle, and then the race leader MSI Esports putting a lap on both of them. Well choreographed, I think, and very good awareness from all three drivers involved to just make sure that they didn't get caught up in each other there. In the whole, pretty good driving.
Yeah, I mean, Speed Up of themselves have had a pretty difficult start to the day. They actually got very close to, I think, having a major accident, actually collecting a couple of cars on the way through. Zenith Esports, I think, had a scary moment with them earlier on this morning, but good to see that they're okay and they're still carrying on. Javier Navarro now in the car, so they're looking pretty comfortable. At least they're finishing. We said this about the GMO7 team. I mean, the fact that they are so far back, but yet they still continue to push and they still want to finish because they know, they look at the bigger picture and they say it'll be a huge achievement for us as a team to take this right to the end. And Raymond Sierra now in the car looking to himself pull this team home with 2 hours to go, or in fact 1 hour and 3/4 to go of the realm. Credit to them for taking it to the end because they've done a lot better than most. So the fact that you can finish a 24-hour event is a massive statement, so well done to those guys.
Absolutely, and if you're the team manager of MSI, you're Pepo de las Heras, are you getting a bit of a leg tap at the moment in the final 110 minutes of this race to see if you can finally wrap up that really unprecedented treble here? I mean, last year the double was amazing. It was an amazing achievement, but to do it 3 times in a row, to win the same event 24 hours 3 times in a row is absolutely unprecedented.
To win it once, Kieran, is enough. To win it once in a situation. I mean, there's so many variables in a race such as this. We see what can happen in a Formula One race. And that's in the space of 70 laps. That's and anything can happen in that situation. We've got here cars that are running at 750 brake horsepower, trying to get past each other, and yet again you've got back markers to negotiate around as well. Not to mention anything else that may surprise you heading around each of the bends. Not to mention the cloak of night that you get where all the headlights are on, and you're trying to find your way around a circuit. I know Spain is considered the all-rounder circuit, but it's still extremely tough. Lots of really tough corners, especially sector 3, where it's all starts to get a little bit constrained. All the bends are testing, especially that final chicane. We've seen a few mistakes around Europe car as well today. Bank San Badell, for example, as well. The chicane RACC has been one of the main talking points as well, where a lot of the drivers have teed up their moves down the long straight. But I would argue that the 24-hour events are generally a lot tougher. They carry a lot more variable, as I said. Lots of opportunities for things to go wrong. The threshold for disappointment and pain is thinner than a fly's eyelash. I tell you what, it's incredible racing and incredible strength from these guys, mental strength and also stamina in order for them to keep going. They all deserve huge amount of credit in my book, but credit to MSI to do this 3 times without any shadow of doubt. Not only is it a good driver's performance, but a great team's performance as well.
Thinner than a fly's eyelash. I have to use that one. I really, really do. I've never heard of that one. That's amazing. That is amazing. Well, there's Obsidian Racing, who have a little bit of damage to that rear wing, as you can see on the right-hand side of the car. The sort of drop down of the rear wing at the moment. must be affecting the aero somewhat. Dream Factory in the number 50 in 7th place, looking to try and take advantage and try and find the way through. And wherever Obsidian have been, the number 2 Euromaster car has not been too far away either. It's just been a thorn in the side of Obsidian at the moment. Been in the rearview mirrors for quite a number of laps now. Dream Factory half a second back as they make their way now down in towards turn 1, but not quite close enough this time around to try and take advantage. The number 5 car has had a bit of an issue out there. It said it came to off track and then came to a stop. That's the number 5 car, which it all turns into numbers towards the end of the race. Unicos Gaming. That is Unicos Gaming at the hands of Juan Ezequiel Alvarez. Coming to a stop. Now, was he in the pit lane at the time? He was pitting out, and then seconds later it came to a stop, so he must have been letting some traffic through. That might have been why it flashed up saying car stopped. That's MSI Esports then, who are now in the pit lane.
Yeah, I'd estimate now that there's got to be at most 2 stops remaining in this race. I would say maybe three stops. But Salva Talon's now bringing the car in to a stop now, and we'll wait and see what they try and do. Obviously, the way they're teed up now, they're very comfortable. They just need to keep it safe. I mean, Salva Talon's, what a man to have behind the wheel of the car. He is absolutely brilliant for this job. Now, Dream Factory, they're in 7th place and currently owning their spot right now. They've got Pablo Espez and Obsidian Racing dead ahead of them right now. Of course, Jordi Clara for Dream Factory, also a very tenacious driver. 0.3 of a second is all that separates them. The way things are teed up, Obsidian are going to be the next car to pit based on my facts and figures in front of me. That's around 5 laps time, I'd estimate, hopping over the curbs though, and that's not the way you want to do it. If you want to, that can sustain you a little bit of floor damage if you're not careful, as we're now watching the Dream Factory car make its way out of the final corner at New Holland. Now bombing down the straight. Is he getting closer? He certainly is. The Delta is crawling and cascading downwards now as they head down towards turn 1. Pablo Espez, looking in his mirrors, can see the Dream Factory car. No move can be made currently from Jordi Clara, but certainly he's going to be, as you say, a thorn in the side of this Obsidian Racing car indeed, Kieran. And Pablo Espez, I tell you what, he's going to have a huge mountain to climb to keep this man behind him.
It really, really is, as they're now negotiating their way through where we're seeing here the XGR team and the 10th Factory Sim Racer for 24th place, both sharing the same bit of track, then riding on board then with the number 9 car as they make their way down the start for the straight. He's got the slipstream here, has Aitor Cajide, and trying to pull alongside, side by side with the XGR team. It's sort of levelling out of the slipstream here, but that should be the position there for 10th Factory Sim Racer. It is up the inside and managed to stop that car in time. A position gained then for 10th Factory up into 24th.
Yeah, very smooth, very well done from Kakide. Brilliant and well executed, and goes ahead of Ivan Enrique Pla, who is now in behind him. Now we can see that the Dream Factory team are back again, and just over 2.5 tenths away from Pablo Espez, who is looking right in his mirrors. Just look how close he's getting. A later break from Dream Factory, just trail braking around that left-hander, now crawling up through back Sambadel again, and this time, make no mistake, he's going to want to bust a move this time. Pablo Espez currently in P6, 30 laps accrued, 4 laps estimated before he pits, I would say, heading down now into the next chicane at RACC, and just as they make their way through, good exit by both cars, in fact, as they round now through the New Holland section. Might have been enough gained from Obsidian heading on the outset. They seem to gain a lot in that final corner, which seems to help them out a little bit down the home straight, but this time the gap is closer. I would say that, by a tenth, I would have thought the Dream Factory car getting closer and closer, but maybe not enough again. And enough was garnered out of New Holland for Pablo Espez to hold off the charge of the Dream Factory team of Jordi Clara. And I tell you what, this is another battle. It's going to be raging right to the end, I think, here. And as they round through Elf Curve, very shortly they'll have another semi-straight to deal with. This BMW is so effective in the corners. We've seen it so many times against the Lamborghinis, which are better on the straights. But still, this time, Dream Factory not able to execute a move just yet. But I feel it's coming, Kieran.
Yeah, and I feel like Obsidian Racing is starting to suffer from a little bit of that rear wing damage. Of course, it's going to exacerbate the tyre wear very slightly. Even slightly is enough to, put it on the back foot. But Dream Factory here, yeah, you're right. 1/10 of a second per lap along that straight is what they close in by. 2 laps ago, it was half a second. A lap ago, it was 4/10. Then, and when they got onto the straight, it was 3/10 of a second. So Dream Factory have turned up the wick here, applying the pressure and seeing how Obsidian respond then. Out of turn 9, and onwards we go towards turn 10. Possible move here? No, not quite enough. They know now they've got the back marker ahead, and Jordi Clara trying to make sure that everything is ironed out. Through turn 10 we go, up the hill we climb through 11, and then through this long right-hander of turn 12. We've seen plenty of cars carry a little bit too much speed through, and the rear tyres start to over-rotate. No such case for these two, Obsidian and Dream Factory. They do have the back marker ahead, and I'm trying to see who that is. It's the number 32 car as they make their way through. So that's going to be RS Racing, 14th place, who then promptly enters the pit lane. Round the final corner they go, and Jordi Clara looks a little further back than he did last time around. Still in that slipstream though, as we look on from behind from the Obsidian Racing car, that Dream Factory car closing and closing and closing down towards turn 1. Still no way through just yet. Obsidian Racing doing just enough to hang on to 6th place here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Obsidian Racing were benefiting off the slipstream of that back marker, I think, who's now boxed. So they won't have that on the next lap. So it might be an opportunity now for Dream Factory, unless now Pablo Espes, he might choose to box now. We'll have to wait and see whether that is the case. Currently sitting in P6, 32 laps accrued on this stint. 27 laps accrued for Jordi Clara, who's currently in behind for Dream Factory, and still maintaining a steady differential between the pair of them right now. I'd say, looking on the timing screens, approximately they're level pegging, Kieran, and certainly in terms of lap times, nothing much between them. Possibly maybe 200ths of a second, if anything. So credit to them. They've certainly pulled it all out the bag as they round the next the next right-hander through campus, now heading down towards the Lakea bend, and the gap is still maintaining, I'd say, around about 3.5 tenths of a second. So I have to say, credit to Obsidian. They're still carrying the pace. Pablo Espes doing a great job, and despite the pressure from behind, he's certainly marshalling this race well. And as they make their way around this next right, I get the feeling that maybe you are quite right. The aero might be affected, maybe the turning, maybe some of the cornering coming through now as they make their way through Europe car, and once again through the chicane RACC. Let's see what the Obsidian car decides to do. Do they stay out for another couple of laps? We will wait and see. Obviously, yes, not boxing this time, but once again coming clear out of New Holland. They seem to like that last corner better than what the Dream Factory Jordi Clara can do right now as they try and whittle their way down towards turn 1. Still, the gap is quite prevalent as they make their way down towards turn 1. No move being made just yet, and Jordi Clara needs to get a little bit closer before he can execute something.
Yeah, and I think Jordi Clara there, it's going to be a bit of a frustrating time because he knows he can try and find his way past. Looking at the last lap times there, this time around Jordi Clara about 1.5 tenths slower than the Obsidian Racing car. So he's starting to kind of fall back at the moment, but I say fall back, it's 1.5 tenths. It's 2 tenths over 2 laps that he's lost there, but still well in the slipstream there, and as long as he's right behind putting the pressure on Obsidian, that's going to be enough for now. There is our race leader, MSI Esports, Salva Talens at the wheel, and I have to say Salva Talens has put in a mega job here at the 24 hours. He was in the car at the very start of the race for we believe 4 or 5.5 hours in between some margin there. Had the night stint when I took over from yourself, George, to take over the midnight stint. He was still in the car then, and he's in the car now. What a heroic stint it has been for Salva Talens, and he's put on display here how good he is.
Yeah, I mean, a proud achievement for Salva Talens. He's going to be delighted because he's been there right through probably the 3 different occasions where you need a driver the most. Obviously at the start, in the middle when you need them during the night, and then obviously for the grandiose finish where you take the checkered flag. And this is a great occasion for Salva Talens and certainly the MSI Esports team as a whole. As I said before, every single driver on their roster is quality, absolute quality, each and every single one of them. They were able to trade drivers off in the pit stop phases, and they were literally exchanging one all-star driver for another. And that is the beauty of having a great team. I think Team Fordzilla have marshalled this race brilliantly. They've kept ahead of the Arnage competition now as we see Dream Factory once again trying to get close to Obsidian, but still not finding the answers. And the way things are planned out right now, Obsidian, who are currently holding them off at this stage, I'm sure without any shadow of a doubt that this will probably be their last lap. I would expect them to pit around this point in time. No use staying out too long, as now we see Dream Factory opt for the inside line, getting a lovely run into Repsol curve, and is going to opt for an inside maneuver, and certainly not wasting any time as they're going to try and force it here as they come around this next right-hander at Repsol now, coming down into the seat. Who can late break the best as they now whittle their way through? Pablo Espes with the upper hand, defending absolutely magnificently, but the switch back here from Dream Factory as they head down towards Verth Curve. But as Obsidian, he's got to do better than that, says Pablo Espes. He holds on. Brilliant stuff from Pablo Espes, and I really do think this is going to be the time that they pit.
Yeah, great defending then from Espes there, using the last of his tyres then to try and hold on to 6th place, at least for that track position. Johnny Clara throwing everything at him, but the kitchen sink for now. It's not quite kitchen sink territory. It might be now as he dives down the inside in towards turn 10.
Brilliant
There's
move.
the kitchen sink.
That is
Nice
superb.
move there from Dream Factory.
Oh.
They're still going to run side by side now through turn 11, then through turn 12. Obsidian has to let that one go. A very, very nice move from Jordi Clara then, who now moves up a position and moves his team up as well. Now Obsidian looking for a move in towards 13 here, not normally overtaking the opportunity, clipping the curb on the way through, almost making contact with the number 50 Dream Factory car then. And this battle has absolutely ignited. And just as it ignites, Obsidian Racing come into the pit lane as you predicted there, George. What a half a lap they had there.
That was extraordinary. Do you know what? I wince every time they take Europe car like that 2x2. You just cannot do it. It's so tight. Because not only have you got the corner itself to worry about, but also the curb on the inside, the tube curb, that can cause so many problems. It can unsettle the car. We've seen so many spin. And I really did fear for the Obsidian team when they really did make that move down the inside, because I knew there wasn't enough space. And I think he realised that, Pablo Espes, when he did try it. And he did back off slightly. To be fair, he didn't go in full pelt. He had to lock on the brakes because he knew it was only going to end in tears. But, you know, fair play to him. He did marshal it well. Good recovery. And obviously they've chosen to pit now and set a new set of tyres on the car, and a little splash of the fuel, and get ready for yet another stint. Already half an hour gone in my returning stint with 2 hours for my last 2 hours. So amazing to see that the action has really kicked things up a notch in this last moment. Obviously these drivers now with a little bit more incentive, knowing that the clock is ticking, coming down now towards the end of this race. This is when they really need to start bringing out the big guns. It's very important now that they try and make the most of the time they have left on this track. And I have to say, we're going to be witnessing a huge fight now. I think Dream Factory and Obsidian, this isn't the last we're going to see of that pair. I genuinely believe we're going to be seeing them scrap it out once again for yet more for that P6 position. Another battle I really am looking forward to seeing is that the Altus Esports team as well, because they're not far in behind the Arnage competition team as Obsidian now leave the pit bay. Pablo Espes staying in the car, so that's crucial. I believe he'll probably end up taking them to the end because they won't want to waste any more time to exchange another driver. And obviously with minimal time, I can't imagine they've got any spare drivers left, because of course that would be in breach of the fair share. So Pablo Espes, I'm sure without any shadow of a doubt, will be taking them to the end of this race. But yeah, amazing stuff indeed. I hope this isn't the last battle we see. And by the way, it's all mapped out right now. I don't think it will be the last one.
No, it definitely won't. That's for sure. That battle between Obsidian and Dream Factory is nowhere near finished, because Dream Factory have to make another stop as well. They'll probably put on a new set of tyres then. That will probably be looking at their last stop. It's going to be tricky to make a set of tyres last 90 minutes, especially when you could stop twice. But then again, I'm not a strategist. I'm in the box for a reason, George, and it probably
me too.
is better that way. Salva Talents, though, still leading the way by 90 seconds. We have 92 minutes left of this race. Team Forzilla in second place at the hands of Pablo Lopez at the moment. Arnage competition in third at the hands of Carlos Diguez. Logitech G Altus Esports in fourth at the hands of Simon Fiegel. And Williams Esports rounding up the top five. We believe that's Jarno Dor, but we've had a couple of issues with defining who the Williams Esports driver is at this event, haven't we? It's not always been that easy, and we've always been told it's not them, it's actually this driver.
No, it's definitely Jarno de Houw. We know that for Frank. So Jarno de Houw is definitely behind the wheel of that car. I've since been given a more reliable timing screen, which I'm now using. Yes. Which is great. So I only discovered that on my last stint with Jack Kinanu. Jack very kindly pointed me in the direction of it as we now watch the Logitech Altus Esports driver Simon Feigl make his way through the back markers yet again. Just so you guys know at home as well, obviously there's a real racing event happening at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. In fact, it's the real version of what you're seeing on screen right now, and I'm just going to talk you through it, because still leading the way Herbert Motorsport, both their cars, Ps1 and 2. What an achievement that is. Ralph Bone currently in the car for Herbert Motorsport. They're into their final 1.5 hours as well, with Jürgen Herring as well in behind him. So both of them leading the charge for Herbert Motorsport in the dying moments of their 24-hour of Barcelona Catalunya over at the real circuit. So it's a pleasure to be having this event, obviously the official virtual version running alongside the real version as well. In fact, it's very much a German-dominated top 6. We have got the German Ralph Bone in P1, with German Jürgen Herring in P2, with German Pierre Käfer in P3. Further down, we've got Martin Lechmann in P5, as well as Max Eldenhoff in P6, as well. And they're both representing Car Collection Motorsport in Ps5 and 6. So Herbert Motorsport, Ps1 and 2, and you've got Car Collection Motorsport, Ps5 and 6. So out of the top 6, they've got 5 Germans and 1 Frenchman. Incredible indeed. The Frenchman being Paul Lefarc, driving for IDEC Sports. So amazing to see. And both the top front runners are driving Porsche 911 GT3s. A stark contrast to what we're seeing in the virtual world.
Yeah, and it's always a great spectacle to see. It's a shame that obviously since 2020 it's been run as 2 separate events. In fact, in 2020 the real motorsport 24 hours of Circuit de Barcelona didn't actually run at all. It was only the sim racing event that we had the pleasure of commentating last year. This time around, though, completely different. Must be an absolutely great spectacle to have not only the sim racing event going on, but at the same time as the motorsport 24-hour Circuit de Barcelona in Catalunya. They actually have the sim rig set up there, all in a room and pretty much overlooking the main straight. It's absolutely fantastic, and hopefully one day we get to see that once again.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's such. I've seen video footage from previous occasions where they've lined up the sim rigs and at the actual grandstand, and it's a pleasure to watch indeed. You know, you can only imagine the atmosphere down there as well, and to be a commentator and be in amongst all that, action and in amongst all that emotion and velocity as well. Even despite it being sim racing, of course, the passion still exists. It's another string of motorsport. You know, at the end of the day, it's esports. You know, it's its own thing, and it's great to see as well. But it's great that it's being accepted as a mainstay, along with many of the best sports, as the High Speed Demons car gets very close, certainly to the back of the Fast Repair Motorsport team. And this is a battle that's going to be brewing on. High Speed Demons, in fact, have been so aggressive in the corners. They've been brilliant. I have to say, they attack everything. This team, and even if they've got back markers or front runners trying to attack them, they will try and hold off, or they will try and stand their ground. So High Speed Demons certainly very tenacious, currently lying in P20 with Alex Callisto, who's currently leading them round and coming around the final corner and bombing down the straight now this time, and currently whittling away, though he is drawing away from the Fast Repair Motorsport team in P19. But going back to what you were saying, Kieran, it would be absolutely brilliant to see the sim rigs lining up at Catalunya once again.
That's the High Speed Demons car having to give way there, but very well to see that number 32 Auris Racing car coming through, has decided to get it right up the inside there. It will have cost them a little bit of time to Fast Repair Motorsport, but at the same time Fast Repair Motorsport now have to do the same. They'll have the 32 Auris Motorsport car right behind them, and we'll have to see how they go. Williams Esports have now come into the pit lane now, as we see in the chat there. A big shout out to the Vordzilla team. Come on, boys, you got this. You're catching the leader slowly. Yes, but that is slightly misleading because Team Vordzilla have a pit stop yet to run through. So although it's a minute 29 at the moment, we are expecting it to level out to about a lap towards the end of the race. But coming into the last hour or so, we have had I've had a great time so far. I mean, it has not gone all MSI Esports way as far as the eye can see. If you've just tuned in now, they had problems at the start of the race. In the very first hour, they had to pit twice, and that put them all the way down into 15th place. They had to then fight their way back up the order, and Salva Talens put in a mega stint. I mean, it really was a mega stint at 5.5 hours. So much so that by the end of his stint, they were then leading the race. It was quite astonishing.
I couldn't believe how they managed to turn that around, Kieran. I was blown away. I mean, I thought to myself when they hit the front, I thought, right, they're in front. Okay, but they need to box. They need to box eventually. They cannot stay out the way they did. But no, they totally went against nature. They went against the rules of gravity, and they kept on going and managed to pull it off. I don't know how he did it, but Salva Talens, what a talent behind a sim racing wheel. He did a truly, exceptional job of maintaining the deficit. And as you can now see, you tuned in to see me and Kieran live on your broadcast screens, indeed, and watching this race certainly happen. The strategies, the advanced planning that these teams put into place in order to maintain their positions has been absolutely, nothing short of exquisite. We've seen the likes of MSI pull a rabbit out of the hat. That's the only way I can explain it to you. But Salva Talens doing, once again, a truly magnificent job. A safe pair of hands behind the wheel as a talented driver as well. But Team Fordzilla, Pablo Lopez in the car as well. Like Kieran said, need to make a stop. So they're going to lose, again, a little bit more time. So do not get too drawn into that deficit at the moment, folks. That will go out a little bit further. They will fall at least a lap behind as well. But Arnage Competition as well. Don't forget them. They could once again move further up, because that 50-second gap, that's going to draw ever closer, Kieran.
It will. And looking at it, towards the last 80 minutes or so, that 50-second gap is going to keep coming down and down. So that might be something Team Fordzilla have to keep an eye on and see how that gap evolves over the last hour or so. Arnage Competition at the hands of that one is Carlos Diguez in third place, 50.2 at the last timing line, and you can see it is starting to come down very, very slowly. The thing is as well, we come to the point where we've got to try and estimate how many laps are left in this race. I think we've got fewer than 100 to go. So that does mean, well, definitely less than 100 to go, because it's an hour and a half left of this race. We have probably, I think our calculations here in our automatic timing screen come up as 820, and we're on lap 757. So that's maths there. That's 63 laps left of running in this race, roundabout. So I think that's right, isn't it?
Well, that's what the timing screen is suggesting. The timing screen estimates 820 laps. So you were absolutely bang on, Kieran, with that estimation. 63 is what it's registering on our screens right now. So there you go, folks. Kieran McGinley, advanced mathematics. Not only a commentator, but also a genius.
And
but
also,
yeah,
I can read as well, so that helps as well.
It does help everybody, doesn't it? Brilliant. Excellent. Jordi Clara in the pits now as well, and boxing as we expected, so that will obviously mean that they will drop back a little bit as well. Zenith Esports getting a bit closer, but we have got this battle raging on once again. It's High Speed Demons back in the fold, and we have got an action replay, in fact, and I think this might have been the occasion where they did actually get past and did make a big bold maneuver down to the seat curve, and that is how you do it. Indeed, High Speed Demons P19 being represented by Alex Calisto, and certainly doing an extremely great job getting ahead there, ahead of Fast Repair Motorsport. But according to the timing screens, Jose Manuel Pardin moving down to P20. So a great move indeed. Very daring dive, but that's why these guys are in this kind of a race. They are the best in the business.
They are indeed. It was a very nice move from Alex Castillo there to get himself up a position, now up into 19th place. Just have a look at the timing screens now to see what the gap is to the car ahead. It might be a little bit of heartbreaking news for High Speed Demons, because the next car ahead is probably about a couple of car lengths behind them. So that's going to be a tough one to take. But actually, I tell you what, the 0-2 is starting to close in once again. The Fast Repair Motorsport car is that... Oh, no, it's not the Fast Repair Motorsport car. I've completely managed to make up a bit of drama, fabricated drama. We needed one of those from me. We needed one of those.
You got my hopes so high, Kieran, and shot them right back down again. No, I'm joking. No, you can see them behind. No, there's the Navy car in behind. He's still there. He hasn't left the side yet. If you look at it, if you remember, we did speak about them previously. They're on reasonably similar strategies, though I will say that Fast Repair are going to be boxing, I'd estimate, in the next 4 laps. Not only that, Simtech Pro will be doing the same, who are currently behind them. They're a whole lap behind. So Simtech Pro Ivan Moreno, I'm sure, will be looking to box himself later on. But I just want to say a big thank you to all the viewers once again. You guys are absolutely amazing. We had a great night stint. Lots of you stayed tuned in right through the entire evening stint. So a big thank you to all of you. And I would ask, if you would, please leave a like and also subscribe to MundoGT or MundoGT as well, and stay up to date with all the latest in what they're doing in the world of esports, because they do such a great job at hosting these events, put a lot of hard work into it, a lot of producers behind the scenes, and also the Spanish works as well, the Spanish commentators that do all the work on their broadcasts as well. All of them put in a lot of effort, and they all deserve your support. So very, very well done to them, and a massive thank you to all of you for staying tuned to the action. It truly has been brilliant, and it's been a privilege, nice way to spend your Sunday morning commentating on GT3 class cars.
I was going to say that MundoGT really only made one mistake, and that was bringing us back, George.
Yeah, true. Yes, yeah, they could have done. They probably could have done better in that department, couldn't they?
Oh, wow. But it's been a pleasure to be brought back, especially after last year as well. We had a really great time last year. A bit of a dramatic way to pretty much get halfway through the race last year, losing Zenith Esports in that fashion. And that was one of those scenarios which I was talking to one of the guys earlier about how you go to sleep as a commentator, and when you wake up it could be a completely different result. I think one of the only things that had changed once we'd rejoined you, George, after our quick nap, was that one car had slightly closed in on another. Other than that, the results and the order stayed exactly the same from when we took our rest. So that's a rare one, because the last time that happened, the race leader was out. It hasn't happened this time around. I'm very glad to report MSI Esports are 80 minutes away from crowning themselves a hat-trick of 24-hour sim racing Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya victories. And what a day in history that will be.
Yeah, absolutely tremendous. I bet you they're glad to hear that that you haven't seen anything like that, Kieran. Certainly in the realms of seeing them sustain damage or an incident, they've been very good. They've come close on a couple of occasions, though, very nearly collected by other cars on the track. So they've done extremely well to sort of evade any incidents that could possibly turn up. So credit to them. They've got some great drivers behind the wheel of the car. Like I said, you need a good pair of hands behind the wheel in order to ensure that you get the car around the circuit. This as well, Dream Factory trying to gain on Williams Esports, 2.5 seconds the deficit, but I get the feeling that Williams might have their number at this moment in time, even though only 3 laps separate them. I tell you what, Dream Factory could really upset the day for Williams Esports. In fact, if they keep bumping laps in like this and certainly bring this delta down, they could effectively overcut them out on track if they carry on going. So Williams Esports have got to be careful, because they'll be boxing, the way I see it, before Dream Factory will on the next stint. Jarno de Houw currently holding on to P6, but for how long, that is the question, because Jordi Clara is getting unnervingly closer. That delta was at 2.5 seconds. It's now trickling into the early 2s. So if it carries on that way, by the time the tyres are wearing, they're going to be fighting out on track.
They are indeed, and it's all into this last stop now. When does the last stop happen? I said it right at the beginning, we'll sort of have a better understanding of what battles are for which position when we head towards the last hour. We're only about 18 minutes away from that at the moment, and even at the last hour, we might get the last pit stops at around 40 minutes, 50 minutes to go. So we will probably have a better idea, and that will really become the sprint race to end the endurance, is just try and get as much performance out of the car for the team to say, don't worry about the car anymore. If it's gone, it's gone. We want that position ahead.
Yeah, definitely. It's gonna be a case of pushing. The team has got to make a decision at this point. This is where things get really serious. You're going to have the team managers in behind the scenes. They're going to be having words, conferring with their teammates, conferring with the drivers, asking them what they want to do. How do they want to proceed in this race? Do they want to hold position, or do they want to attack? I tell you what, if I was Arnage Competition right now, if I was perhaps Williams Esports, maybe even Zenith, certainly the likes of Dream Factory and Logitech, I think if you're in Ps 3 to Ps 7 right now, arguably as well P8 of Obsidian Racing, the team managers will be saying, come on, let's kick things up a notch here and really end on a flyer, because I tell you what, there's opportunities for change in that area of the circuit. I think there's plenty of opportunity there for those cars.
Yeah, especially 5th to, what's that now, 8th place, because they're separated out on track by roughly 18 seconds roughly between them all. And that's after 24 or 23 and a half hours, let's see, this is the fatigue setting here. 22 and a half hours worth of racing, 4th to 7th separated by less than 20 seconds. I mean, that just shows you how close it's been in terms of strategy, how well matched the drivers have been throughout this event. It has been absolutely brilliant to watch.
Yeah, it's been well managed as well, extremely well managed. I think whoever's behind the scenes calling the shots, they've done a stupendous job. I mean, right now I'm looking out on track. Zenith Esports are still up there and fighting. You know, by the time they pit, though, they're going to end up forfeiting that P5 spot to Williams, and I believe Dream Factory will go ahead of them as well, maybe even Obsidian as well. So there's going to be lots of squabbling going on in the midfield, or certainly in the higher, or shall I say, the mid-top tens, I would say, and leading all the way down to P8. So I tell you what, don't count your chickens yet, folks. We're going to be seeing a lot of action. I really do think that if you count, or if you certainly count the likes of, let's have a look. Logitech, Altus Esports, they're not out of the woods yet. I mean, they're trying to gain on Arnage competition, but I got a feeling that their fight is going to end up being with those in Ps 5 and 6, because I think they're going to be eyeing up that P4 position, because look who is in behind, of course. You've got Williams Esports only on 4 laps. They could effectively overcut the Altus Esports team. I tell you what, there's going to be a lot of changes towards the end.
It really, really is, and this would have been a great battle if these two cars were on the same lap. Unfortunately, they are not. Zenith Esports are a lap down on the car ahead. That's the Logitech G Altus Esports, number 43 Lamborghini. A lap separates them out on track with 75 minutes of the race left to run. We've got some support in the chat for Avanti Esports, currently 26th place. At the helm of that is Pedro Manuel Cabetas Salas, who's running there. They are currently looking at, they're almost a lap down on the car ahead of them, the number 31, but they're being closed in by Customs GT in the number 33. 21 seconds is the gap between them and Customs GT, so that could be a bit of a battle for Avanti coming in towards the closing stages of the race for 26th place.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a pit stop battle there, Kieran. I think if you look at it, in around about 5 laps time, I think we're going to be seeing a few tie-ups. I think Avanti Esports are probably going to box between lap 31 to lap 34, and then you have got in behind as well. You've got Customs GT, who have got 11 laps on their tyres. By the time they've boxed, Customs GT will have possibly around about 20 laps on their tyres. So in around another 14 laps after that, they're going to want to box. So it's Avanti Esports. Their battle is with Customs GT right now. They need to ensure that they try and bring the deficit up further. At the moment, they are lapping faster than Customs GT. They are, I would say, around 2/10, maybe a 1/10.5 quicker than that of Customs GT. So Ezekiel Reche Murillo really needs to put pedal to the metal and try and bring that gap closer together. Because I tell you what, if he wants to try and get his number on Avanti Esports, really needs to push. But Pedro Manuel Cabaza Salas certainly has the ball in his court right now for that 26th place.
So less than 75 minutes to go then in this 24-hour race, and we're only 15 minutes away from that hour 24 run through. George, it's been one of the most interesting 24-hour races I've ever had the pleasure of commentating on. We've had so much happen. We've had lots of moves for position, lots of respect for drivers out on track, very few incidents actually across the whole field, and I think that just reiterates the standard of drivers this time around in this edition of the 24-hour sim racing circuit de Barcelona here in Catalonia.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a testament to all the drivers they've driven exceptionally well, as we see Alejandro having Rui Sanchez coming into the box as well. And we'll have to see whether that is going to be a driver change. I don't expect we'll see too many driver changes towards the end, unless they want a driver to take the end of a stint or something such as that. So Dream Factory there, you can see in 7th place. That's Jordi Clara, and it's currently 2.1 seconds in behind Williams Esports Yano de Hau. So Dream Factory edging closer and closer. There's Gamer Esports. They've had a bit of a torrid time as well of it lately. They unfortunately sustained a massive incident earlier on. Into the early hour morning stint as they cruise through. You can see a car rising behind there. They're going to go wheel to wheel with the Euromaster car as we can now watch him come through. That's Alejandro Avin Rui Sanchez, who's now making his way through against the Gamer Esports car. Obviously not a battle for position because Gamer Esports are currently down in P28. But Alejandro Avin now currently, he's in the clear, sort of. There's the Arnage car, so that is Carlos Dieguez. Is he going to stay in the car? I believe he will. Can't see them making any changes in that department because they need to focus on trying to close on Team Forzilia. It's going to be a huge ask, but they've got no choice, in my opinion.
No, they're just going to throw everything at it, and hopefully it will stick to the wall. In case of in them, they've got to throw everything at this and the kitchen sink to get a good chance of getting that position. There's the Team Fordzilla number 3 making its way through and now putting a lap on the Arnage car as they pass through. In fact, they're actually overtaking for position. Get it right, Kieran. You may be fatigued, but at least you get that fact right. So the Logitech G Altus Esports car now up into third place, but of course pit stops still have to take effect. There is the Euromaster Esports car, number 2 of Alejandro Avin, trying to chase down the number 19 car of Race for Cat Motorsport at the hands of Alex Herrera. Now there's a team that have really flown under the radar for this entire race. They're up 5 positions from where they started. They'll still have a pit stop to serve towards the end of this hour, but they have done a phenomenal job. They've been really consistent. They've been off camera for most of the event, but they've really done well at getting themselves up the order as far as possible.
One of the smooth operators in the early morning stint. They weren't giving too much away in the early morning stint. We didn't actually see too much of them. Most of the time when we were looking at them, they were actually battling with with lapped cars or cars looking to get past them. Certainly some of the leaders, but no, they've done a splendid job working their way up the field and currently enjoying that P11 spot. I'm not sure how long they'll stay there because they're going to have to box very shortly, and that should let through Euromaster and Yas Heat as well. Of course, Dean Woods representing Yas Heat once again in the car, but they should be free of Unicos Gaming, who are currently down in 14th place. They're actually a lap behind Yas Heat's Dean Woods. So Race for Cat at worst will come out in P13 on track. So they've done exceptionally well to manage this race so far. Whatever happens, they'll be up on where they started. So you can only say that's a good performance.
You can only say it, and I think we will say it time and time again. It's been great to see. We've had quite a few teams really show us some good pace. We've had debutants from this one that have had lessons to take away. We've had MSI Esports looking to try and make the hat-trick stick with less than 70 minutes to go in this race. Team Fordzilla, well, as you say, Alex Palau has done a fantastic job during the night stint, but the drivers alongside him have done really well as well in keeping a hold of that second place. Logitech G Altus Esports currently being driven by Simon Fiel. Again, now rounding off the top 3, but yes, the pit stops are yet to decide who is going to have the upper hand for those podium places, and I can't wait to see how it all unfolds.
No, not at all. It's going to be interesting. I think Ps 2 and 3 are going to be the decisive ones. P4 as well is a major one. Arnage Competition have actually made a big, bold statement. They've put Jimmy Antoinez in the car, which is a huge, huge deal because, of course, Jimmy Antoinez, he was partially responsible for the massive rise of Arnage Competition earlier on in the race. So they're going out with a plan here, Kieran. They want to go out with a bang on this occasion. They're in P4, and they're going to look to close. They've got no laps accrued on this stint. They're still fresh as a daisy. They're going to go out here now. They're 2 laps, though, behind Logitech Altus Esports, but bear in mind, they can go a lot longer. Logitech have still got to pit, and they will be pitting, I'd estimate, in the next 8 laps or so. So Arnage Competition looking and thinking about the long game here. They could still get a podium on the cards here. I don't think their race is any longer with Fordzilla. I think their race is for P3.
And speaking of Fordzilla, they're now making their way into the pit lane then to make what will be their last stop of the race with just over an hour left to run. And you're right, George, you're not expecting any driver changes at this late stage unless the driver is specifically requested to take the checkered flag, or the team want that driver in particular to take the checkered flag. But the Fordzilla car stops in its box, making sure that it gets into the box itself. You can overshoot the box, you can undershoot the box as well. That does look like it's a driver change for Team Fordzilla. Forget everything I said about driver changes at this stage and they won't happen. Throw that rule book out, throw that form book out. It looks like Julian Rodriguez is taking over.
Yeah, and that's going to add extra time to their pit stop. They wouldn't have done that, I don't think, unless they thought they were comfortable to do so, because it's quite a sensitive point in the race. You don't really want to upset your balance too much, and you certainly don't want to upset your momentum. So big call there from Fordzilla to make the driver change. They would only do it if they felt it was necessary. So Rodriguez jumping in the car, and Simon Feigl, of course, in Altus Esports, of course, he will not be a concern for that second place, but they're very much in a battle, or certainly in a race for P3 and P4, so they're going to do their utmost to do that. But I think we're going to be seeing such a very intense finale, I think, between those in Ps 3 to Ps 8. I cannot believe what we're going to see, but I think more importantly, Ps 5 to P8, I think is going to be the high, certainly if you're talking about intensity, that is going to be very intense between that lot. It's going to be very, very interesting indeed. Arnage Competition, though, Jimmy Antoinez How about him, though? I tell you what, I did speak about him earlier on, and I tell you what, if he can actually turn the screw here on Logitech Altus Esports, he could very much turn this race around. But obviously, if they pit, that will draw them ever closer. You can see there the gap currently existing at 59 seconds. And Jimmy Antonez, if there's one thing we know about him, he is quick. So keep an eye on that one, folks. That's going to be very close very, very soon. P3 in the offing for Arnish competition. I think Team Fordzilla, though, have done enough to hold on to that P2 spot despite the pit stops. So I'll definitely look at them and consider them favourites for that P2 spot. As we're now watching, certainly as they round down towards the next left, there's the Dream Factory car making its way up through Verth Curve and rounding the next right. 1.3 seconds between Dream Factory and Williams Esports, so credit to them on that one. And certainly the big battle commences, certainly between the pair of them. And Kieran, I got to say, Dream Factory and Williams Esports, it certainly looks like a serious battle is going to be certainly undergoing now very, very shortly. 1.3 seconds, the delta. Jarno de Houw could well be under pressure.
Well, I would say grab the popcorn. This is your last chance to do so, because we're about to see a great battle for position between the two of them. I can't wait for it. 3.4 is currently the gap between Zenith and Williams Esports right now, as they both make their way through out of the final chicane, through the final corner, with 65 minutes left on the clock. And of course, there is your race leader. We're going to get fine there with the number 6 Avanti Esports car, but fully under control for Salva Talens. And I think we're running out of superlatives to describe Salva Talens' drive today. It has been phenomenal. It's been one of the best I've seen, as well as that, not to understate the effort of the entire team for MSI Esports. I mean, we've also seen in that car Mark Perez, who's put in a fantastic stint after Salva Talens had left. We thought Salva Talens was amazing, fantastic, and then pretty much in the first lap that he had in the race, for the driver to take over, for Mark Perez to get in the car, fastest lap of the race. Because why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you set the fastest lap of the race with your first real lap of the circuit? Fantastic. As well as that, Victor Lobato has also been in the car, done a thoroughly good job. Though that team has been 3 drivers that have thrown everything at this. Everything has worked for 23 hours at least so far, and it's been a wonderful display from all 3 drivers involved. They can be really proud of this one. They'll just want to get this home now, see that checkered flag, and for them wrap up what has been an unprecedented hat-trick.
Yeah, I mean, you can't forget there was actually a 4th driver in the mix of it as well, Gabby Montero.
Yes.
Or Montero, who was actually responsible for setting the fastest lap under the cover of darkness of all times, set a 1:44.1. We thought it wasn't possible. Ricardo Rico tried to beat it in the Advaj, in the Arnage competition car, and very nearly got close to it. He was in the same 1/10 of a second, but he was just a couple of hundredths away. But I'm afraid it was indeed going to be Gabby Montaro. I say, unfortunately, it was very, very good. An incredible effort, certainly under the cloak of darkness with the headlights on, and he was absolutely phenomenal. We have not seen a quicker time than that 1:44.1. So phenomenal effort from them, as we now see Iago Martinez trying to negotiate his way through a back marker now as they make their way down through the next right. I think that Porsche has definitely seen better days.
Yes, that poor Porsche then, it once didn't have a bonnet on that car. They managed to find a spare one to pop on the car, but it left the engine pretty exposed, unfortunately for them. But yeah, they managed to find it. They've got it on, and to be fair, they're still in this race. They still have a chance to see the checkered flag. That's going to be the most important thing. I believe that is the 15, isn't it? The GMO 17. Currently at the wheel is Ramon Serra, who's currently driving that one. And yes, that Porsche looks like it's been through quite a lot. It has been through quite a lot over the past 23 hours. Here's the Kilometro Zero car coming in towards turn 10. That absolutely great livery of the Lamborghini then, through that gold number 0 on the car, and then the 17 slightly after it. Oh, getting a little bit sideways.
Oh, no.
Tried to catch it, but that car was not being caught then. Just a bit too much speed in towards turn 12 there, and the Kilometro Zero car just a bit of a, as Adrian would call it, a lazy spin for them. But I tried to catch it, but the car just snapped at him because he overcorrected.
Well, absolutely, and Marcus Alacon, as a response to that, has actually managed to hold on to that P15 spot as well. There's a 11-second gap between the pair, and that sets Pablo Frias on the back foot in the Kilometra Zero car, because now he's going to have to pit again. He's going to be pitting before the Master Devils Esports car of Marcus Alacon. So that puts them now in a little bit of trouble, unless they can put their best foot forward and try and bring that deficit downwards. They've really left themselves in a little bit of trouble. But we've got a replay now, and this is the 10th Factory Sim Racer car making its way out of the pit lane. Hopefully nothing too painful, as we're now seeing. It's Kagide making his way down towards turn 1, and oh wow, that's unfortunate. Tires maybe not up to temperature, and going for a spin, just maybe a little bit loose on the handling and just letting the car go. No touching of the curbs, but I think maybe the tires weren't quite up to temperature at that point.
Yeah, tyres maybe not up to temperature. A lot of fuel's just been put onto the car as well, so the handling would have been different out of the final corner than when it comes in towards the first one, the first time around. And that's a bit of a frustrating one as well, because everyone will be watching that one back. There's the Deccan Esports car, then the number 23 Ferrari, but we'll quickly come on to the number 7 car, the Dream Factory BMW. The Ferrari then made its way out of the pit lane then. Limiter goes off. Are we going to see a similar scenario here? Well, we've got the number 6 Avanti Esports Lamborghini up ahead as they both make their way down in towards turn 1. Through turn 1 we go, back onto the power. Everything looks okay through turn 2, and then coming through turn 3. Got the inside line then, and looks okay to be. Avanti Esports just getting well out of the way on the left hand side as we approach the final hour. Well, George, we're 10 seconds away from hour 24. One to go.
We made it this far. Incredible. Incredible stuff. An hour to go. Incredible, folks. We're into the dying minutes now of this phenomenal race. You say dying minutes when we've got an hour remaining, but still, when you've been through a 24-hour race, when you commentated for 14 hours, I think obviously you can count this as the dying minutes, I think, as we're now watching Julian Rodriguez coming down towards turn 1 indeed for Team Forzilia. And of course, an excellent driver swap, in fact, for Team Forzilia. You can see the thinking behind it, but they've got to try and gain on Altus Esports now. They've got to focus. They're only 6.7 seconds back from Simon Feigl, who's currently in P2 right now. Team Fordzilla as well themselves, only 6.7, around 6.7 seconds. 49 seconds back, Iranish competition, so still the battle rages on for that P2 to P3 to P4 spot. Zenith Esports are still trying to gain as well, but bear in mind, 6 laps time, they will probably end up pitting as well. Williams Esports not far behind either. I tell you what, it's all starting to simmer very, very gently. I'm looking forward to seeing what occurs now, Kieran, as we start to tick down on the clock.
Yeah, I'd like to see Dream Factory, because they were at the last timing line 0.6 of a second behind Williams Esports. That battle really bubbling away for 6th place. That's the Julian Rodriguez driving the Team Fordzilla number 3 car in position 3. I love it when they line up like that. It's like they could predict the future about where they'd end up. Car number 3 in position 3, but I'm sure Team Fordzilla right now really wanting to get that P2 and really get that line of symmetry out of the way. There is the Dream Factory car right onto the back of the Williams Esports car, making our way now through in towards the right-hander of turn 13. Through 14 and 15 we will go. We'll have a quick replay and see what we've missed. So that's the Orma Sim Racing team, the 999 Porsche, leaving the pit box, making its way down out of the pit lane. So who's just taken over that one? I think that's Makati Haruth who's just taken over the Porsche then. We've got, that's MSI Esports there in the background, flashing the lights away, and fair play to the Porsche then, managed to just see that in the rear view mirror and allowed to just let the MSI Esports car come through. Very wise decision, I think, from the driver there.
You know, when you see a replay like that and you see the leader coming down and you fear the worst. That's exactly what I was feeling for a minute. But nevertheless, well done to the Orma Sim Racing team. Is now Dream Factory. Now this is a very important move here, or certainly an important battle on this track. Williams Esports P6. Now, as Dream Factory get ahead of them, they have the advantage in terms of pit stops. So this is absolutely vital for Dream Factory to make this happen. Of course, Jordi Clara, who's been peppering at the delta time between him and the Williams Esports car, driven by Jarno de Houw as they come down through towards the Wirth curve, hightailing up through this section now, the high incline, the high elevation part of the circuit, both of them sharing pretty similar tyre lengths as well. 13 laps accrued on Dream Factory's car, but 15 laps accrued on Williams Esports. So they're going to pit first if anybody is. And now Dream Factory might have a chance, though, as they come down towards the next left-hander here at Lakea Bend. This is a very, very important moment in this race, certainly for both of these cars, as they come up now through back San Bedell. And Williams Esports, I tell you what, they must be watching on, chewing on the fingertips as they make their way through. We're just watching now the Logitech Gialtis Esports car make its way out to the pit lane as well. They're currently lying in P4, and that is a good pit stop indeed from them. I think as they make their way back out onto the stretch, and that is a very good pit stop, in fact. Brings them out, because remember, they were in P2, but they've actually managed to jump, I think, quite a few in that stint, and they're just in behind Arnage Competition. That is a huge boon for Logitech Gialtis Esports, Kieran.
Yeah, 1 minute 6 in the box then. That's about 3-4 seconds quicker than maybe we expected, so possibly under-fueling would be the possible solution to that one, or taking on less fuel at the pit stop would be the explanation as to why the pit stop was that much quicker. So whether they'll have to do some fuel saving later on down the line, or whether they're confident that taking less fuel now will be absolutely fine, they can push on till the end of the race, well, we'll find out in about 55 minutes time whether it will be enough fuel. There's Team Fordzilla then, Julian Rodriguez trying to find a way past the battered Porsche then. That's what you like to see in a 24-hour. These cars have been through a lot, and lots of teams, when they finally get that car back in motorsport, they'll take photos of it, they'll put the car in a museum exactly how it finished the race. No cleaning, nothing of the sort, any damage on it is there forever. And that's what I love about 24-hour racing. You'll take the photos there and you'll be proud that there's damage on the car. You'll be proud of that little speck of dirt that's gone all the way along the front there where you've been following a car all the way through. It's a joyous and proud moment to have that car finish the race, and it's even better if it's the one that gets the checkered flag first.
Yeah, every scar tells a story, Kieran, I have to say, and certainly these guys certainly treat their cars exactly the same way. This race has been nothing short of a fairy tale. I mean, certainly for MSI Esports right now, currently Salva Talents owning that top spot. I'm hoping we will cut away to go back to that battle between Williams and Dream Factory, because of course the gap is still remaining around about 0.4 of a second. We're going to see what happens, but certainly as we now watch the MSI car cutting through the back markers, that battered Porsche once again giving way to the lead runners. Williams Esports still holding off Dream Factory, who are pushing like anything right now. They went purple in a previous sector, so they're really having a go at Williams here. Jarno de Houw really having to bear the brunt of the pressure of Jordi Clara, who is right underneath him here. 3.5 of a second, the deficit between the pair. So incredible to see that, to say the least. Certainly Dream Factory giving it everything right now to go for that P5 spot. Williams Esports doing what they can to try and hold off the attack. But there you can see the MSI car now hightailing round the next right-hander. Very shortly they'll be heading into Repsol Curve, and Salva Talents once again proving that he is one of the best.
Definitely so, and has got a great team behind him there. Now we rejoin the battle for the 6th place spot between Williams Esports and Dream Factory. In fact, it's 5th place right now, because Zenith Esports did come into the pit. So Dream Factory now want to try and find this way past in towards turns 7 and 8, climbing up the hill then towards turn 9. Jarno de Houw in the Williams Esports car, Jordi Clara in the Dream Factory cars. They make their way through turn 9. Onwards they go towards turn 10. Maybe enough to try and size up a move, at least in the rear view mirrors of the Williams Esports BMW, but not close enough to see if he can force the issue down the inside. Back onto the power we go, out of turn 10, through 11, and then through quickly shifting that weight, that balance of weight towards the left-hand side as you turn right, going uphill as well. You get to the crest and then you start descending down through turn 13, down towards the chicane at 14 and 15. Half a second the gap between them as they make their way through the penultimate corner. Onwards now towards the final corner at turn 16 and back onto the start-finish straight. Let's see now what the Dream Factory BMW can do. It's got the slipstream of the Williams Esports car, but it looks like on this occasion it's going to be enough to keep them ahead. The gap's coming down with the help of that slipstream down towards turn 1, but it's not going to be enough this time around to try and make a move in towards turn 1. But that gap is coming down 0.4 of a second now between the two of them.
Yeah, the exit of New Holland once again proving a very prevalent sort of section in the circuit in order to try and get a good exit, just to give yourself a little bit of comfort heading down the home stretch. And that's exactly what Williams Esports did. They were better out of that final corner, out of the chicane. It's so key to get that part right in order if you want to execute your move correctly or defend it. So there you can see Dream Factory right in behind, hovering. Jordi Clara really starting to pressurize Jarno de Hau, who's doing his absolute utmost to keep this relentless force from Dream Factory right behind him here. And just look at that, 0.3 of a second. That gap has cascaded downwards. We're going to be touching the 0.2 of a second inwards now as they now cruise up through the high elevation section yet again, and soon to be rounding Campus Corner. Who's better around this part of the circuit, heading down in towards the Lakea Bend? As there you can see, Williams Esports still on top in P5. Dream Factory hot on the tail in P6. Obsidian Racing, they're not out the question either. Bear in mind, they're only around about 12 seconds in behind as well themselves, so they could bring themselves into this fight as well, even though, so be it, actually they've got a pit stop to be accrued on their next stint. So, well, they're getting closer and closer to their next stint anyway. They're around 10 laps away from it, certainly a lot further along than what Williams Esports and Dream Factory are, as they make their way down into the next chicane. And Williams Esports in 5th place, feeling the brunt of the pressure now from Dream Factory as they come down through towards the final corner, this being at New Holland. And once again, Williams Esports prevailing in that final corner. That is the key moment. Williams Esports better in that exit.
Absolutely, and down the main straight, once again, that gap will be coming down and down with the help of that slipstream. But you're absolutely right, coming out of the final corner is the critical moment. It's actually turn 15 when you come through the chicane there, the last part of the chicane. We've got to make sure you don't take too much momentum out of the car and don't take too much of the curb that unsettles the car when you try and put the power down. You carry that momentum through 16, and twice out of two now, Williams Esports have managed to get that perfect zone from Jarno de Hau to make sure that doesn't happen. The Dream Factory car doesn't find the way past. A replay in the pit lane then of the number 10 car, that's the Cherokee PS car, currently on a change of tyres, or at least changing the tyres. Away it goes, spinning up those rear tyres as it leaves the pit lane. Limiter goes off as they now go to rejoin the circuit. So they were going to rejoin in 10th place there, making their way now down in towards turn 1. And you've got to be very careful about that line on the left-hand side going in towards turn 1. Nice and tidy through turn 2, was it? Yeah, looks okay to me as they make their way through turn 3. But yeah, they've got to be careful about that line on the left-hand side of the pit lane exit. We've seen a couple of drivers and a couple of teams get very, very close to the left-hand side. Even if you stray a millimetre over it, you could be subject to a penalty there.
You can. It's so easy to do. We've seen it time and time and again. And you not only don't have to worry, well, not just about the line, but also about the other cars coming through as well, because they come through so quick heading up into turn 1. But just take a look at this. This Williams Esports car of Jarno de Hau once again being peppered by Jordi Clara, who really needs to try and find an answer here as they make their way around the final corner yet again. He's got a little bit closer this time. Can he get in the slipstream? You can see there Jarno de Hau desperately trying to break the toe, leading down towards turn 1. There you can see the Williams Esports car starting to drift closer and closer to the front end of the Dream Esports car. Will there be a late lunge? Not this time, though the gap has been brought in ever so slightly. I'd estimate another 10th, Kieran.
Yeah, it's round about that. Yeah, 0.4 of a second at the last timing point, and as you can see there on the delta, just over 0.3 as they make their way through turn 3. Onwards they go then towards turn number 4. For another time, we have completed 776 laps by the leader in MSI Esport. We have around about 40 odd laps to go before the end of this race, maybe even closer to 50 at this rate, as we make our way through in towards the left-hander at turn 5, through the slight kink of turn 6 before we get our way and start climbing again through turn 7. And the shift of weight through here is so important. You've got to have the suspension that can take it as you then turn right up turn 8 and go uphill and start climbing through turn 9. And again, the balance of weight shift there really can cause the car to be unsettled through turn 9. You've got to have the downforce to keep the car hunkered down. In towards turn 10 we go once again, and let's see this time around what the different lines will be like going through this final sector. Through in towards turn 11, then through turn 12, once again still climbing now out from turn 10 as we then get to the peak of the crest and start descending through turn 13 then. So Dream Factory, Jordi Clara then was closing in last time around through 14, through 15. Both of them getting a really good line actually through 15. They're not clouting the curb too much in order to unsettle the car, but actually Jordi Clara looks a little bit further behind than he did last time around against Jarno de Hoor. So I think Jarno is actually going to stay ahead once again, heading our way down in towards turn 1. So it's going to be a bit of a frustrating morning here for Jordi Clara, as he wants to try and get past that Williams eSports car, but Jordi de Hoor has the answer. Simple as.
Yeah, well, 2/10 was the difference. They actually lost 2/10, did Dream Factory this lap in comparison to the lap previous to the last. So, you know, credit to Jarno de Hoor. He's done absolutely everything right so far in terms of defensive performance, keeping that Dream Factory car behind. That's what he needs to do before they enter the next pit stop phase. He cannot afford to let Jordi Clara ahead of him through the pit stop phase, because that will hand the reins over to Dream Factory. So he very much needs to keep him behind. Jordi Clara, he cannot afford to let him through, as we're now seeing this man, Julian Rodriguez, currently holding on to P2 currently for Team Fordzilla in behind as well. Arnage Competition himself as well in P3, still trying to challenge. 48.5 seconds, the difference. They are on a similar stint of laps, 13 on Arnage Competition, but Jimmy Antoinez trying to put a big hole in the gap between him and Team Fordzilla.
It really, really is. And we have just over 3/4 of an hour to go left of racing action here at the circuit at the Barcelona in Catalonia. And at this moment in time, we have a really good, really good spread of battles all the way through. We've got a great battle for 5th place developed between Williams Esports and Dream Factory for that 5th place spot. We've also got Race for Cat Motorsport. Well, they're starting to close in again on Euromaster Esports. 5.6 the gap between them. Cherokee PS trying to have a late attack on Odox Motorsport Samsung. 3.6 seconds between them in that battle for 9th place. So nice spread through the field for different positions, all meaning so much to so many.
Yeah, and Fast Repair Motorsport as well, and High Speed Demons down to 6.6, but they will be boxing before them on the next run, so we'll have to keep an eye on them. Of course, any mistakes can be made. I mean, you know, anything can happen to MSI. I don't want to say it, or commentators curse them, but MSI could well still fall foul. Anything can happen in sim racing, folks. We've seen it last year as well. Of course, it happened to Zenith Esports. It's been so well documented, as we're now watching Arnage Competition now make its way around the next right-hander. Certainly Jimmy Antoinez looking to try and do his utmost to bring that gap between them and Fordzilla closer and closer, just in case any mistakes or any errors do occur, in which case that Julian Rodriguez has to suffer and drop back slightly. That gap, though, springing up again. It's still actually sitting around the 48 seconds mark, so still Arnage Competition with a lot of work to do, and they've still got 2 laps accrued extra on their tyres ahead of Team Fordzilla. But looking further back as well, there's the Logitech team, Altus Esports, Yannick Lapchin, who once again another steady safe pair of hands. Remember, he was in the first stint as well for Logitech G Altus Esports, and currently sitting 25 seconds behind Arnage, but also 21 seconds ahead of Williams Esports. So they're pretty much in no man's land right now.
Yeah, it's difficult to say 20-odd seconds is no man's land in a 24-hour event, but when you're heading towards the last 3/4 of an hour, it definitely gets closer and closer to that definition. Flash of the lights then for the number 30 car, as the number 43 just finds its way through and puts another lap on the number 30 car, which is the, I believe, I've seen that so many times, the Masked Devils Esports car, that's right. You would have thought after 14 hours in the box that I would start to put numbers to names, but no, that might be fatigue as well. Who knows? Let's just blame everything to fatigue. That's the way it goes. There's your leader then, MSI Esports, Salva Talens, who looks like he's going to take the checkered flag in about 43 minutes' time. But as George Morgan said, he could commentator curse them. I hope everyone noted the time. It was 11:15 Central European Summertime. That's 10:15 that George said that could commentator curse someone. That's on him. If anything goes wrong, please everyone remember that.
Great. Brilliant. No, you never know. Anything can happen. Like I say, it's esports. Just exactly the same motor racing. Anything can happen. We've seen it time and time and again. We could be having an is that Glock moment. Who knows? I have to say, as we now watch Arnage Motorsport make their way around the final sector, there is Logitech G Altus Esports as well, making their way around the Lakea Bend. Incoming Williams Esports as well, still keeping that Dream Factory car. Jordi Clara still remaining in behind, hot on his tail right now. And still they let fly as they round the Campsa corner and then make the downward descent into the Lakea Bend at turn 10. And still owning the spot currently, Williams Esports. Another 10 laps until the pit window you'd expect for Williams Esports. And that will be their last stop, I'd anticipate, of the session, or certainly of the race. And following not far behind. I mean, it might be the case, Kieran, that Dream Factory opt to pit exactly the same time as what Williams do, unless they do try and make the overcut work. They could potentially push on the lap and effectively make an overcut happen in order to beat Williams in the pit stop phase.
They could do indeed, and it'll all really be decided at that point, but they'll want to get this move done out on track. It's a much better option to get the move done out on track, and here comes Jordi Clara then, who has been a bit closer than he has been in previous occasions. The Williams Esports Cars fielder needs to defend down in towards turn 1, but one move to defend, one move back to the racing line, and Jordi Clara follows him through there. So holding ground is the Williams Esports car of Jana de Hal, and managing to hold on to 5th place. But that Dream Factory car looks up for this one once again as they fly their way through turn 3 and upwards towards turn 4.
Yeah, he is not bowing down, is Jarno de Hau. He is not wanting to bow down at all. He wants to hold on to that P5. He knows what's up for grabs here. And for definite, it definitely looks like Williams Esports have only got one thing on their mind right now, and that is keeping hold of the position. It's definitely going to be a battle between them and Dream Factory, even though, so be it, we could be seeing Logitech Altus Esports coming into the fray as well. We'll have to wait and see. For me, I think they're cemented in that P4 position. Well, actually saying that, I'd say they're probably up for challenging for P3 away from Arnage competition, because Jimmy Antoinez is going to box before the Logitech team. So who knows? We could be seeing a big fight between those two before the end of the race.
We could do indeed, and with 41 minutes left on the clock, I said around this time we'd probably know who's battling for what, but at this moment in time, it's just great to sit back, relax, watch, and grab the popcorn, and you do have a chance to grab some popcorn. This is your last opportunity now. There'll be no more other opportunities, no more pit stops really from some of the top runners. There's the Yas Heat car in 11th place there, with the Euromaster Esports car in 12th. Alejandro Avin at the helm of that one. Then it's the Race for Cat Motorsport car in 13th place, having a great day here. 14th place Marcos Alarcon, 15th place Unicos Gaming there at the hands of Raul Esteban. There's the Kilometro Cero car in 16th place. The XPD Racing GT3 car rounding off in 17th place. High Speed Demons in 18th place at the moment. Plus Repair Motorsport in 19th place, making their way around the final corner. GGC Tech Pro in the number 36, rounding off the top 20. Orma Sim Racing in 21st position in the Treble 9 Porsche. Deccan Esports in the 37 in 22nd place. 23rd place, the number 9 of 10th Factory Sim Racer 24-hour Barcelona Sim Racing Team. 24th place, number 31 XGR Team, since having a front bonnet now. 33 Customs GT in 25th place there, with 26th place, number 6 Avanti Esports making their way through that final corner. 27th place, the number 24 of Hema Esports, who've had a tough old time in this one, but they are still in this race. Aurus Racing in the 32, currently nowhere to be seen at the moment. Hopefully that's just a driver change in the pit lane. Speed Up Team in the number 35, also out there somewhere out on track, hopefully. And the GMO 17, they are still clocking up around the second. They are out there somewhere, we know that much. But there's Salva Talent, MSI Esports, 39 minutes away from making history.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a massive occasion for them indeed. Give them all great credit. Salva Talent has been absolutely superb. And what an effort by all the team to achieve what they've done. I mean, we talk about it relentlessly, but it doesn't make it any less true. Certainly the MSI Esports team can be delighted and proud with what they've done. Certainly a masterclass in terms of a management side, but also in terms of a sheer driving ability side as well. They are well clear of Team Fordzilla and Julian Rodriguez. In behind as well, Arnage competition as well, bringing their best as well. Jimmy Antoinez taking them right to the end as well, with Altus Esports right on their tail. Yannick Lapchin looking for a last-ditch attempt to get a podium. I'll tell you what, lots of battles on the track, including the one between Williams and Dream Factory as well.
Yep, that's going to be one to keep your eye focused on all the way through. That should be a great battle for 5th place. Dream Factory, I think, they've come into the pit lane, so that's going to be something on Williams. They have to decide now, well, are we going to stay out? Can we stay out? They probably won't be able to. They'll probably be fueled, as you say, for that set stint, which is always a challenge here when it comes to refueling. You need to make sure you have enough fuel for certain points in the race, and if you've already decided that you're pitting in the last 40 minutes or within the last 40 minutes of the race, then there's nothing you can do to sort of prevent that. You can't make the fuel last that much longer than it can. You can try and lift and coast, you can try and use the slipstream of a car ahead, but the amount of fuel you have is the amount of fuel you have, and once you run out of it, that will be you out of the race. So it's that strategy with the refueling that boggles my mind how people could really come up with something like a strategy like that, come up with the winning one time and time again. But that's the beauty of the endurance racing itself.
Yeah, I mean, great intelligent view there from the team. In fact, at Dream Factory, Jordi Clara obviously thinking, I did wonder whether they do this, actually try the undercut on the Williams Esports team, because they know that Williams are struggling on pace against them. They know that Jordi Clara is faster, I think, out on track. And the very fact that they're opted for a new set of boots potentially, and also a refuel, as we look at a replay here, we're just watching now, this is the GMO7 team. Right, so okay, so they're at the back at the moment, and they've got Ram and Sarah in the car, and they're making their way out of the pit lane and out of the garage. Just wait and see what happens here as they come out now through the pit lane. Obviously, they've got the pit exit button released, coming up towards the line. They don't cut it, so that's okay. Heading up into turn 1, taking a lot of the curb though, but that's okay. They managed to survive that. Oh, but it looks of it, I'm not sure. Maybe it's just them exiting the pit lane. But yeah, no problems for the GMO7 team. No issues to report. Still, they carry on their merry way, and looks like they could be lined up to finish this race, which is a good achievement for them.
Yeah, I think it was just highlighting how close they came to the pit lane exit line. They must come closer than many, because many of those we don't actually see. If that's how close they're getting, and we see them, how close they're getting when they don't see them as well. We had an interesting camera angle earlier on in the race as well of the Williams Esports team making their way into the pit lane, and there's a tyre wall on their right-hand side. And I'm telling you, George, it was millimetrically perfect. If they had got that wrong, that's race over right there.
Wow, I tell you what, that is what you call pushing it to the limit. But credit to Williams Esports for that. I mean, this is how they're so composed. These drivers are absolutely brilliant, and I got to say, I give a lot of credit to Ate Kauppinen as well, because of course myself and Jack Canan have commentated on Ate Kauppinen, as I'm sure you have as well. Certainly because he was a feature, I believe, in the Challenger Series in Formula One. And he's managed to really make the transition over to iRacing and drive these cars in a superb fashion. I have to say, you do sort of question, because there's a big gap between the arcade, should we say the arcadey type game, into the simulator. But he seems to have transitioned almost seamlessly. It's brilliant to see.
And he's got a great environment around him as well. Williams Esports are established sim racing team within sim racing. So he's got a great environment to sort of keep building and keep learning all the way through. He's got some great drivers he's surrounded by at Williams Esports. They really have built themselves a huge platform, and one of the Formula One teams to actually do so. I mean, Williams really walked where others could try and take a stride forward, but Williams Esports will always have that backing behind them and that fan base as well to keep them going. They've built themselves up. They've done a fantastic job in doing so, and they've got some of the best drivers around racing for them, and Ate Kauppinen just adding to that illustrious list.
I mean, I'm not denying I'm a huge Williams fan, massive Williams fan. I have been since '96 when Damon Hill won the World Championship back in '96. It was my first experience of Formula One, and ever since that day, I've always had a soft spot for the Williams team. Because they have that never say die attitude. They're an independent, should we say, obviously, since Frank and Claire were obviously in charge, and unfortunately now obviously they're no longer there, but nevertheless they still do extraordinary work. And even with Dorilton Capital now leading their brand as such, they're still very much in the fight now, and it's great to see them fighting in amongst the best of the business in Formula One, and also great to see their esports team as well flourishing in such a great way as well. And we saw their great team last year, the likes of Augustine Canapino, Josh Thompson as well. Both of them very established, very well-rounded drivers, and they took P4 last year after coming from the back of the grid all the way to P4. They seem to have a habit of this, coming from the back of the grid and achieving high in the race. They seem to be better in race than they are perhaps in quali, which is absolutely tremendous to see. So, credit to the Williams team on that.
Yeah, and one of those things that it would have been a huge, massive shame to British motorsport and motorsport in general to lose a name like the Williams team from motorsport entirely. And I'm really glad that the Williams name was kept, and the takeover did happen as relatively smoothly as it did. And we're now seeing that pay off in Formula One as well, with the Dutch Grand Prix coming up with George Russell in 11th place and Nicholas Latifi in 14th. It's great to see the Williams team. It's great to see them making the progress they finally needed to get a kickstart. Then Obsidian Racing, meanwhile, at the hands of Pablo Espes, is into the pit lane for Obsidian Racing's final stop.
Absolutely. Pablo Espes still in the car. Dream Factory obviously, who have already boxed. Remember, they tried to do that undercut. Let's see how that works out for them. Williams Esports still haven't blinked. They've actually amassed a full 30 laps on this stint so far. Pablo Esper still staying in the car, I think. So Obsidian not making any changes in that department, but very shortly they will be back out and running again. A very quick stop, a quick splash and dash, and away they go once again to commence surely the final run. We're nearing the final 30 minutes, Kieran. Any thoughts from yourself? Who's been your team of the day?
Team of the day. Wow, you've really put me on the spot there, haven't you?
I asked the same to Jack Canan as well, so I thought it was only fair to bring you in.
All right, okay, fair enough. Well, I think, well, there's a lot. Logitech G Altus Esports, I mean, they had to make a last-minute driver change due to medical reasons. That put them right at the back of the grid, and obviously because they brought in a driver that wasn't on their original driver list, that means they had to take the penalty and start from the back. So I think that being thrown into their court, you know, they would have struggled to deal with that one. It would have been a very last-minute replacement. To see them now up into 4th place is absolutely tremendous. They have had a great day all the way through. And I think I have to give a special mention out to Race for Cat Motorsport in 13th place. I mean, they have had a relatively quiet endurance, but that's only because we haven't really seen them that much. They have done a splendid job out there, really have, you know, put the laps in when they've needed to. They've had a strong team behind them. They're still in the hunt to try and chase down Yasheet for 11th place, so it could be one more position for the Race for Cat team. Definitely up there as one of the teams to really give a huge shout out to. And I think, I mean, MSI Esports, it's hard not to give them a mention as well. We've mentioned them already heading into the last half an hour, but we are now 30 minutes away from confirming the hat trick. And, you know, not to jinx anything or anything, not to commentators curse it, because if anyone did that, it's you about 15 minutes ago, George. But we are half an hour away from history. Well, we are half an hour away from history here. I can't really think of many teams in sim racing history that have won 3 of the same event back to back to back.
No, I mean, huge credit to MSI. I can't say it enough. It's been a tremendous performance and very well deserved as you come and join us in the live studio. Welcome to the 24-hour Barcelona, folks. I want to say a big thank you again to the viewers as well for sticking with us and obviously for supporting the broadcast and obviously supporting the 24-hour Barcelona Catalunya. And once again, we are bringing you the best in the business, giving you all sorts of racing action, but MSI bossing it from the get-go. Certainly after that very awkward moment where they had to box twice. I believe it was the drive-through penalty they actually had to do because they actually sped in the pit lane on their lap before. So that meant that they had to do a drive-through penalty, and that caused them to sink as low as 15th place. Not good at all, but they made up for it in an abundant salve of talent with a heroic drive, bringing them back up to the front of the grid order. So absolutely superb work from him. But not only that, there were many others. Gabi Montero, Mark Perez as well. All of them, they put in such a grandiose stint. Gabi Montero obviously picking up the fastest lap of the race so far. I mean, extraordinary drive and well worthy of the Triple Crown, Kieran.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been a pleasure to watch as we head now into the final half an hour of the race. Looking forward to seeing what sort of battles can unfold. We've got a great battle for P9 here between Odex Motorsport Samsung and Cherokee for this final push then from Cherokee to try and get themselves further up into the top 10. And they've got a great run actually out of turn 3 as we start to build up that hype in towards turn 4. No, not this time around. Cherokee maybe choosing the wise line and just staying out of it for now. Turn 4, not really the best overtake.
No, not the best overtaking part at all, as we're now watching them head through the next left now. There you can see the Odox Motorsports Samsung team currently in P9, Cherokee Esports currently in P10, and as they make their way down towards the next left-hander, heading up through Verth Curve, they'll very shortly be making their way round towards, through Campster Corner, and excellent stuff indeed, a battle to take us through into the final half an hour, and brilliant indeed. Only 28 minutes left in this session, ladies and gentlemen. What a privilege it is to bring you this action, that's for sure. 28 minutes and 15 seconds of the realm. In comes the Odox Motorsports Samsung team with Cherokee hot on their tail, with Ibai Oandi trying to push on Victor De La Fuente. And as things stand, it looks like Odox are going to have to box shortly, so that will hand Cherokee the upper hand.
It will do indeed, and Cherokee down 4 places from where they originally started. However, qualifying only gives you a small snippet of the story, as we've already seen with the likes of Logitech G Altus Esports with the likes of Williams Esports as well. You can start all the way outside of the top 30 if you really, really have to. As long as you take the start, you've got a good chance of getting a good result, and that's the main thing to take away from a 24-hour race. Yes, it's nice to start at the front of the grid, but as long as you make the grid, you've still got as much a chance of anyone of getting a good finish.
Yeah, absolutely. You certainly do. I mean, anything's possible in this kind of a race. So, without any shadow of a doubt, you're absolutely spot on, Kieran. I mean, we're going to be witnessing now Williams Esports coming in any moment now. I would have thought they are still out on track. They have got Dream Factory in behind. I mean, I've got to say they're really close. 46 seconds is all that separates them. One pit stop is all that it takes for them to make a change. And I get the feeling that Williams might have taken this maybe a little bit too far, Kieran.
Yeah, it's tough to say at the moment, but we'll have to wait and see. We'll wait with bated breath as to what this can actually go through. I mean, in theory, then, Williams will have a lighter car in this part of the stint. So, in theory, they should be quicker in a straight line, but they'll have the tyre wear to contest with as well. And whether Williams decide to change their tyres at all, they might come in for a quick splash and dash.
Could well do. That could be the answer. We'll have to wait and see what they opt to do. I mean, that might be the method of thinking. We'll have to keep an eye on it. Of course, Jarno de Houw currently in control in P5. It might be the case they are just going to keep the tyres on and just do a quick splash and dash. Therefore, they will maintain approximately, I would say, a 20-second advantage on Dream Factory. Williams are in now, in fact, and a little bit of moving around. Let's see if the car gets jacked up at all. We haven't seen anything just yet, as they're currently looking like they are putting maybe some fuel in the car. We're just keeping an eye on what's happening here. Jarno de Houw still in the car. No changes to the driver, as far as I can see, and they quickly are. They are leaving. They are leaving. So there's going to be around about a 10. What's that? Around a 10-second differential between the two. So Williams might still hold on here. It's going to be very, very close, though.
But they're going to be on worn tyres, and Dream Factory on fresh rubber. So that's going to be a huge factor in this one. Yes, the gap is just under 10 seconds. A quick splash and dash from the Williams Esports team, but they didn't get a fresh set of tyres on the car. They knew they couldn't because that was the only way they could stay ahead of Dream Factory. Now, though, they've got to make sure everything in that car works a dream to keep a hold of that 5th place, and Dream Factory will be closing in corner by corner with that fresh set of boots on.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be so tenacious, and do you know what? This could be a very, very tight finale between these two. P5, a massive question mark over this one, folks. But not only that, the crucial matter is as well is Logitech Esports. I mean, I'm not sure what they're going to do yet because they've still got a box theoretically as well. So do Arnage Competition. There's a big gap, or I say a big gap, it's actually a relatively small one, 26 seconds between them. Not forgetting Arnage Competition, Jimmy Antoinez is 45 seconds away from Team Forzilia, of course, being Julian Rodriguez. And they're going to be boxing soon as well. So I tell you what, it'd be interesting. Do Team Forzia opt for a splash and dash? Do they opt for a tyre change? Will Arnage just opt for a splash and dash and try and get it to the end? Maybe hot-footing themselves into P2 ahead of Forzilia. That could be a prospect as well. There could be a lot of splash and dashes going on with the final 24 minutes still to go here, Kieran.
Yeah, for Team Fordzilla, it's going to be very, very close. So splash and dash, you look at it, 40 seconds lost in the pit lane in total. And then you've got to actually rejoin the action. So it's going to be very, very close. But if they have to do it, they have to do it. They can't run with no fuel. You can try and run with very little tyres on your car, running down to the canvas, but you can't run fuel more than you actually have. So that's going to be something that's going to be in the back of their minds. Meanwhile, the Logitech G Altus Esports car currently 4th place, a minute clear of Williams Esports as they look to try and close in on Team Fordzilla. What's the gap between them? About 45 seconds at the moment. So, yeah, there is a chance for Team Fordzilla to come into the pits and have a quick splash and dash, but it is going to be so tight. And yeah, if that's the only thing they can do, if that's the only thing they have to do to finish this race, then they will have to do it. And the longer they can run into this race, the shorter the stop will be in order to refuel the car. But tyre wear, tyre changes at this point, fully out the window. Throw that theory out of here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be very, very tight. It's a huge barn burner, this actual scenario. Fordzilla currently owning that P2 spot, though. There is the Arnage Competition car of Jimmy Antoinez, who is still working as hard as he can to try and bring the deficit down. And in fact, they're only separated by 26.2 seconds between Altus and Arnage themselves. So Logitech could still be a big figure at the end of this. Altus Esports with a huge prospect to land a podium here. There's Zenith Esports on the rear, funnily enough, of the Altus Esports car. Williams are well and truly back as well. They're about a minute and a second back from Altus Esports. So you've got to give it to Altus Esports. I think I have to agree with you. They've got to be team of the day with their extraordinary drive all the way from the back of the grid to marching up to P4. They have got potentially a P3 in the offing as well, Kieran. So I'll tell you, if they get a podium after the start they had, they deserve all the credit in my book.
Yeah, it's 26.5 seconds up the road to try and fight for a podium, but that's going to be a huge ask in the closing stages, considering we've only got 22 minutes left on the clock. So that's going to be one to watch. But Dream Factory, Jordi Clara, 8 seconds is the gap now between themselves and Williams Esports for that battle for 5th place. So that gap's starting to come down, and it's starting to favour more and more that Dream Factory on the fresher tyres with a bit of fuel on board. Of course, the Williams only came in for the splash and dash, no adjustment on the tyres whatsoever, didn't even think about it, just to make sure they maintain track position. All will be revealed which was the better strategy, whether to pit in for the tyres and fuel up to have a full stint, or whether the splash and dash is just going to be enough to keep Williams Esports ahead. Stay tuned, because we've only got 1.5 minutes left of this one.
Yeah, absolutely. It's coming down by the moment, folks. Sarnish competition, though, still there in P3, but Logitech Altus Esports, who are currently watching at this moment in time, holding on. 32 places gained in this race for them. Sava Talent, there he is, the man of the moment. He's got a little bit of a tricky one to negotiate, though, as they come through the final part of this circuit on this particular lap. And very shortly they'll come around the New Holland bend indeed. Sava Talent, again, just readying the car, just prepping it, not having to go too hard on this stint. Still, he's quite happy to stick in behind this car right now. His last lap, a 146.758, one of his slower laps. I think, Kieran, he's very content with just taking it steady. All he's concerned about is getting his car to the end of the race. Yeah,
as well as that 46.7 would have been traffic on that lap as well, especially through that final sector. So take that with a pinch of salt. And it's almost a bit of an insult to tell a driver to relax and take it easy, because that's when they're like, well, I'm just going to push on now. They'll do the exact opposite. But you can't let complacency win in this bout. There's still 20 minutes left. And for Salva Talens, these 20 minutes, he'll be fully focused on the task in hand to try and get this car to the line and take the checkered flag. If Salva Talens is anything to be known by, he will not take it easy. He will try and better that fastest lap. It's worse conditions to set the fastest lap that his teammate had in the night stint because of that hotter track temperature. But that's not going to stop him from trying, that's for sure. 20 minutes to go.
Well, hopefully it'll give him a little bit of extra grip so he can make it happen. I tell you what, we'll have to watch now, because he's got some clear air now that he can enjoy and try and utilise it to the best of his ability. Last lap, as I said before, 145.481. To be fair, all the last laps, though, everyone in the top 5 has been lapping slower than Salva Talens. He's actually been the quicker car throughout the top 10. No one can touch his last lap. In fact, the closest one was Arnage Competition of Jimmy Antoinez with a 145.795. So, credit to him. In fact, I'd say Obsidian is actually the quicker one. Or saying that, would it be Zenit? No, it is. No, it is actually. No, I was quite right the first time. It was Arnage Competition, Jimmy Antoinez, currently flying with a 145.795. So he's doing his utmost to try and gain on Team Forzilia. There's Team Forzilia now. Julian Rodriguez himself, and just currently around 44.9 seconds away from Jimmy Antoinez. And that gap has remained sort of moderately similar right through this stint. But now we're starting to get to the point in the race where they start to think about their last stoppage, because as you can see, Arnage Competition, 27 laps on this stint. Team Forzilia, 25 laps on this stint. So usually they like to box around about lap 34, Kieran. So it's coming up to the point where they start to think about their final stops. Do they splash and dash, or do they make a tyre change?
They have to splash and dash. They'll lose too much time in the pit lane. So many teams around them will be doing the splash and dash that if you change tyres, it will just not be enough time to make up towards the end of the race. You'll run out of time before you actually catch the car ahead. So splash and dash is the only option when you're thinking of a stop this late on. There's the Arnage Competition car, 25 seconds ahead of the Logitech G Altus Esports car, getting past the 22nd place car, the number 37 Decade Esports car, as driven by Jose Antonio Espada Saledo. But they now make their way through turn 2. There's the Yas Heat car that's next to be put a lap on by Arnage Competition. The Yas Heat car in 11th place. Currently at the helm is Dean Woods. And still 10 seconds separates 11th, 12th and 13th place in the closing stages of this 24-hour sim racing circuit to Barcelona, Catalunya. It's been thoroughly enjoyable the last 23 and 3/4 hours. Lots has happened, plenty to talk about, and I've enjoyed every moment I've been in the commentary box. It's about 14, 15 hours now we're approaching, isn't it, George? You've had 15 minutes more than me, in fairness.
I have. I mean, it's been. I know it's been 14 hours, so 14 hours and 15 for me. But I've enjoyed every moment. I mean, I loved it last year, and as soon as Fonzo messaged me and said, "George, you up for coming back?" I was like, "Oh yes, Fonzo, I've been waiting for your call, my friend." And I got to say, brilliant to be back. And big thank you to MundoGT and MundoGT for having me as Yassit get out of the way of Arnage Motorsport. Very well done there, chaps. Letting through Jimmy Antoinez, but yeah, no, delighted. I mean, obviously, I really did enjoy this last year. Very exciting. There's a different aura around this kind of racing, and the fact that you get to be out tonight. I do enjoy that stint from 3 a.m. Onwards into 7. You know, people call it the graveyard shift, but personally, I think it's one of the more exciting parts of the race. Because that is where you can start to see the mistakes sort of unfold. You get a lot of the twists. We saw it last year, of course, with Zenith Esports making that crucial error where they in fact lost the lead, and we very nearly saw some similar occurrences. They got very close with some of the back markers because we had a couple of spinalas in that segment as well that myself and Jack were commentating on. So yeah, no, it's really, really good. Really enjoy it. Like I say, different aura to Formula 1 racing or open wheels or any other racing that is done over a shorter distance, up to 2 to 3 hours. So yeah, amazing to see this out in force. Certainly 24-hour Barcelona, Catalonia gets a big thumbs up in my vote.
Yeah, I mean, you had the 3 to 7. It's your allotted breakfast show, isn't it, with yourself,
yes.
Jack? And obviously, I had the well, we're talking in British summertime here, but in Central European summertime, I had midnight till 4 a.m. And that was completely covered in darkness. Midnight with McGinley sounds terrifying, and it was. In fairness.
No, it's brilliant, and it's great because it's good to bring a little bit of character to these broadcasts as well. I hope you guys in the audience as well enjoyed it. Please, obviously, leave your comments in the live chat as well. We'd love to hear from you. If you'd like to leave any comments, leave your thoughts on the race as well. But we definitely saw some amazing moments here today. I personally think that there's so many stories you can take out of today. I think MSI going for the triple, their massive rise today with amazing fastest laps being posted at the crack of night, where the blanket of darkness was shared over the circuit. And in behind as well, you had the likes of Team Fordzilla with Alex Palau with a mammoth 8 to 9 hour stint. Absolutely insane. I've got to say, for a man who drives IndyCar, he certainly can drive a sim rig as well. So credit to that man, Alex Palau, as well. Arnage competition as well. Great drive as well from Ricardo Rico. The big story after he made his transfer from Zenith Esports into the Arnage competition team. I tell you what, already improving on what he did last year. And in fact, it'll be a huge result for him to go ahead of Zenith Esports. Can you imagine how Zenith must be feeling seeing their former man do better than them in another team?
Yeah, I think they'll be a bit gutted, but also they'll be one of the first to congratulate him as well, because as long as you don't sever the ties, your former teams will always be happy that you're finding the success that they know you deserve. And I think in that one now, he'll be absolutely over the moon if he can hold on to third place, which he's holding on to it by 24.6 seconds as we head now into the final closing stages, the last 14 minutes of this race. It feels so bizarre saying that. It felt like just a day ago we were starting this race.
It did, didn't it? It's weird. It only felt like yesterday. But yeah,
I want to say as well with Alex Palau. I mean, this was his weekend off. He's about to go through 3 back-to-back weekends of IndyCar to try and mount a title challenge, and this was his way to relax. Fantastic, absolutely brilliant.
You wait till I tell his team that he wasn't actually resting. Amazing, incredible. No, it was honestly an honour to have Alex Palau, and I do like the fact that they bring the real drivers in as well. We had it with Michael Jourdain last year. Of course not. Unfortunately, Michael Jourdain didn't have the same sort of race as what Alex Palau did. In fact, I suppose you're looking at contrasting performances a little bit, but nevertheless, great to have the real drivers taking part, because it does inspire lots of the drivers out on track. Certainly, a lot of the sim racing drivers who want to aspire, or maybe would have aspired to be real racing drivers in the past, who have become very, very good sim racers in their own right as well. And it just goes to show that there is a future in sim racing as well. We see the new esports competitions lighting up. MundoGT do a great job themselves of promoting their events, and you've got to give them a lot of credit as well. We see it throughout the sim racing community, and it just goes to show sim racing has a place. And now we have Arnage competition coming in for that vital pit stop now.
splash and dash, and I reckon this will be about 36-37 seconds stop with the amount of fuel that needs to be taken on board. It will not be much, and there you go. It really is a splash and dash. That was much less than 30 seconds, wasn't it? What am I talking about? There's going to be a battle out of the pit lane there as the Logitech G Altus Esports car takes away third place, then ahead of Arnaud's competition. But they've got the fuel now to make it to the end of the race, and they've just rejoined behind Zenith Esports. Of all the cars to rejoin behind, it had to be Zenith Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just stuck in behind, and I got to say, it's not Ricardo Rico behind the wheel of that Arnage car, but certainly Jimmy Antoinez is certainly no force to be reckoned with. He is absolutely superb behind a wheel rig. So I'm sure you'll have no problem. You'll have to try and get past, but I'm sure Zenith won't be cruel enough not to let him through, because obviously they've got a long way to go before they can catch that Arnish competition team. Hopefully it all goes through pain-free as they make their way down towards the Verth curve this time. But Altus Esports now in P3, 32 places up on where they were. Arnage competition as well, up 2 places as well. So they've done a huge job in moving up the field as well. Williams Esports themselves still trying to stay ahead of Dream Factory. They're doing a good job of marshalling the gap right now, although albeit still at 4.6. Remember, that gap was 8 seconds previously, so they've brought that right back in. So watch out for Dream Factory towards the end, Kieran.
Yeah, and Dream Factory on the fresher tyres as well. Williams opting for the splash and dash to try and get themselves to the end, but they didn't change the tyres, so that's going to be an interesting one when they find themselves wheel to wheel in a few laps' time. We'll have to see how it all goes. Meanwhile, then, that's the Logitech G Altus Esports Lamborghini taking on the number 6 Avanti Esports Lamborghini. 2 seconds is the gap between Logitech Altus and Arnaud's competition as they make their way down the start-finish straight. And Arnaud here have a little bit of helping hand now from Zenith Esports, a little bit of slipstream to help them on their way. 2.1 as they cross the line that time around, heading their way now in towards turn 1 and cutting down on the delta there. 2 seconds is the gap, and now they have to make sure that splash and dash was well worth it. They need to press on now and see if they can take back that third place out on track. 10 minutes to do it.
Yeah, I have to say, if I'm Yannick Lapchin right now, the one man I wouldn't want behind me is Jimmy Antoinez. That is absolutely fascinating now. We've got this really, really titanic affair. This is for a podium place, so this is very important between these two phenomenal drivers as they now round the next right-hander now, and Zenith Esports still plugged into the rear of that Arnage competition car, the pink livery that has really struck many in this race. He's getting closer and closer though, and there is the Logitech Altus Esports Yannick Lapchin doing his best now, coming up through Verth curve very shortly up towards the right-hander at Campus. Absolutely phenomenal racing at this circuit here at the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalonia. We are now well within the 10-minute mark now, Kieran. It is squeaky bum time here at the Circuit of Barcelona.
10 minutes left of the race. So it's, as I said, it almost feels like just yesterday we started this race with the optimism that MSI Esports could have made the hat-trick work, and they're so close to making that a reality. What an unprecedented treble this would be. I mean, when we talked about it last year, back-to-back victories, they came here as once again the defending champions, and once again they've proven why they are undisputed monarchs of the track here at the Circuit Catalunya in Barcelona. There's Julian Rodriguez then in the Team Fordzilla, 1 minute 11 ahead of the third place team in Logitech G Altus Esports. And well, at the moment the gap between first and second place is 1 lap. That really doesn't sum up this race enough. It has been tough for MSI at times. Fordzilla have managed to climb their way through the order at one point. They were outside of the top 20 at some point in this race. They've managed to get it back onto the podium places, have done a fine job in doing so. And with Alex Palau on their team to help them out as well, they've done a sublime job at getting onto the podium places. And Logitech G Altus Esports, with that very late driver change, they had to start all the way from the back, and I mean literally from the back. 36th place, last place, to get then up into third place. A stunning job from everyone behind that Lamborghini team. They have certainly bought themselves and earned themselves a round of soft drinks. We have to say soft drinks on the stream.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, unfortunately, Arnage competition have actually lost a second, so I think the tyre wear is starting to affect them a little bit. Bear in mind, Logitech, I think, have got fresher tyres on board if you consider that Arnage have not changed their compound. A big shout out as well to Albert Sanchez. He says, go Odox, come on, last laps. And they're currently on for a top 10 finish. Obviously in behind you've got Yas Heat as well, trying to close the gap themselves, but plenty of stoppage left on that car to take them to the end. So Odox with Victor De La Fuente at the wheel, looking at a top 10 finish, which is absolutely tremendous for them. What an effort from Odox to come through like that as well. Which team are you supporting in the live chat? Please pop up and smash the live chat now. We want to hear from you and tell us who you've been cheering for in this race, of course. What a race it's been. And we're watching Logitech G Altus Esports now, polarizing as they are, coming down the stretch, and that gap is only increasing, Kieran.
It is only increasing, and I have to say, Odox Motorsport have pretty much, they're trying to put a padlock now on that 10th place. They're a minute and 8 behind the 9th place car. They're a minute and 1 ahead of the 11th place car. So they're just trying to lock down that 10th place, that top 10 finish that they have thoroughly earned in this one. They've also flown under the radar for most of this race, but a top 10 finish for them will be absolutely brilliant there. And Fever Jim saying, go, go, Jan. But we'll have to wait and see how it all pans out. That's for the Logitech G Altus Esports team and Yannick Lapton. 1 minute 10 down on Team Fordzilla, but to try and wrap up the podium here, Arnage are starting to fall back. As you said, George, 2.4 seconds the gap. Dream Factory now 3.2 seconds behind Williams Esports for that battle for 5th place. As well as that battle for 11th place is still not done. 9 seconds covering 11th, 12th and 13th place, all ready to pounce if one or the other makes a mistake.
Yeah, Dream Factory a little closer than that. They're actually within a second, as far as I can see, ahead. 1.2, in fact, as they round the final corner at New Holland. And that Dream Factory car of Jordi Clara getting so close now. Closer and closer all the time as Jarno de Houw breaks away down the stretch now. And you can see that every slipstream counts. Look at them trying to get it off the back markers. Absolutely brilliant stuff as they come through the first corner at turn 1 through Elf Curve. And still that Williams Chill Blast livery that we've seen on so many occasions now is going to be feeling pressure like it's never felt before as they come around the next right-hander now. They have got the Repsol corner coming up next, and this time you can just see it's coming down by every moment. The tyre wear must be really falling off on that Williams car right now. There is Julian Rodriguez in the Fordzilla car, currently a minute and 10 seconds ahead of Altus Esports. It's been a huge performance from Team Fordzilla after Alex Palau's massive drive, massive stint through the night, over 8 to 9 hours in the car, nearly a full day's work, and has done exactly that, P2. And now Julian Rodriguez has been tasked with the job of bringing that car home in a fabulous P2 spot, gaining 2 places after starting 4th on the classification tower with just 5 minutes. Like, we're breaking straight away on 5 minutes. Brilliant stuff now, folks, as we watch this very thrilling encounter. Dream Factory versus Williams Esports. Who's coming out on top, Kieran McGinley?
Well, Williams Esports obviously had that splash and dash. It got them a 10-second buffer to Dream Factory, who came in about 10 minutes before that for tyres and fuel. And it seems like now the tyres were the way to go to try and get themselves to the end here. They'll have the upper hand in wheel-to-wheel battling. They'll have the upper hand in braking distances. What will they do? How can they make this work then through the final couple of corners as they make their way now through the final quarter? 4.5 minutes left on the clock, and Dream Factory here in the slipstream of Williams Esports. This battle for 5th places. Williams Esports trying to defend for all it's worth. Dream Factory in the slipstream. They will go. They'll move back to the racing line. They'll have to go the long way round in towards turn 1. It should give them the inside line in towards turn 2. They run side by side. Here they go in towards turn 1, but Williams Esports trying to brake later and managing to make the corner as well. In through turn 2, they will both go, and now through turn 3, Williams Esports hanging on here by their fingernails.
Brilliant stuff from Jarno de Houw. The defensive measures he's putting in place is absolutely breathtaking, to say the least. Jordi Clara, though, not done at all as they head through Repsol. The dying minutes remaining. This is a battle for 5th place. They all want the best they can get in this classification here at the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalonia. There is Julian Rodriguez, still in P2, holding his own. He's not got a lot to worry about at this stage. He is looking after his P2 spot. MSI in the clear as well. A whole lap is what separates Ps 1 and 2. As well, Logitech Altus Esports themselves in P3, still ahead of Arnage Competition, and that gap has spread out yet another lap, and in comes Fordzilla. They're in for a pit. Now, this is huge. This is huge. Can they manage it? It's going to be surely a splash and dash, Kieran.
They'll be fine. They'll be here for about 5 seconds, if that, just to make sure they have enough fuel to make it to the end. Maybe just a lap or 2 short, but better safe than sorry. They don't want to be lifting off and coasting and not being able to finish the race at all. This will be a very, very quick stop. 5-10 seconds, if that, to put enough fuel in the car to make it to the end. Nothing to worry about here for Julian Rodriguez in the Team Fordzilla car. the gap goes down. There it is, less than 10 seconds pretty much as they now leave the pit lane. Yeah, 10.017. That wasn't a bad guess. They easily, comfortably rejoin in second place and have enough fuel to make it to the end. 2.5 minutes left of this one to go. Logitech G Altus Esports got now 6 seconds clear of Arnard's competition. So that Lamborghini looking like it's just going to try and lock down now on third place to try and round off the podium. But here we go then. This is Dream Factory again, trying to find a way past William Esports. Can't manufacture the move this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. Dream Factory left frustrated, but they're still on the tail of that Williams Esports car. Every lap they put on these tyres is going to feel worse and worse for Williams Esports, and Dream Factory as well themselves are going to be struggling, though they have got a better wear, certainly a better tread on their tyres, to say the least. They are younger after all as they head into the Repsol curve yet again. The Williams Esports car still hanging on for all it's worth here. Jarno de Houw doing an excellent job of keeping Jordi Clara at bay as they come down now towards the next left. No bravery move here this time from Dream Factory. They're going to keep probing, keep pushing as they make their way down towards the Verth curve. There's the MSI car still on top. Salva Talens now still leading the charge as he's done so for such a long time. And certainly now Team Fordzilla, Julian Rodriguez now out back on the track, owning that P2 spot as well with Altus Esports, Yannick Lapchin. What a drive so far, and he's still pushing at this moment in time. 6.1 seconds the deficit between the Logitech Altus Esports and Arnage competition. What a drive from Yannick Lapchin, as well as in behind you've got Jimmy Antoinez trying his best to put a hole in the delta. There's Dream Factory. This is the closest battle on the track so far. Nothing separates them. They're well within 0.2 of a second right now as they make their way down through towards the Europe car bend this time. Are they going to tee up a maneuver? The Williams Esports car that's defended relentlessly in the past couple of laps now. Look, Jarno de Houw pulling his finger out, that's for sure, as they make their way around the final bend. Jordi Clara looking to try and find some added traction, maybe found a tighter line through this time now. The Williams Esports driver goes into the fend. Jarno de Houw not leaving any stone unturned. He knows he's got to go for it here. Jordi Clara, he's got no choice. Opposite on the left-hand side here. Dream Factory go for the dream maneuver. Heading in towards turn one. Williams diving in on the inside here with Jarno de Houw. Contact in turn one there as Jarno de Houw stays on top. But still, it's going to be Dream Factory looking for the outside line. They still go wheel to wheel. Heading down towards the Repsol corner very shortly. Still Jarno de Houw hanging on by a thread, but is it enough as they make their way towards the next right-hander at Repsol this time? And still Dream Esports going wheel to wheel. Dream Factory Esports, should I say. Jarno de Houw under mega pressure from Jordi Clara, who's giving him a lot to think about here. Down into the C curve, a late break from Jarno de Houw. This time though, Jordi Clara, brilliant maneuver, and it's going to be Salva Talens who takes victory here at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. Incredible drive, Kieran. What a phenomenal triple.
What a phenomenal triple indeed. The hat-trick is well and truly complete. And Williams Esports then fall at the last hurdle to Dream Factory then. They've manufactured that dream move by the team then, and they've managed to get themselves now up into 5th place as they make their way now in towards the final couple of corners then, in towards turn 10. They will go for the final time, and the last ditch try to get a fresh set of tyres on, to get the fuel on board. The splash and dash for Williams Esports would have worked if the race was 1 lap shorter. There's Team Fordzilla then coming across the line to take 2nd place and the middle spot on the podium. Really good drive from all involved in Team Fordzilla, who was at one point with this race was outside of the top 20, as we've already seen the 3rd place car of Logitech G Altus Esports up 33 places from where they started. There's Dream Factory then taking 5th place. The number 50 car taking a top 5 finish and taking that fight away from the Williams Esports team. Fantastic drive from them and a fantastic last lap battle. There's the Williams Esports car coming across the line with just about enough fuel there. There is the Logitech G Altus Esports car now making its way around the final corner, up 33 places, started last in this race, finishes on the podium. What a drive from the drivers at Altus Esports. The drinks are certainly on them tonight.
They certainly are, and across the line on competition with this man, Jimmy Antoinez. What a drive there from that man. Comes across the line in P4, but Dream Factory, after a huge effort, come up now towards their next right-hander, certainly here at Repsol. What a race we have witnessed here today, folks. A massive performance, certainly from MSI, who have now managed to make it 3 wins here in this. And there you can see the MSI car burning the rubber in a circle. What a phenomenal race this has been. 3 wins consecutively in the 24-hour of Barcelona, Catalonia. MSI are once again your champions. And they are saluted by the other cars out there on the track as well. What a beautiful sight this is, Kieran McGinley.
Yeah, the monarchs of Catalonia is no other way. Undisputed MSI Esports with that unprecedented hat-trick. 1, 2, 3. They won it in 19, they won it in 20, and they've now won it in 21. Absolutely stunning job from all involved. The 4 drivers absolutely deserve all the credit there. The team management as well. Thoroughly, really good. I mean, I'm lost for words as well. The hat trick is done. I mean, I don't think we've seen many of occasions like that in motorsport and in sim racing entirely, where the same team has come to the same 24-hour race 3 years in a row and won each of them. That is something that just doesn't happen. As you said earlier on in the stream today, winning one of these 24-hour events is enough to get you that coveted spot as being one of the best teams out there. But to do it 3 times in a row, year after year, stunning job from everyone involved at MSI Esports. They thoroughly deserve all the plaudits, deservingly coming their way.
Yeah, definitely, without a doubt. And it's great to see these cars all coming out and sort of giving their appreciation. There's the Zenith Esports car in the background as well. Amazing to see all these different liveries. I got to say, cracking job by all the teams to produce these amazing, I suppose, pieces of art, really, on these cars. That's exactly what it is. Some of these liveries are absolutely phenomenal. And credit to them, I have to say, brilliant. I'm lost for words, really. What a race it's been. Such a mammoth of a task for all of these guys to produce their best efforts. Team Forzilla parking up in the garage as well, and they can be very pleased with their performance. P2 there with Julian Rodriguez after Alex Palau as well joined them for the evening stint. Did a lot of hard work, and I'm sure Alex Palau would be delighted that his